Satanism. Secret meetings are being held by people calling themselves Satanists, people who worship the devil. Most often found, the inverted five-pointed satanic pentagram, the upside-down cross, the evil eye, references to Babylon, and the devil's number, 666.
enhancing certain scenes of an especially erotic or gruesome nature. Cannibal Girls.
Hello and welcome everyone to Nation Wars 2019. I'm Hajin and very excited to be your host for this last and final day of the tournament. About 2 months ago, 40 nations entered the battle to lift this trophy to become the best StarCraft nation in the world. And we are now down to 4. Will Korea be able to defend the title once again? Let's see, because we have some stronger, fierce contenders this year. Let's meet our first semi-finalists. We have 3 Zergs from Italy led by their young but strong captain, Riosis. And their captain, the legendary Reynor. On the other side, we have from Finland, Demasero, the unbeatable Zerald, and the best memer in the world, Zhuge. Well, welcome everyone, welcome to Paris, bienvenue chez Gaming. Let's have a small talk with our team captains. Let's start with you, Rainer. Hello.
Hello, guys.
So this is actually the first time that Italy makes it to the round of 4, to the offline stage. What does it mean to you to be here and to represent your country?
It obviously feels very good. We're excited to win this tournament. So yeah, if Italy wins, it's for Italy since we're not legendary on esports. But yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
So you've been the ace of your team, but you're not alone. This is a team tournament. Can you tell me something about your teammates? What makes them strong? What makes them Ryu and Yusis?
Yeah, they're the best at what they do. They have no weaknesses, and I'm looking forward to the matches. But I think it's from them. My match is probably gonna be closer, but as we know, they have no weaknesses. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
No weaknesses, but I'm really looking forward to see that. And now you will have to face Finland. We all know, Serol, you've been playing each other so often this year, but Nation War is a little bit different. It's a team league. So how does it make it different for you?
Not really, since it's gonna be most likely me and Johan again. I just want to close the year with a win. So yeah, I would like to win so we can close this match for the year.
Okay, thank you so much. And on this side, we have
Zhuge. So, as we all know, that Finland destroyed the greatest nation in the world, USA, in the quarterfinals. We had a good pre-game interview with McCannin, but he was a weak man. I had to just let him talk and then bury him in the end with arrogance as the downfall of every great nation. However, fortunately, here in Finland, we are not arrogant. You've seen Serol's interviews. We always take our opponents seriously, especially in the case of Italy. They're a different beast led by the Italian stallion. And because they're such a strong beast, we have to tame it. So I've got some dirt on Rainer. So can we get that on stream? Not now. Well, never mind. Okay, so you're safe. Anyways, this was a fail, but you escaped a really bad situation. But maybe this is just karma because you won't escape bad situations later in the game.
Okay, well, thank you. Do you want to answer anything to this?
Definitely. You know, Finland likes to speak a lot lately. I'm just gonna show them in the games that they should be more quiet. So yeah, good luck, man.
Okay, good luck. Can you just tell us who will be the first player for Italy?
It's gonna be Riosis.
The must zero.
Well, I wish you best of luck and let's see who's the better team. So we now met our first semi-finalists, but now it's time to meet our lovely casters. Kevin, Johan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hajin. Excited for this one. It wouldn't be Nation Wars and it wouldn't be Finland if we didn't get one of those, perfectly cringe moments with Zhuge here, would it be? Like, I've got some dirt. Never mind, not now.
I got some dirt on you as well.
Yeah, well
but
done.
now is not the time.
I've got some dirt on myself, all right? But we don't need to air everything over here. This is going to be a great day of Nation-wise. Obviously, this tournament has been going on for quite some time. We started almost 2 months ago. Then we had a little break because we had that other event called the Global Finals.
Yeah.
Then we came back to Paris for a week. We casted an amazing round of 16. I think we both really enjoyed those days. They were awesome.
And there was some Story Cup as well in between. The rivalry between Rainer and Serol just keeps on growing. It keeps on happening. And we're going to have it here yet again in Nation Wars happen. And that's going to be map 2, actually. Like, these two, they meet in the first rotation And it's going to be amazing yet again.
Yep.
The best ZVZ that has to happen, it feels, at tournaments, right? It's always going to be Reiner versus Cyril nowadays.
Yeah, the ZVZ that everybody gets excited for, that doesn't really feel like a ZVZ. This feels like something bigger than just two Zergs going up against each other. Of course, after Home Story Cup, we came back to Paris. And last weekend, we wrapped up those quarterfinals. You guys saw the results there. But obviously, we have 4 nations left. First one, Italy versus Finland. I know that the story is Cyril versus Reiner, and everybody's expecting them obviously to be revived. Anything else would be insane, so we're not even going to bring up that possibility. But there are still a couple of other matches to get very excited over as well. Our very first one is going to be Ryosis versus the Mazero. We'll talk about it real soon. For now, Johan, let's take a look at the lineup of beautiful Team Finland.
Yeah, led by Cyril. 54 and 15 records. One of the absolute best out there. The Mazero not been having the easiest of times, but maybe save his best builds for last year. That now would be the moment to use your best build orders and somehow take a map here and there. That would definitely give a nice boost to Finland.
Sometimes these records can be very deceiving, right? Because a lot of the games with the Mazero have actually been super close, and obviously he's gone up against tough competition as well. It's not like he lost against players that were 500 MMR underneath him. No, like he lost against players that were often better than him, but it was very close. We know about his special playstyle. We'll talk about it soon, as he's going to be one of the first players here.
And Zugeliang is quite underrated, I would say, right? Like, I mean, you play for Finland next to Cyril, everybody's going to compare you to him, and obviously nobody can compare, but I definitely feel like he's become a lot more solid. Like in some of his last few games that we saw in Nation Wars, I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah, the one against Canning in particular, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that Canning obviously has the skills, as he won an awesome PvP against Harstem in this very tournament. But Zhuge showed us that as long as you analyze the game well, you can just win with some very good mechanics. And that is exactly what he did. He's someone who's very excited about this tournament overall. So would I be, by the way. Like if I had Cero on my team, I'd also be DMing Funka. It's like, all right, Funka, can Cero win me some money? When is it? When does the tournament start?
I've been talking to Cero all the time. Can I get you water? Do you need a massage?
You're laughing right now, right? But earlier I took a look at the player area where all the teams are setting up. We basically got like 4 squares, but it's all closed off by curtains. I lifted the curtain, and Cero's playing, the Mazero's playing, and Zhuge is actually turned around looking at the corner. And I was like, what's up? He's like, I'm making sure nobody's spying on my boy. So that was actually him being on duty.
A bodyguard.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like that. Yeah, actually, that's clever. I was thinking about this too. Like when I went into the rooms where France wasn't, I was like, I shouldn't stay too long. They're gonna think maybe I'm spying or something. But yeah, great group of guys here as well for Team Italy. We've got Reiner, Ryosis, and Ryu. All pretty young. Ryu the oldest. And yeah, Reiner's been doing basically most of the heavy lifting. But Ryosis and Ryu, they're no slouch. They can definitely hold their own as well.
The triple R, mate. I like how the names go from short to longer as well, or longer to short.
Yeah.
From top to bottom.
And they all play Zerg.
Yep. Obviously, all 3 of these guys are good, but Reiner is by far and away the best and most accomplished player on this team. There will be no debate about that. But Ryosis and Ryu are very capable players. We saw Ryosis take out No Regret. And obviously then we saw No Regret take out 2 players of South Korea. So these things, they do mean something. Ryu has an interesting history, right? Because he also has some Peruvian roots. He lived in South America for quite some time, but he's been in Europe for the last couple of years. But he still plays a lot on the NA server. I was like, why do you play so much? I mean, obviously being top 10 Grandmaster League on NA is pretty cool, right? But he's like, oh no, he's like, I still play in the Copa America and stuff like that. So I want to get used to the ping. So that's the reason why he's still pretty active on the NA server. But he also plays a lot in Europe. Has a very high-ranked barcode. Obviously, I had a little chat with him about that. Don't worry, Todd.
Was he one of those guys that met you and is like, hey, nice games on that last week?
No, apparently, I was talking to Reiner about a game that I just had. And Rainer's like, yeah, I saw that game. I was like, oh, you watched my stream? He's like, no, but I think that was Ryu. I was like, barcode? He's like, yeah. I was like, oh my God.
All right, I believe we've got a video with Team Italy ready, so let's go and check that out.
Representing Italy is very good. I like winning for my country. Like it's more winning for Italy now than myself. So yeah, different feeling. I don't mind it.
Playing for Team Italy makes me feel really happy because all the people that vote for me, they gave me this opportunity to represent them. So I'm really happy.
It's a very weird feeling representing Italy in a tournament like this because usually in StarCraft we don't really get many team competitions. Like we usually just play by ourselves. Yeah, I'm just very happy to be playing as a part of Team Italy. When I discovered StarCraft, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for 1v1 competition that's 100% about skill. So I kind of always knew that at some point I will be good at it. Having a Raynor on the team is just very hard because there's a lot of pressure because I want to perform and prove to people that are watching that Italy is just not Raynor, you know?
I wasn't joking about Rio and Rayos being macro monsters. They actually are. So yeah, I think they're gonna win their match quite easily, to be honest. I don't think Finland has a chance. Being in a rivalry is quite good. I don't like losing to Cyril anymore. At first I was like, okay, it's Cyril, happens to the best, you know? But now I'm like, okay, if this guy gets out, I could win more tournaments for sure. So yeah, no chances, just definitely gonna win. Easy win. This event is gonna close the year, so I think who takes this one takes the respect, you know?
In a format like this, a very good player will shine even more. So I think that Raynor in a best of 9 will actually be the star of the whole thing. So yeah, it's gonna be a very, very, very tough final.
You win it as a team. Like winning Nation Wars is probably similar as a World Cup, to be honest. Rio, Rayos is the two macro monsters, and Raynor, world champions. That wouldn't be bad, I think. On a wall, maybe.
Yesterday we had the Baneling quiz and Raynor said that he was there for the bands. And I feel like he's here for the bands, but for the win mostly as well. And but he definitely brought the bands. And I love this rivalry that he has going with Cyril, where at this point they're both being a little bit more vocal about how much they want to beat one another. It's not just Raynor.
No, absolutely. I also feel we're very blue today, Todd. I figured that we're going to be a little bit blue, and I was like, that would be kind of cool. But I almost feel like the blue is taking over a little bit here. Maybe we should have gone with one of those pink or yellow mustard shirts, you know?
Maybe it's not too late.
No, that's true. We can always change. Obviously, it's going to be awesome. I love the little video there. The Italians looking ready. I like overall the spirit, and I do agree with what you said there. I feel like there's been a small change in mentality when it comes to Raynor, right? Like, I feel like in the old days, like, he just wanted to win everything, but if he would lose to Cyril, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
But he has now reached the point where it's like, no, I've beat this guy a couple of times. This is no longer okay. Like, from now on, I just want to win everything. And I think that is like a change. Like, before it's like losing to the best, that's all right, because like he said, it happens to the best. And this one he's like, no, I've done it before, I can do it again, and I want to keep doing it. So I like that as well.
And I believe it's time to hear from Team Finland now. So let's go and check out that video. Oh, actually not yet. I thought I heard the cue. Yeah. Another fail after the initial Zhuge move.
Well, as Raynor said, that does happen to the best of us as well. Hopefully we can get this party started soon, because I'm ready. We've got a long day of StarCraft ahead of us as well, Todd. Like,
yeah, it's 4 matches.
Yep, we have a third place match as well.
You know, in Warcraft 3, there was always a third place match. But then it kind of was abolished later on. I think in StarCraft 2, maybe there was a couple.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like, you know, in almost any StarCraft tournament that you see, there wouldn't be one, right? Because you'd go straight into the finals. But I kind of like that there's a third place match here, because it's by nation, right? Mm-hmm. There has to be a bronze medalist.
Of course, you guys can vote Italy, ITA, or Finland, FIN, in the chat. What do you think people will vote?
I don't know, actually.
I think Finland still a little bit. Yeah, like 60-40. That's what I think the chat will go with.
You don't think the Raynor bands and that beautiful smile and those finger guns? That
the finger guns help. That's a couple percentage for sure. But
somebody has to give that, by the way.
I think overall the love for Yona is big worldwide. And don't forget that a lot of the things that he has achieved over the last 2 years are just absolutely ridiculous. They are out of this world, Todd. We had never seen anything like that. A non-South Korean player winning the World Finals. Well, it happened last year. This year it didn't happen, but Reynor got very close to repeating that feat, making it all the way to the grand finals. Of course, all year long we had an awesome rivalry between Reynor and Serral. It started off with the Reynor win, then Serral won one, then Reynor won again in the big final in WCS Summer, then Serral won, then Reynor obviously won the big one at the WCS Global Finals, but Serral immediately got his revenge in a very close and contested finals at Home Story Cup.
Yeah, that was insanely close. At this point, these two, they don't just have this crazy rivalry, they also play super entertaining games against one another. It's really back and forth, and I cannot wait for the next episode of this show here between the two. But yeah, Ryosis versus the Maz0 definitely feels like Ryosis should be somewhat favored, but the Maz0 is like one of those wide players that will be bringing, you know, his own brand of StarCraft to this matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually start really talking about this one, because the Maz0, obviously, we know what he loves. He is the category printf, Turkey Dano, has, the old has that is, the old nice stuff as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Ryosis obviously had some time, right, to get ready for that. And Ryosis is a good Zerg player, as we are still getting back to us. So maybe these nerds not totally ready yet. Obviously, it's a big moment for them. They want to make sure that all the settings are correct.
Yeah.
But it seems like they are now good to go. Italy versus Finland starts here. Our first semifinals of the day. Like I said, a long day of StarCraft awaits us.
I really like that the teammates, by the way, are right besides the players playing. The sweat's real, you know, like they're watching right there, and then they can talk to one another.
Do you think that would make you a little more nervous as well? Like if I had Reynor looking over my shoulder, it's like, oh, he's gonna look at every single supply block. He's like, cool.
You can think about that.
It's like, no pasta for you tonight, sir. Like, Overlord was late by 2 seconds. Do you know what happens when you overcook pasta? It's no good.
Also, like, you don't really, if you're the first players playing here, you don't really have any time to ease into it, right? You don't get to watch the first match. No, you're the first match. So you've been thinking about this for a long time. You traveled all the way to Paris, and then there you are, immediately playing on the biggest stages there.
The Maz0, obviously, with his unique playstyle, knows that he's going to have to deal with the nerfs very well. Because if you do play those feisty builds like a Cannon Rush, even your probe micro is super important. You cannot just lose a probe. You cannot just forget to cancel a cannon. You need to be on the money immediately. Now, it's not 100% sure that he does that, but I think it's a solid 95 that we are going to see at least a couple of cannons. And where he will take it from there, only he knows. I don't even think Serral knows. Like, will he transition a lot?
I don't think Serral wants to know.
No. Serral's like, don't even... don't enter my brain with your...
Don't talk to me, don't talk to me. You trust to talk strategy to him?
Like, no, more cannons is always good for you. More cannons and War Prism and an Immortal. Let's keep it simple, okay? We'll see. It's gonna be fun. Ryosis said that when he came here, he's like, you know, I had an account and it was like 5.9k MMR, you know, so this is very solid Grandmaster League player. But he's like, things have been very well since I've been here. I'm at 6,200 now, and I'm like, oh, that feels good, you know. If you show up at a different place, a different setup, and you gain 300 MMR, that should give you wings. We'll see if he actually does get wings or not. In the right bottom side of Triton, we're looking at the main base of our Italian Zerg player, Ryosis.
And his opponent in the blue, playing Protoss and representing Finland, the Maz0.
Opening up with that Forge already, Todd, but we also see that Ryosis is opening up with the 16 pool and the quick gas behind it as well. So this is obviously going to give him a much quicker access to Zerglings, Queens, and maybe even Roaches and Ravagers, because he knows that his opponent likes to Cannon Rush. But if you Cannon Rush as much as the Maz0 does, you probably also know that you need to do things slightly different now than you would do it against a Hatch first.
Yeah.
He's been in this situation before. This is not news to him.
Do you think the Maz0 looks a little nervous? I saw him take a bunch of deep breaths.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be nervous too, though.
Yeah, but like in the case of Ryosis, he's not looking nervous at all.
I also think that's because maybe Ryosis knew exactly what he was going up against, and he probably feels like he is more ready than he's ever been against this. And for the Maz0, like, I think Ryosis, in his defense, he can make a mistake, right? Not too many, but he could lose a road. He could lose a queen. The Maz0 can't make a single mistake. With builds like this, you are not allowed to make errors. Well, that's the first probe going down.
Whoa, second gateway.
Why is he doing that?
So usually when you have a proxy like this, oh my god, then there's enough room for those links to actually attack that.
Why
So
would
when
he-
you do a proxy like this, usually you're going for a Robo, and then you go Immortals with a Prism, a lot of shield batteries, and then Ryozis has to go into Roach Ravager. But now, with the second gateway, he might have wanted to go for
Stalkers. It's
Stalkers to
and
try and
batteries.
kites against the Roach and Ravager, and then just win from there. But Ryozis not only seeing it, but also canceling that gateway is great for him now, because he can already
absolutely.
kind of get ready for it.
Also got a probe, don't forget about that. And I think it's very important with this build of the Mazero that you get high ground vision eventually, right? Like I've seen, and this is kind of funny I bring this up, but U-Thermal, his Protoss, actually did this once at a Home Story Cup, and I think he beat Snoot with it, which was kind of a sad moment for Snoot. But U-Thermal did it incredibly well, but it's getting that piling up on the high ground. Even though this is still just a one base opening, the batteries are very late out. You really don't want to lose. Oh, that probe, by the way, that probe is so important because he already lost one. Where is that Stalker?
Oh my god, those batteries can't come out early enough. Stalker is going to come out and start dealing damage here to these Ravagers. With this amount of battery, those Stalkers are going to be very hard to kill.
Good job there as well, going for that battery right before the other battery is up and is not able to heal that first battery. So far, I would say so good, but one Ravager does get sniped. And don't forget that Ryosis is working with a one-base economy.
Oh my god,
with
if
only two cannons. Maybe you can just grab everything at this point.
I don't think Ryozis can engage because there's still the shield batteries. Another Stalker is about to come out as well. There's already two out. Ravagers are taking a ton of damage. The cannon's going to help as well as Ryosis is diving. Is Ryosis overextending?
Yeah, with three Stalkers, Todd, I think you're making a very good point there. Look at the amount of damage that Roach immediately takes as well. If that Roach goes down too, this is starting to look very bad for Aosis. The Roach goes not down, but the Ravager goes down. And that's a big loss. And these Stalkers, Todd, are still very, very healthy. You can just snipe that Cocoon. You can just snipe the Cocoon. Easy.
He will oblige here.
Wow, gets
The
another
Mazero, if he
Ravager.
gets out of there, oh my god, he didn't even overextend. And now he's got him contained. 20 probes to 17 drones. Do you even expand if you're the Mazero?
Oh, I don't think he knows how to do that. Kidding. I think you want to keep the pressure on for now. Because, like, obviously this is very painful for Ryosis. He's working off only 17 drones. Can we take a look at the mineral income, the mineral line of Ryosis real quick?
Ooh, the Stalker.
He's got 11 drones on mineral stat. As Maynard would say, that's nothing!
That's terrible, yeah. He's actually going to start banking way too much gas compared to the amount of minerals he's getting in the second. And I mean, those shield batteries, they make the Stalkers basically superhuman. Oh, he loses one.
Yeah, that's a bit sloppy. I don't think that Stalker had to go down, but this is still a really good fight for the Mazero. Make no mistake about that. These Roaches are important, you know. Whoa, that's the second Stalker going down. It's a bit sloppy.
That was very smart by Ryosis. He targeted the Stalker that was all the way down because it would have had a hard time go around. The Mazero will take map number 1 here. And we saw a little bit of a celebration here, a little bit of a fist bump. He's pretty happy with himself. Another quick game from the Finnish Protoss.
Yep, but this time he wins, right? And even though his record wasn't the best going into the offline finals, getting a victory here over Iosis, I'm sure that he's incredibly pleased with that. That feels so good. And it's like I said, these Cannon Rush guys, they know what kind of strategy they need to go for when they scout. And if they see like, all right, this is not a hedge first, they can go for different variations of the Cannon Rush. And normally, maybe he would have loved to go for that War Prism Immortal stuff against the hedge first. But in this scenario, he's like, all right, that's not going to be good. But what can be good is if I can just get a bunch of Stalkers out and fight with my Stalkers, near cannons and shield batteries against a one-base Roach opener, I think I can get the W then. And he did.
And now that means that Cyril and Raynor will be our next two players to take the stage. It definitely can affect you, I feel, in some ways, right? Like if you're Raynor and Cyril, like you know you're going to have to win that match, but to see your teammate do so well, you know, definitely can put you in the right spirit for sure going into that next match that we're going to see.
I think you make a valid point there, but on the other hand, I think they've been living forward towards this match for a couple of days already, right? Like, I actually thought they knew for a week that they would go up against each other, but apparently the matchups we saw last Sunday were not confirmed.
Oh, really?
Because Finland said, that's not possible. We only submitted our lineup 4 days ago. I was like, well, this was the lineup that was shown on the broadcast last week. They're like, they just guessed that then. I was like, all right, well, it is still, they had a couple of days. And I think both Cyril and Raynor, even though they have a lot of love and respect for each other, like they take these matches serious. And I think the moment you know you're playing, this is kind of unique, right? One map here, Ephemeron. They had a couple of days to think about one map
Yeah.
going up against each other, and that's quite unique.
But they know also that it's very likely they'll play a best of 3, right?
Of
That's
course.
usually what happens between 2 aces.
But still, this is the first map, and that will obviously give you at least 2 chances more if you're able to take it out. And that's a dynamic we don't see very often anymore, because normally they just play on all the maps. And yeah, they'll have to play on a different map most likely as well, because one of them will be revived. But I still think it's kind of cool, and I wonder if we'll see something truly unique and well thought of.
Who do you give the edge to? Actually, well, the chats gives a massive edge to Team Finland, 67% right now. You guys can still vote Ita and Finn in the chat to let us know who you think is going to take this. You've been at pretty much every single StarCraft event there ever has been, and you cast these two all the time. Who would you give the edge to here in this one?
If you ask me 4 months ago, I still say very easily Cero. 3 months ago, I probably still said Cero as well, even though Reina had a couple of victories. These days, I honestly think that I am switching ships a little bit. Like, I don't want to say that he's completely the better player.
Yeah.
But I kind of believe when they go up against each other, and based upon not just the finals at Home Story Cup, but all 4 days at Home Story Cup, I think Reina is really getting there.
Actually, well, let's go and hear from him. We've got a video ready.
Ryu. Bolognese, I like it better. Let's go with play with 12 hours, yeah. Versus Cero. Depends on the day, but in general I'll go with pizza. Terran OP. Vipers. Oh, Ling Rumba, yeah, for sure. Friends, I like to all kill them. Dark, I want to play him again. I will go with Roti because I know him more, but I like Fanka as well. Solo carry. French fries.
The Ling run by was the surest thing ever,
Yeah.
by the way, right?
What I love the most is like, let's go with play for 12 hours. I was like, I'm not sure if that was really what he was thinking there, but he's like, that probably looks better on camera.
Only on camera.
Yeah.
What a character.
Reina currently is going to get ready for his match. Obviously, both players need to swap out, and then both players need to swap in. Hey, I feel like we're a lot brighter right now, Todd.
Yeah.
And that, I feel like now we blend in the room a little better. Like before, I was like, man, we are dark. Oh, this
You always shine like a bright light to me, Kev.
yeah, maybe not in the early morning hours. In the afternoon and evening, I do come alive a little more.
There are a couple energy drinks. It's
Yeah,
always
exactly. You know. We all know Roddy doesn't function until we have 2 coffees and 4 Red Bulls. And then maybe a croissant somewhere in the middle.
I gotta say, it's a pleasure to see a guy like Rainer. You know, like usually a lot of pro gamers, they're not necessarily the most emotional and stuff, but it feels like a lot of these guys, they've evolved into a place where, like, you know, you can tell they're really happy to be there. They're not as unemotional as, you know, once upon a time. Even Cyril's like becoming more and more playful. He's kind of he's bantering along Rainer in the interviews. You know, like the one that we did actually after the quarterfinals. He said, "Well, only he thinks it's gonna go that way. We'll see. It's gonna be lopsided, I think." He said.
Yeah, a lopsided match. A relatively
Big words.
That basically means he's gonna own him, okay, guys? Like, he didn't want to say it like that.
I feel like it's the equivalent of, like, you know, when two fighters are gonna go up against one another and they both say, "No, I cannot lose this. Like, I will crush the other guy." So it's like super hype in that regard, right?
Basically, what they say is first round knockout. That's a lopsided match, though.
Yeah, actually, good points. Yeah, it's rare to see two players being so confident against one another while being at the top level. I feel like
I
it's
think
happened
that's
in the past
mental-
in the
don't you
great
think-
rivalries.
Don't you think that's a little bit of mental warfare as well? That, like, because they are going so back and forth, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that they're lying or that they're pretending, but I also think that it's important for them to be mentally strong when they go up against each other.
Yeah, for
'Cause
sure.
You don't want to give the other guy an edge. Like, if Reina would come out there and be like, "Oh yeah, Sarah's actually still like a little bit better than me," Sarah will think like, "Yeah, I am better than you," and it's going to give him some extra wings in the game. Like, why would you want to give your opponent that level of comfort?
That's true, yeah. But Cyril, like, he definitely feels like he used to be a little quieter, right,
Absolutely.
than he is now. And
I think that's because he's a little threatened by Reina as well.
you think so?
Yeah, like not in like, oh, he's shaking in his
Yeah.
boots kind of way, but that like he knows that this kid somehow is capable of defeating him. Not once, not twice, but multiple times now already throughout the year. And then on top of that, I feel like in the past, and I have not seen any other player do this, because obviously Cero has lost series here and there, right? Like he's lost against Stats at the Home Story Cup, at Aces ROG, lost against Inno at WSG, and had a few more losses here and there. But I had the feeling often when he lost series against Rainer, that it's like something happened mid-series, right?
Yeah.
Like where it's just, I wouldn't say falling apart, because I feel like that's such a generic and dramatic statement to make. But he tilts a little bit against some of the things that Rainer does, and he doesn't have that against any other player.
It's a clash of styles, for sure, right? You've got Cyril, like the mechanic and macro beast who likes to play like somewhat standard. He's capable of deviating from that for sure. But on the other side, you've got like the wild card, the absolute wild card in Rainer, capable of doing anything. He's usually going to be the one being more aggressive. Even though in their last series, Cyril was the one throwing in some crazy all-ins and timings.
Yep.
And it feels like he's had to make these adjustments, because if you're playing like pretty much the same style all the time and you're predictable, for sure in StarCraft, in a game like StarCraft, you can be exploited. And I think that's what Rainer was counting on a lot in the past. So now there's this dynamic. Look, they're even joking around before the war actually begins here in game.
No, I think what you said there is absolutely accurate. I feel like in the beginning of the year, the way I always analyze these two going up against each other, and I think that was spot on, is that I felt if Rainer wanted to win, he had to do something different than Cero, or he had to like just do a couple of crazy builds, you know, the one-offs. And Cero just basically was going to sit back, macro, scout, and try to defend everything perfectly, go late game, and he would always win. But throughout the year, they actually came so much closer towards each other's styles that I now often feel that Cero is the one trying to make the games a little weirder and a little different. And Rainer is almost the one who's often scouting, defending, and reacting. And that's quite crazy, right? To see that switch from the beginning of the year to where we are right now. Now, this doesn't mean that Cero is going to do a crazy drone pool here or something, but definitely what I thought was always going to happen between these two in the beginning of the year, and often did, that doesn't really hold on anymore. Like, things have changed. Rainer has leveled up, and maybe Cero has also felt that he should switch it up a little more.
Yeah, if he wants to stay ahead of the game. Like sometimes, throughout the history of StarCraft, I feel like, you know, some players, they figured something, they understood how it worked, and then it gave them a big upper hand over other people. And that lasted for as long as it could, but then if they didn't keep on innovating, then they kind of started to fall behind. You know, like if you think of Stefano, for example, he was I think the first player to really like group his lava and stuff with his control groups and really like bind that the proper way, and then kind of every Zerg copied it from there. But after that, he kept on innovating, actually. You know, his engagements were extremely good, like much better than most other people, so he still managed to stay on top for a while. But then after that, you know, people they catch up, you know, they realize what you're doing, and they start doing it better and doing other stuff better as well. So it's very, very hard to stay on top for a long time. In this case, nowadays, a lot of players, they relied on their great mechanics, but mechanics mechanic by itself is not enough usually to keep you ahead of the curve. So you need to have a strong game understanding and being good at adapting. And that's exactly what these guys are good at as well here, not just in StarCraft, but in ZVZ as well.
Yep, I really think we cannot overstate how impressive it is what these two have done this year. And of course, Cero last year, that was out of this world. But even this year, this was not standard, guys, in StarCraft 2. And it's not for a lack of trying of other pro gamers, right? Like you look in the European scene, even the NA scene is getting a couple of very promising talents out there. And the fact that these two can just be head and shoulders above the rest, because that's the way it has been, let's be honest. They just don't lose against almost anyone else outside of a couple of the top South Korean players than each other. And that's crazy, guys. That never happened. Not even in Stefano's days. Neeb was very close to basically having a year like Cero did, but obviously not as impressive. But that was already unheard of for me.
Yeah.
And like you go back to the days like Jinro was sick. Like, yeah, Jinro was sick, but Jinro could lose against a lot of different Europeans. Torzane was amazing for winning his tournament, but he too was vulnerable. Hawk was fantastic, but he could also just lose at any random moment against a lot of guys that wouldn't even be in the top 10 of a certain server. The level of dominance that these two have had this year is insane, and it's absolutely been a pleasure to see them go up against each other.
Yeah, we heard some of the stats yesterday as well in the baiting quiz. Like Cyril in ZVZ was I think 88%, and then if you remove Rainer from that, it was like 92%, which is
92. Come on, that's not even
absurd.
Yeah. Like in StarCraft 2, it used to be like if you're 65% in a matchup, you're basically a god, you know?
Yeah.
Because you go up against good players all the time. These dudes are not farming online tournaments where they're beating up Roddy or something. Like, no, they are playing against some of the other very best European, North Americans out there.
You know, one of the craziest part as well, like if you compare StarCraft to like more traditional sports, they have only so many encounters with one another in traditional sport. In StarCraft, they meet each other every other week, every month. And here we are, the long-awaited clash here between Finland and Italy, starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the Blue Zerg, representing Finland. Actually, never mind, we're looking at the wrong way. It's Rainer.
It's all good, matey. In the right bottom side, well, that is actually...
Don't fall for it, don't fall.
But I know that we are going to introduce the Finnish world champion of StarCraft 2 in 2018. It is Saro.
But that was Rainer on the in the green.
Yes, you are correct.
They looked pretty playful before the match. I feel like if you have to go into a match of this intensity, like I'd be very focused. I wouldn't really want to talk myself too much necessarily, but they're so chill about it, and yet they still deliver in every series that they play against one another.
I think Saro can't really resist Reyna's charm either, because Reyna is a little bit of a clown, right? Like, he's a funny guy, he likes to joke around, so he probably just said a couple of kind of ridiculous things to Saro, and then Saro kind of likes to banter along as well. Like, I'll guarantee you that if Reyna wouldn't say a word, then most likely Saro wouldn't engage either.
Yeah.
But Saro is also like, I was like, if you want to make fun, like, I'll have a little bit of fun with you. Because obviously they're both very confident individuals and confident that they can make the difference in-game. I'm excited for this one, man. They've known for multiple days that they had to play against each other on Ephemeron. All year long, they've gone up against each other. In the beginning of the year, even though Reyna won a couple of times, Saro often looked like the better player, even if the series went in favor of Reyna. Lately, it's been getting closer and closer. And of course, Reyna won the most important encounter of them all in the semi-finals of BlizzCon.
I love the player cams, by the way. You get to see like who's moving around a lot, like who might get a little nervous, who might react to one of the attacks or damage that's being dealt in the game.
What is happening over here, though? Reyna's gonna do a weird build.
He's saving a bunch of gas and hasn't started metabolic boost. So unless he forgot about it, which I highly doubt, might be a Roach Warren going down here in a second.
He said he has something very special for us. No, it's a super fast layer. Like, I don't think you can really get him any quicker than this. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He said, I've got something special. I was like, I don't want to know, Reyna. Don't tell me. I was like, just surprise me in game. He's like, it's good, Kevin. It's good. I was like, all right.
So usually for a quick layer like this, it'd be between a Nidus and a Spire.
Yeah.
But a Spire is extremely greedy. Takes a long time to finish. What do you think?
Right, I think it's actually Spire.
I mean, sometimes it could be also like fast, clear reconstitution for either an attack or some sort of timing, and then you go back into macro.
He's building a lot of drones. I mean, it could just be a very macro-oriented two-base opening, but...
Still started Burrowbacks.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it's going to be... Whoa! Oh, is he going to do Ling Lurker? What is this? He's getting +1 melee.
Rainer has been talking about Lurkers a lot, by the way.
Yep. I mean, don't forget, at the beginning of the year, this rivalry started a little bit with Reyna's victory over Saro in WCS Winter, and not in the playoffs, not in the grand final, but in that big round robin that they had with the 8-player group, and Reyna busted out the Ling Lurker. But no, it is going to be a Muta, so it's a... Oh no, that's not supposed to happen.
Oh my god.
That is a massive scout. I think Saro just saw it. Yep.
Yeah, it's...
That's a massive
It's a
scout.
Disaster.
Now, could he knight us?
As they would say.
Could Saro decide to knight us?
He started the lair immediately, pretty much after he saw that. He's getting some roaches right now.
I mean, that is a super quick Spire, though.
Yeah, but a Spire is a building that takes a very long time to finish. So if he gets scouted as you started it, it's actually pretty bad.
Did Saro cancel Link Speed? He didn't, right? Yes. Oh, he did cancel Link Speed. All right. Okay. I actually think that works out well for Reyna here, because now Reyna can go up to 3 bases, I think a little bit quicker than he's supposed to.
Well, I mean, it depends what Cyril's going to go for, right? If he Nidus says, look, he's making a bunch of queens, but he's still getting drones.
But I think, like, if Saro right now had 18 Zerglings or 14 Zerglings with speed, Reyna cannot take that base. But the fact that he canceled Link Speed, like roaches, slow roaches can just run to the other side of the map right now.
But I like how Reyna takes it anyway, and then he says, well, if he attacks it, then I'll just cancel it or let it die. Then it forces him to make links, which is bad against what I'm doing, because I'm going to go Mutas anyway. Not that much gas has been mined so far by Reyna. I mean, he did go for the +1 melee. he can start some of the mutas that he wants to get here, but it's not going to be a crazy clouds taking control of the skies immediately.
All right.
How many overlords does Cyril have out on the map?
I think 2 or 3, something along those lines. That's kind of funny. Does Reina not see that spot? I guess you can hide above that little bubble. That's kind of cool. Obviously, Muda should give high ground vision, should be able to find it.
And he even sees that there is an upgrade being researched from it, which, I mean, Raynor not really having scouted another Spire is obviously going to be attack.
Traditionally, Cyril really didn't like games like this. I always felt that he thought it was kind of frustrating to just be sitting back and play against Mudas. +2 melee already on the way for the Zergling. So this is... I actually kind of like this game so far coming out of Raynor, because I think Raynor has always loved being in this position, and I feel that Cyril always disliked being in this position.
But don't you think that also makes it so that he thought really hard about how to do better in these kind of games, and he will be able to do better in it now?
I'm sure, but if you don't like it, you don't like it, right? Like,
yeah.
You can't really be a fan of every aspect of the game. There are certain things you're always going to be better at than others. And I think that Cyril knows that the right thing to do is just be patient. Oh, there's a lot of Zerglings thought that I'm going to cancel an extractor. Get a drone kill there technically as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Walker count about even here for both players right now. And
I think Raynor is very worried about getting Nidus. That's why he's just hunting for Overlords and Overseers.
It's very hard for Cyril to decide exactly what you want to go into here, like what level of aggression. Do you just camp en masse? He throws down a Lurker then, actually, and we have a Baning Nest on the other side. So it feels like Raynor is really worried about being attacked, but Cyril has no plan of really attacking right now. He's building up his drone count, but he's doing it safely, like while making enough units to withstand and attack himself.
All right, curious to see if these Mutas can get some damage done. One Queen takes a decent volley, and that Queen is not going to go down yet. In the end, it will, but one Muta went down in the process there as well, so pretty good defense. I think for Raynor, it's key to keep Cyril on 3 bases for as long as possible, right? Technically, Cyril doesn't have that much NTR right now, so Raynor should be able to prevent Cyril from going up to 4 bases before he does.
It's crazy how even they are.
Oh!
In Walkers, for the whole game, Raynor's still attempting some run-bys. He knows that wall-off at the natural has to not be sealed just once so that he could get inside the main base. And the Lings have so much mobility that immediately that would translate into a lot of drones being sniped. Infestation Pit being dropped on both sides at about the same time, so it looks like we might be going into Hive for both players. By the way, Raynor's turning his head really fast when he looks around.
Going for the Lurker then as well. Both players most likely hoping to go for that Hive. Kind of curious, so you see Raynor's already on 4 bases, right? And I think that's the power of his upgraded Zergling style, and of course the Mutas as well. And Cyril just has to be a little more patient because he simply didn't have that much NTR. He's getting quite a few Hydras at this point. Mutas still being annoying though. But you gotta be happy if you're Raynor right now, right? Like, sure, you're a little bit behind on the Hive timing. You can say that you're a missile attacks upgrade behind. That's kind of stinks, but you've got +2 melee and you have 4 bases against 3, and you still got a bunch of Mutas flying around as well.
Will this get found? Oh my god, Cyril, like a 6th sense, catches the Sling and Banes. The Mutas will try and chase that away. Hive started at the same time for both players.
Yep.
We might actually have a pretty long game here between the two. Like, it feels like they're...
But this is so good for Raynor, isn't it though? He's up 8-9 workers. He's still got map control. Maybe Cyril is gonna try to make something happen now, but this is a little bit risky to truly move out because I don't think he exactly knows what is on the other side of the map.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, the army of Cyril is a little bit big. If Cyril can get a snipe on this 4th base, that'd be big though. If the Lurkers get in the right position, but Raynor already has 7 defensive Lurkers, so he should be alright. And these counterattack Zerglings, they should have a lot of potential here as well.
Yeah, Cyril looking to try and achieve some damage here. Lurkers are already set up defensively. Mutas on the other side trying to find some damage. He gets the insta-cancel on the 4th base, and the Lynx and Banes, they're gonna run into that 3rd base. Cyril is trying to evacuate, but a lot of these drones are gonna die.
Oh, these are +2 Banelings, guys. That is 7 drones going down. It's 10 drones in the end. Good save there by Cyril. Is Cyril winning this fight? There's still a lot of Lurkers here for Raynor, but they are a little bit naked. Those Lurkers are a bit exposed, but he does force Cyril to turn around. Cyril is still up in supply. And he is about to even up the bases, but can he really push the issue here against all these Lurkers of Raynor?
He's taken out some of them. Actually, if he could kill all of them, he might just go for the attack here. He's got more army supply right now.
But can he ever get home? That's kind of what I wonder about as well. I feel like this army that's out on the map should never be able to go home.
Raynor will counterattack with Lings again.
Yep, he's got a lot of links as
Oh
well.
my God.
It's like 32 or 36 Zerglings. A couple of roaches could have been picked off there. This base is super exposed. Reina could snipe the lurker then. He could snipe the infestation pit. Could snipe all of these drones, the hatchery as well. This is going to hurt. And what will Cero do? Cero needs to engage into these lurkers now. Unless... Yeah, no, he's wasting too much time. I think Cero really has to go. There is no other way. Losing 13 more drones.
Yeah, Carapace level 2 will finish now for Cyril. Does he have enough anti-air? Yes, he does right now to cover these lurkers.
Okay.
The number of units here that he has across the map has fallen a little bit. And Reina has a 4th base that's saturated at 6 o'clock.
This is a big army though right now by Cero, right? It's a big, beefy army. Cero's down in workers, but he's got the bigger army. And Reina was a little bit out of position, did not expect this movement. Those lurker shots were massive on the roaches. Reina's counterattacking. This is gonna get really close, guys. Cero's army is a bit stronger than Reina's army, but he has taken more damage at home, but he is evening up the score at this point.
Cyril with a massive army supply in comparison here. 6 overlords on the way for Rainer. He needs to make units. 9 lurkers are gonna morph. The mutas are dying on the other side of the map. He's lost so many drones super fast. And the supply here massively favoring Cyril. Rainer, I think as soon as those lurkers finish, he's gonna try to get on top of this army from Cyril here and kill it.
He really needs to protect his main base as well. I don't know if there are any units in the main base of Reina, but he can't really afford to lose any more drones. Sure, he's got more lurkers now, but he needs to win the fight. Reina has no time to waste. Are those droppable? No, Overseers. Didn't have vision there. Link's gonna be annoying. 31 drones though going down on the side of Rainer. Couple of roaches on the south side as well. Cero is everywhere at once at this point, and Rainer is just not sure how to engage.
Rainer in a world of trouble here as he keeps on losing important infrastructure. That base will be saved here, I think. Nicely done, but Rainer forgetting about the Overseers. He delayed the killing of the army on the other side of the map.
Adaptive talents. Adaptive talents very close to, and will finish up. Even though, oh
my God.
Will it though? Oh my goodness, that's close.
I think that's what they call a clutch.
Yeah, but down 70 army supply.
He's gonna counterattack.
Rate maybe.
He left enough back at home to defend, and he's going on the counterattack. If he can siege early enough here, this is the one chance that Rainer has.
Oh, is this Thunderbird all over again? Even though back then he had a big army, this time he doesn't really have a big army. He does have adaptive talents, but there are Vipers on the side of Cero as well. And Vipers are so useful here, because every unit that Cero is gonna pick off here won't return, and that is massive.
It's very rare that I would look at a game and be hyped with this much supply difference, but this is the one here. Rainer, even though he's almost 60 supply behind here, he's trying to fight back. He's got a ton of lurkers. Vipers are doing so much here. He's killing so many of the lurkers. Cyril staying patient.
That's 4 lurkers that won't come back anytime soon. And this 4th base right now that is basically became the natural is also going to go down. This little roach counterattack that Cero had going, or hit squad rather, has been so freaking important. Sniping a lot of drones. In the end, these roaches will run into their death. Well, I thought so, but... And 2 roaches are good, no?
Yeah.
They're still in trouble.
I wish my stalkers would do this good against lurkers.
And get a few more drones there as well. We do still have that Spire, but obviously losing the Hive is... I mean, that's just deadly for Rainer. He cannot rebuild the lurkers he's losing. And those Vipers, I don't really see those Vipers going down anytime soon.
Yeah. As long as Cyril's careful enough with them, which he will be. It's not like he's gonna, you know, use a single abduct or something and then fly them into the army of Rainer. What the? This guy's just chilling.
Lurker range is now about to finish up as well for Cero, and that's of course massive. He does not have adaptive talents, but Lurker range will be very useful.
Oh, you can see him, but he cannot be spotted. That's bad for Rainer, who will relocate, but he will get chased into that corner. Oh! Dodge that! Sick. The Lurkerception.
I'm not even sure what I'm looking at, though. Rainer might be able to get at least the infestation pit here, maybe the Lurker then as well, but the bigger problem is that massive army of Cero that still has 4 Vipers in the mix, and if Cero does not miscontrol his unit, I mean, Rainer's getting some sick value.
Oh my
here.
god, he actually sniped one of the lurkers of Cyril. Cyril's going around. Oh my god, it's going to be a base trade all over again, but there's so few buildings left for Rainer, and Cyril ignites the base trade quicker. I think Rainer is going to have to evacuate his base and remake a hatchery somewhere. Yeah, he's evacuating with some of the drones. They're going the wrong way.
You need to send drones towards the right top side immediately, and that's exactly what he does there. The lurkers are going to run in. I don't think there are any drones out on the map, right, for Serral? Does Serral have any drones somewhere? There's Larva here, though, so you can maybe squeeze 1 or 2 drones out.
Oh, that could be really bad, actually.
Yeah.
He's running back home. Okay, he's got Vipers.
Yep.
So he's going to rely on abducts. How many lurkers do we have from Rainer? I don't think it's a crazy amount.
8. So if
it's
the
a decent amount, but with enough abductions.
Well, we have like 8 abducts available.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
The dream for Rainer is that Serral attacks sloppy link to that many lurkers and loses everything. Serral, obviously, is going to want to look for those safe abducts from afar to kill those lurkers. And you might be able to get some very easy ones here.
I think at this point, Rainer's only chance is right-clicking on buildings. Like, you're just not going to win the fight against the Vipers. This army of Serral is so much bigger. Rainer's going to try to run around, make some magic happen.
Where's he going? Oh.
Wrong neighborhood. Because see Serral also rebuild the hatchery at 12 o'clock. So that's a nice hatch to fall back on as well. Rainer did finally make it into the main base of Serral. And sure, he might get a few more workers here. Like, I think Rainer's only chance is to eliminate Serral. Just kill all his buildings. And I know that's not easy.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Serral found this hatchery in the top right-hand side. There's so few buildings left for Rainer.
He's trying to zone out the lurkers. Good abduct there, of course.
What's the building stab?
I think it's like...
Okay, so he has 2 gases, Rainer, and he has the one hatchery in the top right, which I think should be found pretty soon. Like, Serral was almost going there just now. Kills one of the overseer, actually. That's pretty nice because he killed the lair now. So, how many... Do we have more overseers for Serral? He's got 3 more.
Oh, okay.
If he had 0, actually, that could be
I like this
scary.
army position as well, right? That's very safe. That's such a big army of Serral. Serral has lurkers here. Rainer knows that he's running out of time, that he's running out of options. He knew that his one shot was to maybe eliminate Serral, but it's not going to happen. GG gets called. And Serral will win the first encounter between these two. In a game where I thought at one point it was starting to look quite promising for Rainer. I thought he was in a good position. I thought things were going well. But when Serral started attacking, I think Rainer had defensive lurkers, but I think he just left them a little too exposed.
Yeah. Serral won it, but it wasn't easy here by any means. Definitely made it a scrappy game here. Serral, with the correct moves, went for the assault on that 4th base, sieged it properly, and then realized that, you know, lurkers, they were set up on the 4th base, but there was not going to be enough near the wall. Took a perfect position to start a massive siege of his. And he knew there was going to be Link's counterattack. He wasn't going to get surprised by that. So you just remade a ton of roaches behind this, was in position for the defense, and made it work against the Mutalisk opener.
Yep. Also, the Mutas weren't able to do that much damage, right? Obviously, they did their job in controlling the map, allowing Rainer to go up to 4 bases a bit quicker. But I think Serral did a very good job in never really taking unnecessary damage of those Mutas. Never ended up losing 5 or 6 drones for no reason. A couple queens never went down for no purpose.
So that was map 1 of a possible best of 3 between the two here in this nation war.
But this does mean that Finland has now taken the 2-0 lead, of course, as the Moz0 also won his opening match. So things are starting to look quite promising for Finland.
Yeah.
The next one is going to be Zhuge going up versus Ryu. And that's a fun one for me as well, because I really think that those two are very evenly matched. Like, traditionally, you could maybe say small edge towards Zhuge, but I think actually it's perfectly capable that Ryu can get a victory there. As we can take a look at a couple of the highlights here of this match, I think this was a breaking point. Like, obviously, I think if Rainer's lurkers are a little bit more forward, I don't think he loses that 4th base that quickly. But in the end, he also ended up losing these lurkers. And a couple of the counterattacks, even though they showed a lot of promise, they weren't able to get it done. And in the end, Rainer just wasn't able to really defend properly at home.
Yeah. Rough start for Team Italy, indeed. I just turned Todd into myself, actually. And this game was really, really close, I feel, in a lot of ways. I mean, I like the fact that Rainer was fighting till the bitter end, tried to find, you know, answers to an army that Serral had and really couldn't be beat, right? But he tried to go for it with a lot of counterattacks. He played super well with his lurkers as well. But just in the end, Serral seemed like he was in control after that snipe on the 4th base, as you mentioned. That helped out tremendously.
The little move around where he pretended he wanted to attack the 3rd, like going on the south side of the 4th, but then suddenly he went back to the middle of the map and then showed up in the natural. Those are moments in ZVZ, if you're just a little bit too late in reacting there, you're a little bit too late. Like, how do you run into, like, if you have lurkers as well without adaptive talents, especially because Rainer mostly had naked lurkers because his army was a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
You can't really just run into a Roach Hydra army there because then you lose all your lurkers very quickly. And if you guys wonder at home, like, why did Rainer have a smaller smaller army because wasn't he up a base? Wasn't he up in workers? Like, obviously, that only pays off over time. But I think the main reason why he was a little bit down in army supply overall is that obviously he didn't have any roaches, and roaches make the supply a little more inflated than what it is.
Yeah.
But you also look at the upgrades, right? There was melee, there was range, there was carapace, there was flyer attacks, and then on top of that, you have 10, 11 mutas that are quite expensive. And I'd say they did all right, but I think you want a little more.
Of course. That would have put him in a way better position if he was able to grab himself a little bit more damage done with those mutas, maybe a couple more overlords, maybe some drones, maybe some important structures.
Even some reinforcements, right? Because
maybe catch them in the middle of the map. Yeah, you're right.
I think that would have been big already.
Yeah, he splits his resources in a lot of things, is what you said, basically, with all of those upgrades that he invested in. And yes, the mutas maybe didn't do exactly what he needed them to do. The Link counter attack was also pretty decent, but even then, like the Baneling run-bys were dealt pretty well by Cyril. So just in general, a rough game for Team Italy. You're losing Rainer right there. You're losing a really important player in a potential victory here in the round of 4. So now that third game obviously going to be super, super important because you don't want to go down 3-0. We know that Rainer has the possibility, or I guess the skills to make it happen as a proper reverse all kill, but you do want to help him out a little bit.
You know, fun fact as well that maybe we should have brought it up before this series to get you guys a little more excited, but both of them were 17-1 before this match. So I think that's pretty unique. Obviously, both of them only losing a single game in Nation Wars up to this point. Cyril lost to Goblin, and Rainer lost to Nice, as Alex pointed out as well.
Yeah, we missed it yesterday.
I got you, Alex.
As well. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think 17-1, I mean, that kind of says it all, right? These guys are the heavy carries, the heavy star players of their team. So, a map matters a lot, but we're going to see it most likely again.
Yeah.
Unless Rainer would somehow lose against somebody else, or I don't know.
I think we'll get a second occurrence of Rainer versus Cyril.
Maybe even 3.
And that would be amazing. That would make me a happy nerd, definitely.
So, what do you think about the next one? Ryu versus Zhugliang? Because you were a bit surprised when I said I think it's kind of 50-50.
Was I? I don't know.
You looked at me, you're like, what, Roddy? You're drunk again?
I think Zhugliang has a slight edge.
Yeah, okay.
I would say maybe 55-45,
yeah, okay.
60-40. But I agree with you. That's a difficult matchup to predict. Obviously, ZVZ, always, we say that it's, rather volatile matchup. In this case, I think we've got two players that are quite evenly matched, but I would give like a slight edge to Zhugliang because of his history with Nation Wars in general. He wants to perform really well. Now he doesn't have that much pressure on his shoulders as well. That's I think that's something that's going to help him out tremendously because Cyril won his game. They are up 2-0. If he loses, it's not the end of the world. So you can play. Basically, you can play without any worry, which is I think a good thing when you're reaching that kind of level in a tournament.
I think everything you say is correct. On the other hand, I'll tell you as a player right now.
Tell me.
All you want to do is win, mate. Like
you're
not thinking about that part. You're not thinking like, oh, if I lose here, it's no big deal. No, you travel from Finland to France. You want to make the people at home proud, but above all, you want to make yourself proud. Like I've had matches where, let's say, like my team is down 0-4. I know we already lost. Man, I'll bet you I wanted to win so badly because, like, at least then I did my job.
Yeah.
And a 1-4 sounds so much better than a 0-5 and like the team leagues that I played back then.
Definitely.
Like, for me, I mean, obviously everyone is different, but Zhugliang is a very proud individual as well.
Yes.
I'll guarantee you that whether this was 2-0 or 0-2, he just wants to win.
No, you're right. He's the number one fan of Nation Wars, basically. I've mentioned it numerous times on the broadcast, but Zhugliang is the first player to actually harass me on social media to know when the next season is going to happen. He's also a guy that showed promise in the ZVZ matchup. I'm thinking about Nation Wars 5 semifinals back then, where he was facing against South Korea, and he got so close from beating out Su. So
he had that game.
He had that game.
On.
He had it. He had that game. And then he lost it.
Because like he was so far ahead, but then at one point he let Su max out. But obviously if you're far ahead, that often means that you have more workers as well and you have a really big bank.
Yeah.
They basically took a fight when they're both maxed out, which was super unnecessary because he could have taken it earlier. But if you're both maxed out and you have 40 more workers, that's not always good, especially not if it's Roach Ravager against Roach Ravager,
Yeah.
That's kind of like, well, I would kind of like to have the extra 20 supply of units right now, or 40 supply, rather 20 extra units. Anyway, we're taking a look at Ryu. Like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, an Italian with some Peruvian roots as well.
Yeah.
Grew up in Peru, but has been living in Italy for the last 5-6 years, I believe.
25 years old.
No, actually, 10 years, because I think he says he came when he was 15. For some reason, I always think he's like 20.
No.
Ignore me.
He's actually 25, so it might be, definitely 15 here. They will battle out on Zen. It will be a ZVZ, a really important one for obviously both of those players, but especially for Italy, they need to score points if they can in that first phase of this Nation Wars of the round of 4 of the 2019 edition. Here is Zhuge Liang. We spoke a lot about this guy. We mentioned the memes, but he's also a player of skills. Definitely.
I mean, obviously, he had a good game against M. Kenning.
Yeah.
But if I think of Zhuge Liang 2019, if I take away all the cringe and awkward moments, I'll think of his performance at Aces ROG, man.
Yep.
Even though he didn't make it out of the group stage, he qualified by winning the Finnish qualifier. That obviously did not include Serral, but that's already good because there are a couple of good players in Finland.
Definitely.
You know, think of like guys like Wooded Micro, Fuser, etc., etc. Pupu as well is good. Anyway, that was good that he qualified, but then he took a map of Serral in the first best of 3, and then he took a map of Lambo as well. And like, I know that that's not the magical run where he makes it into the semifinals, but man, if you go into a group like that where everybody thinks you're gonna get 0-2'd, 100,000% sure, and you show up and you take a map of, at that point, the world champion of StarCraft 2 and Lambo, one of Europe's finest Zergs, I think you can be very proud of that.
Yeah, you should. You should be proud of that. And that's the reason I would give him the slight edge here in this matchup against Ryu. ZVZ is going to tell us, will it be a 3-0 after the Pro League phase? Or can Italy bring it back to 2-1? Let's introduce those players. In the top right-hand side of Zen, representing Italy in the green. His name is Ryu.
This is going to be fun because you're going to call him Ryu and I'm going to call him Ryu.
Ryu.
And I know you're probably right, but I have grew up calling him Ryu my entire life. Also Street Fighter, it's canon Ryu. Okay,
it's okay.
Guys, don't argue.
It's okay.
Alrighty, in the left bottom side, we look at the main base of our Finnish Zerg. It is Zhuge Liang. I like the way that Hajin says Zhuge Liang.
Yeah, she said it with the most amazing accent.
Yeah, I think the way that Hajin says it is way more correct than the way I say it.
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever get that out of my mouth.
No, that's the same thing with Ryu, right? Or Ryu.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore.
Well, like, I think it's technically Ryu, because I think, like, in the Japanese version of, like, Street Fighter, I think it's also, like, Ryu. But I always felt it was, like, my entire life, it's been Ryu. You know, it's like Ken and Ryu.
Yeah.
And I feel like there is a... Have you ever seen that terrible Street Fighter movie?
I did.
It's so cool, though. Like, it's so bad.
It's terrible,
with
but it's
the pyramid,
so cool.
and, you know, and they're lifting up the doors. But they definitely call him Ryu there, right?
They do. Well, I probably seen the dubbed version in French.
Oh, no, you have to watch
So
the
now
English
it's
one.
Ryu.
Right? Yeah.
In French, it's Ryu.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure it was like Ryu. Like, that was the American one. That movie, if you guys at home have never seen the Street Fighter movie, like, my childhood was basically like both Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter made a movie, and I had both of them on VHS.
So sick.
And I don't even want to tell you how many times in my life I've watched them, but obviously Mortal Kombat had the song that was Mortal Kombat. Oh my goodness.
I've seen this one.
That movie
so
was
sick.
all right. Like, the Street Fighter one was definitely the one I preferred more, just because it was so freaking terrible. It just became amazing.
Yeah, the movies tend to be like that sometimes. Like, they're so bad that we actually love them. In French, we call them nanar.
Yeah.
It's like a terrible movie that you enjoy watching is a nanar.
No, Street Fighter is a classic.
All right.
I feel like everybody underneath like 25 has like no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But guys, if you ever want to get a proper evening in, you know, where it's like, you know what, I want to watch something, but I don't want to use my brain.
Yeah.
Then you watch Street Fighter.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You want to have a good time, but you don't want to use that brain cell of yours. Well, go and watch Street
brain
Fighter.
Cell.
That
Wow.
brain cell, singular. The only one remaining after watching so much StarCraft. For instance, tonight.
Right.
Let's see what happens here in this game. Both players going for something rather classic here with the hatchery first into gas, into pool, grabbing themselves at third base. So nothing too crazy. And you can see, like, this is totally a mirror build between those two guys. Like, if you look at the production tab, it's so even here in the Baning Nest timing, the extra queen, the speed upgrade. Everything is going according to plan. So none of those two players want to throw a curveball here.
And the positioning as well.
Yep.
That's kind of funny. They both use the Baling Nest to create a little bit of a wall off there. Obviously, you can mine out those minerals, but those mineral patches have 20 minerals. So
Yeah.
it's a little hard to squeeze 4 drones to the other side of the map and mine that out. I'm sure that eventually we'll see Bly pull it off, you know, in a very weird build. It's like it makes it look like it's a standard opening, but then he's already tucking away 4 drones in the left top side of the map. Like, just wait until Bly plays a few more games, guys. But it's not going to be the standard. I guarantee you guys that.
Yeah. And then he's going to spine rush you with those drones.
Yeah, oh,
probably.
Wow, why not?
That would make sense to me in a ZVZ.
So smart. Ooh.
All right, early lair here on the side of Ryu.
So maybe I should talk a little bit about Ryu. I've played a lot of games in my life, actually against both of these guys. I would say they're around my level, you know, like maybe ranked a little bit higher on the ladder, but on my good days, I'm giving them a good run for it.
All right.
I feel Ryu is actually a very standard player. He's not like cheesy at all. Zhuge Liang is also macro-oriented, like Ryu, but Zhuge Liang is often macro-oriented in a complicated ways. Like, I've got a cool, like, double evo, like, double upgrade style and stuff.
Yeah.
I feel sometimes he makes the game more complicated for himself than it has to be. Ryu is a relatively standard Zerg, man. Like, maybe a little similar to, like, a Namchar or something, right?
Yeah,
like someone
I
that just
can see
likes
that.
to macro up and kind of play defensively.
So both players actually tried to scout each other, but the only one that was able to do so was Ryu. Zhuge Liang doesn't really know what's happening on the opposite side of the map. Once again, the Zergling is going to get sniped. He did see the Roach Warren. He can infer that the lair is actually finishing up, but he doesn't really know about it. And interestingly, Zhuge Liang going to go instantly into a Hydra Den as well as 10 drones. Whereas on the opposite side of the map, for Italy, it is a Nidus that's going to come up here.
And that is not something that he is known for at all. That is not something that Ryu does often at all. And that's kind of funny as well when you think about the fact that Raynor kept talking about his teammates as macro monsters, macro-oriented beast over here. And this could actually play out in a pretty big way because, oh my goodness, Zhuge Liang went up to 65 drones, guys.
The greed, Roster. That means actually going to go for a fourth base. Oh my god, that's going to be so tough to hold.
Hold my hand and tell me when it's over because I can't watch this.
I think it's going to be over fairly soon, mates. That's going to be so hard to hold.
Oh my goodness.
He doesn't even see
out
the
of
Nidus.
Vision as well.
He doesn't see the Nidus. There's 66 drones, 4 hatcheries on the side of Zhuge Liang, and he's gonna try to hold on with nothing, basically. He's got 23 army supply. Most of it is actually in Zerglings that are trying to run by at the opposite side of the map. Now the Nidus pops, and Zhuge Liang knows that's gonna be so hard to defend against. 4 queens with energy for transfuses, Lings, Banelings, and Roaches are gonna stream into the main base.
But what do
the
you
Hydra
do?
Den is also vulnerable here.
You have to fight because you cannot lose your main because you're going to lose your Hydra Den as well. You lose your spawning pool. You basically lose everything. You're going to lose the Lurker Den as well. You need to fight. I think you need to pull all your drones. As painful as it is, the Banelings make it so hard for these Zerglings of Zhuge Liang to get up as well. But I still think you have no choice.
Yeah, he's going to have to fight at some point. I think he's waiting for the Lurker Den to be actually done. He's got a couple of Hydralisks. He's actually going to build some spines into the main Ryu, that is.
Yeah, that's
Zhuge Liang is in such a bad shape right now.
Because the thing as well with Zen is that if you take the main base, you also take their natural, basically. Because you can just attack the drone line from the high ground. A couple of Lurkers are morphing, but this is not looking good for Zhuge Liang at all. Sure, he might get a Roach or 2 here, but he is losing his main base. He has lost the Lurker Den. He will end up losing that Hydra Den as well. The spawning pool has already gone down. And don't forget that he can't even mine from his natural either.
Yeah, and even like the advantage that he had for himself, which was this amazing amount of drones, is now gone. It's 33 drones against the 44 of Ryu, who actually has a better economy at some point. Now, the Zerglings are going to go for a counterattack, but that's not that many of them. The Nidus actually pops next to the 4th base, so he will be able to pressure from both sides at the same time. Ryu playing an amazing game here and selecting, I don't want to say luckily, but still, like, selecting the proper build against a Zhuge Liang that has been a greedy boy in the past.
Zhuge is going to channel his inner Bly here, and he will not go down without a fight. He's like, I've got 4 Lurkers, and I'm going to make him count. And he does just snipe 6 or 7 Roaches. He will most like... I'm actually kind of surprised that Ryu gave up the main base so quickly. I would love to see him at least keep a couple of units there, because I know there were Lurkers shooting from the low ground up to the high ground.
Yeah.
But you can still utilize that high ground in the main base to just be super annoying and disrupt that mining. There's absolutely no reason for him not to do that.
Okay, 93 supply against 61, but for now, Zhuge Liang still holding on. Actually made it closer in terms of the economy. Now 39 drones against 45, so he did build a little bit more. He also sniped a couple on the opposite side of the map, but the only thing he has that allows him to stay in this game is those Lurkers, and for some reason Ryu thinks that he cannot take this fight, so he's actually going to pull back and try to stabilize.
I don't mind him not fighting the Lurkers. Oh, that creep through, that's
so
actually
sick.
sick. I think there is an overseer though, but I really don't understand why Ryu is not utilizing the fact that he has taken control of the main base. That is, in my opinion, a massive missed opportunity. Now he loses the Nidus, so from this point on, it's going to be harder to get units into that main base. Ryu could have been so annoying, and I'm not saying that he should always have units there in a place, but you can run back and forth. 3 roaches, they can go from the high ground, one-shot a drone, go back to basically like the south side of the main base, go back towards that edge. You can kill roaches basically for the rest of this game. Like he should not have making this.
That would have been APM intensive for sure, but that would have been so good at the same time. Like denying one of the 2 mineral lines that Zhuge could be mining from is so massive here. It's actually going to lose the Nidus or the 4th base. Once again, the cute creep tumor trick is actually going to force Zhuge to get some detection going if he wants to seize that base. Zergling run by in the north side has been scouted by Ryu. And still 2 bases against 3. We've got Vipers coming in.
That's very smart,
actually
right?
decided to go for Hive, which wasn't the easiest decision to make. But now that he's getting Vipers, obviously those are going to do amazing against Lurkers.
Yep. I think that the plan for this point for Ryu is very simple. He's like, let's get a couple of Vipers, let's get a few Abducts. I know that you have like 4 Lurkers. I highly doubt that you're going to get another Lurker then up by the time that I want to attack you. So 4 Lurkers. Basically abduct 3 of them, maybe all 4, who cares? And then you can just A-move because you're going to have way more to work with. I gotta say kudos to Zhuge for making a lot happen with very little, right? Like he didn't get the
4
best
Lurkers and like 20 Zerglings actually, allowed him to stay in the game. Now he did have like about 60 Zerglings. He went for a counter-attack with those. Almost killed that 4th hatchery. He's going to deny that 5th.
Well, he's doing very well.
Yeah, Ryu just taking his sweet time, and I think that now that those Vipers are filled with energy, he will go for the attack with 11 more roaches going on here. Most of the Zerglings of Zhuge are actually going to get intercepted in the middle of the map, and it seems like it could be lights out for Zhuge and maybe the first point here for Team Italy.
Yep. As long as these Vipers don't fly into Hydras or Queens or Sport Crawlers, you should be fine. Where are those last 4 Lurkers that we've basically had since the beginning? There is a Lightning Cloud could be sick as well. Why not?
Yeah, that should be a lights out and game over here, as Ryu has just too much for Zhuge to handle. Massive Lightning Cloud blocking 4 of those Lurkers. Interestingly enough, Zhuge making the hold. I can't believe those 3 Lurkers. Those 4 Lurkers. He just lost the 1. He still has 3 in the map, and he's holding on.
We have 27 roaches, but somehow he's fighting with 5. Where are the roaches? Okay. Maybe he was blocked by a changeling or something. Like, I have no idea. Or he just left a few too many units at home, worried about the Zergling counterattack again. He does still have that 4th base, but that really wasn't Ryu's entire army.
Yeah.
It's actually amazing that Zhuge was able to survive there with 3 out of his 4 initial Lurkers.
Yeah.
And look at that, he's getting the infestation pit. I mean, he's still down like 80 supply. All right, 1 Lurker does go down. That's massive. The second one feels a little bit exposed as well.
That is just too much.
Yep.
+2 attack roaches from Ryu, and a huge number of them too. He's actually going to seal the deal here for Team Italy, grabbing themselves a first point here in this round of 4. Massive victory. Zhuge obviously quite frustrated with that loss. But well played by Ryu, and as you can see, the Italian lineup super happy about this one.
Yeah, this is good for the spirits as well, because you get your first point on the board. There's no fear anymore of you guys getting 4-0'd, and like, that feels good, right? Nobody wants to travel to Paris and then get 4-0'd in your opening match. And yes, we have a 3rd place decider, which I'm very happy with. I already mentioned this at a regular season broadcast, but last year we basically had people fly all over the world to Paris, and then some of them would literally play one map, and sometimes that one map lasted like 3 minutes and 48 seconds. I just think that's something you cannot do in 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that we do have a 3rd place match that matters. But the Nidus, man, didn't expect it from Ryu. Normally he's not a cheesy player. He's not very aggressive. He likes to sit back. He likes to macro up. But that Nidus, when the first Nidus goes up literally in the main base, and your opponent has 22 workers more than you, yeah, that's lights out.
That's lights out. But it took so much time to actually be over. But I don't hate it from Ryu actually taking his time. Maybe there was, as you said, a pretty massive missed opportunity in denying the mining of that natural base. As you can see right now, the queens on the ledge have all the freedom in the world to actually take out those drones.
Yep.
But he took his sweet time. But in the end, it just went to those 60 drones that we anticipated. and was able to claim the victory. I mean, in those kind of situations, you don't want to go and play, too brain dead, I would say. Like, you don't want to go like into a wall, like, oh, he's got 4 lurkers, but I've got 1,000,000 roaches. Let's go for it. No. Wait for your, higher tier technology. Vipers are going to do the trick. As you can see, that Blinding Cloud actually covered all 4 of them. But the fact that he lost his fight anyways, like, actually baffles me a little bit.
Yeah, but his units must have all been at home or something, because he's fighting with, I said 5, and that was slightly exaggerated, but let's say he's fighting with 12, 13 roaches, and then you look at the unit tab, and he actually has 27 roaches, and I'm like, well, where are they? I know he's making a lot of them at this point, but it didn't really matter, and I think Ryu basically did everything right. It was a build or the victory, guys. There's no other way to put it, because the Zhuge Liang just didn't see that first Nidus go up, and he was a little too greedy. I was very triggered by him not staying on the high ground there with just a couple of units. Because every single time I've ever been Nidus, if I'm like, I'll evacuate my main, but I'll stabilize in my natural, even if they can only get in range of 2 mineral patches,
it's so annoying.
They will always be there with queens and like a spore crawl. I'm like, oh god! And now I can only mine out of 6 of the 8 patches. On this map, you can literally attack every single drone that's mining mineral patches. So I think he should have done that, but it didn't really matter because he got the victory anyway.
Yeah, Zhuge Liang may be lacking a little bit in the scouting department, because we mentioned it. Cyril is amazing at it. He should take a page of Cyril's book on this one, because he didn't see that Nidus coming. But it's good for us. It is good because that matchup will not be a 4-0, because now Italy did get their first point here in our first Pro League phase of that round of 4 matchup between Italy and Finland. It's 2-1 in favor of Cyril and the boys. We'll go into a quick break, but before that, I want to remind you about the fact that you can use and connect your Battle.net account with your Twitch account to get some XP going for your war chest. You can also play some StarCraft ladder games. You should do so, actually. But if you're more into, chilling and watching some quality StarCraft on this stream, well, you can do so. Connect those 2 accounts and the XP will go up accordingly. Thank you so much for watching. We go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be game number 4 between Finland and Italy. And as always, don't go anywhere.
terrify those in the audience of a squeamish or prudish disposition. The sound of a bell in the theater will warn you when to close your eyes or turn away, so that you may avoid witnessing certain scenes of an especially erotic or gruesome nature. Cannibal Girls.
Welcome back, guys, to the final day of Nation Wars 2019, where we are in our opening Nation War between Finland and Italy. The score is currently 2-1 in favor of Finland. And obviously, we know that with the system we've used all season long, it means Ryu comes up next for Italy because he's the only quote-unquote winning player of the Pro League format. And then Finland can choose whether they send the Zero or will they send Jonas Satala?
Jonas Satala. Yeah, I'm wondering. We did talk a little bit about it during the break, and we do believe, both of us, I think, that they should be sending Cyril right there, I think, against Ryu. Maybe you want to keep the Zero for, a emergency kind of counter rush against a potential Rainer that would be revived.
Yeah, or Yona just wants to play. But I kind of feel like right now we are in the middle of a Pokemon episode.
Uh-huh.
And like behind us is like, which Pokemon is this? And it's like, it's Jonas Satala. We can see he's sitting up behind us, guys. So it is indeed going to be Cero coming up next. Cero wants to maybe pat that record of him a little more. He's 18-1 right now in this season of Nation Wars.
What a god.
I'd say that's pretty acceptable.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
But still, he did lose a game.
He did lose
in
against
PVZ.
Dublin. Against my son.
Against your son.
Yeah.
How happy are you that your son is the only one that got a victory against King Cero?
I'm very proud of him. But
You're very proud of him?
Not about one victory. It's about getting many. It's like 18-1 is a lot better than winning one game.
So you wish Cero was your son then?
Well, yes, because that would mean I'm a rich dad. Until you're 25, son, all money goes to daddy.
Oh my god.
I do love Gubbers, and I'm proud of him.
It will be Ryu versus Cero in the ZVZ matchup, obviously. So Cero is going to come back as first here in the revive format. He wants to take matter in his own hands, and he wants to bring out a potential revive of Rainer to get the 2-0 victory.
Give it to me in the most honest way.
Okay.
If they play against each other 100 times, Ryu versus Cero, how many times do you think Ryu wins?
We literally had the discussion with a viewer earlier, and I was like, maybe one, but I actually think that maybe he needs more than 100 games to win one. So maybe less than one.
I do believe in at least one.
One?
Yeah, at least one. It could even be two.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's still CVZ.
It is CVZ. What can you do?
You can do a lot of things, that's for sure. It's still CVC, and Ryu is not like a Bronze League, guys. This is not a guy who's in Diamond League. This is a pretty solid Grandmaster League player who has been hovering around 6.2k, 6.3k on the European server. So yes, that means that Cero has a 1000 MMR advantage. But if Cero can lose a game against Zhuge at Aces ROG, he can also lose a game against Ryu. And with 6.2k, like a lot of people will be like, well, it doesn't mean he's like 100 rank 150 in Europe or something. No, he's actually a lot higher.
No,
that will often put you around rank 40 or rank 45. And then also take into consideration that a lot of people, yes, I'm looking at you, Hero Marine, have multiple accounts in that top 40. So, you know, without exaggeration, you can actually say that Ryu is probably a top 30, top 35 player in Europe. And I do believe that he will at least win one, if not two, maybe even 3 games if they play 100 times. But the odds are against him.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there is a chance.
There is a chance, and maybe that slight possibility, that slight chance is actually happening right now on stage. I mean, Ryu is the only one that was able to grab himself a victory for Team Italy. So, He does have a little bit of momentum. He might feel a little bit more comfortable. He had his teammates hyping him up after that first victory. So obviously one of the toughest challenge of his pro gamer life. But
also,
let's see if he can do it.
Also, one of those moments where nothing to lose, but literally everything to win. Like if you beat Cerro here, such a big moment. Not only do you really increase the chances of Italy winning immediately, you also turn yourself into an Insta legend. That is something that people will talk about for years. And we've had crazy victories in the past. We just saw No Regret take out Innovation and Zest, and Stats. And he was very close to even taking out Zul. We've had Patak in the past taking out Bjorn and Zest as well. Crazy things have happened in this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, crazy things often don't happen when Jonas Satala is involved.
Yeah, he's not the crazy type of guy, right? Like he's the more, look
consistent.
Look at those fingers.
If you call him consistent, I think that's an insult. Like he is more than consistent.
Yeah,
we need to develop
incredibly
a new word.
Consistent, like a new word.
No, we need to have a new word. We need to somehow like walk up to the guys who are in charge of the English dictionary and be like, we want to introduce a new word. Like, what is it?
Okay, Webster's dictionary, please.
Yeah.
Can you give us a new word for consistent? But when you're so consistent that basically lose is not an option.
Maybe we can call it being Yona.
Yeah.
Like he's Yona.
He's pulling a Yona.
His performance has been very Yona-like.
Yona-like. Yeah, the consistency of this guy, his ability to win whatever the tournament is just nothing but amazing here in StarCraft 2. One of the kings of the game that can also pause at the speed of light, because we do have a slight issue with the settings here. So we'll be talking a little bit more and delaying those introductions of both players.
Maybe a moment to give our first shout out to the day to our observer, Crow.
Yeah.
Still not a lot of people know too much about Crow, but
Le Crow.
Not only is he the most handsome man in Paris, he's also very good at observing video games. It's very nice, I think, when you have somebody who is very good. Crow is
very
also
competent.
A 6,000 MMR plus player. I think he's in the past, he's been in the top 30 of the European server. So it's not just that right now he's good at controlling the camera. He also, I think he's very good in setting the priorities straight, right? When there are multiple moments happening, he's like, all right, I see that and I know it's happening, but right now we got to look at X, Y, or Z. And I think Crow has been doing a fantastic job this season.
On top of being, as you said, a really handsome guy, but also a really
handsome,
cool
actually.
human being, you know?
And I do like that, because Coca thinks he's handsome, and then Crow shows up, and he's like, Coca, you're actually kind of ugly compared to me.
Ugly. Ugly is a tough word, but I can see that. I can see that.
I mean, it wouldn't be a nationwide broadcast if we don't make fun of Coca.
No, you're right. It wouldn't be a Roticast, I feel like, if there was not a, some kind of taunt to Coca. But as you said, he feels like he's too handsome these days. We need to, bring him back to reality, And he still can't cast in English, so that's something he cannot do.
We need to keep him humble.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
Stay humble.
Yeah, because...
Sit down, Coca.
Alrighty, mate.
Okay, let's go for these intros in the bottom right-hand side. Obviously not favored going into this game. It is still the first winner of a victory here in this matchup. It is Ryu.
And in the right top side of Eternal Empire, the modern version of Cloud Kingdom, as many call it, we look in the main base of the man, the legend, Jonas Satala, also known as Saral.
Mr. Crazy Consistency.
Had a casual hangout with the president the other day.
Yeah, he did.
And a couple of ice hockey players and a figure skater, I had to believe. I bet they were
Finland's finest.
Yeah, I bet they were all very happy that Jonah was actually there. It's like, it's cool that the president is shaking hands, but secretly they all wanted a picture with Cerro, and we get that. There's no shame in that. I've been there.
Yeah, they actually asked him how to be Yuna a little bit more, how can I win every single tournament that I go to?
This ice hockey player is like, I've played in the NHL for 12 seasons and never won a Stanley Cup. And I was like, not nice. I played StarCraft for 3 years, I won everything.
Noob. That would be so sick if that conversation actually happened.
It's like the trading gear, gets an ice hockey puck from the NHL guy. He's like, this was my winning goal against the Boston Bruins. And Sarah's like, this is a keycap I used at BlizzCon. Gives him the SK key.
You actually give him the F10 capitulate.
Yeah,
he can give that away. He's never going to use it
I
anyways.
won't need this.
All right, let's see what happens here. Cyril did scout what Ryu was doing, which is, hey, hatchery first once again. So both players going for something rather similar. And I wonder, like, I mean, Cyril can basically play any style. That's one of his strengths, right? Like he's the kind of guy that can throw, usually in a long matchup, best of 5, best of 7. He will go for it all in at some point, something rather aggressive. But considering how important his life is here in this matchup, I feel like he's going to play the more conservative route, just see what's happening on the opposite side of the game and go for something rather
Ryu's hatchery in trouble here, Funka. Oh, it is in trouble. He's forced to cancel it. I do like that he cancels it. That's a very tough decision to make.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, you're like, maybe my legs can save the day, but you're playing a dangerous ball game, because if you are wrong and you lose 300 minerals and a drone in this phase in the game, that's deadly. But it's safe to say that Cyril's already creating a lead for himself with 4 Zerglings.
Yeah, with 4 Zerglings that he actually didn't even lose. I mean, he was able to pull back with those and not lose them. So that's pretty nice seeing that happening here. Cyril with a slight advantage, as you said, 30, maybe 25, 30 seconds advantage on that third hatchery. Finishing up, we do have some defensive banelings. So Cyril not going all out onto the aggression, but does, produce 6 extra Zerglings. A new set of Zerglings, actually going to go up to 10 with an Evo chamber in the wall to emulate the one of Ryu.
I also have the feeling that Cyril is the kind of guy who will not play the same strategy on this map as he would ever use against Raynor. Like, he obviously knows that Raynor is sitting there, he knows that Raynor is watching, and he probably feels confident that he can win this game in many different ways.
Yes.
So why use one of his main builds, his main timings, when he's like, I think I can just make the difference by producing a bunch of Zerglings. And so far...
Oh, nice defense for now, but finally the first banelings are gonna go down. The second one is being defended quite beautifully here by those 2 queens, so kudos to Ryu. Actually didn't fall apart here on that phase of the game. 1 baneling for another, but that's still a little bit extra Zerglings here on the side of Cyril, but that baneling is gonna show up here and save the day. The Overlord's gonna get pushed away by those 2 queens.
Wow, this was actually
Ryu is playing
incredibly well done by Ryu.
Yeah.
Cyril may be thinking a little too easy about this one, and obviously there's no man overboard yet for Cyril, but the advantage that Cyril created for himself after the early game is kind of gone at this point, because that was a decent investment there by Cyril, and Ryu handled it in the cleanest and most efficient way possible. He was able to create a little worker advantage for himself as well during all of this. He's once again about to squeeze out 5 more drones. It's important though that he keeps track of these, and don't forget about the banelings that are morphing outside of the third phase of Ryu as well. Ryu, are you on the money again?
Ryu reacting. Okay, 2 banelings for 1. That's not the kind of trade that he wanted to go for. Now the queen doesn't move. The Zergling's actually going to connect with those drones, and that's already 4, 5, 6 drones that are going to go down
as well.
That is really rough, because it went south so fast here for Ryu. I don't know where those Zerglings are. The ones that were defending the main, they're not here anymore. 12 drones is a lot to lose here in this phase of the game. He's actually going to lose the third base.
Yep, and he's going to make a Nidus immediately, because he knows that he can never really macro his way back into this going up against Cyril here. So you may as well just put it all on the line and hope to get very lucky with a 2-base Nidus. Even though this was probably not the initial plan, I think sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures, and this is the one way that he feels he still has a chance.
Can we take a look at the vision of Ryu on the opposite side of the map? Where can he throw down that Nidus? He can go for it in the main, but I feel like Cyril should have vision. Look at this.
Oh my god.
This is why it's perfect. This is why it's so perfect. Like, there is a slight opportunity for a Nidus coming up in the north top side.
Did you see the Nidus even the building ever?
No.
This is so ridiculous.
It's just like, let me use my brain. Let me use my many brain cells for StarCraft.
Like, I know, like, some people will be like, why are they so getting hyped up over this? Because obviously Cyril knows it is the only way he can still lose. It's just the fact that literally the moment it goes down, without even scouting it, he is already there. Like, the spider senses on this kid are unbelievable. That was disgusting and awesome at the same time.
now it is a very, very rough game for Ryu. As Cyril does have better army supply, and GG is gonna get cold, because there's no way that he can bring that one home. Cyril puts Finland up 3-1, which means they've got now about 3 matches to get into the grand finals of the Nation Wars 2019.
I think Ryu was holding his own for quite some time, and I think he handled the initial Ling Bane pressure incredibly well, but then he thought he was out of the woods. And Sarah was like, no, we're not totally done yet. And the next attack wasn't even like that devastating. It wasn't that many Lings, it wasn't that many Banes. But the 2 Lings in the main base really kept Ryu busy, and he wasn't ready for that follow-up attack. The Queen goes down, and things snowball real quick. I don't think we really need to hype up about who is going to get revived over here.
I wonder. No, I don't wonder. I know. I know. I think
he's giving us.
I think Raynor actually knows we're talking about this. Yes, he will be the revived player.
It, man. Like if those 2 Banes, if they just run away or he splits them up and he can buy 5-7 seconds for himself, then he can actually deal with this so much easier.
Yeah. But I'm really wondering what's... Yeah, he was brought to the main base because of the Zergling harassments. But yeah, it's kind of sad that Ryu was able to defend so well that first phase, and then against those 12 extra Lings and 2 Banelings, he actually lost the entire game, basically. Losing his 3rd hatchery, losing the Queen, losing so many drones like this. It meant that there was no way he could play a normal game after that. He then went into a Nidus that got completely smashed and, well, at least scouted right away. And then...
Got shut down.
Shut down. Boom.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
Cyril, you know, it's crazy. Like, it feels like there was the appropriate defense in the first place, but then suddenly it all starts with a little bit of damage. Those 2 Lings making it inside of the main base, and actually, like, him putting the effort of running around... it forced an overreaction, you know, all the Lings coming back inside of the main base to try and defend. And then from there, it's like, oh, you sent everything there. I guess you won't have enough on the 3rd base. Starts killing a bunch of stuff there. Some Banelings connecting to drones. He finishes them off. And then suddenly, I mean, you have to go into a Nidus, right? You don't have a choice from this position. The thing is, Sarah already knows.
Yeah, of course.
Like, he's getting a bunch of overlords. He's only making units. And, like, he's getting ready for the defense.
What is the only way for me to lose this game? Well, maybe get a Nidus in my main. So, obviously, he scouts it and smashes it down right away. We do have a quick video of Cyril. Those are called the question drops. So, this is question drop with Cyril.
And never play him again. Sugelian. Dark. New Lurker. Friends. Clem. A nice team. Win please come to us. Artists. Guide Sugelian. Croissant.
All right. He likes his croissant. Yeah. I can get behind that. I think pain au chocolat are a little bit overrated.
I don't think... What?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't think there's a big...
Compared to croissant. I think croissant are so good. They're so simple. Why add chocolate to the mix? You know, like
you're also one of those guys that says pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, right?
Yeah, I actually do believe that.
All right, so nothing of what you say can be taken seriously on anything. Then
no. What's interesting to me, besides the food questions, is that the first one, I think it was a little fast. So I don't know if you guys got caught a glimpse of that, but the first question was, play Raynor for eternity, or actually never playing him again. And he went straight for it, never playing him again. So there is something about that rivalry that sticks to your mind. And I think both Cyril and Raynor, they know they're in some kind of interesting relationship when it comes to high-level video games, which is a proper rivalry, being two amazing foreign players that keep on facing each other every tournament they go to.
Yeah. And I mean, we love to see that, right? There hasn't been a crazy amount of rivalries in StarCraft 2 history. You know, if you think of the Brood War days, you had a couple of good ones. You know, you had Boxer and Yellow earlier on, and then later on you had like all the Bonjois going up against one another, which I mean, technically all of them kind of had rivalries with one another.
Of course.
But in StarCraft 2, not nearly as much. And I feel like it's one of the things that drives the scene. Like, you want to see these guys go at it. They're two of the best. And it feels like they can't get enough of one another. But actually, definitely, I think at times they probably feel like it would be a lot easier for either of them if the other player wasn't there.
Yeah.
But they are there. They're both on top of their game. They're both in their prime. And it seems like they're just going to keep on beating. Yeah,
they're on each other's way every single tournament they go to. And even in a team-based tournament, they actually end up facing in the round of 4 here. And Raynor, I mean, it's do or die for him. He's the only remaining player for Italy. He's been revived here after losing his initial game against Cyril, and now he has to win 3 games in a row.
He needs to be Cyril, then he needs to be Demaziro, and then probably Cyril again.
Exactly.
So he has to be perfect for 3 maps, and it's going to be really tough. Obviously, Cyril has got incredible momentum here. Looked pretty convincing in that game number 1. You know, Rainer tweeted about it. He's like, oh, that was a throw and stuff, which it's like the brutally honest pro gamer style of, you know, looking at the game and it's like, oh, I made this big mistake and that's it. Like, I lost because of this.
Yeah. And it also means that he's probably already resetting his mind, which is really good because he knew that he was supposed to face against Cyril again. Actually did give the thumbs up to his teammates here, Rainer, that is Riccardo Romiti, 17 years old and an amazing player already. And he has, well, the fate of Italy in his hand. The fate of Italian esports in general also, like not a nation that you see all the times.
I like he mentioned it too.
He did say it in the interview.
We're not the biggest nation in esports.
Yeah.
You know? It's pretty cool to see.
Look at him. They're actually looking at each other. I love this setup when they can actually see each other. Maybe a cheeky message into...
Cyril is like, don't get charmed by it. You need to crush him.
Yeah.
You need to destroy him.
That damn smile. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. You have to beat him.
It all started with a smile. That smile.
And then I couldn't play against him anymore. He was just so handsome. I went for a 12 pull and I messed up. No, that's not gonna happen. We said it. We actually coined the term, which is being Yuna, or actually performing in a Yuna fashion, which is incredibly stable performance from this Finnish guy.
I like, by the way, they keep picking France over Korea, but I feel like it's not because they like them. They just think it's an easier match too.
Yeah.
In those little quiz.
Little do they know.
Yeah.
They're actually gonna face France and they get 5-0'd.
Marinol's wearing his 5-0 shirt.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
I asked, like, how the Koreans react to it. He's like, hey, they laughed. And I'm like, what about innovation? He's like, him not so much.
Yeah, because obviously innovation was the only player that was part of the Korean team in Nationwide Split. I think the other ones were we had Hydra and Parting. The last one was.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Starting in the top left-hand side, playing as the Green Zerg, representing Italy. It's Rainer.
And his opponent, you could say his nemesis, but definitely one of the biggest rivalries of modern StarCraft 2. He is Cyril. Actually 1-0 up against Rainer in this matchup. They played on our second map in the Pro League formats. And both of them, I think, wanted to face against each other in the first phase to get that out of the way. Talked to Rainer a little bit. He was satisfied with it. But in the end, the reality was that Cyril was able to grab himself the victory. But you said it. I mean, Rainer is not the kind of guy that gets phased by just a single loss like this. He's going to reset mentally, and he still has a very, very sizable chance of making it happen here in this game number 5.
And again, obviously, like, whoever wins here is going to the grand finals, but whoever loses here, it's not over. There's still the third place match to compete for later on, which I think, again, is really cool. Obviously, both teams, you know, they want to go to the grand finals. I think they both would have a chance as well, thanks to these two players here on your screen. But yeah, Rainer, he tried something like somewhat out of the ordinary in their previous encounter, so maybe we go back to a little bit more of a normal strategy here from him in this one. And I mean, Cyril just managed the Roach Hydra Lurker composition better. I mean, obviously the fact that he had more also helped out because he wasn't going Mutas at all.
Yeah, the Muta play from Rainer in a rather quick one as well, right? Like, it was a really early layer into Turbo Mutalisks, but those didn't deal as much damage as needed. And there were also big investments on the side of Rainer. So I'm wondering if we're seeing something more focused on the side of Rainer. Like, maybe not going to all of those different upgrades, going for melee, going for carapace, going for flyer carapace as well. Like, what happens if he actually puts everything in the same basket, which could be very well be in the matchup playing Hydralisk into lurkers, or at least roaches into lurkers. And that's something that Reynor showed a lot of competence with. Like during Home Story Cup 20, he was the first one to use that in basically ZVT and as well as ZVZ.
Yeah.
And he was really great with it. Like he's got perfect army control for those kind of armies. He feels, the position that he needs to secure for himself. So I feel like if both players go for it, maybe I'd give a tiny edge to Reynor. But we'll have to see, because obviously it's a ZVZ, can go really fast once we reach that third base position, which is basically the moment in this game that we are at right now.
It's funny too, because it's not like he goes lurker and he hasn't talked at all about it. Like he keeps talking about them. He's like, oh yeah, no, like this and this, I figured out how to play and stuff on the new patch with all of the changes. So we had a Baning Nest made from Reynor here. I haven't seen the one from Cyril going down, I believe. Did he skip that entirely? He went for a lot of links and now they get spotted.
Okay, he does have a Baning Nest, which is quite important because Cyril would have been in a lot of trouble. He's actually going to go for a single Baneling defensively here. Actually going to add on a second one, and now Reynor shows his two Banelings. They were morphed on the opposite side of the map. Cyril has all the time in the world to actually try to damage those. He's actually going to wait for the Queen to do its job.
This is interesting, by the way. Reynor went for the +1 missile. Okay, this should be a somewhat easy defense here with the Banelings and the Queen moving in position. But yeah, Reynor went for a +1 missile, whereas Cyril, he's not getting that at all. He's getting a Roach run right now, and there's no lair that has started from either player.
He's gonna grab
really just make a bunch of units. Whoa.
Two
that was misplaced.
Extractors, yes. Grabbing himself 2 extractors, just one was seen by Reynor. Oh, a pesky Zergling is actually dealing damage to a drone. Is he actually gonna get it? Like the Queen was just literally not doing anything.
So lair now starts for Reynor. He's the one taking, he's the one going into upgrades. 3 overlords for Cyril. He might just be making a ton of units here and actually going for it in a second. He's gonna start Roach production.
Yeah, that's a hatchery tech all in, basically.
And
6 roaches.
It's keeping him busy. He knew he was going to get the initial defense and that behind this, there were not going to be a scout on the other side of the map from Reynor. So for Reynor to see this coming is going to be really tough.
Yeah.
He has no overlords, no links on the other side of the map. And somehow see this.
Cyril is not mining from those 2 extractors in the natural, right? Like it was just a bait, right? Oh, he's actually okay. He's actually going for it. Like 6 drones at the moment.
Because he wants to get a lot of roaches in the first place, then flood the links. But he's going to have... He's going to have so much. Look at the army supply.
Yeah.
50 to 11. If there were ever a time to look at the supply, I think that would be it right now. Clear reconstitution now starts for Reynor. He's still making drones. He has no idea. Cell's keeping him busy with some links running around.
Yeah, Reynor is going for a full Zugeliang here. Just going for nothing but drones when he's actually going to get pressured into maybe a GG. Look at his face. He knows. He knows he cannot defend this. 60 drones. He's not even building spine crawlers at the moment. They will never be finishing up on time. 19 roaches against the 22 extra Zerglings. And Cyril is going to try and get that victory to grab himself a first grand finals here of Nation War for Team Finland. There's just too many units here for Cyril. So many roaches. Reynor is going to try to hold on as much as he can. But those spine crawlers, they're not done yet. He just has too much economy, but not enough units.
Yeah, the drones have to be pulled off the line. He can actually lose a lot of them. As long as he holds it, this will be fun for Reynor. He's trying to mount the defense. He's squeezing out as many units as he can. Spines will be moved in position where all the reinforcements are coming in. They're actually kind of being blocked right now. Not both of those could be burrowed instantly. Supplies plummeting from both. Reynor, he's already a few walkers behind, but if he could just barely hold on, they still would have a chance. Does he have enough here? He's running out of units super fast. Cyril, he's powering through all of the defense here. And I think there's going to be enough here for the finisher.
There will be even the corrosive ball trying to land on those drones. And yes, Reynor, like game 1, is going to try his heart out to defend against the attack of Cyril. But GG gets cold. The big brains here of Cyril actually won him the game twice here. Really, really well played. I mean, the first one was a little bit more difficult to get, but this second one, it was just like, I know what I want to do. I know I want to use the fact that this map is actually quite short from ramp to ramp, and I'm going to go at it. I'm going to deny his scouting as much as I can, keep him busy, as you said, with those Zerglings. Cyril playing a beautiful game here and totally messed with Reynor's brain. I wanted to go for something super late game oriented, getting himself a lot of economy. But yes, roaches, they do deal really well with drones.
So that means Finland will be our first finalist here at Nation Wars. Italy will fall to the 3rd place match. Reynor going for the initial aggression here. I think he was maybe counting on Cyril to either skip their bailing nest or like underreact to this attack. But that was perfectly defended for Cyril, and immediately Cyril came up with a plan for the counter-attack. He said, you know what, you're attacking me early on, I'm going to have some slight economic lead from that. If I just get a ton of units, I keep you busy on the other side of the map, which is one of the things that top Zerg players are doing so well. Just top StarCraft players in general have done super well as of late. You just keep your opponent busy on their side of the map with a few units. You keep their mind off the big attack that's coming up. And because they don't have a way to really check for it, scout for it, you then go for the massive attack, which Reiner, to be honest, he fought harder than I thought he would be able to here. I thought he might just tap out while he saw the units in the middle of the map, because there was just so much. It was 50 supply to 11 at some point, but he held on for as long as he could, but there was just too much from Cyril. Definitely outsmarted the young Italian player here.
I mean, getting his revenge from the global finals, where Reiner was actually able to beat Cyril, but
first at Home Story Cup and now here. That's two exclusive buys, by the way. Oof.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. That would have been a, going out with a bang for sure. But yeah, I mean, Cyril kind of killing the the opportunity for Team Italy to grab themselves an interesting story here in this round of 4, because he smacked him twice during this best of 7. So it's like, yeah, Reiner was telling us about the depth of their rivalry, and the fact that and I like that actually, that he said, like, usually, well, at first I didn't really mind losing to Cyril, but these days I feel like I can do it. So now I'm getting tired of it, but he's gonna mind this one, because he killed the Italian hype in the egg right there.
Yeah. So let's go and hear from our victorious team here, Team Finland, who's with Hajin.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with the Finnish team, who is the first team to qualify for the grand finals. Congratulations. Well, let's start with their captain. Well, unfortunately, you lost your game, but hopefully you have 2 really strong teammates. What does it mean to you, like, to make it to the finals?
Means a lot. The theme of this match was greedy Zergs getting punished. So I'm kind of sad that I lost my match, but really happy that these 2 were able to do it.
Well, Dima Zero, you opened the match with with 1 win for Finland. Congratulations. Were you confident that you were going to win that match?
Yes, the game went almost exactly as I planned, and I was expecting that he would do this Ravager defense, and I was very confident that I could hold it.
And while you were preparing, did Saral and Zhuge help you?
Yes, I played practice games with Zhuge and also talked with Saral.
So what's the best thing you learned from Saral? Is there like one tip or something he gave you that you really remember and you'd like to thank for that?
No, not really.
Jesus.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, Saral, you won 2-0 against Reiner. Were you confident that you were going to win, and did everything go as planned?
Well, against Reiner, I'm never completely confident, but I'm still very confident in my CVC and ability to win him. But obviously, he's going to be also a very dangerous opponent. I think I had some good builds prepared. Well, the ephemeral game, I kind of got to scout and just play directionary, but the second game, for example, I played against him. I just had a strong build against his style, and yeah, I was pretty confident going against him.
But was there like a specific reason you went for these all-in builds?
Well, I don't want to talk too much about reasons, but there was a specific reason, yeah.
So it's a secret?
Well, secrets are the best, right?
Okay, so in the next round, you will either have to face France or Korea. Who do you think will win?
I'm expecting Korea to win most likely. There's just a strong overall lineup, but I think France can also make stuff happen, but honestly, just expecting Korea and already probably preparing a bit for them.
What about you? Who do you think will win?
Cheering for France.
Wait, so you would rather face France? Is there a reason why?
Not really rather facing France. No, actually, there's a reason. Marine Lord has been talking a lot of trash to everyone, so yeah, we'd like to.
Want a revenge?
Yeah, smashing would feel pretty good, honestly.
Ooh, okay. Well, do you have anything to say to your Finnish fans out there? You can speak in Finnish if you want. As a team captain, go ahead.
Joo, vielä yksi matsi, niin sitten kaikki vaan torille. Ja ensi viikolla tuodaan pokaali 9V-kuppiin.
Torille. And Saral, last words for your teammates to motivate and to give the strength to your teammates.
It's hard to watch both sides, but I'll try. Parempaa ryysiä seuraavalle kerralla ja vähän ehkä aktiivisempaa kriidausta ja skouttaamista seuraavaan kaveriseni.
Could you translate, please? Or is it a secret?
Just giving encouraging words.
Okay, well, thank you so much and best of luck in the grand finals. And we'll be back just after a short break with the second semifinals. Welcome back with us. Finland is the first nation to advance to the grand finals. And now we are about to know who is the second nation to advance. We have here France and Korea. Let's meet the players right now. On my right hand side, from France, Marie-Laure, Clem, and their captain, Tidrogo. And they will face Team Korea. They are the defending champion. Innovation, Sue, and their captain, Stats. Well, welcome guys, bienvenue. Let's have a little chat with their team captains. Your teammates may go sit. Well, hello, Tidrogo. How do you feel to be here? Well, actually last year, France wasn't able to qualify. Now you're back and you're here with Marie-Laure, who was able to take down Korea 5-0 3 years ago. What are your expectations coming into the semifinals?
Well, I'm not expecting Marie-Laure to do it again, but it would be nice if he did. I'm very happy to be here, honestly, and I would be even happier if we can make it to the final. So that's the goal here for us.
So to be here, you actually beat Germany, and France was kind of the underdog. So did you expect to win against Germany, and how did you feel after that?
Yeah, we expected to win against Germany, but we were the only one. Yeah. Nobody was expecting us to beat them, but we were expecting to beat them. And I'm not quite sure we did it. We just played good StarCraft, and if we can do the same here again, I think we can win.
And actually, you're a really good captain. Like, I really loved your motivational speech to your team. So did you prepare Nation Wars together? Did you practice against each other? How did it go?
Yeah, the team is very, we work together a lot. We brainstorm ideas for every player. So I feel like as a team, we are very, very good. So maybe it's going to show us in the game that we can perform against the best players in the world.
There's one thing, you don't have a Zerg player, and I heard still after the patch, Zerg might be a little bit stronger. Do you wish you had a Zerg player in the team?
When I look at my teammates and how they're performing, I'm very happy with the current team we have, even if obviously, if I was Zerg, it'd be nice, but I've been telling myself that since 4 years ago, so no point in keep rambling about it.
Well, it's really good to hear. And on this side, I have Stats from Team Korea. Well, this is your first participation to Nation Wars. So I'm just wondering, how does it feel to be here? 우선 김대엽 선수는 이번 내셔널 워즈가 첫 출전인데 기분이 어떤가요?
일단 팬분들의 투표로 이렇게 해서 뽑혀가지고 오게 되었는데요. 일단은 오게 돼서 너무 기쁘고, 그리고 여기 프랑스가 제가 처음 오는데 정말 프랑스 정말 멋진 나라인 것 같아요.
So I'm here thanks to the fan votes. I'm really happy for that. And actually, this is my first time in France, and it feels good to be here. And I was wondering, so this is your first participation. So why are you the captain? Who made the decision? 이번에 첫 출전인데 김대엽 선수가 이렇게 주장이 되셨네요. 이유가 있나요?
지금 보시면은 어윤수 선수나 이신영 선수가 좀 주장으로는 좀 못 믿어가지고 제가 주장을 하게 됐습니다.
Well, if you look behind me, actually Sue and Innovation, I couldn't really trust them, so that's why I'm the captain. Now you're going against France. Actually, you are the oldest player who participated in Nation Wars, and you're going against the youngest one. How does it make you feel? 이제 김대엽 선수는 사실 이 대전에서 이제 클램 선수 만나게 되는데 연장자와 제일 어린 선수 만나게 됩니다. 어떤가요?
제가 연장자의 이런 노련함으로 클램 선수를 혼내주겠습니다.
Well, I'll teach Clem a lesson with my experience as the oldest player. Did you hear that? Okay, do you have anything to say you'd like to say to Team Korea?
Well, I was going to say something else, but now that I hear about that, I think Clem is going to remind you and make you wish you were young again.
원래 제가 다른 말을 준비했었는데요. 이 말을 들으니까 어쩔 수 없네요. 클램이 다시 이제 김대엽 선수도 더 젊어지게 될 수 있는 그런 소원을 빌 수 있도록 만들어 주겠습니다.
Be careful.
Well. Boo! Anyway, so I wish you best of luck. I can't wait to see this game. Who is the first player for France?
I will be first.
Innovation.
So this is going to be Tidrogo against Innovation. Best of luck, guys. What a hype introduction. I love to see that with tricky Korean players. And Todd and Funka, take it away.
Thank you so much, Hajin, for Any of you guys that don't know, actually what Stats just did is actually punishable quite hard in France. Like breaking a baguette like this. No, oh no, you didn't. Wars actually started for way less in the past. So this is a tough one. I'm liking this. I'm liking this matchup. I mean, in the history of nation wars, South Korea versus France has been one of the highlights in my opinion, obviously because of the way it happened last time. But this time, here, round of 4 and live, not being played online. We're here. Every single one of those players are actually here. Those are not holograms. They're actually in the studios in Paris. I can't wait for this match to start.
And to be honest, France looked amazing, I thought, in their quarterfinals against Germany. Everybody, or at least I think a lot of people were predicting Germany to do well there.
Yeah.
No, it was actually somewhat easy for France. They made it look easy. You know, Clem, his first attack, his first push, tends to kill people. It's very hard for them to hold on against it. He's on fire. T-Drogo is the one that has been having the harder time, but it doesn't mean that going into any match is going to be any sort of underdog. Obviously, he's going up against Innovation here.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty tough. But yeah, France, they would love to face Finland in the grand finals. And again, we're going to have a third place match here. So Italy, you'll see more of them later on. Rainer will get a chance to redeem himself.
Yep.
After losing to Finland.
Yeah, I was talking to T-Drogo a little bit during the interviews that we built for the finals. And he did tell me that, knowing the opponent in advance, obviously, if he had to play Innovation, let's say like 10 minutes beforehand, he knows he has to play, he feels like he's going to be the complete underdog. But knowing that he has that opportunity to practice and gather information on Innovation is actually going to give him an edge. So maybe not to the point that it could be a 50-50, but I think it increases the chances of Drogo of doing well in the matchup.
And I agree with that. You know, preparation is always key for this kind of match. At the same time, though, obviously, Innovation, it's not like he has a very specific style that you can counter and stuff. Like, he plays somewhat standard, does it really well. I don't think it would be necessarily very easy to narrow down, the way it's going to open and stuff in the game. So, and that's the lineup here for Team South Korea. We've got Stats, Sue, and Innovation.
I mean, to me, it is the best national lineup for Team South Korea ever in Nation Wars. Innovation, Stats, and Sue, all three of them representing every single race in StarCraft 2, but also having a tremendous amount of great results behind that back. Innovation, obviously, one of the greatest players to ever play in a team league. Like, he actually wins those things like it's nothing. He did it with every single team he has. He's already on 2 victories in a row in Nation Wars. He could make it 3 if he were to win it together with Stats and Sue today against Finland, but for that they need to beat out France, and that's going to be a hard one. Obviously, Stats 5-3, pretty decent ratio for our Protoss player here. Has had a little bit of an issue in this tournament for a couple of matches, but then when everything was on the line against Canada in Game 7, he was able to beat Scarlet.
And he was the one that came back out. Actually. Very interesting, because the way he had been playing up to that point, you wouldn't have necessarily put your money on him to come back out. Here's France's team, T-Drogo, Clem, and Marinelord. Marinelord, of course, very well known for basically carrying and winning the competition single-handedly during Nation Wars 3. One of the most insane ratios out there in the entirety of the tournament.
8.
That's an 81% win rate. So far, before today's matches, Cyril had a 78% win rate.
I think he's now...
Yeah, he probably just now overtook Marinelord. Yeah, crazy record, really. I mean, even Innovation, he's got a 76% win rate.
Clem, 14-5 as well. The French youngster has been doing amazing since the beginning of the tournament. Quite the carry for Team France, one of the newer players, the new generation of European players. All those 17-year-old guys, Goblin, Clem, Rainer, all those guys actually performing super well, but Clem still needed that, that push, that real victory, and I think what he showed so far in Nation Wars is actually going for that, actually showing that he belongs in the top level of StarCraft 2 these days. So if he were to beat his opponent here, as we said, there will be Stats in the second game on Ephemeron. I think that would send a strong message.
Yeah,
how good this kid.
Before we can get started with the games here, let's go and hear from some of our competitors here playing in this next Nation War.
I think that in Nation Wars, there's all the French support behind us and also the team support, like my teammates, Marinor and Tidrogo supporting me. So it's, yeah, pretty amazing to play in Nation Wars.
I expected to go pretty far, honestly, when I saw the team, because like I knew Clem was very good a little bit before everybody else.
I didn't actually feel good in Nation Wars 3 because it was very huge to beat Korea 5-0. It's a very different feeling. You're pretty much no stress, like you're just chilling with your friends and you're playing some games. If you are going well, you have different feelings. You feel more happy, I feel. Drogo and Clem is perfect. It's a cool atmosphere. We are all doing our jobs.
We have a great team, honestly. Like Marinlord and Clem can really often talk strategies, and I feel like they're very productive when they do that. I'm just kind of in my own corner or whatever, but I really often ask questions whenever like a Terran matchup is involved, which is great because I play innovation. So the help of Clem and Marinlord is like very, very good in that regard. I feel like we're all pretty good, and maybe this could be me on Marinlord carrying this time. Honestly, it's great to have a team with like such high skill level and pretty good synergy.
It's pretty cool to play against the best nation in StarCraft. Like Korea is definitely the best nation. I might lose, but I can also win. Like I can pull out some good stuff.
Su is a pretty hard opponent. He can be very cheesy, he can play very macro. I know his late game is weak, so if I had to target one thing, it will be the late game.
Yeah, I feel like innovation is the worst for me. There's a lot of information of innovation out here. You played Dom Story Cup, so I have a lot of time to prepare. I feel like I should be able to win.
We have 3 very good teams against us. It's just a bigger privilege to beat either Korea into Finland or Korea into Italy. It will be very big, obviously. We are helping each other and we support each other to win, so yeah, that feels good. Yeah, this will be a real team victory and a real team tournament for this time, for us at least.
Being the best nation would bring even more support by the French fans, so yeah, it will be great, for sure.
Winning here in Paris in front of the French crowd would be very good. I actually never won, not even like a tournament in front of the French crowd, but like a match on the stage in France. Like I've won some French land, but it's not quite the same. That would be good. I wonder how that feels, so yeah, I want to do that.
Nerd chills, Johan. Nerd chills.
You said that the Korean team was the best it's ever been.
Yeah.
We could say the same about the French team, I think. We've had some all-stars team before. We've had, Stefano compete many times and stuff, but it feels like this team right there, this is it. Like these guys are incredible. They're playing out of their minds, able to beat one of the strongest nations in the world, Germany, in the quarterfinals now. They get their biggest test yet versus South Korea, but they seem ready. They sound ready.
Yeah, they do sound ready, and they feel comfortable playing with the players that they are playing with, which is amazing because obviously Nation Wars has that possibility of being, you could be carried by one player, but you also have that other, side of the of this entire thing, which is having a strong, stable team across the board. And whether in that first round of 4 between Italy and Finland, you do have like that more heavy, top-heavy carry kind of team. And now we've got 2 teams that are super well-rounded. And I like it that we've got both sides of Nation Wars actually about to face in the grand finals, but also those 2 teams that are rather similar facing in the round of 4. France versus South Korea is an amazing matchup. I'm looking forward to those matches. Tidrogo versus Innovation will be our starting matchup. Then it will be Clem versus Stats. And then Marinlord against Su. So PVT, TVP into TVZ.
Hey, we actually dodged the mirrors here.
Yeah.
Which so far hadn't been the case very often.
Not that
because,
much,
it's like kind of pretty straightforward who goes on what map depending on the matchup and the race that they play. But yeah, Tidrogo he draws the Terran here, which he said, was going to be the hardest matchup probably for him, but he got some time to prepare. Clem has looked really good against Protoss, I think. So the fact that we see him against Stats is going to be super entertaining. And Marinlord, what could be said anymore about him at this point? I feel like Marinlord probably versus Protoss would be the trickier matchup for him, but against Terran and Zerg, he's able to play really well. He's able to make it happen at times. So I'm very excited for this one later on versus Su.
Tidrogo versus Innovation, the machine here, will face off against one of our most successful Protosses in the entirety of StarCraft 2, obviously. Lilbo comes to mind, but then I think really short after him is Tidrogo, also a guy that was able to qualify to the global finals, also won a premiere event in 2016 in Leipzig back then. And obviously a guy with massive experience. I think he's got a really well-functioning brain as well. And I think that's one of the things that are really interesting about that French team as well is we've got 2 players that are really into figuring out stuff and building strategies for one map in particular, because we mentioned Drogo was not having the greatest of times, but then when we played Poland in the rematch, he was facing Elaser, and he showed up a build that nobody has ever seen before, and it's actually worked so well and actually crushed Elaser back then. So I have a feeling that he might bring something different to the table here against Innovation.
And Innovation, of course, nicknamed the Machine, always very consistent. And even in games where, like, you know, it might feel like he's not playing as well, like we saw yesterday during the Baneling quiz, we rewatched that one Zergling that killed a bunch of SCVs and he wasn't reacting to. He's still so solid in general, like really doesn't make any very big mistakes. To be able to beat this guy, you need to be able to keep up with him in the early game. You need to be able to have good mechanics, and it takes a lot. It takes a big performance. You never see Innovation just kind of crash and burn, crumble under the pressure, and play really bad. So
that's just not what he does.
Yeah. Starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the Blue Protoss, representing France, it is T. Drogo.
And in the bottom right-hand side, his opponent, representing one of the greatest country of StarCraft 2 ever, South Korea. His name is Innovation.
Innovation always so consistent. Going to this matchup with, I'm sure, what is a lot of confidence. He has to respect his opponent, though. T. Drogo obviously is capable of throwing in some wild builds. And Terran versus Protoss, it's in a place where, you know, you're still going to see stuff like Ravens being used as opener. They're obviously very good, and they can make you safe against a lot of the stuff that you once upon a time would have been very worried about. Remember, like when Terran vs. Protoss was like, well, you either get lucky and you scout what's coming, or you just die if you don't see it. Things have changed a lot since then. The builds are a lot more refined. Terrans, they're just so on top of their macro, and they know how to react to almost anything at this point.
Yeah, we could be seeing a Raven. We can be... Well, I'm expecting some kind of 1-1-1 on the side of Innovation, opening racks into a factory and starpot with a CC squeezed in. That should be what we're seeing here with the CV already down below here on the natural. CC will get dropped down.
And there's not a scout from either player early on.
It is interesting that neither of them went for the scout. So usually as Protoss, you do want to be a little bit annoying and maybe tase a little bit the SCV that's building the barracks or even the probable factory, stuff like that. It's not happening. And at the same time, Innovation is not afraid of any opening with, let's say, a proxy gateway, for instance, that could be super dangerous to deal with. So as you can see, the Reaper is going to go for the left side scout instead of going straight to the natural of the Protoss player. Yeah. So he does want to see if there is a rather close proxy gateway. And now that he sees that there is none, he goes straight across the map.
You know, Team South Korea, they've been losing a fair amount of maps, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Innovation's been the more solid player that has lost the least maps in a lot of these nation wars that they've played. So maybe sending him out first, that's basically saying, all right, guys, I'm going to show you how it's done so you can get inspired and really solid behind this and stop losing all of these maps that you guys have been struggling in. And for him to come out first like this, it feels kind of rare. Very, very rarely would he be the first player to come out and play like this.
Maybe he just feels comfortable on Triton. Also, a map where I guess you wouldn't like to face a Zerg, but that's not a possibility against Team France.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the reason he gets sent out first, because TVP is actually rather decent. I'd say for both races on this one. I don't see any particular side of the map that can be used against you in a PvT matchup. So
yeah, France not having a Zerg changes the dynamic of a nation war against them completely. And then you think of Italy and Finland, that's totally different. They've got not just a Zerg, they've got some incredible ones. So probably the lineup would have been done differently.
So T. Drogo opened with the Robo. That's something that he likes to do. Like a lot of players would argue that Twilight can be decent. Some guys really still want to go for Stargate plays, even though they're not as popular anymore.
Did you see the Robo?
But Drogo is a Robo guy, and I don't think he actually did. It's actually too close from the Gateway Cybercore wall-off, which is a little bit sad because on this map you shouldn't be able to see it without giving away your Reaper.
But that's the thing, knowing that there's not going to be any Oracle flying in, that makes Innovation so confident. He can immediately start sending that Medivac on the other side of the map. T. Drogo will have to shut that down completely
if he wants to get a good start here. He's already got some well-placed observer here to spot this coming. I mean, if you're Innovation, obviously, you just kind of start flying in there. And depending on how many units there are in position, you either go for it or you get out.
Okay, let's see what happens here as Drogo has seen this Medivac twice now. He has a third observer, so even if the Widow Mines will get dropped, he will be able to target them down. But Drogo, a little bit out of position. He will have to pull the probes away. But the Widow Mine should not connect with anything. The probes will go back to mining right away. But Innovation will try to fight in the natural, at least dropped in the natural. He will go for the boost. First Widow Mine gets dropped. Drogo, Drogo not reacting. Okay, a little bit later, but he does get the last minute split, which usually can be, a little dangerous, but I think he handled that pretty well.
That was almost a lot worse here.
Yeah. Could have been way worse.
For T Drogo. He was a little greedy, by the way, with the first one. He could have just stayed in the middle line in position, and then the Medivac wouldn't even have been able to drop at all. But instead, he waited for the Widow Mine to drop, and he said, well, I'm going to kill it. But then he lost some mining time for it. And with the Robo Bay finishing now, it seems that T Drogo wants to go into either Disruptor or Colossus.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's trying to catch the...
Okay, no boost available. This Medivac is dead.
Wow.
That's good. Is there an observer next to it? Not yet.
Not
Might
far,
go for a hallucinated Phoenix.
Trying to evacuate. Ooh, he's using the other Widow Mine to cover.
Yeah, this is good. But he's going to lose both of them. Really well played by T Drogo. Grabbing the Medivac and 2 Widow Mines doesn't look like much, but it is actually really interesting that Innovation is not going to be counting on that Medivac anymore and will not be able to, randomly burrow some mines or maybe go for another drop later on into the game. So really nice victory here for the French products. Third base on location for Innovation to get closer to the economy of Drogo that's already sitting on 60 probes. He's been chrono boosting those out quite heavily, and we were wondering, will it be Disruptors or Colossus? But now we know. First Colossus into production time.
He's going for attack upgrade, going for Blink as well. How many Medivacs are there? Is it just the 2? Yeah, so losing that Medivac is huge, actually, because if we look at the amount of bio that Innovation has, he's got a ton of units on the ground, but you're not really safe to move out and go for an attack with just bio without enough Medivacs to support it. So now, it's just the 2 Medivac with Unity has to worry about, and obviously it's scary, but these observers, he has so much vision. Blink is not finished yet, but he can just get in position and receive those units and just make sure he defends on his side of the map. Yeah. Innovation going for the siege here on the low ground to try and kill the Cybercore.
He might get it though, so we should be seeing. He's actually rebuilding that Cybernetics core as, right now. Blink is not done yet, so no Blink option available for Drogo. Cybernetics core is a third way done at the moment, so no Stalker production at the moment, but I feel like Drogo just wants to build on his economy and upgrades at the moment, so that's not the worst thing in the world. He's going to add a couple more gateways. And once again, the observer positioning reminds me of Rain here. Lots of vision, opening Robo, 3 observer right away. I feel like there's one that has been destroyed in Innovation Space, I think, earlier. The first one, not even. Okay, he scouted with it and actually pulled back. And now Innovation scans. There's no way he can drop there.
Yeah. I think very smart, obviously, not to commit for it. Blink was almost done as well. He's going to go on the other side. I don't know. I don't think this was spotted. There is an observer very nicely placed, actually, around the right-hand side as well. There's a couple blind spots, but it's very hard for Innovation to know exactly where those are, right? Observer, they give a lot of vision around those big areas. It's pretty uncommon to put it there as well, I think, the observer. Usually it will be above this, more around where the third base is.
So the plan seems rather simple here on the side of Innovation. He wants to pressure that third base as he's trying to drop the main base, or at least pressure or threaten to do so. But for now, Drogo smashes down that attack on the right side
and
by going into it, And now Double Forge is actually going to be fired up as we've got a fusion core. So going for that now smoother transition into double Starport Liberator with Reactor, because the range Liberator is actually now placed on the fusion core, so you don't need that tech lab anymore.
Does he already have the second Starport?
It doesn't, I think. Yeah, only one for now.
Seems a little light. How many Medivacs does he have? Just the 5.
Yeah. Decent
You have
number.
to choose, right? With one Starport, you either go for more Medivacs or Libs. Oh my god.
Okay, that would have been massive.
He can chase? No.
Nah, that's going to be tough. With the rocks being in the way and the boost being available. So now the second Starport starts up. We've got a reactor being built at the same time, so might be for that second Starport. Armory will get fired up, but that means that those upgrades are rather late on the side of Innovation. I mean, he's 1-1 for now a long time.
And he's not even thinking about Ghost yet. He's going to have to face High Templars or Archon here in a moment. So T Drogo is doing everything he needs to get right now. Innovation's still ahead in supply, though. He's building a pretty scary army himself, but if he's going to have to deal with Archons, High Templars, potentially Disruptors later on, it can get tricky. I'm glad we're seeing this kind of game, by the way.
Yeah.
Like Innovation, we see him like in fast-paced games where like drops do a lot usually, but
look at the vision.
Now we see him in like a more, I guess, patient game, a more macro-heavy. Like we might head into the late game at some point if they both manage to reduce the amount of fighting they're doing, just because they're so evenly matched.
Okay,
oh my God, he's cornering
for a
it.
sandwich. Do we have any Blink Stalkers on the bottom side? Yes, we do. And Innovation pulls back. Really smart by the Korean Terran at the moment. But yeah, you mentioned it. The fact that he goes for double upgrades as well as double Startled Liberator is something that you cannot really complement with Ghost. This is just too gas heavy, right, at the moment. So he will have to go for something else now. An Observer will finally die, which is kind of cool for Innovation, grabbing himself a little bit more map control. It feels like Drogo is on the warpath, though. He wants to go for the attack. There's already a lot of Liberators.
He's got a good amount of Colossus, and he knows that, you know, it's very hard for the opponent to have enough Vikings to deal with this, or Liberators, like they're not that mobile, but now the Observer will spot this. He might recall.
Do we have anything in the main
He
base?
knows he's being scanned.
Yeah, he's going to have to recall a little bit of units because that triple drop is going to deal a lot of damage. And there is no way he can defend with just a couple of
Is he just counter-attacking?
He's counter-attacking around the 4th, and he's going to cancel this one, but Innovation is already expanding to the left side at the same moment. So now the recall will happen, but he needs to evacuate with all the units that he didn't recall because he's going to get stimmed in and probably crushed if he stays there.
Innovation, very, very smart with his army movement there. And now he might use this opportunity, knowing that there is no army on the right-hand side, to start a big siege there.
Yeah.
Onto the 4th base and then redrop inside of the main base. He still hasn't killed the Observer on the left side, though. So this army movement is being spotted by T-Drogo. T-Drogo needs to split perfectly, but it's very hard to engage against Liberators. If they're already siege, he might just have to evacuate his base.
Yeah, I think he's going to evacuate that base. There's no way he can defend it. The Nexus is going to go down, but the probes will remain alive. If he can shut down the drops on the left side, that's already one less worry for him. But
and he's going to counter-attack.
To re-expand. He needs to re-expand. He does have a massive bank.
Look at his army in the center of the map. He's going to counter-attack with a huge chunk of his army. Actually, there is no Stalkers with this.
Yeah, there's no Stalkers, but I don't think there's that many Liberators as well.
Oh, he's gonna try to sandwich this army here of Innovation. Innovation's maxed out. T-Drogo lost a bunch of pylons, so he can't even remake the army here to make sure he can reach 200. He's gonna try to corner this army. He defended inside of the main base just now as well.
Yep.
Here we go.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Not that many Stalkers to face against those Liberators, but the Archons can also do the trick. Let's see if that fight can be decent enough for the French Protoss here. Most of the Liberators are going to get demolished here by the Archons, by the Stalkers, and that's a lot of army that's going to go down here for Innovation. The Medivacs trying to escape towards the north side. One of them has been sniped on the left side. The Medivacs will be unloaded and cancel the Nexus, the 4th Nexus from Drogo, but still a pretty massive bank for the French Protoss, so he can handle that. And Innovation lost a lot of really expensive units.
Triple Tempest production is going to begin, and that means that T-Drogo can't counterattack because he's going for Tempest behind this. It wouldn't make sense. Like his effective army, he's like going to be stuck on his side of the map, so he has to slow down the game. He has to, I think, retake 2 additional expands, the one in the top right as well as the 4th that is retaken under his main and natural.
Right.
But he still finds some damage on the other side of the map. Gonna get a cancel on that very important.
That's good.
5th base there.
Yeah, if Innovation starts sitting on 5 bases with 10 extractors, I'm gonna get super worried.
And he's got Ghost, by the way.
He does have like the Ghost.
Oh, you recall the Colossus?
Colossus and a couple of Archons that will do the trick here against the Liberators, but don't lose that many Colossi. Okay, he needs to pull back for a bit, and yeah, the Archons will take care of that. On the left side, the double Medivac has been shut down, and suddenly Drogo has 30 more army, 30 more supply. Actually, 30 more army supply in this case. I'm actually looking at it.
As should you.
Yeah, I should.
Plasma shields on the way now. We got 3-3 about to finish for Innovation. He's getting plus 2 ship weapons, by the way, so his Liberators are going to be extremely scary. He could go into Vikings down the line if he wanted to, but it seems like he really wants to play a Liberator-heavy style, which is just so hard to engage into. And I mean, with the way he moves his army and always sieges very well, it's going to be very good for him. Okay, I don't think there is an oracle.
This fight is actually super important. The EMPs landing on all of the Archons. 3 EMPs actually grabbing a lot of the shields from those Archons, and now the Bio will run in and try to get some proper detonations here, but only 2 of those 5 Archons went down. That was good. Yeah, they need to chill for a bit. They are really expensive. Okay, what about the Blink Stalkers on the right side? Is he in range to grab some damage on those Liberators? 6 Tempests are actually a pretty decent number. He should be able to snipe out those Liberators, but now the Bio will come forward, and one Liberator will go down, blink, and tries to get the Liberators on the right side. Nice EMP landing on most of the Liberators, but Drogo does take care of most of the lids.
And he's going for it. There's still a lot of Colossus. They're pretty much uncontested right now.
Where is the War Prism? If Drogo had a War Prism here,
he's just reinforcing from afar from his fourth base, but he has a massive army anyway. Tempest going to town on those Liberators who are just standing there, sieging the ground. There's not much else they can do. There's no Vikings. I see 2 Vikings in the unit stat, but they're not there.
Yeah, they're not there, and the Liberators are getting shut down. Now, at the same time, counterattack with a bunch of bio and a couple of Liberators, but I think this fight is the most important one. Is Drogo in position? He doesn't have that many Zealots. He doesn't have that many Stalkers, and here, the Archons and Tempest are going to get surrounded, and as you can see on the camera, Drogo doesn't feel good about this one. He just lost a lot of army and a lot of units altogether. Can he remax? 7 Stalkers and a Disruptor at the moment, but that's just not going to be enough, I feel.
Not having a Prism to reinforce, yeah, that was massive. Innovation always looking for the counterattack on the other side of the map. He's going to get on top of this Colossus. This barely survives, but I mean, a Stalker-heavy army is good to chase down this kind of army, but in a straight-up fight, Innovation is just going to have so much more. 88 army supply to 45 now, and Innovation's on the warpath. He wants to score that first point here for Team South Korea, and I think he will get it.
Okay, let's see. The only thing that he has for himself is this Disruptor here, getting a proper shot here on Fall Vikings, but that's not going to be enough. Innovation takes game number 1. GG gets called. Well played by the Korean Terran here, but Drogo didn't look bad at all in this game. He handled it really well for the longest time with his observer movement, with the pylon positioning, and he was handling those attacks quite well, but that last attack on the bottom side, he was super Stalker and Tempest heavy. And let me tell you, that army doesn't deal that much damage. He needed Archons, he needed Zealots, maybe needed Storms, but obviously the gas income was not that great for Drogo, but he pushed Innovation quite hard in this game.
Yeah, there wasn't much room for Innovation to do damage, and initially the defense was very good from T. Drogo, but Innovation still found damage. He stayed patient, scanned the main base, didn't go for the drop in the first place, and he knew, I'll be back. I'll be back later on. Just like another machine said in another franchise. And he was back. And the thing is, the next time, you can't leave your units there the entire game. You need them to fight in the middle of the map and elsewhere. So those units left, he reattacked, forced a recall, and from there he started gaining some momentum. You know, even though T. Drogo was still doing a good job with the defense, it was really the moment he dropped there and then used that to siege the top right-hand side base. Like, this really starts adding up. You can't snipe the fourth base of your opponent that easily, and Innovation being able to do that definitely put him quite a bit ahead. T. Drogo, though, I love the way he played it up to that point, because the defense was excellent against the initial Widow Mines. He even caught the Medivac here in the center of the map. And after this, it looked like it was going to be okay for him, but yeah, that big siege here, that's where everything started going wrong for him. Innovation just so smart, knowing that he could go for this. And T. Drogo struggled with the back row here a little bit, to be honest. Like, he started building up a bank, he couldn't remax, he didn't have enough pylons. Where were all those Roddy pylons, like those extra pylons that you always make? Even though you're already out of 200, where were they?
Yeah, maybe having a couple of extra pylons would have been nice, but I thought it was an awesome game, man. I think Drogo played some very high-level StarCraft. I was a bit surprised that Innovation never decided to re-siege his Liberators here, right? Like, having 4 or 5 Archons underneath Liberators, you almost never see it.
I think he knew they would just die pretty fast anyway, or maybe a blink would come in.
Yeah, I mean, takes a little while for Archons. You can see it, like, it really took the entirety of that fight. And I think at Drogo at one point, like at this point, he's actually in a pretty good position, right? Because they're even in supply, and he's got a massive bank.
Yeah.
I didn't hate his final attack, but I think the positioning, like obviously the Prism that you guys mentioned, if he has a Prism there, that changes everything, because 7 Zealots will make it so hard for those Marauders to get on top of the Colossus. But I think the positioning, I'm sure we'll take a look at that fight real soon. Like, he went too much towards the south side of that orbital, and that allowed Innovation to get a great engagement on the north side. While I think if he babysits the army a bit better, he can really utilize the range of the Colossus. And even if the Tempest are a little bit exposed, who cares about the Tempest? Like, if your Colossus and Stalkers survive there, you get a couple extra shots off, a couple waves on those Marauders. I actually don't think he loses that entire army.
Yeah. Actually, I was surprised that he blinked in here, because he was just sieging so well with all the Tempests that he had anyway.
It was going really good, but he's going too far towards the south. Like, he's already doing it here, but he's not getting punished. But in like a split moment, he will get punished. Well, I think if he's more towards the top, so he can actually kite, but he's putting himself in a corner.
And Innovation really picked up on that. No, the Tempests were forward. It was like, all right, it's go time. And having the EMPs here were so huge. By the way, he already had NN Shockwave, obviously, and getting that counterattack going was really huge as well.
Look where those units are.
Yeah.
Like the Colossus are so exposed on the north
There was
side.
no Guardian Shield, there was no proper mid shield. You know, all the Zealots were gone from the previous fight.
Literally a couple of Stalkers are inside of the circle of that Liberated as well. It almost feels like that little counterattack that it panicked Drogo for a little bit. He's like, oh, he's doing more damage. I need to do no more damage. You know, this is not good enough anymore. I'm on the clock. But obviously, if you lose 4 Colossus and Tempest like that. Good game, though. Really good game. I think Drogo, I mean, he won't be happy with it, but I think he showed some great StarCraft there. But, you know, the patience that he displayed there, even though he was in a rather tricky position from time to time, he showed us why he's one of the all-time greats.
The veteran here at Nation Wars. And one of the best to ever do it in it as well. Looking to try and boost his record a little bit, you know, maybe get to that all-time #1, which I believe Cyril now is in terms of stats, because he just won very convincingly in his games versus Italy.
Is Cyril like 20-1 in this season? That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, all-time before today's matches, he was 54-15, which is already absurd. And I think Marine Lord was the one who had 81%. Now Cyril overtook that. Across that many games, that's very impressive. Innovation is now 38-12. He was 76% before this map just happened. They're all gunning for it. They don't just want to win the tournament. They want that first place record.
Yeah, well, I think this Nation War is far from over. And obviously, we're going to see more of Inno because he's now one of the winning players out of the Pro League format. But of course, we're going to get ready for the second match. But not before. We have a pretty awesome video for you guys.
플레이 스타크래프트 솔로 캐리 핀란드 4-3 쉴드 배러리 페리스 서울 디스럽터 트와이스 스타크래프트 레거시 오브 더 보인 클랜
A bit of a troll, this one.
Yeah.
Hitting the baguette at the end.
I'm surprised that he said Disruptor over Storm. I feel like Stats is way more of a Stormy boy than he's a Disruptor boy.
Maybe he thinks they're just more effective, so he uses them.
And I mean, it does have bigger jackpot potential.
I mean, he also said 4-3 versus France. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he means every answer that he gives. Right?
He also said Clem over Rainer. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Maybe lost a couple times against Rainer.
Clem seems friendly with like a lot of the Koreans, to be honest. So I'm hanging out with them at Home Story Cup. Obviously, I think both of these players are very respected by pretty much anybody in the scene.
I think he's friendly with everyone. Like, I haven't really found anybody that's like, man, Clem was rude to me. I was like, I don't think that has ever happened.
It would be funny if someone was like, I don't like him. You know what, this Clem guy?
I've got a story about Clem, guys. Like, one day he beat me with Mass Widow Mines. I'm like, well, that's his good right, you know?
As long as he doesn't Manamule, you're not allowed to dislike him.
I'm sure that he's dropped a couple of Manamules in his life. Yeah, for sure. Clem can be a cheeky boy. He loves it, especially like if players stunt him a little bit.
Yeah.
He'll strike.
Imagine if you played Zerg though and he would battlecruiser you. Just Yamato a bunch. I mean, to be honest, that's considered to be a viable strategy. There is the 17 years old. He's so small that on one of the team pictures, he was sitting on a table. You see that?
Yeah, it was adorable. I actually love that intro video because it's like, look at these guys being badass, and then Clem is sitting there in his puffy jacket. And I'm like, it's adorable, not badass. But obviously, in game, this little man is an absolute monster. He's been the MVP of this team so far. I don't think a lot of people predicted that. I think a lot of eyes would have been on Drogo. Marine Lord was a little bit of a mystery. We know he has the skills, but how active is he really? And Clem, I thought Clem was going to be like a wild card, you know, like he can be great, but will he show it? Well, the answer was absolutely yes. He's been on fire this tournament.
Yeah, he literally killed a bunch of people with his first push. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do a push now, and then we'll see where the game goes from there. Boom. Just flat out kills people. That happened to Lambo. That happened to Showtime. Was it twice? No, not really twice. Right?
No.
Yeah.
The Nightshade game was definitely kind of like
he did damage, but then
I do feel, I don't know how much you and Fonka went over this, but I think the initial lineups, if I had it my way and I was the captain of Team France, this is not what I would have picked. And I'm sure that...
really?
Yeah. You like them?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we didn't know how active Marine Lord was, I guess, so maybe he'd be the one put in question.
Well, I feel like the worst opponent here for Clem was Stats, actually. I think out of the three, that's the worst.
I thought you meant the
team.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, the team overall is really good. I meant these three initial matches. I feel that Stats is
I
the
thought you were going to
worst.
say like Stefano.
No, well, Stefano's actually
Yeah, to
super
be
good.
fair, yeah, he did well just before this, yeah.
No, but I thought Drogo, I was like, I would like to see Drogo in a PvP against Stats. And I actually believe that Drogo
Or a
could beat
PvZ.
too. Yeah, absolutely. But I thought Inno was the worst one for Drogo. And I think Stats is the worst one for Clem. That's at least how I see it.
Yeah. I think Clem's pretty good in TVP though, but yeah, Stats is just an absolute monster. Like you can't be a Terran player and say like, oh, I'm going up against Stats. It's going to be an easy one. Walk in the park. And
We know that this young man plays at a very high pace. I often say this, but I think there is never a dull game when Clem is involved. This young man loves to attack. A little bit of a European version of Time, you know? A very talented young Terran player that just is hyper aggressive. And obviously once he starts finding momentum, things can absolutely go his way. But we call that other man the Shield of Ire for a reason. Even though Todd, I gotta say, over the last 5-6 months, he didn't really live up to that name, did he?
yeah, it was more like a wooden shield, you know, like having a little bit of a harder time blocking all of these attacks. Yeah, he's not been necessarily the Protoss, right? We've had Trap put on some crazy performances out there and stuff, but
Classic kind of outshowed him as well, or
Yeah.
outshined him, man.
at the global finals. But yeah, Stats is still an incredible player. We saw him actually being the revive player and the key player versus Canada.
And he looked good in that one. Like that was
Yeah.
obviously a very high-profile match. They were one map away from being eliminated in the quarterfinals, and we all thought that Innovation would come out one more time, but instead it was Stats coming out against Scarlet in Game 7. But he looked very good. That was probably his best performance in this entire season of Nation Wars.
Yeah, that was really good from him. I believe we're about to go in-game here. We're going to be playing on Ephemeron, starting in the bottom right-hand side of the map, playing as the blue Terran, representing France. It's Clem.
With his beautiful yellow and blue keyboard. On the left top side of Ephemeron, looking at the main base of the Shield of Ire, it is Stats. He's so happy, always. He walks around. I really felt that he almost like, I love the opening ceremony, of course, when he like broke the baguette. But it's almost like he's smiling so much and he's like, I really hope that nobody takes this the wrong way. It's like, no, Stats, we don't. That was awesome. Like, it was really cool because I'm watching in sort of the public area, you know, where a lot of the fans are in the gaming offices over here.
He reacted well too.
Everyone was like, oh, it's war.
Same. I was out with it.
It's war. It was
I
really
screamed
cool.
All-Star. I don't know if you heard it.
No,
But I watched a little bit of the practice of Clem. He was training a bunch of games with Mana. And, you know, nothing too crazy. You know, he goes up to a third base. He gets out on the map, does his first big push and all that. And some of the key things that I think we should pay attention to is how much damage he can achieve early on, obviously. And how early is the Ghost Academy going to be dropped? Like the two main timings is always going to be, is it pre-2-2 or is it after it actually starts 2-2? Clem is one of those guys where if he thinks he's achieved enough damage or if he thinks that there is a way for him to really punish his opponents, he's going to pull SCVs and he's actually going to go for it. Like we've seen him do that. So that's something that I'm not sure Stats is going to be fully aware of. And Stats at time can be pretty greedy, right? Which, I mean, if he gets away with it, great. Like he's basically won the game. But if the opponent realizes what's happening, he could get punished. Speaking of which, Yogo punished him, right? We heard about that game that Yogo played against Stats where Stats was playing really greedy. Yogo held the roach button and beat him.
I find it kind of funny that Clem would play with Mana to prepare for Stats. For me, those are two polar opposite processes. Like, I think if you have a match against Hero and then you play with Mana, that makes a lot of sense to me. But Stats, I would much rather ask Showtime for a couple games or something, because I think Showtime resembles Stats a whole lot more than Mana does.
I mean, I only watched some of his games. He probably played against other Protosses as well. And to be honest, Mana, I thought was playing pretty well and similarly to what Stats would play. You know, getting a lot of upgrades, going up to 4 bases.
Mana is always the guy. If I think PvT, I think 5 Stalkers and a War Prism. He's going to be annoying. It's going to be scrappy. It's going to be aggressive, back and forth. Not necessarily all in, like he will always do stuff. But Mana always, not always, but more often than not, chooses builds where he puts himself in a position where he needs to get some damage done.
I think Clem forgot to put his over-ear thing. The noise cancelling thing.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
Should have an admin. Maybe just put it off. I'm not exactly sure.
There it is.
maybe an admin came up to him and be like, young man. Even though like a lot of
you want
these...
your gifts for Christmas.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
You want Santa to come around and bring you a new yellow keyboard.
This keyboard is awesome, man. I'm always jealous when I see people with their really cool keyboards. Like, I like my
You
keyboard.
do realize it doesn't matter how it looks, it's how it feels that matters, right?
Yeah, well, but I'm sure that they actually have good keyboards too.
Yeah.
But I do think it matters how it looks, right? Like, this is obviously something that a lot of people are passionate about. There's a whole scene around like creating keyboards in the coolest possible way.
What?
Yeah. This is a whole movement, man. They have like conventions and they exchange keycaps. You know, Juanito Special, he buys keycaps that are like $600 each. Like individual.
One keycap?
Yeah, one keycap. Like super rare ones, like there's only like 10.
$600?
Yeah, I've heard about this. He also asked me to order him one. And that one was like $55 and then it was delivered to my house and I lost it.
Is it, what?
Yeah.
Is it made out of gold or something?
No, I don't think they were made out of gold.
Why are they so expensive?
They're very special and very rare. It's like, why is a magic card so expensive?
Yeah.
Because it's rare.
Yeah, but it's a keyboard. You would think they can just manufacture new ones. Like, why would they be so rare?
Yeah, because they obviously didn't do that. So like, they will probably only have like 10
it's like limited edition.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have that for everything.
Yep. No,
I went with a friend into a vape store and I saw like some stuff that was like so expensive, like the smoking bongs or whatever.
It's like sneakers, right? Like you've got very basic sneakers, but then you also have the very fancy ones that are quite rare.
Yeah. Which, to be honest, all of them are just hugely overpriced.
Yeah, but that goes for everything in life. If you just tell people that it's expensive, eventually it will be. Phoenix will find the Reaper, so this Reaper is going to get shot down. And this may seem bad for Clem, but at least now he's got the confirmation, right, that there are multiple Phoenixes that are produced. So it's still a scout. I always think it's smart to have like one Widow Mine against the Phoenix opening. Obviously, Cyclone Viking is excellent as well. But there is a moment where Cyclone Viking is actually... Ooh, is he going to move out already?
A typical Clem move out. He knows that it's targets and he's like, well, you're going to have a bunch of Phoenixes. You're going to have less ground army than usual. And Stats doesn't see it. Upon reaching...
Oh my goodness.
And he's going to miss it entirely. This is really bad. Does he have shield batteries?
I don't think he does.
Oh my god.
And that's a single pylon powering 2 gateways. He still doesn't know. This
that
is
pylon above the robo doesn't power the robo, I think.
Yeah, and he's careful because he's like, I don't want to fly into a Widow Mine. Oh my goodness, guys. Stats is in trouble. And this was very promising for Clem. He's got SCVs here as well. He can repair the Cyclone. He can repair the tank. This is massive for Clem. Get on that pylon, mate. That's everything you want.
Oh my god, he's gonna unpower these 2 gateways pretty much instantly, and they're not gonna be repowerable. The robo went down as well, and he was making an observer anyway. Phoenixes have to go in. He's gonna pull the probes. Adept are gonna shade inside. The Viking is gonna be taken out pretty fast, but so many probes should be dying there.
A really good job there, I think, with the focus fire by Stats, but a couple of Marines are still going strong. This is already decent.
The bunker's almost done.
The Marines get in the bunker. Oh my goodness, one Marine got in the bunker.
Can
he get like 2 more probes?
It's going to be the big game Marine, the hero Marine. Killing as many probes as it can before the bunker falls. I don't think he's going to be able to transfer to that other bunker.
No.
That's going to go down.
Really,
okay, well, that was a sick defense.
Yeah, really good crisis management there by Stats. I almost feel, though, that if Clem was able to take out that pylon a little bit quicker, that's 2 less units. But I think it would have been so much harder.
You know what Clem could have done, by the way? Build an entire wall. And then Adepts couldn't shade in and probes couldn't go through.
Huh?
And then if he had everything behind, he would have just won. I mean, obviously... We're sitting at the casting desk, and maybe there was something in the way blocking and everything, but that could have been one other way. He would have just won there.
I still think, in a way, this was not a disaster for Clem, guys. Like, you look at the worker count at this point, this is a lot closer than the worker count is most of the time in Terran versus Protoss. I think 2 Phoenixes went down. Is that correct, Crow? Can you give... Oh, just a single one.
Yeah.
All right, so that's one thing that is definitely going well for Stats. Like, ideally, you want to be able to pick off 3 or 4 Phoenixes, because then you make the entire tech pretty much useless. So now Stats will still get some value out of it. I think this was really quite close, right? Like, it's almost like a trade. I don't think it's like bad. Obviously, the only thing you can say is that Clem's command center is quite late.
Oh my god. I'm just looking at this wall. I'm like, it would have been so sick if he blocked between the 2 gates. Because then Adepts and probes can't go in. Because probes helped a ton here, by the way. They did a bunch of damage. The Adepts being able to shade on top of the army helped so much too.
Yeah, the one problem here for Clem is for sure that this base is late.
Factories, by the way.
Yeah. This is kind of a big problem, right? Because I don't think he can really do much until Stim is done, and even then he won't have a lot of units. And every single time that Clem moves out, he's gonna end up losing a few more SCVs. So maybe it's a little worse than I thought at first. But maybe Clem can find some more damage. He does have a minor advantage in the army supply. So maybe Clem can make something happen. But this is risky already, man. Vikings are expensive units. And it's about to fly into 5 Phoenixes. Wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, landing it wouldn't have saved it either. They've got enough energy for Graviton Beam here. Clem massively investing into this attack. With Thermal Lens finishing in a second, I'm really worried for Clem now.
Yep, I mean, there are so many Phoenixes, so obviously Stats can just lift the tank as well. And don't forget that it's very hard to disengage against a player with this many Phoenixes. I don't think that Clem is expecting 2 Colossus here, but we do have 2 Colossus here. The Viking gets sniped as well. I think Clem is getting himself in a very, very bad position here, Todd.
Yeah, Widow Mines are going to connect onto that Immortal, but Phoenix is flying. They're going to help tremendously against this army. Clem is being pushed back, and he's not even really trading. He's just losing a ton of units here. And he just has no way to escape from there.
Nope, you can't run away against this many Phoenixes. They'll keep on lifting. The Medivacs have gone down as well. Another tank going down. Maybe he didn't expect the Phoenix count to be that high. But I think above all, he thought maybe he has 1 Colossus, no Thermal Lens. But 2 Colossus there, an Immortal as well to soak up a couple of the shots. Yeah, Stats is playing a magnificent game. Even though he was caught off guard, the crisis management was just perfect.
Yeah, second starport on the way, so he might just go into a ton of Vikings here and kind of play it old school against the Colossus play from his opponent, but Stats already being on double Forge is a very scary prospect. He's getting Gravitic Drive actually in a second Robo, so might just go into the Disruptors here that he mentioned he was fond of earlier in the interview.
That Phoenix count is still so high, and there are no Widow Mines on the field, so it's so nice for them to just fly around, maybe get a few more SCVs here and there. I think that at this point Clem knows that he cannot move out anymore. Everything that he will send to the other side of the map is going to get picked off. Oh, we've got 1 mine, but that one is going to get picked off as well. Sometimes...
Now we got 0 mines.
Yep. Sometimes it's frustrating, but the only thing you can do is sit at home and macro up and just hope that your opponent gives you the time to get a strong, proper army out there.
I think he might pull SCVs. He might just build up his Viking counts, get 3 Ghosts, and go for the attack. I think you don't even get an Enhanced Shockwave. You just try and get 3 Ghosts. You're on 1-1, so you have no plan to start 2-2 here if you're Clem.
Now, does he have an armory? I don't think there is an armory, right? It's 1 eBay, no armory. So yeah, I think you're right. Maybe... What's the Viking count you would go for? Like 14 or something?
Yeah. And he's going to have that by the time he has the Ghost. But you need 3 Ghosts. I think at least 3 Ghosts to EMP everything. And then you pull the boys. You just go for it.
Yeah.
You hope for perfect fights. That ideally the Protoss player wouldn't see coming. But I mean, Disruptor is also something he's going to have to worry about.
Yep. Do we have SCVs? Yes, we do have SCVs.
I think he's going for... Yeah, he's pulling SCVs. There's 2 Ghosts. There's 1 of those there, and there's 1 in production.
Well, that's bad. That's a very unfortunate moment to have this happening. Obviously, we're not exactly sure.
The computer might have crashed or something. That's going to be a long build-up for this fight.
Yeah.
Because he saw the move out as well. He's like,
That observer has been key, man. That is a very big observer for Stats. Obviously, guys, we're still playing video games every once in a while. Computers do have an error. Is he still in the game? No, it's rebooting, right? Yeah, it seems like he's in Windows.
I think the game might have crashed.
All right. Well, that's going to take a little while before we can continue this. And I'm afraid that this is one of those moments, Todd, where we buy a couple minutes.
Yeah.
We build up.
And then the fight lasts like 2 seconds.
Yep. I am afraid that, like, especially because he saw the move out as well, right?
Yeah.
You can. There's a War Prism. You can maybe bring the Disruptor forward.
I think you need no less than a perfect fight there. Perfect EMPs, connecting onto as much as possible. And sometimes if you can get like a really good position, and there is like, around the 3rd base, right? If the Vikings, they go over the area where it's like really hard to attack, maybe. But remember, there is also Phoenixes you need to worry about. Yeah.
Yep.
And like the Viking count wasn't that insane.
No. What is most important here, guys, is that Clem does not waste a single shot of his Vikings on the Phoenixes until the Colossus are dead, right?
Yeah.
Because his bio units are never going to get in range of these Colossi, so he needs to pretty much one-shot the Colossus and then maybe even just land the Vikings. Why not, right? Ignore those Phoenixes in the sky at that point. But I feel like he doesn't just need a perfect fight, Todd. He actually needs stats to make mistakes as well.
Yeah. And while we're waiting to resume from replay, let's go and check out an interview with Clem.
Focus fire. I can choose, I can decide. Maru. Pain au chocolat. I say Hamster Cup. Yogo, maybe, because he's working really hard. Helen Liberator. Zergopi. Maybe a Rainer for the future. Diablo Immortal. French fries. Maybe Denver. I don't like both. This edition of Nation Wars.
One of the nicest guys, I think, that's coming up in the scene and starting to do really well. It's been a pleasure following him.
I think he's going to be a household name, man. In 2020.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be big. I see absolutely
Global
no reason.
finals? Decent chance, right?
Absolutely.
If he keeps on improving the way he has.
I think one of the front runners, if you exclude like Rainer and Serral, like the two obvious suspects. Yeah, I think that Clem has a very decent shot. The Mapu is going to be better. Terran is a little bit better. He's only getting better. Yeah,
it's so competitive. Though.
If you would ask me right now, right, 2020, will Clem be top 8 in the WCS, the foreign circuit or not? I think my answer would be yes. I actually think he would be a top 8 player.
And you're rarely wrong.
Nah. The thing is, Todd, if you say a lot of things, you're often right.
Except about the Russian circuit that played us.
come
You are
on.
completely wrong on this.
No. You're too mean to my boy Vanya, man. Vanya's excellent. He had a rough showing, but he played 2 maps, you know.
He got wrecked, man.
Yeah, I know, he got wrecked, but everybody gets wrecked every now and then.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's not.
We know all about that.
Todd, it's not about how hard you can win a game of StarCraft 2. It's about how hard you can lose him and still come back up.
Oh my God! All right, thanks, Rocky.
Let me tell you, my boy Vanya is not giving up. Okay, he's got some work to do. I've never said that Vanya is a god already. He's just good.
I can just see you right behind him. You tell him to look at the mirror, and you're like, "You see this right in front of you? That's your biggest opponent." It's always super anticlimactic. Like when we have to reason from him play at this moment. Like he saw the move outs. Clem knows that he saw, and like they both know pretty much what's gonna happen. Like Terrence moving across the map, SCV's already been pulled.
Yep.
I see a bunch of the players behind him, kind of smiling at the situation. And like if you're Clem, this has to be pretty uncomfortable, right?
Oh,
like
super.
you're going for an attack that you know is like unlikely to work, but you have to go for it. Imagine if you just pulled back SCV's home and it's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, like you scan, kill the ops, send them back to mining. Drop an armory, go 4 base.
Starts to make like 20 shield batteries. Actually, he's not making shield batteries.
But he's got quite the army though. He's up in army supply. That doesn't happen often. I don't find the Viking count super intimidating either. This is an army. +2 attack is about to finish. Like he's almost going to be up 2 upgrades as well, Todd.
Yeah.
The Disruptors. Clem knows he's on the clock. Every second that goes by, things will only get worse. He scans, he sees the Disruptors on the right
You
side.
already said the concave. I don't think Clem can. Okay, he's going to pull back the bio and try to attack with just the Vikings, but the Phoenixes are taking all of the damage.
Oh my
Disruptor shot will connect onto a lot of this bio. Clem's army is evaporating.
Yep. No, the Vikings were shooting at the Phoenixes, and that is absolutely not allowed to happen there. GG gets called very quickly after we resumed the game. We were kind of afraid of that. And South Korea will take the 2-0 lead here. Rough draw for Team France, man. I really think flip these 2 players, and maybe it's at least tied up. Maybe in a crazy world, France is even up 2-0, but these were just on paper 2 very, very tough draws, I think.
And now it's going to be for Marine Lord to try and bring things back. He's facing Sue.
I think out of the 3 opening matches, this is the one that I felt most positive about for Team France. I think Marine Lord is excellent. Yeah, I think he's excellent at the moment. I think he's pretty damn good against Zerg. Mac is strong right now. You think of how Sue likes to play. Sue has never been the ultimate late game monster, like when it comes to spellcasters and stuff like that.
Yeah, which, I mean, as much as it means that in late game he's going to struggle maybe a little bit more than some of the other Zergs, he's still going to be very decent at it.
Of course.
And he's going to make a difference before we get there a lot of the time.
No, of course. I mean, I definitely don't want to go as far as say, like, I think Marine Lord is a heavy favorite here. But out of the 3 matches on paper, I really thought that this was the one.
Oh my God. Imagine, honestly, he makes an eBay between the 2 gates, and I think this is over.
Do you think that eBay is enough to block everything? I feel
maybe
like that space is too big.
Yeah, maybe 2 eBays, maybe 2 bunkers.
Yeah, actually, if you put the 2 bunkers in the middle of the barracks, that would be full wall.
I think if he blocks the wall, like it's... I honestly think he just wins.
Yeah, it almost feels like all the units of Clem were not focusing the right units. And meanwhile, Stats was doing everything right here. And the biggest thing here is that he survives with 4 Phoenixes, right? Like, that's so big.
If one of the bunkers had been filled with 4 Marines also, like...
It's a lot more painful, for sure.
It was such a clutch hold for Stats, really, because it looks so scary here for a second.
And also, like, right on time, right? Because, like, if this fight happens 10 seconds later, the Marines are already in the bunkers, and then things will get a lot worse. Yeah, maybe if those bunkers were tucked between those gates, it's a completely different fight. but it's hard to say. Like at first I was like, maybe it's not that bad for Clem, but then I was like, oh man, the Phoenix count is still so high. The third base is quite late, and even though the numbers were even at one point, Stats had so much freedom after that initial hold that he would always create a big advantage for himself. So, and like, look at the Vikings here. I mean, I don't think that this is a winnable fight, to be totally honest and fair to Clem. But if it's ever gonna be winnable, well, you need a big EMP, and you need to pretty much one-shot Colossus. You're fighting Vikings. You can never win this fight if your Vikings are shooting at Phoenixes. Excuse me, I said Vikings.
Stats micro with every defense was insane. Like in that first fight, pulled units perfectly, managed everything perfectly with the Phoenixes, with the probes. And now again, the disruptor shot, so many players will butcher those here in this fight. Now he stayed really patient, sent the disruptor in. I mean, obviously he was in an already very advantageous position, but it doesn't mean that you can't mess up completely.
You know, the beauty of a disruptor in that position as well is that even if you would fire your disruptor shot forward and it doesn't connect with anything, you still force all the Terran units to run away, so they'll be out of range of the Protoss units, and then that 9 range Colossus is still getting damage off. So even if you completely whiff the shot, you're still getting value out of it, because Colossus will still be fighting and the Marines and Marauders will not be fighting.
And so that means with that, South Korea is up 2-0, and Marine Lord will have to be the player to start bringing it back, otherwise the revived will be forced early here. South Korea would be on match points.
I mean, MLord does have a strong history in this tournament. Before this day started, there is nobody with a better win percentage in the history of this tournament than Marine Lord. That's, of course, mostly because of Nation War Season 3, where he was the absolute heavy carry.
An 82% win rate. That's insane, actually, in a tournament like this.
Well, Sarol right now in Nation War Season 5 is 95. Because if you're 20 and
but we're talking overall across all.
And we're talking human beings, not goats.
Marine Lord actually he had a game against Raynor. You heard about that game, right?
Yeah.
Where he used some cheeky mech and used it really well and found some success.
It's Zen, right? I wonder how Zen actually really works. Or is it Eternal Empire?
No, he played against Raynor on Eternal Empire on ladder, but now he's playing on Zen, which he was saying like is not nearly as easy to manage as Eternal Empire. Like he said that if he had been playing on Eternal Empire, he was very confident he would have been able to do really well here. But on Zen, it's going to be tougher because it's like a weirder map and stuff.
Yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating for the style of Su as well, right? Like if I think of Su, like how would Su like to defeat a mech player? I'd be like roaches and hydras running by everywhere, you know, getting himself in a pretty advantageous position, and then a couple of Vipers show up and seal the deal. But I think Zen has a lot of choke points, there's a lot of ramps. Even though the ramps are not narrow, they're pretty wide open ramps, you still have to go up high ground quite often. So maybe there is some potential here. I'd be shocked to see bioplay coming out of Marine Lord. I don't think it's impossible, but I feel like if you have been doing so well with mech, you kind of got to go mech here.
Yeah, it's his style, and it makes it uncomfortable for a lot of the players that he plays against, because there's not many players that are as good as Marine Lord with the way he plays mech and everything. So it's very hard to get like proper practice against it, and it's not like necessarily a massive part of the meta, even though obviously it's coming back with the patch and with some of the changes that we've seen come into play.
Hey, by the way, I just noticed now, you did actually color up.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't tell me.
Why?
I do like it though.
Yeah, maybe everybody was in like dark blue and stuff, but I don't know why it looks like very wrinkly like this, but it's fine, whatever.
I think it's nice to have a little bit of light on.
We were the boys
camera.
in blue.
Yeah. Like now it's like less bad and I'm in blue as well, because you're basically lighting me up as well. I'll take it.
That's what I do, Kev.
Look at this. Still apparently quite close, according to you guys in the chat. No,
gaming is they're telling the French.
Man, they're going crazy. That's like the French people are casting, because normally they're just casting in the little studio quite close to us. Now they're all the way on the other side of this building, but they've got a room with like 45, 50 people sitting there, and they are loud. Like they're chanting. I don't know what they're chanting. I'm sure that I Will Survive will be playing again soon.
Oh my god.
Coca will be dancing. You know how it goes.
It's like 2-3 songs that they just keep playing on repeats.
I mean, if the mood is right, the mood is right.
Yeah.
There's baguettes. There is liquor.
You know,
They're
actually,
ready.
if France wins, there's a song you're gonna hear up until the moment you leave back to the Netherlands. It's "We Are the Champions."
Queen song?
Yeah, I heard that one so much after France won in 1998. It was crazy. Like you hear that song up until you're like sick of it.
I heard that song a lot as well in '96 when Ajax became champions of Europe. I do not have fond memories of that song. But
Yeah.
Queen is pretty awesome, so it's hard to really deny that. Before we get ready for the next match, which is going to be Marine Lord versus Sue, we do have a little Marine Lord video for you guys.
Mec, zero charge. 3. Claim for this nationals. Both. One is dead, so it's pretty sad. Saucisse. Zero copy. Pain au chocolat. Solo win. The Galiang. Rôti. Zidane. Tiroy. Je suis ici. None. Mo. Allez Marseille, pas close.
None between Turkey Dano and the Muslim. Savage. He also
shots.
He picked Zidane over Mbappe.
Yeah, I would do that too, I think.
Yeah, I get it, but I
Listen,
actually find-
Zidane's the only guy to headbutt someone and then the next day go back to the I don't know what it's called, but like the place where you get a medal, basically.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, be recognized by the president.
Yeah, because he retired.
And everybody overlooked that, yeah.
That was his last match ever.
They're like, you know what? He's such a hero. We don't even care. He headbutted someone on the.
I do wonder though that if you ask this question, I mean, we're getting a little bit off topic here, guys, but now I'm interested in it because it was in the quiz. I wonder if you ask this question 20 years from now, and obviously it's hard to really see how Mbappe's career, but I feel for his age, Mbappe is better than Zidane was at his age. Now, obviously, Zidane has a much more impressive career and is one of the all-time greats. But anyway, that's football talk. Let's go back to StarCraft talk. Also, what is this? Roddy Todd and he picks me?
Feels bad.
Ay. The French connection. To be fair, I did have a Marine Lord emoji in my chat for a long time, so maybe that's why he likes me.
Yeah.
The not bad one. After he did the Home Story Cup interview and he said not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah,
to every magic trick.
Not bad.
I think that's just for lack of not knowing a better expression to say. Like,
I think we've all had those segments.
I think
Home Story
probably
Cup,
wanted
though.
to say, oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's really good. But instead he said not bad to everything.
I mean, like sometimes Dennis just pushes a microphone in your hands. It's like, this is going to be a really funny segment. Roll with it. And then you stand there for 4 minutes, look at a guy doing some magic tricks. And it's like, well, how do I make myself look good on camera now? Well, Marine Lord's approach was,
you tell me,
not bad.
I had to host a hula hoop contest with Autosis at Home Story Cup.
Those are some of my favorite segments. Those are the moments where I'm always, I just have to go to the restroom, Dennis. Like, I'm sorry. Can you ask Todd?
Yeah. Actually, T-Drogo was surprisingly good at it. Did you see he got overconfident? Like he tried to style on the mana in the first one and he dropped it. So he was down 1-0 with a best of 3.
Todd, I have to admit, I did not see the hula hoop contest. I know that this is a missed opportunity, but...
How dare you?
Yeah.
This is great content.
I mean, it's like when they have the water balloon contest in the summer, you know, and it's like Lambo and Harston always leading the charge. They're like, yeah, we're going to be sick in this. And I'm like, all right, guys, have fun.
And then everybody's terrible. Actually, some of them are bad.
They're pretty good, but they're
some of them are tryhards, right?
They're so competitive.
Yeah,
Like Lambo and Harston is like, oh my goodness. Like, I would never want to play a fun game with them.
Yeah, maybe with them on your team.
Yeah.
Then again, you said that. You were yesterday in the bailing quiz. You were tryharding.
Yeah, of course. But that's because it was a quiz. And you guys had a big mouth.
You're the one that started talking, bro.
No, I was humble. I'm always humble, in victory or defeat. Though.
Yeah, sure.
But the French guys, you guys showed up. And you said, for the people who have no idea what we're talking about, last night we had a little 2-hour, 20-minute quiz called the Bangling Quiz. We broadcasted it on this channel. So if you would go to the videos of this Twitch channel, twitch.tv/ogaminginter, obviously, then you can take a look at that video from yesterday. It was pretty fun. We basically had to answer a bunch of questions about the Home Story Cup, Nation Wars, some about balance, some about Koreans and Western or foreign players in the past.
You know, it was supposed to be you and me, by the way, and you guys got out.
Yeah, because Rainer said it was like he was going to be my teammate, and that was like the idea all along.
I see how it is. To be honest, I think if it was you and me, we would have obliterated them.
Yeah,
pretty hard.
I think we, especially. Yeah. Okay.
Say it.
No, I did not want to say it. I would never burn my teammate. No, Rainer did all right. It was fun. It's really worth watching.
Except for the drawing.
Yeah,
that was really.
Well, I am really bad at that too. Like drawing, you don't want me on your team, okay, guys? I tried to draw a pilot, and I just made circles. I'm like, it's a warping. Like he's warping in zealots. Like, I don't know. That's all I could do.
That one looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, let's go and hear from Sue with this video.
Innovation. Playing StarCraft. Team victory. Detail. Play all in. Paris. Beef. Hard question. BlizzCon. Setter. Metal. Baguette. Red Velvet. 4-0.
They should have asked first place or second place.
No. I think that's kind of why he already answered BlizzCon as well. And he was like, well, I've already won Nation Wars, but I didn't win BlizzCon, even though he got super close. What's the Red Velvet versus Twice?
I don't know.
I really don't get that question. And they all just answer it, but...
Yeah.
Like,
it was probably explained to them.
Yeah, well, somebody should explain it to me. Red Velvet? Or Twice?
Yeah, I don't know. We're like so disconnected from everything.
I'd be like Twice. Fire Roddies. I don't know. 2 is better than 1.
Yeah.
There's a little mouse issue, by the way, guys. In case you guys like, wow, Roddy and Todd, you guys are talking a lot. Can we just get into the game already? It's obviously not our choice. We're just waiting, making sure that Sue has the perfect settings ready for his game that's coming up versus Marine Lord.
I see him warming up, so they must have found something.
Yep. Sometimes the mouse just feels a little different, you know?
I hope he didn't get the mouse that we got on the computers here, you know, like the ones on our stations.
The default one, you mean?
Yeah, that's
a
terrible one.
Yeah, I'm actually survived that they still work. It's like, how many years have they been in a box before they handed it?
It's like a prop mouse. It's not even like a real mouse.
Yeah.
It's important to have your gear at a tournament like this. How did he lose his mouse, by the way? What the hell?
Did he lose his mouse? I think he just
somebody said that, earlier.
Okay, I had no idea about that.
Maybe he forgot it at the hotel or something.
Well,
have you ever had something like this? Like you go to a tournament and you forget, it's happened to me a few times.
I think the only thing I maybe ever forgot was my earbuds, because like I used them when I'm traveling, and then I would have maybe used them in my hotel room.
I traveled to a LAN one time and I didn't have my keyboard, but I had to pack everything to be fair, like my computer and stuff. And I was like, how did I forget my keyboard? Probably put it in a corner while I was packing.
No, like good. Mouse and keyboard I've always had with me, because I am a super whiny. Like I'm super whiny. I cannot play with, and like I even prefer the mouse I currently have over the same mouse, but then let's say a brand new one, because the current one is a little more worn in, you know, and it has like slightly more resistance and it clicks a little different. I'm super picky, so I could not ever imagine myself going
You're super whiny even with your gear.
Yeah.
I remember playing next to you at ESWC.
Yeah, I'm hard on myself.
You're slamming the table.
I don't think we really need to bring up these stories. What can I say? I was a little passionate.
Yeah. Passionate about not losing some units early on.
This is a true story, guys, since we are buying time. Once upon a time in 2006, I think it was, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Either ESWC 2006 or 7, but I think it was 6. You know, we had like basically a setup, 4 tables. Everybody had like 4 or 5 players in a row. And we somehow ended up next to each other, even though we were not in the same group. But then, apparently, after I lost a grunt or 2, basically like losing 2 zealots, I slammed the table and I was like, oh, I was really angry at myself. I was still in the game. And then Todd just looked over and he's like, this guy is weird. And then he requested a seat change at the admin because he didn't want to sit next to me at the tournament anymore. Yeah.
But this build up too. At first you were like, oh my God, this is so stupid and stuff like while you're playing. So it was building up for a while. I was like, why is this guy talking while he's playing? If it's going bad, just play.
That's the caster in me, Todd. Before I even ever casted a game, I was already casting my own.
All right, we're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have Sue take on Marine Lord. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time to continue with South Korea being up 2-0 against France. Currently, we found a mouse.
Yes, it's actually kind of funny because what just happened and was apparently the problem is exactly what I was talking about before. So somebody brought over Sue's equipment and it was his mouse, like a certain model that he uses. I think it's a Logitech something. But he's like, something is wrong. And he just kept pressing. He's like, it's not what it is. Like, it doesn't feel right. And then somebody else apparently brings the other one. And then he looks at it. He's like, oh, that's my baby. So he was using the right model, but it wasn't actually his mouse. And because of that, it felt different. I
would think they're identical, but...
Yeah, they are. But like probably like you push things in a certain way.
Yeah.
It just feels different, right?
It feels
like,
wrong
this like probably like if you have your thumb always at a certain position,
yeah,
eventually like you wear it down a little bit.
You think it bends a little? It's like shoes? He takes the form of
no,
your hand?
absolutely. Yeah, I mean like not if no, but like it feels different. You'll damage different parts of the mouse, but if you're used to that doesn't feel like damage. But if you then suddenly have a brand new model, it can feel really different, or in this case, a model of a different player.
We see Marinlord being very playful here, as he always is, just before the battle actually begins.
I love that he played with 5 minutes for a mouse, and he's like, it's my mouse, but something's wrong. Something just doesn't feel right, you know?
Sue's got a pretty good record, by the way, 11-6 currently.
I think that's good for most people, but for somebody like Sue, I would expect better. I think 6 losses in Nation Wars.
Cue Gordon Ramsay's voice. I expected more.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sue also lost against Blask in this tournament. That's a... Yeah, was it? Yeah, Blisk. No, Blask from Croatia.
Yeah.
Damn it, they're so similar. They're both brothers as well. One is from Singapore, the other one's from Croatia. Well, he lost against the Marjorie Special. 32 probes, 8 gates, Zealot charge all in. He wasn't ready for it. A couple of unexpected losses, but I do gotta say though that when it matters the most, Sue does often step up his game. He may drop a couple of games that, you know, it doesn't hurt too much. But for instance, when he played against No Regret, that was a very important one. And he was able to keep calm there, even though it got very close and very dicey. At least he was able to get a very important win there.
That trophy looks really sick, by the way. I really like it.
But if it's a team competition, who takes it home?
I don't know if they have 3. Whoever scored the most points.
I can totally see Zhuge Liang taking that trophy home. No, you're laughing, but I'm
laughing because Cyril would never let that happen. He's got a cabinet that's waiting for more trophies to be added to it. He does not joke. If there is one thing Cyril does not joke around, it's his trophies, man.
Apparently, but he doesn't like the Home Series Cup trophies. He left like 18 and 19 behind.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't take them home. Maybe they will come eventually. Anyway, guys, here we go. Finally, we apologize for the inconvenience of you guys waiting for this match to start. But let's get it over with. Let's see if this could be the start of an epic comeback for France. As in the left bottom side. On Zen. We look in the main base of the man who single-handedly won this tournament 2 years ago. It is Marinlord.
Taking a deep breath. His opponent starting in the northeast in the red and playing Zerg. It is Sue.
Well, he went pool before hatchery talk, and I don't think this is necessarily because he's afraid of being proxied. I think with this being Zen and there being 2 openings into the natural, of course one of them is very narrow, maybe he's going to try to keep the Reaper at home. And then maybe have a scary follow-up as well. But that extractor is rather late, as Crow's pointing out as well. So it's not going to be like 4 or 6 links into a roach attack. But we'll see what he does with it.
Yeah, I mean, Marinlord, once upon a time, was one of those guys that went for a lot of proxy barracks as well. And did a lot of these early game attacks. Was all about those Reapers, sometimes Marines as well. Nowadays, likes to rely a lot more on the newly buffed mech, if you will. And he's made it look pretty strong if he's able to kind of really kick into gear. Yeah, those links sneaking around here. This is not necessarily something you would expect out of Sue very often, but yeah, Marinlord's going to have to react super fast. Needs to run back to his side of the map with the Reaper, but he's actually sending that across the map to be aggressive.
Yep. He's going to rely on that 1 Marine, but there are 4 Zerglings, not 2 Zerglings. I hope he's aware of that. This is going to be a little bit awkward. Now, maybe with 2 Marines and a couple of SCVs, he's going to be fine here. You don't want to lose your Reaper. I think that Reaper may have gone down.
Yep. Oh my god, this is bad.
Yep, this is not the start you want. Especially because he didn't even get into the main base, by the way. He didn't get into the main base. The Marine gets picked up as well. So, can he get that final Marine too? Oh my goodness, he does.
Get back here, you.
Need some regen. He's like, I just need a few more hit points and then that Zergling can turn around and actually kill the SCV as well. I think right now, like one more. At 6 HP, you can turn around. Oh my goodness. Oh! Alright, that's well done by Marino at least.
Yeah, delayed the CC a little bit further. And now he's going to force a bunker from a Rainlord who has no idea what could be coming his way. He has no way to scout. So definitely, I would say a pretty good start here for Su, achieving some damage.
A minor investment, but a pretty big return. I mean, especially if you take a look at how late that orbital now will actually be done. So that means that the second Mew is going to be a lot later and all this kind of stuff. And above all, this is very uncomfortable for Marino, right? This is the first time he gets some vision again at the other side of the map ever since that Reaper went down. And you're always worried. There's a lot of things that are going through your mind. You don't want to just show up here and then end up losing against a very quick attack.
Ooh.
But still feels confident to drop the fusion core.
Yeah, those links going to get shut down here, but they're a little bit annoying first and foremost.
Is there an overlord?
Nowadays, whenever there's a fusion core, it's always going to be BC, right?
Yes. I just really hope that Marine can prevent any overlords from entering his main base, because Su is really the kind of guy that if he scouts this immediately, I feel like he's just going to hit you with a bunch of Zerglings and Roaches and run to the other side of the map, and it's going to show up, or Nidus even, and it's going to show up right before that first BC is done.
Can you get it?
This is a good start. There's one more Overlord on the left top side, but there is no Overlord speed. So this is going to be a little bit harder for Su to scout than it is for some of the other Zergs out there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? If Marine Lord's able to go up to many bases, be playing the mech style that he really likes, it's going to be a lot more his comfort zone. But Su is going to be the one trying to make something happen before that, and he's been the one, I mean, that was aggressive with the Lynx early on, that found success, even shut down the Reaper of Marine Lord. From just seeing, that's a nice seal, by the way, of that area with the Queen. From just seeing the tech lab on the starports, he actually does a very quick lair that just finished. I was thinking he might go for a Nidus for a second, but he's not going down now. He's just running up and getting more Queens as well.
Just running up for now.
No, there it is. Oh my god. This is bad, I think, for Marine Lord.
Yeah, absolutely it is bad, because it's going to be very hard to scout in the first place. Those factories that are being thrown down right now. And imagine if the BC jumps to the other side of the map. Because that BC is going to be out way before the first Nidus goes up. If that...
What do you think Nidus is, though?
I think over here on the left side. I don't think you need to go... The first Nidus outside, second Nidus inside.
Yeah.
Alright, this could be a big scout.
He sees
the Nidus is there on the right side. It could be a tail indeed. But if he jumps the BC to the other side of the map, guys, you cannot jump home. And that would be disastrous, because nothing is good. The first... No! That's like a... Oh my goodness, that's disastrous, thought. He can now not use the BC at home.
And he finally sees it. There's nothing there to properly attack. There's so many Roaches and Queens are going to be coming through inside of his base here in just a second. SCVs are not going to cut it.
Wow. This is... bad would be an understatement, guys. It's absolutely disastrous here. Marine Lord could have maybe seen it there with the factory, but he just jumped to the other side of the map. And sure, this BC is doing some work, but it doesn't matter. You've got Queens, Roaches, and soon Zerglings in your base as well. And that BC is probably even going down, isn't it? It's 10 HP. Oh my goodness, he saved it at 10 HP.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be useless for a long time here. Tactical jump is still going to be on cooldown for a very long time. And not having tanks here, it makes this so difficult. The one factory that's making a tank is going to get targeted down. It's going to go down so fast.
And once again, this is similar to that ZVZ we saw earlier, right? Like if you lose your main base, you're going to lose high ground. So the SCVs are actually super vulnerable from the high ground as well.
He's going to lose a lot more than just the main base here at this point. Queen's reinforcing as well. He's got some transfusions to work with. The battlecruiser trying to go to work on these Queens.
If he can repair both SCVs...
But then he can't attack both the Roaches and the Queens at the same time is the problem.
Well, it's going to be a little too much. GG gets called, and it's just kind of a super rough game for Marine Lord. From the beginning till the end, nothing really went his way. Su, on the other end, he had the game just the way he liked it. We saw his little question drop, and he smiled when he said all in over the macro. He loves games like this. But just from the beginning to the end, you often say it, right? If you go for an all-in, it's not just the way you execute the all-in, it's the way you sell it. It's the way you set it up. It's the way you keep your opponent busy. I do really wonder, though, Johan, how does this go if that BC doesn't teleport to the other side?
Yeah.
What if he's able to shut down that first Nidus? I think we have a completely different game.
Yeah, that would have been
That would have given him a better chance for sure here. That was heartbreaking
seconds.
to see. Like, yeah, it was like almost like 1 millisecond. It's like tactical jump, boom, Nidus immediately after, which...
I think it was even... No, the Nidus was already going up. I don't know if he saw it on the minimap or not.
Yeah, probably not, yeah.
It was closer. That factory was quite close, but maybe he just either barely didn't see it or he thought it was an overlord and just didn't pay attention, but...
And now France is in all sorts of trouble. Who do you send back out? I feel like it would have to be mostly between Clem and T-Drogo, maybe Clem.
I think you go Clem, because Clem has been the MVP this season. I feel like if anybody deserves a second opportunity, I think it's Clem. But I kind of feel like we missed the most important moment of the game here, and that's when that BC teleported to the other side of the map. Because it's a risky call by Su to make the first Nidus in the main base, right? The first one is often a little bit more hidden, and then you drag units out of position, and the second one can go for the main. But going for the first Nidus in the main, don't forget, this is the modern Nidus. If you lose that one, that's 14 seconds, no Nidus. And 14 seconds when you're trying to all in is a lifetime. Oh, that BC. Traitor BC, Todd. Absolute traitor BC.
I thought he was doing the right thing. Looks like they're having an intense discussion here on who will be coming back out. Obviously, Team South Korea will first announce what player they're sending back out. And then France gets to decide who they send, who they revive, and then what map it's going to be as well. But you have to keep the entire lineup in mind.
This is team competition in a nutshell.
Yeah, they look really worried right now.
Agony on one side and a lot of happiness and smiles on the other side. South Korea obviously in a very sweet position here, being up 3-0. I think you go Clem. I really like. Obviously, it's an almost impossible task to all kill South Korea, but I do think with the way that
I wonder who Team South Korea sends first. Actually,
yeah, I have no idea.
Maybe Innovation, because in TVT, like the map doesn't matter, and then it means that even if Clem beats Innovation, then Stats will pick the map, and then Su will pick the map, which can be a big advantage, right?
You want to know my theory?
Go ahead.
Su stays on just because Team South Korea is very confident they're gonna win this anyway. And they don't want to swap gears right now. So this will be like, Su, why don't you stay on? Try to get the victory.
Prove yourself.
Yeah, try to give the victory.
It's
so
like,
we don't.
bro, I just won the fastest game so far.
So we don't need to unplug mouse and keep it. Whoa, is it going to be Drogo? It almost looks like it's Drogo. I feel like he was eager. I mean, it could be Drogo.
Yeah. It's not like it's, crazy or something if it's him.
Maybe Clem just really feels like he can beat Stats. And I do think Drogo feels like he can probably beat Stats.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it's doable.
He did get what we thought was the hardest matchup for him earlier.
Yep. Drogo seems like he is getting closer towards that PC, so most likely he's going to be the one to be burdened with the almost impossible task of all killing South Korea in instead of just chilling. I really think they'll just let Su sit. They're like, I can't be bothered to unplug my keyboard right now. It's like, I don't want to set up again, mate. Like, why don't you just stay on? Like, at least you're comfy, right? This is your mouse.
It's like that thing where, like, when you lost the map, I remember I would just rehost the lobby million and be like, big race.
Yeah. When you're playing custom games with somebody, right? Yeah.
We're starting right now. He's like, I gotta go toilet. Boom, start button.
Yeah. It's rough, man. Like, obviously, South Korea is always one of the top favorites for this tournament and maybe the undisputed favorite for Nation Wars. But they have been... they have been defeated in the past, and they have definitely been pushed towards the limit as well in this season of Nation Wars. But I just felt like this was one of these Nation Wars where both teams rather, have three very strong players. So I think the initial seeding was very important. And I almost think that France overthought things. They're like, they're going to send, Innovation on this map because, or maybe like, we're expecting Stats there because then Stats can beat Clam and that would be good. And then France would counter with Drogo on that map, so Drogo would have a PvP against Stats. But I feel like South Korea kind of went with the obvious picks, and I think that France overcomplicated things. And the initial three matchups were just very rough.
Oh, it says T-Drogo behind.
Yes?
Oh, it did for a second.
Drogo looked, like Clem kind of didn't look too eager.
Yeah.
And I think that Drogo is always ready to step up and at least give it his best.
Don't we usually go to a break after 3?
Absolutely.
I haven't been hearing anything.
No, nobody has given us the cue. Maybe we want to announce.
Yeah, when I get some more of this fill.
Yeah, they're like,
that we're so good at. They're like, Funka's good on interviews. Todd and Roddy, they're good on the field. Oh, okay, so it's going to be T-Drogo
against Su.
Going up against Su, so PVZ.
I was right.
Why are you laughing?
Because I really think that the Koreans just looked at it like, Su, you're all set up. Just stay on.
Right.
No, absolutely, mate. Like, we're going to ask them afterwards. Hajin, I'm going to instruct Hajin. If South Korea wins, mate, This is like this. I'm playing on the water backgammon over here. Okay, like I understand. I understand how this works. Anyway, guys, I do believe that we are gonna head to a break, and after that, we'll be back. No break, apparently. Maybe we're behind schedule, so they just want to speed things up.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Drogo is nowhere near ready. Or maybe he is. Ready?
To be honest, like, you know, we talked about Clem, he's been the guy on fire and stuff, but T. Drogo is still a very strong player against the entirety of the lineup, I think, of Team South Korea.
Alrighty. Well, no break it is, guys. We obviously have a long day, and of course we're going to have a third place match as well. I know that you guys at home have mixed feelings about bronze medal matches or not, but I've already said this a couple times. I'm personally very happy for it because I want to see more of guys like Ryu and Ryosis that don't often have the chance to play at an offline event, and then bring them out here just to play a single best of one. If you end up losing it, that'd be sad. Now at least they have a chance to redeem themselves and win one more match, or at least play one more match and get a little more used to, you know, being in the limelight and playing these high-profile matches.
Yeah, you're right. I'm liking this third place match as well. We want to get as much as we can from those players that travel the world to be here in Paris to play the round of 4. Ah, man, it's a rough one for France, especially that one from Marine Lord against Sue, especially with that battle crew TPing.
Can't believe that.
So you should have seen the French broadcast with the with the audience next to it. It's like everyone was like, oh, yeah. The entire crowd is like, oh.
The moment you see it turning blue, it's like,
yeah,
I'm turning blue myself over here. Like, this is disaster. That's so sad, right? Because
it is.
It doesn't happen often that you see someone do something in StarCraft 2 where it literally feels like you're signing your own death sentence. But the moment that BC jumped, I'm like, all right, that's it. You just defeated yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, and that doesn't happen that much indeed. That a single keystroke can be the difference between life and death, victory and
because I think if he shuts the first one down with the way that the Nidus has been nerfed as well, then obviously even if the second one does go up, which is questionable because then obviously Marino will be looking for it, it's going to go up much further away. First BC is at home, you can get ready for it, you can buy some time, maybe Factory 2 and 3 finish up, eventually a tank pops up. Like, it may have seemed like a lopsided match, but that match really does get decided by that first BC not killing the first Nidus. And it's a crazy call by Sue to go for the main base with the first Nidus.
Yeah. I know you were expecting it to be outside the first one, and I was like literally down with this as well. But yeah, you went for the main base, went for the more aggressive route.
The YOLO version.
Yeah, it paid tremendously. It paid dividends, that's for sure. And Sue put South Korea 3-0 up. They're not going to change any players now.
Did you hear our theory crafting about who's going to stay on for South Korea?
No.
All right. So my theory, like, I think that the theory was of that like innovation would go because then he would maybe play TVT. I'm like, no. I was like, you want to hear my theory? He's like, yeah. I was like, Sue's going to stay on. He's like, why? I was like, because he's already set up. And I think that the Koreans cannot be bothered with plugging their keyboard in. Yeah. And I really, like the way that they looked at it as well, I really feel there was no discussion. It's like, mate, you're sitting there, you're plugged in, just keep on playing.
Go, Just go. Just keep on going, mates. So it will be a ZVP with Drogo being the last man standing for Team France. We've got Marine Lord and Clem.
Were you surprised to see Drogo come out?
So most of the people I talked to and me personally, I think we expected Clem because of what he did earlier in the tournament, the fact that he's on form. But at the same time, and that's also something that showed in the interview of Team France, I feel, is that this team can obviously play in 3 different ways with 3 really great players. So it was not a done deal by any means. I expected Clem more than Drogo, but I expected Clem, Drogo, and then maybe Marine Lord. But like in this way, I was a little bit surprised, but not that much. Okay. I mean, if you have to win 4 games in a row, I guess Drogo, with his knowledge of all matchups, I think might be the great player here.
Like, I do think, the more I think about it, that this is a good pick because I think the worst opponent for Drogo is Innovation. Yeah. I really think that. And he had a super close game against Inno. I think at one point he was ahead.
Yeah.
I think he was within striking distance of making that actually happen and winning that game. Well, for Clem, I think the worst opponent is Stats. But that wasn't as close as as Drogo's game.
You're right.
And I know you've been talking a lot about the seeding and the Pro League format. And like I think in a lot of the games, I really didn't think it was that important. But for this one, when you have two teams with three very strong players across the board, I really thought that the initial 3 matches would be very important. And this was literally what I had in mind as the worst possible draw for France. Like,
yeah, you're right.
The 2 star players, even though Marina is very good as well, but the 2 star players getting the 2 worst opponents of Team South Korea, I was like,
Yeah, that was a rough one indeed. Introducing all players in what could be our last game of the semifinals. Will this man here in the bottom right-hand side of Simulacrum can bring it back for France? His name, Petit Drogo. And he has to go all the way.
It is a chance to immortalize yourself, though.
Yeah.
If you do it here, that'd be big. Offline, in the semifinals, down 0-3 against South Korea. People have done it before. We'll see if Drogo's the man to do it again. On the left top side, the man who didn't really show much in his previous game. Just more stuff that we already know he's capable of. But he is a world champion. It is Su.
Yeah, let's see what Drogo goes for. So we mentioned before that, for instance, this build versus a laser was really, really cool. Build in which he went for a really early forge for a +2 timing, I believe, that hits super early. I wonder if he goes for something along those lines here against Su, because that's obviously a build order that he practiced a lot and feels like he can get a cheeky victory against probably any Zerg player here. So that might be one that he feels comfortable in. Maybe he goes like the more normal routes, but I feel like we could be seeing this.
Well, I think the most important thing is that Drogo doesn't play a style where you throw away too many units. Because Su is a Zerg that will more often not have too many units than he has too few. So if you open up with one of those styles where it's like Prism here, Prism there, Zealot, that's very good against greedy Zerg players, and then you often find at least a lot of damage in one of the bases. Su is more often than not gonna have plenty of Roaches or Hydras, anything along those lines, to deal with this kind of stuff. And then you're very, very susceptible to a devastating counterattack. So if I was Drogo, I'd play a slow and steady style here. Even though that's always scary, going up against a top Korean Zerg, I really don't think you just want to spam units brainlessly and click them into bases, hoping that your opponent's not ready. Because Su, he's always ready.
Yeah, either it is a really strong dedicated attack or you play late game, I think is what we should be expecting here from our good friend Drogo.
Well, we have to talk about this though.
Cancel Stargate.
Yeah, into Twilight. And I kind of like Stargates again. Maybe it's just the Dark Templar opening then. Like then I won't mind it because I think the DT opening is still very macro-oriented. But I really doesn't hope that he fires up charge right now and does like an 8-gate or something, because I just feel like Su, in general, he's going to have Roaches anyway. If it's DT opening, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, the more passive, like harassment-based strategy, nothing too crazy, nothing too all-in-y. We'll see what he decides to go for. That Twilight is not for a Dark Shrine at the moment. It is charge lots. And those charge lots, they're not as good as they used to be without the +8 damage that they used to deal instantly after the initial attack.
I'm totally with you there. I think that makes a very big difference in some of the all-in attacks that you have. I tried a couple of them, and obviously if you can get +1 on the Forge, it's still pretty good against Lynx, of course, but against Roaches and stuff, losing that +8 initial damage of a charge, that really does start to add up against Queens as well. But Drogo's still building probes, and it's just 4 gates for now. So maybe this is like one of those middle down the road kind of builds, right? But it's like, yeah, I'll show up with 2 Archons, and then as maybe the random 6 Zealots or even 8 Zealots. But at the same time, I am going to expand at home. So I don't think he's going for all in. I still think sometimes you can make things a little too complicated for yourself, and I'm afraid that this is one of those builds.
Yeah, let's see. Also, like what it gives you is also the ability, as this Adept is gonna get surrounded. Not before killing a couple of Zerglings, though. I think it's 3 or 4.
These are small things, but this is still like Su is so good at this kind of stuff, right? Against every other Zerg, you send out your Adept, it's in a safe position, the probe shows up, you get some HP on your Nexus, and then that is safe. Right now, suddenly, you're forced to warp in a Zealot at home, you're forced to go for a full wall off here. Like, Su is getting some insane value here out of nothing.
Yeah.
This was an investment of nothing.
Basically, 8 Zerglings actually killed 2 Zealots and Adepts, slowed down the 3rd base from being dropped down.
Oh, he's going all in now.
Yeah, he's going full all in here with 5 extra gateways. This is not the potential small attack that we expected. Those Zerglings, they're gonna find this Warp Prism. I feel no, they're actually gonna go past by and not scout the Archon. I like it because
No
it's
roach
a Hydra
one.
Den, yeah.
All right, yeah,
You said it, but
You gotta
usually
go.
he doesn't skip roaches. He
No.
goes for a Hydras this time.
Exactly. Maybe he did do it because he fell for the Stargate trip, or trick rather. Well, it's a trip as well.
It is a trip.
Yeah, we are on a trip here. But this is it. At this point, it's very important that Drogo doesn't take damage on his Prism, and he needs to start getting those Warp-ins in. One more Archon. All right, so it's going to be 3 Archons. I want to say nothing but Zealous for now, but he builds a Nexus.
He did drop the third Nexus. So
Yeah.
he's really going the middle of the road here.
But he needs to go
Drogo did.
fast because 9 Hydras on the way. If those 9 Hydras join with the Queens, it's a very easy hold. But if the Hydras spawn one by one, well, the Queens already go down. That's a really good fight for Zerglings, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that
my
was a really
goodness.
great fight on that Archon. He couldn't pick it up in the Warp Prism. At the same time, the Archon on the south side is dealing some massive damage to the Hydralisks. Most of the Queens are
I love
dying.
the
Zealots
spine.
getting closer, but
I
the
love
Spine
the
Crawler
spine.
makes it so much easier. And now a second Archon will fall. He's going to evacuate with it. Or maybe not. He's actually going for the fight once again. The Hydralisk are being microed pretty well by Sue, but Drogo's still dealing some damage and it's ramping up right now.
What an MVP spine there. Without
Yeah.
that spine, he'd actually be in all the trouble. But that spine is going to go down eventually, but it soaked up a lot of damage and it bought a lot of time. But at this point, Sue cannot afford to lose any more Hydras. 2 more Archons are morphing, by the way.
Yeah, that's a lot of Archons that are being added onto the composition here. The Warp Prism is
Warp
going to get
Prism!
close. Zealot Charge are going to be walked in, but the Warp Prism's going to die before the Zealots actually make it to the battlefield. Now Drogo actually wonders, does he go back? Does he go for more damage? He's actually going to pull back after killing a Hydralisk. Gets 4 drones, 53 drones against 45 probes, and Drogo is going to try to go back to macro. But that's going to be a hard one here.
Yep.
That's so sad because if those 5 Zealots actually make it to the battleground, I feel like so much more damage is going to be dealt.
Absolutely. Those Hydras were naked. They were exposed. Most of the other units were still in production. And the biggest problem here for Drogo is that obviously there is no Forge, so his units are not going to be more powerful anytime soon, and he's got no Storm. And I know a lot of people would be like, well, why doesn't he just go Storm now? You can go Storm, but you're going to have an army of 3 times nothing. What you're going to have is like 2 Storms, and then your opponent just waits, avoids them, and then they attack into you, and your army is too small. So it's a really hard decision to make. But if you don't get Storm, yeah, Hydra Ling Bane, or mostly even just Hydra Ling is going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to get Storm, but this obviously means that this army of Drogo is going to be tiny.
Yeah, he feels like he needs to cut corners, and it's interesting because Sue, after losing those initial drones, he actually didn't rebuild a single one. He's like, okay, you know what? 52 drones seems like a good number for me to go for a Hydra Ling Bane
Is
buff.
that a run by, or is that the Prism in the left bottom side?
I think it is.
Zealots, right?
Yeah, a couple of Zealots actually.
A lot of Zealots. Okay. Well, this is going to get interesting because this is going to put Sue on the clock as well, because Sue is about to lose a lot of drones at home, Fonka.
Yeah, he's going to whap in extra Zealots in the main base as well. The Zealots here are trying to melt the economy on the third base. Does Drogo decide to defend that third base? I don't know about that. We've got a Changeling that also gives a lot of vision to Sue. Now a couple of Banelings are actually going to detonate on a single Zealot, which is kind of nice. The Archons getting some nice value. 6 Archons, and 2 shield batteries to hold on here as he gets a lot of damage. Can Drogo hold on?
He just needs a couple Zealots. I think if Drogo gets 4 or 5 Zealots here, this is going to be fine. He only killed 10 drones at home. I thought it was going to be a little bit more.
But he killed the third base, and he's dealing with this defense. So he's going to tap out. GG! And Drogo pops off. He's like, yes, we're not going to go 4-0. This is it. I'm getting this victory. That counterattack was so dangerous, so crazy on the side of Drogo, but he gets the third base. He gets the Queens in the main base. 10 drones, and he defends back at home. What a god.
Yeah.
He canceled the storm as well. I
Yeah,
think we
of
didn't
course.
mention it, but he did cancel that storm.
Yep, and I mean, that was a brilliant decision because he didn't have 2 or 3 Archons. No, he had 5 Archons there with batteries. The Hydra count was decent, but not super high. And Stas is just like,
And, like,
these guys are so awesome.
I can't believe
They love to tease each other so much.
Yeah.
I really feel like they are just having a giggle with this tournament.
We need to bring Hadj into to the mix here, so she can tell us what's happening.
I gotta say though, I gotta say the cojones on Drogo to, after a field attack like that, not only go for a Zealot run by on the south side, but also go for a Prism drop in the main base.
That was
like
mental.
Aye.
That looks rather close and too close for comfort at some point because those zealots, they were needed around the third base, but the high number of Archons, that actually caught me off guard. He had like 5 or 6 of them with 2 shield batteries.
A Guardian shield as well, right?
Helped out tremendously, obviously, against Hydralisk.
Yep. No, and it almost felt that this was a moment where, obviously because of the way it played out, and you can't possibly notice, right? But this was a moment where pure Hydra Ling would have been so much better for Su than Hydra Bane. Because the Banes, they take a little while, they slow you down, it allowed Drogo to counterattack, and then Bane's running into 6 Archons powered by batteries. It's like, yeah, and that wasn't an overwhelming amount of Banelings either. That was like, I have a couple Banes.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been better to right-click those Banelings into the natural because the floodgates were open there.
Yeah, there was not a single Zealot here guarding the door, but... yeah, the fact that those Zealots were sent out at the opposite side of the map was quite crazy to think about, but that actually worked out perfectly, handling the attack on the opposite side. And it looks like Stats will be the opponent of Drogo. So we'll go
I'm happy
into
to see that.
PvP.
I'm really happy to see that, actually.
Yeah?
Wait, is he going to play with Suez gear?
Well, I don't know about that.
That would be insane. At that point, I think they're just memeing us. Wait. What?
He's just selecting the map, I feel, or going into it.
This spine, by the way, I really want to give a massive shout out to this spine, because if that spine crawler wasn't there, I actually think Drogo can just win the game with this attack. Because the Zealots were going ham. Obviously, that final weapon was close, but the amount of damage that this spine crawler did and the amount of time that it bought as well while Zealots are attacking it, it made it so much easier, and it allows a lot of those low HP Hydras to actually fight.
Yeah. I'm counting, actually, the number of strokes that this spine had. It's about 13, 14 now. And it still deals so much damage. It will be 17, 18 before dying, which is obviously a massive amount of damage.
And it bought time as well.
Yeah.
Multiple Zealots working on it, region a little bit. Final weapon was so close.
And it was like literally like 0.1 seconds before it could actually
look at this.
there.
The army at this point is 4 Hydras and 2 Lings. I know there are 9 Hydras on the way, but then they like only a couple of them will hatch here. A couple of them will come from the south side. And you still have micro potential if you have the prism there.
Yep. And let's see that final hold. You mentioned it like the Banelings could have went to the natural, but actually Drogo was a...
Yeah, but then you can still just blow that up.
Yeah, you can blow that up easily, but then the Archon micro was really decent, and 9 drones dying at the opposite side, the third base as well, Queens being destroyed right away.
That's literally the best fight I've ever seen Archons take.
Yep.
Like 6 Archons actually fighting in a line, protected by Guardian Shield and powered by 2 shield batteries. Yeah, take a picture of that fight if you're a Protoss fan, okay? Because you're not gonna see fights like that. Most of the time, the Archons are like, they're like bumping,
each other. Yeah.
You don't often see that.
This time, it was the Archon from the video from the release of Legacy of the Void, the power overwhelming one. You know, that comes in at the end of the fight. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm pretty badass. I'm gonna destroy all of you guys, and that's what happened. But only instead of 1 Archon, it was 6, which is kind of decent.
I'm still waiting for my Archon to ever be like that Archon.
Yeah,
where it's like shoots in a line and it blows everything to pieces. To smithereens.
To smithereens, indeed.
As Nathaniel would say.
Shout out to Nate, obviously. But yeah, great victory by Drogo. You could tell it was really important for him to get that one. Avoiding being...
Keeps the dream alive.
Keeps the dream alive. I mean... It's one game after the other now, and
I really think that he feels confident that he can beat Stats. Like, it's not going to be easy. Nobody is like a 65% favorite in PvP against Stats, so it's still a little bit of a coin toss. But I do believe that he rather plays against Stats than he plays against Inno. And if you get Stats here and you get a PvP victory, then you're on a roll. You're creating some real momentum for yourself as well.
Yeah, look at him flexing his fingers. Doing the sign, you know, it's just, ooh, I like it. He knows we're filming this. He's trying to give us a lot here with this hand gesture. He will be playing against Stats, and you said it. I mean, he definitely has the skills to beat and defeat a player like Stats in the best of 1.
And it's always a little bit of a style of clashes as well, right? When the European Protoss goes up against the Korean Protoss, they often play PvP a little bit different. And one is not necessarily better than the other. It just creates weirder circumstances. So we'll see how this plays out. If I had to make a very early prediction right now, it'd be like, That's probably going to go 3-gate Robo, something along those lines. Because he's like
aggressive 3-gate Robo?
Yeah, absolutely. And then try to kill a Nexus and maybe contain. And Or Drogo on the other end, maybe a defensive Stargate or
Yeah.
something, an Oracle opening, and then focus on the defenses. It's kind of what I'm expecting here.
Okay, that'd be nice. And if you're actually right, then obviously.
And both
nobody's
builds
gonna-
can kill each other. There is no.
They can. That's the funny thing about PvP. I feel like there's a couple of those guys are just having a giggle.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Like they're having the greatest time.
I
of their life.
really wish we knew or
So
we could
good.
figure out what they're saying.
Yeah. I can read lips, but I can't read lips in Korean. That's not something I can do.
I'm just happy to see them having this much fun.
Yeah.
That makes and then like the same at home story cup guys. Like these dudes, they truly love coming to Europe. They truly love hanging out with us. And I'm sure they talk a lot of smack about the Europeans every now and then. It's like these guys really do think they're that good, aren't they?
Those
But-
casters, they don't know anything,
Yeah.
and they still talk about our games. Like, well, the thing is, I don't know if we mentioned it during the broadcast, but or maybe did we see the Korean interview, the full one?
No, I don't think we've
We
seen
didn't
that one
see it yet.
Is
So
it
I might be spoiling something. So I won't.
Okay.
I won't.
I have not seen it yet. We've seen a
Uh,
couple of the question drops.
Yeah.
We were both, Todd and I were very confused. I was like, you guys keep asking like Red Velvet or Twice. And I was like, what is that for a question? Is this another one of those lost in French translation questions?
No,
Like
not at all.
No,
It's
and then
K-pop or
I know.
drama or something.
Apparently, like we just got a bunch of tweets from people that were very upset with us. It's
You
like,
don't know those?
It's K-pop. I was like, I have legit in my life never heard of Red Velvet or Twice. Well, I know the word Twice, but not related to any K-pop or K-drama or whatever.
Yeah, it's the Ajin take on the question drops. I didn't ask those because I obviously don't know anything about K-pop, but I always, for the question drops for the Koreans, I always let her selecting some of those questions. And obviously she goes for K-pop every time, but I can guarantee you that during the question drop in the French audience, there were a couple of people that were like, oh, nice. He likes Red Velvet more than Twice. Like they actually knew what was going on there. So people
But
do
I
know.
feel like
We're
they
just too
also
old.
asked a couple of the French guys about Red Velvet or Twice.
I don't think we did.
I'm pretty sure I saw
maybe
that with
one,
Clem.
maybe Clem because maybe I'm not exactly sure. I'm not entirely sure. But
don't know.
I wrote the
I'm old, I
question
guess.
drops, but I wasn't there to film them. So I just wrote the question, and I can guarantee you for the French ones, I didn't do it. But maybe Ajin was in the neighborhood, and she was like, "Oh, I know Clem is watching K-pop. I'm gonna ask her."
I like the Zidane or Mbappe.
You like this?
Yeah. I know that right now almost everyone is gonna pick Zidane, but I actually love Mbappe, man.
But you said Kylian. You said Kylian Mbappe. Marine Lord.
No, he said Zidane, no? He said
I
Kylian?
heard Kylian.
Okay, I thought I heard Zinedine.
We'll never know. Please send us some tweets. We're not sure out there.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. This man is trying to keep the dreams alive of friends and a lot of people here at the Yo Gaming Studios. Can he continue the start of a magical run here in the right top side of Eternal Empire? We're looking at the main base of Petit Drogo.
Petit Drogo.
How did I do?
Yeah, that was good. That was good. But usually you don't say the last T. It's Petit Drogo.
So I didn't do good.
Yeah, well, you did
just
well.
be real,
no,
man.
you did well. You did well. You did well. Your French skills are improving every year, and that's something that makes me super happy.
All right.
In the bottom left-hand side, some call him the Shield of Fire. He's also a little bit of a trickster, and he's having a great time. His name is Stats for South Korea.
I was like, I know it's dark, but is Innovation taking a nap? I'm turning around. Can confirm, guys. Innovation literally taking a nap. He just opened his eyes again. But
You heard Innovation is like beep boop, beep boop, beep boop.
he legit was like just rebooting there for 20 seconds or something. He's like, I'm sure they can finally do it without me, right?
He's got a perfectly functioning SSD, so actually rebooting takes him about 15 seconds, which is amazing.
Welcome to 2019.
Yep.
I remember my Pentium 1. Took a lot longer.
Yeah.
Minutes, mate. Actually, I started using PCs before there was Windows. So you started off in
MS-DOS?
MS-DOS. And
Oh,
C games, and then I
Yeah.
kept making a typo. It's like,
C.
all I want to do is play Command & Conquer. How is this so hard?
Command & Conquer was a sick game.
Yeah.
I loved it. Red Alert.
And that was later. That was great. Yesterday, I was talking to Rainer about Red Alert, and obviously, like, he never played that, right? Because he was way too young. I was like, yeah, you know what the best thing about Red Alert was? They were like the cutscenes, you know? So if you're playing the campaign, they had like real life mission briefings. So I loaded up a couple of videos. He's like, this was in the game?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, man. And like, showing him these briefings, and I was like, yeah, my favorite was Tanya.
Of course.
And like, I showed him Tanya. He's like, Tanya's fine, Roddy. I was like, I know, mate.
She was also super deadly.
Yeah.
You could one-shot all the
Yeah, because
infantry, right?
and he could place bombs at buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tanya was great.
Yeah, and you also had wolves, right? Like not wolves, but like defend guard dogs and stuff like that.
But that's the only thing I never liked about Red Alert, because I didn't like the sound of like when infantry shot the dog. It made me sad.
You're right.
Or like tanks could drive over. That made me sad. I
You drive over infantry as well.
Yeah, I know, but that didn't make me sad. I don't know why.
What a psycho. All right, let's look at these openings. Both of them actually didn't go for the aggressive route on one base. Both of them went for the Expo build. A little bit earlier on the side of Drogo, like just a couple of seconds. Or maybe it is on the side of Stats. I don't know. My eyes are pretty bad. But 50-50, I would say, with a Robo being dropped down on the side of Drogo.
Very heavy on the sentries on both sides, so there's going to be a lot of scouting. Now, if you guys like the slightly longer PvPs, this is going to be interesting. You know, I gotta be honest, I haven't seen an insane amount of high-level PvP on this patch yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, a couple of the games that we did see, they were often short, right? But I really wonder how much of an impact did the Zealot nerf? I know that it's a buff in some scenarios, guys, but in PvP, I absolutely do think it's a nerf. Because that initial 8 damage of the charge was massive. Like if they would charge into an Archon, getting that initial 8 damage is really good. It's suddenly a lot harder, and I think we're gonna see a few more of those one-off builds.
What about the Twilight? Do you think we could be seeing Glaive Adepts?
I don't think so, because I think they suck.
Showed?
Yeah, I think they suck. And I don't think...
It's gonna be Blink, okay.
Yeah. No, I think that was a one-off, and I think it was a very well-executed build by Showtime. But I still think the ball was in Drogo's corner, where he could have defended it a little bit better.
Yeah, he actually told us after that he saw the build, he knew that he was coming, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna smack this down, and then he lost anyways.
No, I honestly feel that the whole adapting is gonna be reworked very soon. I don't have any confirmation on that, but I really have the feeling that it was not the intention to nerf the adapt. But they were all probably afraid to like making a change where it would be suddenly super overpowered. But it became straight up worse. There's like nobody is gonna fight you over that, because the power of the adept is where it's hard to figure out whether they commit to a shade or not. But right now, that's not very hard to figure out, because if they cancel it, well, they're not very intimidating at all. They're kind of bad. So
yeah, you're right.
I think we'll see some changes towards the adepts in the near future.
Really early third base from Stats. It's interesting. Like he goes for a third base. He doesn't have a Forge. He opens with Blink, which is not the most like golden upgrade in the game in PvP, I would say.
Maybe a decent map for Blink though, right? Like let's say Drogo
in terms of movement,
out.
I gotta admit with you. Like I'm gotta agree with you. I think it is good, but
now I wonder if Drogo, let's say like Drogo wants to commit to a 2-base attack. There is a good chance that the moment that he moves out, like obviously Drogo's army is going to be stronger in the straight up fight. Even the Zealots without that initial damage, they're still going to be really good. But it gets very awkward where if you move out and 7 Stalkers blink into your base immediately, you can't keep units at home forever. But if you ignore it, I mean, Stalkers are not like the deadly killing machines that one-shot everything. You know, it's not 7 Tanyas, but they'll still start like unpowering your gates, and then your attack is going to be very unintimidating. So even though Blink is not the standard, I actually really like what Stats is doing here.
Yeah, and lots of buildings are actually on the left side. Could be abused a little bit by Stats with his Blink upgrade.
I mean, Drogo really wants to go for this 2-base attack, but I think if Stats plays it smart, and that's a lot of Stalks as well, I actually really like what Stats is doing. I'm a massive fan. Like, I know his army sucks right now. In a straight-up fight, he doesn't stand a chance. But I am asking myself, how is Drogo going to make it to the other side of the map without either losing power to all of his gateways? Oh, that's an immediate cancel as well.
All right, good thing. Charge Lots is not done yet, so he's going to go for the fight. He's going to get maybe a Stalker. He will. Force fields were a little bit late to the party. You did tell me. It's really cool that he is able to force a lot of counter-attacks like this with this Blink upgrade.
It's just a little bit of value, right, that you get out of there. Like, it doesn't cost him anything. It's only cooldown. So trading cooldown for a Stalker, that's some sweet value. And Stats is going to keep on doing this.
The AI kind of messed up here. He's going to lose a couple of Stalkers, maybe just the one. Yeah, the Blink cooldown is actually out of cooldown at the moment. +2 attack is going to get researched. So Drogo does have a massive lead in the upgrade department, but his third base is also quite late.
Maybe what Drogo...
4 probes extra for Stats.
Maybe what Drogo is doing is actually very smart, that he didn't commit to his attack, because he was just building probes all the time, and he's like, well, you invested in all the Stalkers, and I know what your plan is in case I do attack, but what if I don't attack? What if I just macro up at home, and I enjoy my upgraded advantage? You know, it becomes a little bit more tricky, but I actually think this is absolutely the correct choice of Petit Drogo.
Okay, he's getting 2 probes here once again for just a blink cooldown. Lots of those probes are not moving that much, and Stats is already gearing up for a defense around his third base with 2 shield batteries being whopped in right now. +2 attack should be the trigger for Drogo. So let's see what happens there. 57 army supply at the moment against the 65 of Stats. He might decide to just not go for it.
Yeah. It's a big map as well, and maybe he feels that if he does move out, he's going to give an opportunity to the Stalkers. If Drogo can get like 5 or 6 probes, that's massive. Stats is microing his Stalkers, doesn't see these adepts immediately. That's 3 probes going down already. That's going to be at least 5, maybe even 6. Yes, we do get 6.
Yeah, shades into the main base. And that's 8 probes. Wow. Really sick by Drogo. He's actually going to try to get a 9th, but that's not happening. 8 probes did fall, 66 probes against the 59 of Stats. And then suddenly he can play this one a little bit later, I guess.
I think I'd like to see a second Robo and a Robo Bay now out of Drogo. I feel like he's not on the clock. I don't think he needs to make something happen. Okay, it's Stats gonna be the one who's gonna drop the second Robo and the Robo Bay. I'd love to see the exact same thing coming out of Drogo.
It does have that increase in upgrades here with the +3 attack being fired up here on the side of Drogo, but the thing is, with +3 attack, he will want to wait for that upgrade, and by the time this upgrade is done, there's gonna be a lot of disruptors.
Yeah, it could also be Colossus. They're also very good, I think, against Zealots and Archons. But maybe Drogo is going to be the one that's actually going to make a massive attack happen, because he's going to have so many gateways that he's going to be able to warp in like 10, 11 extra Zealots at once during that fight. This is going to get very interesting. Now, Stats, I think this is kind of faking it, right? I don't think he really wants to commit here.
Yeah, he's posturing like he's about to attack, but he's actually going to go for an Archon drop on towards that natural. And if Drogo doesn't realize it, but he does, could have lost a lot of probes here. Stalkers will go for the Warp Prism to try to put some pressure on it. It's actually going to lose a Stalker here, but the economy is still safe. And you mentioned it, I expected Disruptors like a donkey, but it's going to be Colossus.
I mean, Disruptors are obviously super good as well in PvP, but I actually think that if you're very confident, you can drag the game on. Colossus will just complement your army a little bit better, and it's guaranteed, right? Disruptors, yeah, you might get decent shots, but it could still be a little bit hit or miss. And the moment you have to run away, Disruptors are like not good if they've already fired. Obviously, if you can still fire, it's great. But Colossus are just going to have that constant sweet DPS, and if you position them well, they can get some sweet damage on these big balls of Protoss armies.
Okay, that's an interesting warp in by our good friend Stats here, and I don't think that attack is going to work here. Drogo is getting pressured into doing something rather dramatic here, and with those 2 Colossi, that's going to be so tough. He doesn't have +3 attack, he doesn't have any advantage here, and he's got so much less army supply.
He was so patient for so long, and it almost felt like now he got just baited. Oh no, 2 Archons coming in from the left side as well. That is absolutely disastrous. And this skirmish in the natural still going on. Stats is just everywhere at once, and it feels like he's Charlie Sheen right now, because he's just winning everywhere.
Yeah, he is. He is winning everywhere. That 4th base from Drogo is actually done, but there's not that many probes on top of it. And the 4th base from Stats is also done. I expected Drogo and both players actually to trade for 4th bases, but instead of that, Drogo went for the throat, wanted to go for an attack on the 3rd, but with the positioning in the higher army supply, Stats actually defended that quite easily.
I actually do think for Drogo right now, you should go Disruptors, because you're already behind in the Colossus count, and I feel like you're behind in the game overall. I mean, you guys can see that as well, 50 supply. So I think in Drogo's situation, it makes a lot more sense to go for Disruptors. They also build a little bit quicker, I think, and obviously you can just chrono boost it out. We'll see if he does it or not.
Okay, let's see. The Robo Bay actually finished, and that's it's going to be Disruptors. Drogo is posturing himself for a counter-attack, and that actually brought Stats back to his side of the map, which is really good, because it feels like if Stats would to cross the map, just go for it, he would win this game easily.
Oh, but this is also dangerous, right? Archons are not as fast as Zealots.
Just right-click him, and then goes for the counter-attack. It's interesting. He's trying to make the game chaotic, Drogo, that is, as he's building his Disruptor count. So why not? Why not? You're in a rough position, and you know, generally, a desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yep, he did lose a lot of Archons there. I mean, he's making the best of a very dire situation. Stats is not taking the bait, though. I really think that Drogo hoped that Stats would turn around, right? He's like, oh, there's an army on the right bottom side. I need to fight that army. But Stats is like, mate, I wasn't born last night. I'm not chasing your army. I'm going for the kill at this point. And now Drogo's gonna engage into some awkward base trade. We've got a Dark Shrine as well. I mean, maybe Disruptors... Is that the second Disruptor already?
I think it's the
okay, did he fire?
first one. It did fire, I think. Yeah, it did, and I don't think it connected with that much. Now even Stalkers could blink on top of it. Zealot will be there to defend it.
Oh!
Okay, it did blink. Let's see the splits. It connected with mostly Zealots here instead of Stalkers. And with only Disruptors, maybe 3 or 4 will be down at some point. Does Drogo have an Observer at the opposite side of the map? Because DTs could actually be defending quite easily.
All right.
Yeah, he does have it at this side.
Does he recall to his main base, you think?
Yeah, he might go for it, but look at those Colossi. They're not losing any time right now.
Disruptors are sick, though. I mean, I know it's going to be very hard, guys, but there isn't that much anti-disruptor micro potential in this army, right?
Yeah.
So if Drogo can get up to 4, okay, he's going to fire. This is going to be important. The next shots, guys, they have to be big. If Drogo wants to keep his dreams alive here, there is actually a chance that he can make this happen, but not with shots like that.
The first one is actually going to miss, and he doesn't want to be too trigger happy here because he needs to connect. He needs to connect with Colossi. He needs to connect with Stalkers, but those will actually be blinking, and this one is going to deal a tremendous amount of damage. The second hit is actually going to almost kill the Colossus and a couple of Stalkers on top, but it's 58 supply against 75, and the recall option is not here anymore, I feel.
Yeah, and there are 2 Nexi being...
He's actually going to go for it.
He's going to recalling. He doesn't get everything. He gets most of it, and now that's actually very bad because units spawn on the north side of the Nexus, and this means that the Colossus are absolute king here with their superior range.
Korea is going to go to the finals of Nation Wars 2019. Stats gets the win, and Korea will face against Finland in the grand finals here in a best of 9. Now Sue actually laughing a little bit more and congratulating Stats for grabbing the victory here against Drogo. An interesting game, really cool left and right, but Drogo couldn't really use his advantage that he gathered for himself in the beginning, and then maybe lost himself a little bit by attacking on that third base.
Yeah, that's kind of where everything went down south, right? And he was actually in a pretty sweet spot up to that point. I think that both players were thinking ahead a lot in the game.
Yeah.
Stats was obviously getting ready for the early move out, but that one didn't happen. And then Drogo actually played it really well. But he's like you said, the moment he started attacking that third base, the 2 Colossus were out. And even though Thermal Lens wasn't done yet, you can already see the impact that those big giraffes have. And then the 2 Archons came from the left side as well, right? It was a good match, though. It was a really good match.
Yeah, up till that point, obviously with this Adept round by that actually dealt a lot of damage, he had a small advantage. He had +2 attack earlier than his opponent, better economy.
His opponent had a lot of Stalkers that are not necessarily great in a straight-up fight, but this is where it all went down south. Those 2 Colossus, they're untouchable. You can never kill them near those batteries. You can go through the army, but you can't ignore it either. And then, the icing on the cake. Those 2 Archons.
Yeah, those new maps, you need to figure them out quite fast because the pathing can be quite weird sometimes with all those different corridors that are parallel to each other. Yeah, a little bit difficult here for Drogo to seal the deal. I like the decision that he went for, going for that all-out counter-attack, but...
It was his only choice.
It was the only choice, but Stats handled it like a champ.
Yep, I was kind of hoping that Stats would take the bait there, because then we'd get a very interesting game, because then we get Disruptors against Colossus, and then I prefer Disruptors again. It's really funny how that works, but I prefer the Colossus opening, but then I absolutely prefer the Disruptor counter. I mean, PvP is weird, guys. It's sometimes hard to really put everything in words, but it makes sense what both players did. And I gotta say that I know that this all looked very simple, right? But Stats actually handled this very well, threatening with the Warp Prism.
He did.
Because I can see myself absolutely messing it up and eating shot after shot to the face, and then be like, oh no, man, I just cannot get on top of them. But I really love how he put the 2 Archons in the Prism, and then he's like, I'm gonna threaten it and make it so much harder, and he keeps everything so far away from the Disruptors. Just very, very well played.
Yeah, very well executed base trade here by Stats. And Drogo, he played like a champ. He tried his heart out, but in the end, Korea was a little bit too strong. Those last Novas were quite cool. They were not enough. That last second recall was the only opportunity that Drogo had with those 50 energy on that Nexus.
Maybe a useless question, but since the army supply were quite close, what if he recalls before he loses the Disruptors? Do you think there's hope?
Maybe. Honestly,
it was like 81 against 91, but...
Yeah. But you're also fighting in a weird position, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like for Archons being in the middle of of a SimCity here, like the one that Drogo had, then suddenly your Archons are obviously not going to do too well against Colossi with 9 range.
But I think they're only there to tank anyway, right? Because it's all about the disruptors at that point.
Yeah, no, but you're right. It could have been a better answer about Drogo, but I think you're already playing like over the limit a little bit. Like you're playing so fast, you're making decisions left and right, and you're already making a pretty good job in that regard if you're Drogo, because you're making this game a little bit hectic, a little bit problematic for stats, where it should have been an easy victory. So obviously not making that last minute call maybe was a slight bit of a mistake, but whatever. South Korea makes it to the finals. I think that was anticipated. They played great during the tournament. They played on the verge of being eliminated during the round of 8 against Canada. But now they do what they are supposed to do, which is dominate when they are in the live finals.
Indeed, well said. South Korea moves to the finals. A lot of people in this building, especially the Frenchies, are a little bit sad. But I know someone who is very happy, because he's always happy when South Korea wins. And I believe that Hajin is there with the players. Hajin, take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. It's true, I'm always happy, but I'm also a bit French, so it was a hard one for me. Well, anyway, I'm here with Team Korea. Congratulations on making it to the finals. Well, let's start with innovation. Nation Wars, you're used to it. You're here almost every year. What does it mean to you to be here? 우선 결승 진출 너무 축하드립니다. 이신호 선수부터 시작할게요. 사실 내션 워즈는 거의 매년 오고 좀 여기가 집같이 느껴질 것 같은데 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
매년 와서 최근에 또 2번 우승도 해가지고 이번 대회도 당연히 우승한다고 생각하고 오게 됐는데 생각해보니까 세랄이라는 강적이 있더라고요. 그래서 솔직히 오기 싫었었어요.
So it's true, I've been here every year and we won the 2 times last time I was here. And I was really looking forward to win this year as well. And then I thought, there's Cyril, really strong opponent. And then I was like, I don't want to come. Well, we'll see, like in a few minutes. And let's talk about stats. You're a captain. You were able to pull that win out of Clem, but it was really hard because you didn't see the attack. What was going through your head? How were you able to defend that? 이제 주장님이랑 인터뷰를 해볼게요. 사실 클램 경기 너무 재밌게 봤는데요. 못 보셨어요. 클램이 들어오는 거를. 근데 그걸 어떻게 막으셨더라고요. 어떻게 막은 거죠?
아무래도 수많은 경험에서 나오는 이런 노련함으로 막을 수 있었지 않았나 싶어요.
I think I was able to defend that with my experience. And Sue, of course, you won really easily against Marine Lord, but you dropped a map and against Drogo. And actually, when you lost your game, you laughed a lot. What did your teammates tell you after you lost your game against Drogo? 이제 마린로드 상대로는 정말 쉽게 이기셨는데 드로고 경기를 아쉽게 지고 딱 들어왔는데 너무 활짝 웃고 계시는 거예요. 그때 어떤 얘기가 주고 갔나요?
뭐 예상했다고 그러더라고요. 저의 패배를. 그리고 좀 무기력했다. 팀원들이 어떻게 응원은 못 해줄 망정 이렇게 비난할 수 있는지 이거는 팀이 아닌 것 같아요.
So when I lost my game against Drogo, I look at my teammates and they said, well, we were kind of expecting you would lose. And I don't understand. They're supposed to be my teammates. They're not cheering for me, but just like criticizing me all the time. So it's really hard. And I heard some funny stories about you practicing on the European ladder. And your next opponent will be Finland. And there's Cyril, as Innovation said earlier. And I was curious, how do you find the European Zerg are different from the Korean? 이제 다음 핀란드에서 강력한 아까 얘기했듯이 세라 선수가 남았는데요. 이제 유럽에 와서 레더에서 연습을 해보니 유럽 저그는 어떻게 다른가요? 한국 저그와. 대답하고 싶은 사람 먼저. 네.
일단 유럽 저그가 굉장히 좀 공격적인 부분도 있었고 그리고 한국 저그들보다도 더 그 장기전 하는 걸 선호하더라고요. 그런 부분들이 좀 달랐었던 것 같아요.
European Zergs are way more aggressive and they like playing the late game. So I think that's the biggest difference. So do you have any secret plan to beat Cyril? Who's your secret weapon? Who do you think? I have a question for you actually. I checked your records against Cyril. Who do you think has the best win rate so far against Cyril? 제가 전적을 좀 확인을 해봤어요. 궁금해서. 셋 중에 누가 세랄과 경기를 해서 제일 가장 좋은 승률이 있는지 아시나요?
모르지만은 저일 것 같네요.
So stats think it's him. They're not sure. What do you think, Innovation?
저일 것 같은데.
So he thinks that it's him. Sue?
아니 왜 다들 그렇게 생각하는지 모르겠고 당연히 저라고 생각하는데
I don't know why they think so because I think it's me. Well, I'm going to tell you when it comes to maps, it's stats, but and when it comes to matches, it's innovation. Actually, you're the only one who has a 50-50 record against Settle because the others they lost more than they won against Settle. So I'm really looking forward to see this game. Do you have any last words for your Korean fans, stats? 한국 팬들에게 마지막 한마디 부탁드려요.
일단 늦은 시간까지 이렇게 저희 응원해 주셔가지고 너무 감사드리고요. 그리고 이제 마지막 한 걸음만 남았는데 최선을 다해가지고 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 할게요.
So thank you for cheering for us. This is really late and we have one last match left. We'll do our best. And maybe Sue, you want to say something to your non-Korean fans cheering for Team Korea in English, please.
We are going to beat Serar. We are ready. Please for us. And please for my team, Chibo. Please.
Well, thank you so much, guys. And I wish you best of luck against Finland in the finals. Well, and we'll be back after a short break. But after the break, we will play the third place match, between France and Italy. Welcome back with us. We have now our two families, but before the grand finals, we will play France against Italy first for the third place match. Well, Drogo, you were able to win one game, but it wasn't enough. But now you can still play for the third place against Italy. How confident are you?
Well, the one game I won was against Zerg, so I got that going for me, which is nice. And I would really like to beat this break, because you all killed us twice in a row. We can't get all killed 3 times in a row, man. That's messed up.
That's true. And I can see already Clem is warming up. How do you decide the order of the games, like who will start?
Well, we just mainly focus on the maps. And for the ace decision, it's mostly like, it's very hard actually, because we're both like, yeah, you can go if you want, you can go if you want. But I don't know, the guy that feels the most confident usually goes. So yeah, that's pretty much it. But I mean, we all know we're going to play against this guy, so this time it wasn't that difficult to choose the map.
So you already know who's going to play against Renner in the ace match?
No, I won't tell you that. It's a secret.
I see. Okay, Renner, now you're going against France. So as you said, you all killed France twice already in Nation Wars. So I guess you're really confident. Could you expect a score against France?
3 times the charm, so we're going for the 4-2.
Oh, 4-2. Oh, what score do you expect against Italy?
Come on, man, have some faith in your teammates. That's messed up.
I'm gonna lose 2 games, of course.
Ooh, okay, I see. Nice save, buddy. Nice save.
So, you know, there's been a lot of bantering from the beginning of the tournament, but I'd like to hear some nice things too, because you're all but like really strong players. Is there one thing that Drogo does better than any Protoss in this world?
Oh yes, he is an expert of canceling Stargates, that's for sure.
I said nice things.
No, I mean, Drogo is really good. You know, he has a good brain. You know, that's a good thing to have, you know? So yeah, he has a good brain.
Okay, so nice brain, Theo. Can you tell us something about Rainer?
Okay, I was about to praise your League of Legends skills, but that was a very nice comment. So I'm gonna say that you're very good, Rainer. Probably as good as Cyril now.
Oh. Okay. Well, I think we can end the interview here on these really nice words. Best of luck, and the first game will be between Clem and Ryusis. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Hajin. Such an amazing interview, all nice guys. You know, it started with Drogo being a little bit aggressive towards Rainer, but then in the end, he actually told us that he thinks, as we're pitch black here, booyah. He actually told us, yeah, there shall be light. He actually ended up telling us that he thinks that he's Cyril level these days. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, Rainer has been showing some amazing stuff this year, but in their matchup together against Finland, he was on the losing side of things.
Yeah.
He got 0-2'd.
It was a difficult one. It feels like Cyril was on point today, and then obviously, you know, it feels like anything could happen right between the two, and he was just getting the better end of a lot of the things that were happening. A good choice of build order as well here for Cyril. Now, it's just a completely different matchup. You don't have France being carried by one single player, especially they don't have any Zerg, right? So that's something completely different again. So having 2 Terrans and a Protoss here, Rainer is going to have to be solid all around across both of these 2 matchups. And obviously, we shouldn't discount Ryu and Ryosis either, who obviously they're going to be playing in the first 3 matches thanks to the new format as well. And did we get the full lineup?
We didn't. I think the only thing we know is Clem versus Ryosis to kick things off.
Okay.
Because we can see both of them being set up back there. But the other ones, I'm not exactly sure. Production should be able to tell us that in just a few seconds. So we might have an asset to show you guys as well. That would be an interesting one. But you said it, like those 2 players, Ryu, Ryosis, they definitely can carry a little bit here in this match. They've got the opportunity to do so, but we've seen Clem in the TVZ matchup, and when those Zergs are not Cyril or they're not Rainer, usually he does super well. In this tournament, he was able to beat both Lembo and Elaser, and when you think about the hierarchy of top Zerg players in the foreign scene, then suddenly, well, you're looking at maybe top 4, top 5 foreign Zerg. So if he's able to grab those victories, then Ryosis should be okay. Should be okay for Clem. I do believe that he's favored quite, I wouldn't say heavily, but at least 60-40, I think, in favor of Clem here. And we'll see. We'll see if he can do it, because he's a super fast player. He's really good in the TVZ matchup, even though I talked a little bit with Marine Lord about this, but Clem is not the biggest player for mech, and mech seems to be the strategy that most of Terran players actually favor right now on this map pool and in this matchup.
And again, here's Team France's lineup with T Drogo. Definitely had a great attempt here to try and come back versus South Korea, but stats a little too good in that last game. Clem, who I think, you know, so far he hasn't been able to be very successful. He's only played the 1 match against Stats. It was a tricky matchup for him, but I feel like it's going to be more his area of expertise here versus Zerg. And honestly, I mean, because he's going up against Ryosis as well, Ryosis he's had a pretty rough day so far, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Lost to Damas 0.
He did lose to a Cannon Rush.
Didn't look convincing at all. Well, it's not really the Cannon Rush, it's more so, I guess, the proxy gateway that he did misreacted to. And then, of course, there was Marine Lord, the legend himself. And on the other side, we've got Rainer, Ryosis, and Ryu.
I wonder if Marine Lord is going... Who is he about to face? I'm not exactly sure about those matchups. We will get that information going for you guys. But if he were to face Ryu, obviously, I would also favor him. But we've had a little bit of information on how Marine Lord wants to play this match.
Yeah.
And usually it is battle cruiser into some kind of mech play. So obviously the Nidus that we've seen from Sue is a decent strategy that you could use against M-Lord.
But I think, especially after it just happened, he's going to be extra careful against this now.
Yeah, oh, you're right.
So, yeah, definitely something to take in consideration.
We've got a little video from Riosis, one of those question drops with the Italian player. We can fire it up right now.
Rio, 100%. Carbonara, man. Ooh, that's another one. Terran OP, yeah. Belling drops, yeah. Funniest thing in the game. France is gonna be 4-0. Lasagna, yeah. Pizza is super overrated. Rome, man. Yeah, Sue is one of my favorite players, but yeah, Sarah is the GOAT. Yeah, Sarah. Roaches. French fries, man. Yeah, kisses suck. Ooh, Materazzi, man. Nation Wars.
So,
did he say Materazzi?
He did say Materazzi. And I told him, like, I couldn't remember who I asked that question to. So
Hold my headphones.
You can go talk to him right now. It's headbutt time. So I know in the French studio back there, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are getting annoyed at that answer. Like you could have answered one of the greatest defense players of all time,
yeah,
Cannavaro, and then you went for Materazzi.
Anyone. Buffon, like I mean, there's so many legendary players.
Maybe if I said Buffon or Materazzi, maybe you would have said Buffon. But I think just to annoy us a little bit, and then that question about World Cup.
And then they say they're gonna beat us 3 times in a row.
Yeah, no, that's not. But you know what?
This has to stop.
Rainer said something that I feel is not the good thing that he should have said. He said 3rd time's the charm, but he already beat us twice.
Well, I think he meant
the 3rd charm is the charm for us.
No, he meant the charm is that we're gonna win 2 maps because he said 4-2. So it's like I don't think you understand how the expression works.
The way I see it is that he said 3rd time is the charm. He felt like that meant that he should win 3 times in a row, but that means the opposite. France is putting an end to this right now.
Well, yeah, obviously, Italy, they've got a little bit of a streak going against France here in Nation Wars, and it's going to be for Clem, T-Drogo, and Marinlord to finally put an end to this. Here are the lineups. It's going to be Clem going up against Ryazis. T-Drogo will then take on Rainer. That's a big match right there. And then Marinlord will take on Ryu.
I'm liking those lineups for France, I'd say, because I would argue that the guy that has the biggest chance of taking out Rainer on the best of 1 here today for Team France is Drogo. Like, he showed so many great things in PvZ, even like defying all expectations and going towards late game and late into best of 3s and best of 5s against both Theral and Rainer during the year. So I think he can do it. I think he's got the highest probability of winning out of those 3. But then even if he wins this, we will have to beat him a 2nd time. And that's going to be quite hard. As we're panning towards the players, I think we should be starting that first game momentarily with Clem versus Ryosis. It will happen on Triton. And if you guys remember, during France versus Germany, that's the map that Clem played against Lembo. And he basically bopped him, right? It was a 2-2-1 timing, couple of tanks, lots of bio.
Yeah, just beautifully executed.
Beautifully executed, yeah.
He's that good. He's that good that Clem's first move out and push just kind of kills people. He's so convincing with it. I do think that his game against Stats could have gone a lot better. I don't know if you heard what I was mentioning many times, but if he had put 2 buildings between the 2 gateways, he actually has a perfect wall. Then Adepts can't shade in, probes can't come in, and then it's just the Phoenixes. And then Bunkers, they even finish, and I think he just wins.
Yeah.
It happens, but
I think
obviously it's easy to say from here and stuff, but
eating Cheetos and stuff.
Yeah.
I know you had it on the...
Eating curlies that I stole from production.
But yeah, you're right. I really do believe, especially against a Phoenix opening as it happened against Sats, if he does get a bunker with 4 Marines in, and he obviously can do that if he blocks the entrance and avoids the shades from going in, it would have been a totally different game. I really like this opening from Clem. That's a Clem special. That's something that he does a lot with that Cyclone, Tank, Marine, and SCV push. But Stats reacted to it quite beautifully, even though he saw it coming super late. So kudos to Stats. South Korea is obviously waiting in the grand finals, but we will be playing that third place finisher between France and Italy. And our first game is Clem versus Ryosis. In the bottom right-hand side, representing France, the youngster playing Terran. His name is Clem. Clément Desplanches.
His opponent in the green, representing Italy, is Ryosis. Definitely wants to redeem himself after that previous mishap that he had versus the Muz Zero, a very successful proxy that Ryosis kind of misreacted to, and from there, I mean, it's just really hard when you start losing units, when you overcommit against the Stalkers that the Muz Zero was going for. In this case, it's a different matchup. It's a very different opponent. I don't expect Clem to go all out on the cheese.
Yeah.
And, you kind of know what to expect, right? Like, he's going to take a second base. He's going to go for the third CC. He's going to get some upgrades going. And then he's going to do that first big move out that he's so good with. And that's what you need to get ready for here if you're Ryosis.
Yeah, well, we might also see a rather, I would say early game oriented kind of push with Hellions and a Liberator as well. That those are really popular in the TVZ matchup, and that's something also with that Clem with his beautiful multitasking and just sheer speed can execute pretty well. So Ryosis needs to be on his toes. Like, obviously ZVT is a lot about reaction and being able to see any attack coming in advance and making the right calls between splitting your queens, having them on position, using your early Crypt Tumors as well to grab some vision. All of that needs to be handled properly by Ryosis, because if Clem sees an opening in a TVZ like this against an opponent that he definitely has the skill to beat, that can go really fast.
Yeah, Ryosis is going to have to be on point with when to cut drones in particular. Ooh, that's going to be prevented here, that base. Very nicely done by Clem here. That's already something that is good going for him. And these things can snowball over time very, very easily as well. And Ryosis doesn't really strike me as the kind of player that will be going for some super aggressive play, for like an all-in, somewhere here and there, especially against Clem's style. That's something that you would want to do probably against Marine Lord. Oh, he's going to get a cancel on the Crypt Tumor. That Reaper is an absolute demon.
Honestly, it couldn't have been worse, I think, for Ryosis at the moment. Yeah, obviously he could have forgot to build a queen and then lose like a million drones. But obviously in a normal game like this, losing the first Crypt Tumor, losing a Zergling and the drone that was building the third base is as good as you could expect from a Terran Reaper here. And even the Reaper is going to get out without taking a single hit. It's a full HP Reaper. This is the sickest. Can he get... No, he's not going to get second cancel. That would have been quite crazy. But just denying that first Crypt Tumor is such a big victory when you play Terran in the early game.
Behind this, we have the Factory and Starport here about to finish. Might swap those two around. No, Liberator is actually going to start.
Yeah, it's going to be the six Hellion Liberator push with the Reaper that's still alive. It's going to go for another cancel.
He's going to get it?
Tumor. He's going to get it. And not even losing the Reaper. The Hellions are already in place. Those Hellions actually made their way so fast into the opposite side of the map. Well played by Clem. Perfect macro.
Oh my god, this is sick. I feel like right now Clem is... I mean, we're still in the early game and he's only killed 3 Crypt Tumors. But I feel like he's basically saying, Rainer, watch this, you're next.
Yeah. No, you're entirely right. Like, if that was a ladder game right now, you know that you're playing against an opponent that has like way more MMR than you, or you're messing up. But it's either of those two, right? Like, either you're not playing at the level that you're supposed to, or your opponent is just showing better army control and better understanding of what is the early game ZVT. So Ryosis, he needs to avoid being too tilted at the moment, because that's something that can happen really, really fast in a game of StarCraft. The early game, I feel, is full.
Really? I always stay calm when I'm losing everything.
Oh, yeah?
Nothing's going right.
I was like, oh my god, tell me your secret, Todd. He's like, no, okay.
I meditate in the mornings.
You do? Okay, that's... Okay, does he get the queen?
Must
does he get the third shot?
No. I mean, he's going to get it anyway. That queen is pretty much trapped here. Which is pretty sick, because then he can harass that middle line. I mean, the Spore's gonna finish, but then he's gonna have to be moved.
Yeah, I think
he's just gonna evacuate, actually.
Yeah, he's evacuating with this. But he hasn't lost a single unit yet. Or maybe the Reaper he did. No, not even single units.
Oh my god.
For 2 drones, a Queen, 7 Zerglings, an Overlord, and 6 Creep Tumors. Yeah, that's just like a dream start here for Clem.
If that hadn't happened, actually the creep might be already kind of towards the center.
Yeah.
He really delayed that a ton.
Okay, Ryosis did get a proper scout of what was happening, and obviously did scout that it was bio. Once again, Creep Tumors are going to get demolished. And see, like Ryosis, I think, is not taking enough time to, you know, think about like all those tiny moves. Like obviously, if you're ahead of your opponent, if you are slightly better, that's the kind of thing that you can do without thinking. But this time, with Clem being that active with those 6 aliens and this Reaper, well, every time you throw down a Creep Tumor, you got to figure out, like, can I actually defend it? And in this case, in a number of times, he actually couldn't defend it. So, yeah, perfect macro from Clem as well, like not going over 200. Yeah, he's not going over 200 minerals anytime soon. Like, it is pretty sick what he's doing right now.
He needs to watch out for run buys. That's one of the things that Zergs have gotten really good at. I mean, right now, Ryosis is kind of in a defending mindset, but even just like 8 Zerglings and a couple Banelings could do a ton of damage onto that one of those middle lines, the third base in particular, sometimes into the natural.
And with that armory finishing up, those 6 aliens that remained alive are actually going to be turned into hell.
Oh my god, Ryosis supply blocked. A massive supply block. He was on 90 out of 90 with 3 to 4 overlords on the production tab here for a second. This is really bad.
Okay, does he have Baneling speed?
This is the first big attack of Clem.
It could very well be over right now. Like if he targets down the couple of Banelings that Ryosis has, 1, 2, 3 Hellbats. Just Clem is just putting a clinic here. Like the Liberator is dealing so much damage towards the third base. Now all the Baneling eggs are actually going to get destroyed before they actually.
He barely lost any units. It feels like.
Yeah, it's just the sickest play from Clem here. Just putting a clinic
What's the
of
unit
CVT. It's 2.5.
He killed 74 units and lost 13. This is absurd.
And GG gets called. That's the first attack, even earlier attack than what happened against Lambo. Perfect game from Clem, and Ryosis couldn't handle the pressure of a really strong Terran player. Clem feels satisfied, but at the same time, you know, sigh of relief. That's starting well here for Team France. 1-0 up after this first TVZ. But now, Drogo is going to sit down because he's got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and that mountain is called Mount Rainer.
Mount Ricardo.
Not many people have been able to
beat this guy,
to go over it and come out alive. An extremely difficult opponent for anybody. And yeah, I mean, it's going to take no less than T. Drogo's absolute best performance here to be able to come out on top from this. We know that his Protoss Zerg is very scary. Rainer has just been improving so much and he's looked so convincing in that matchup as well. It feels like he doesn't really have a weak matchup. Like maybe against Mech at some point we could have said that he struggled a little bit, but against Protoss I do think that he's extremely convincing.
Yeah, he is. That's probably his best matchup at the moment with maybe ZVZ. I mean, he's just great in every matchup. Yeah. Obviously, you're not the first or second best foreigner at the moment if you're not great at every single matchup, but just in general, his ZVP has always been quite impressive. And as we can see, the highlights, basically the highlights is that last fight, but like the way everything started and how the damage kept on piling was just so sick. So sick. Like playing a TVZ like this is, you know, I find it rather difficult, like against an opponent at the skill level of Ryosis, which is once again like 6.2, 6.3 KMMR on Europe, which is really high.
That's a big mouse pad, by the way.
Yeah.
Like T. Drogo right there.
Maybe he's got slow sensitivity, so
yeah,
he doesn't want to go out of his mouse pad. But
he's like one of those guys to go from one side of the screen to another. He's like,
yeah. Obviously, you cannot.
Are you one of those?
No, of course not.
I have high
As an
sensitivity.
observer, you can't.
That's why my micro is terrible. I remember once upon a time, my sensitivity was really high. I was like, yeah, this is the way. And then I compared my force fields. It was like Wings of Liberty, you know, where like if you could do a perfect force field in the middle of a tiny ramp and hit the perfect spot, nothing could go up. And people are like, oh my God, it's so good. Now you think back on it, it's like, how did they ever miss? Yeah, it would be unacceptable. And I was actually missing those sometimes because of my high sensitivity and like just panic.
Yeah.
And I saw something coming.
All right. Once again, guys, we do want to remind you about the possibility of you guys buying some cool gear from Nation Wars thanks to Matcherino, our partner here in Nation Wars 2019. You guys pushed the prize pool up by $6.3K, which is amazing. We want to thank you for that, but you can still buy those. There's a lot of stuff available between a hoodie, a t-shirt, you've got a cap, baseball cap as well. You've got a lot of emotes and portraits in the game. The Ultimate Pack is $20. You get all of them with the ones from the previous Nation Wars, but also the new season.
But we don't know if this will be there for the next Nation Wars. What if we have a baseball bat and you don't have the baseball hat yet? So you need to get the baseball hat now.
Do
Play
it
it
now.
safe.
Do it now, because definitely next year there's going to be a baseball bat. Like we got that right. Like, I mean, like Roddy talked about it. We were like, yeah, we need a baseball bat. So,
and then we would talk about what's missing next.
Oh, the gloves. And we do the gloves, and you can play StarCraft.
300 IQ.
Yeah, with the gloves, mate. I'm not going to
really
say
sick.
which race you should play with gloves. I'm not going to say that. Like, I'm not going to go into.
Darren.
Yeah, try splitting with gloves, man.
Yeah, hey.
Try splitting.
You don't need to split, just steam.
Yeah,
steam
just
to win.
Steam to win. Steam to win. Get 2 upgrades as your opponent is 0-0.
The real Darren getting rustled over here.
Yeah, of course. I've got 120 Marines with 2 upgrades as my opponent has 10 Banelings with 0-0. That's how it's done. That's how it's done.
Rainer versus T. Drogo. Like, if France wins that map, they have all the momentum in the world, because I do think that Marine Row will be favored after that. And if they're up 3-0, they get 4 tries in a row to try and take out Rainer. So it's very important for Italy to win this one. Obviously, I say that as if like France is favored or anything. No, like Italy just beat France twice in their last encounter and super convincingly both of these times. So Rainer, he needs to deliver.
Yeah, we played Italy in the round of 24, and it started with 2-1 after the the early 3 games with Rainer getting his victory. And then it went from 2-1 to 2-4.
Yeah.
Because Rainer was on a roll that day. And now the question is, can he do it again? Can he actually pull off a similar performance today against France in our third place finisher here? I don't know. It's very possible.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Rainer, and he's really eager to do so.
Before we get to see T. Drogo in action, let's go and check out this video where he was asked a bunch of questions.
Probably Clem. Zerg OP. 2 assist champ. It's a perfect Zerg. Infested Terran. If you have to work 2 hours on your memes, you're doing it wrong. If I can carry myself, I will, so that one. Big mechanics. Zerg players don't really have a brain, they win everything. Stats. Bon chocolat. StarCraft, I guess. Both are good though. Oh my god, that's a tough one actually. I have to say tasteless. Pizza. Alcon drop all the way, baby.
Even answering questions like this, Drogo seems cool. How does he do it?
He's the captain.
Like, Archon drop all the way, baby. And he's also dropping
there was no
bombs,
hesitation.
you know, like he's like, if you have to work on a meme for 2 hours, you're doing it wrong. Like, this guy should write a book. Forget
We should
playing
do more
StarCraft.
content like this with him.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do question drops
T.
with
Drogo being real.
for like an hour, you know? And even if France is not qualified for the next round of 4, we'll do it for an hour during the show. And then we can drop like any video from T. Drogo every time we have a technical issue.
Even his t-shirt's amazing.
And it's pretty great. I mean, did you see Marino's t-shirt?
Yeah.
The 5-0?
Yeah. Well, too bad they didn't go so well today.
It didn't go so well. The next t-shirt is going to be, I TP a BC as I'm getting Nidus.
That would be so sick. If like Sue wore that next tournament.
Yeah.
The BC tactical jumping
the
away
screenshot
as the
with the
Nidus
BC
starts.
in the blue with the Nidus on the left side. I would lose it, man. I would lose it. That would be so cool. Anyways, we will be going into that second game on Ephemeron shortly. We've got Drogo versus Rainer, 17-year-old wonder kid from Italy. Riccardo Romiti, 38 and 15.
Playing with a cap, actually.
Yeah.
And glasses.
He actually
What is
wants
this,
to
a
go
poker tournament?
He actually wants to go. He wanted to go for a double cap, you know?
Really?
Representing his sponsor. Double the amount, yeah.
Rainer has just been so impressive. You know, you can't discount what he's capable of here going into this matchup.
What an amazing year it has been for you.
He's been the terror of France multiple times in the past, and now T-Drogo is looking to try and erase that away from the history books here with the convincing win.
No, man, I'm telling you, man. I mean, Rainer got it right. 3rd time's the charm for France. 3rd time's the
That was
charm
funny,
for France.
yeah, when he said that, I was like,
Yeah. Are you sure? I'm not really sure it applies there, but whatever. Okay, let's see what happens in this game number 2. It's going to be a really important one, obviously, because if we were to beat out this pesky Zerg player here in our opening matches, that would make it so much easier for France. In the top left-hand side, the man that was able to take a victory off South Korea earlier, he has to do it against Rainer here. It is Petit Drogo. His opponents in the bottom right-hand side, in the green, representing the great nation of Italy. His name is Rainer. From Gamers Origin and Red Bull, this guy is having it all.
Yeah. And Rainer was paying full attention just now when T-Drogo was playing against Su. He saw that it was his target opener, which then was cancelled. And obviously the build order from T-Drogo was very scary to start with. He didn't kill Su with the initial attack, but he almost did. That War Prism shutdown was key. So, I mean, Rainer, knowing that there was a decent chance Italy was going to play against France, was watching that, and now he will know about the potential for T-Drogo to make these adjustments if you were to scout something like a Stargate as it just started. And he needs to be on his A-game as well to make sure he can defend whatever it is that T-Drogo is going to attack him with, because if there is one single thing that's basically almost always correct in PvZ is that the Protoss is going to be aggressive. They're going to try to slow down the drone production. And if you react not in the way you're supposed to, you're going to fall behind here as a Zerg.
Okay, the spawning pool finishes up. It'll be firing up 2 Zerglings, but no queens at the moment. Doesn't have the economy to back it up. Now, first queen will start up. And we'll see what Rainer decides to go in this game. He was forced into taking his 3rd base instead of his natural by a really early scout from Drogo. So earlier, Drogo went for a Stargate cancel, which was kind of interesting. So let's see if that happens again, as we do have a Stargate, but I have a feeling this one is not going to get cancelled because they were talking about it before, between the games. Well, just after France lost to Korea. Rainer went to Drogo and he was like, I know this one. I know that cheeky Stargate cancel. That's why he mentioned it in the interview. He also said that Drogo was good at cancelling Stargates. It's an interesting mind game because you're expecting so many different things, and then usually, well, being attacked by Zealot with charge and Archons is not something you anticipate when you scout a Stargate.
T-Drogo looking to try and apply some pressure with the Adepts here. Sometimes that's just for a scout. Very rarely will you commit to this. You know that
this is so good.
What's going on here? Rainer?
Yeah, Rainer was forced into taking the 3rd base, and it's already actually biting him in the ass at the moment.
Forced a Spore, which then was cancelled here. This is very uncharacteristic from Rainer. You know, we keep on praising him. Like, for him to make this kind of mistake, he only lost one of the 2 drones, but that falls to Spore. That could have been mining the whole time here, these drones, inside of his main base, but he wanted to make sure he got that saturation away from there on the 2nd base, which again was forced elsewhere.
Okay, the Overlord does get the scout on the assimilators lacking on the natural. Here the Adept is going to get not surrounded, but intercepted for sure, and will end up dying, so that 3rd Nexus will not go up. That means another probe is going to die. But the Oracle is making its way towards the natural. Thus, the Spore is always... there's nothing there. No Spores, but also no drones. So, no problem. No drones, no problem, I guess.
Yeah, just gonna get a single drone inside of the main base. Actually could have worked on the Spore for a little bit, but I think he just wanted to fly out of there as to let those shields regenerate for the time being. And now looking to try and retake that, or take that 3rd Nexus here. As the Oracle is supposed to try and keep that alive, but what is he doing?
Yeah, there was not that much energy. remaining in the Nexus is gonna get cancelled, but drop down once again. So there's just 100 mineral loss.
That was almost killed as well.
Yeah, that was really close. A really, really close call here.
Oh, he didn't have the spot there. Oh, he had the queens, I guess.
Yeah, queens are good at defending against various things, but Oracle are part of it. And obviously 3 queens are gonna do wonders. And those Oracles, they were also quite busy with defending that third Nexus because, yeah, you're not working on a high amount of gateways at the moment. You don't want to be building that many units on the ground. So your Oracle, they have a lot of work to do. So I'm guessing Raynor skipping on the Spore was actually a nice adaptation. Let's see that Nexus. Okay, that's 2 sentries and at the depth. That should be enough. Fend off against 6-7 Zerglings here. The Stalkers are gonna get red shirt. Maybe we should be seeing another unit whopped in. And yes, that's the case with the Zealot here. And the Observer shows that there is not that much going his way at the moment. Raynor is just, you know, easily going into a high number of drones here with 58 at the moment.
That was bad. A little bit of hesitation there, actually taking a lot of extra damage here. Past the shields that was broken through quite easily.
Ooh. +1 range on the Evo. When a lot of the times in the matchup, melee has been the favorite upgrade because of the relationship between +2 attack and banelings for melee upgrades, which is basically one-shotting workers, but probe in this case.
Swamos Nidus on this map would be very decent because of the way the overlay is, under the natural.
Yeah.
You can fly this locust in there. Usually you go between the second and third base and you just apply a ton of pressure. T-Drogo, though, being a PvZ expert, I would say, like, if he realizes that this is happening, he's already going to take some big precautions in seeing it coming and shutting down the Nidus very well. But so far, it's just the infestation pit being made here from Raynor. So
yeah, it is interesting. It could be Swarmhost. It could be like a rather fast hive for like lurker play, but he also doesn't have any Hydralisk at the moment. So it will be nothing but Swarmhost. But without Nidus, it's not as good, right?
Yeah.
It's still
it would take a while to cross the map, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, he's working on a creep highway. That's gonna make it easier. But obviously, a Nidus would be quite cool. Both Oracle are still alive. He's gonna get a couple of drones here, or at least just one.
Oh.
Once again, the Oracle is just on.
Oh my God!
That random roach counter attack is actually gonna kill a couple of Templars.
And T-Drogo was completely not ready for this.
Yep.
He has the Prism at least, but.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up the Immortal.
I think he lost some High Templars, some very important High Templars there. This is bad because then he's gonna get sieged by not Nidus, but Swarmhost.
Okay, the fourth.
And like you need to have as many units as possible when this attack is gonna hit. Like we see already a big supply differential with when going for Roaches plus Swarmhost. This costs a lot of supply compared to what they're able to do. So it's always gonna happen.
And 2 Templars actually went down there.
That's terrible, especially pre-storm.
Yeah, it is. It is. Here, the Oracle are going to find an opportunity to get some more damage done. But the thing is, the Swarmhost are getting closer and closer to the bases of Drogo. He's going for a force field. He might be able to kill a Swarmhost, but not even. Transfuse is going to land. He will have to recall.
No, the sentry.
Yeah.
Okay, you left me behind.
Okay, let's see that first attack. It's actually going to cancel a Archon. It's actually going to kill 2.
Wow. And T-Drogo,
2 Archons and a Templar.
He even forced the Locust somewhat away from his third base, but it was close enough that once they got there, they still dealt a ton of damage. 106 supply to 184. Raynor looking for a quick win here with a massive siege. Just pure roaches. Swarmhost, now he's going to add some links to the mix as well, and he's just going to non-stop siege against this very low amount of units and army from T-Drogo.
Yeah, Drogo is forced into building a couple of Void Rays for defense because it just doesn't have that many units. He does have some more extra gateways being whopped in here now next to that third base, but now the Swarmhost casually walking towards that third base, not even using a Nidus to get there faster, actually going to deal so much damage. The Archon is getting surrounded, but nice pickup by Drogo. The Void Ray should show up in just a few seconds. A couple of shield batteries are getting cancelled at the same time, and now Drogo, it's do or die. You need to micro the best you've ever done in your life if you want to survive to that attack. Corrosive Bile landing on a couple of Zealots here. The probes in the middle, they don't know what they're supposed to do. There's 2 Queens for anti-air, and they're doing pretty well against that Void Ray, and I feel like Drogo is being crushed here. 1-1. Tied up between Italy and France as Raynor takes and sees the victory here against Drogo.
Yeah, that was very convincing here from Raynor. Past the initial 2 drones that kind of got intercepted. Behind this, went for the exact right strategy he needed to go for, and the execution was good. That surprise roach attack I think caught everybody off guard.
Yeah.
Caught T-Drogo off guard, he caught us off guard, and he caught Crow.
Crow of God, yeah.
Which is
I was
rare.
about to say.
Not many people have been able to do that in this nation war.
Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, it's a frustrating loss apparently for Drogo as he's talking to his teammates at the moment. Maybe talking a little bit to Rainer. Those guys are actually obviously really close in real life, but also in the studio. And yeah, that was a smart play. I mean, it was some kind of, weird like mid-game all-in, you could say, with the queens crossing the map, Swamos being like slowly walked down there. But the fact that he was able to deal damage with just a handful of roaches made it so much harder for Drogo to hold on eventually.
Here's a replay. Yeah, he was completely not ready. Sentries, I guess, kept using hallucinated phoenixes, so he didn't have any Guardian Shield to work with. And that was pre-Prism. Like, if you even see this coming, you can even pull your units back in a position where like they will take less damage. It really was not ideal. That was the worst timing to get hit. And like against this kind of siege, you just need to be able to mass units for a while, get to a critical mass yourself, have a bunch of High Templars ready to storm for the first few wave of Locust. And then if you get close to maxing out, you have 170, 180, even 200, then you can really take on this army a lot easier with the good immortal count, and then you can think about going for a counter-attack. But that never really happened here. T-Drogo was kept so low in supply, and then the soup definitely didn't lie rotty.
It did not lie this time, Johan. It felt that first roach attack was very random, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, just got a couple of Archons, got a couple of Zealots, and it felt from that point on, it's like, the supply was somewhat close, and then suddenly you see 185 against 105, you're like, and then a little bit later, Rainer's maxed out. I mean, that's kind of the power of this style, right? You max out so fast with Roach Ravager Swarmos. It's crazy.
You have to deal damage, and Rainer did just that here. Dealt a ton. The two queens across the map were very important there, by the way, because otherwise that Void Ray would have had a field day.
Had some work to do, but yes. if there's nothing that's shooting up, maybe Corrosive Ball, but that shouldn't obviously happen. Good news for Italy. Means we're all tied up. The next match, however, I always get a little excited when I have to cast the Must Zero. I'm a fan.
You think he can do it again? It feels like his style would be a lot better in Mirror or against Zerg, right? Terran is like the worst race to try and cannon rush.
Yeah, I think...
but you got different builds against Terran, obviously.
Yeah, maybe he's going to do one of those Void Ray Tempest contains again. Or last time we saw him go for the double Robo. That was kind of cool as well. Against Future on Triton. So it's probably going to be something along those lines. Like, we're not going to see the traditional one-gate fast expand. And he's like, you know what?
Imagine it just like triple Nexus or something.
Yeah, but even then, like, he has to play a normal game. I think Marine Lord will be all right, even if he sits back on 2 bases. The thing is, like, it's very hard, and there are so many things in StarCraft 2 you need to be good at, and a lot of these professionals are, but a lot of the cannon rushers are very good at certain fundamentals of the game, but then they really lack others. And even if they get far ahead, I think we've seen it in the past with a couple of Hass's games, right, where he was incredibly far ahead. It's just like the moment you have to fight normal stimped bio armies, you have to defend against drops, that requires a different kind of skill.
Maybe that's why Haz is playing standard these days. He's thinking about the next phase when he's going to go back into cannoning and he's going to get ahead, then he's never going to lose a game anymore because then he'll know how to play somewhat standard behind it.
Exactly. I mean, if you have the best of both worlds in that regard, then you can absolutely bring that to the table. But lately we've seen a little less cheese out of some of those guys that were known to cheese in the past. The Must Zero? No, he's sticking to it. It's going to be short. It's going to be explosive. I think Marine Lord should know as well. Because even in the interview, when they asked Turkey Dano or the Must Zero, he said neither or none, whatever he said. So we'll see.
Yeah, the Must Zero is such a tricky customer though, right? Because like he's capable of doing so many different builds and they're not necessarily easy to scout. Like you need to really go the extra mile with the scouting, have some SCVs out there, have some Reaper kind of check in. It's safe to say that you shouldn't even start a command center against him. Just stay on 1 base.
Yeah, I think like...
You're making your life difficult. He's going to 1 base anyway.
Yes and no. I do think that defending certain cheeses, it's actually important to have a second orbital though.
Yeah.
Even if you're contained on 1 base, having the ability to scan, having the ability to drop those extra mules.
Actually, I don't know why I rolled with you. It's not the Must Zero, it's Ryu. It's not Finland, bro. It took us so long to realize as well. That's so funny.
I'm just so excited to cast the Must Zero
and
again.
you know...
Nice.
Oh
We're
my
on
God.
fire.
And you know how I realized? I heard Ryu interview ready. So let's go and hear from Ryu, not the Must Zero. Unbelievable.
Happens.
Rainer. Targo B. Lurkers, because they are my favorite. Pizza. French fries. Friends. Milan. Bolognese. Lambo. Tea. Rock and roll. Macro, because I'm not good at doing all-ins. Played 12 hours.
I did not see him as a rock of roll kind of guy, or rock and roll, I should say. I thought I was gonna go for hip hop there. I also love how it said Marco instead of Macro.
The typos are what is so charming about these little interviews.
5 years in a row, we'll always keep a couple typos in for you guys.
Yeah.
Just keeping the viewers sharp.
So now that we're pretty sure we're going to be on live stream, Phil, is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Marine Lord for being ready for this match. I
can't believe I rolled with you as well. I was like, yeah, the Must Zero. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup.
I don't know why I was just thinking about the Must Zero for a little while. Because I really enjoy casting his games, and I was like, I'm most likely going to cast 4 matches here. We'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, like if Ryu can get the victory here, I think that'd be massive. Because Marine Lord will be an underdog against Raynor, but Marine Lord absolutely has the skills to take out Raynor as well.
Yeah, he beat him recently in the ladder game, the one we were talking about. Some nice mech play as well.
And then you said he got a lot of MMR, and I asked him, it's like, you got a lot of MMR? And he's like, no, not that much. He's like, I'm very high ranked too. I was like, oh, sorry. He's like, I'm 6'9" right now.
Yeah, it's because actually Raynor, I think his computer crashed or something against somebody that was lesser ranked.
He lost.
So I misunderstood the 2 stories, but yeah, he lost 50 points or something against that other guy.
That other guy was close to a personal MMR record. That's like, I mean, like, I don't know how you feel about it, but whenever I set goals for myself, let's say you're very close to improving your personal MMR record.
Yeah.
I actually get sad if somebody would leave a game, because I want to earn it the most fair and the most hard way. Because if I get a new record by somebody disconnecting or crashing, it just doesn't feel satisfying enough to me. Like then it feels like I didn't really do it myself,
That's weird because you won the bailing quiz because your questions were much easier, but you didn't feel bad about it. You just pretended that you were the better team.
I honestly thought that some of our questions were pretty hard, man. Like, it's not easy to remember a Scarlet versus Dongregu game or Tasia versus Cero, like this kind of stuff is not easy.
Oh my God. How dare you?
On the other hand, Funka did ask you what day it was, and you guys struggled with that one. So I don't.
Yeah, because like we're gamers. Drogo would have been there for 30 more seconds if I didn't save that one.
Drogo,
I had to dig deep as well.
He's like, the last time I went to bed, it was Wednesday.
Like, it's so sick. I remember when I was pro gamer, I never knew what day it was. I didn't even know what month or year it was sometimes.
For me, it's never been that hard because I'm a big sports fan, and I feel like all the cool sports, they always happen Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not too much happens during the week unless it's Champions League, but then you also recognize that in that way. Like I can see how the days start feeling the same, and a weekend is not really a weekend if you just sit at home and you play games. But if you live for sports, I think that's a good indicator of what day of the week it is.
There is.
He got a win earlier.
Yeah.
And looked pretty good. Even against
He was the one actually to do well.
And even against Cero, I feel like he was holding his own for a little while. Then unfortunately fell apart very quickly. But that's just what Cero does, right? Like I don't think we can be too hard on him.
And now it's a different matchup this time around. He's facing a Marine Lord who I think has improved a ton versus Zerg. Obviously the patch kind of plays in his favor. He's always loved that mech brand of Terran.
I feel like these days he plays a mix between sometimes still a little bit of battle mech, but mostly it's the slower mech, right? Just with a lot of tanks, a lot of Hellions, and then often a BC opening as well. Anyway, guys, here we go. Once again, on Zen. We saw this man spawn already once at this location on Zen in the left bottom side. He is representing Allez le Bleu. It is the Terran Marine Lord.
And his opponents in the green playing Zerg, representing Italia. It is Ryu.
Grazie. Raynor was talking about all killing friends, and then he would walk through the room and be like, grazie mille to the audience.
It would be funnier if you said it in French.
So I asked Marine Lord, by the way, about his game against Sue on this map. I was like, when you teleported at BC, I was like, was it in Fog of War? I had the feeling that you had vision of the Nidus. He's like, no, I saw it on the minimap, but I thought it was an Overlord, which is exactly what we were talking. Yeah, we mentioned it on the broadcast as well, but I think it's always nice to get the confirmation of a player. We, of course, don't always know what they were looking at or what they were thinking at that point, but Yeah, Marine Lord basically saw it, thought it was an Overlord, made the jump, and realized.
But was he okay with like the build order choice and everything? Did he think like he was?
No, I mean, we didn't really go in depth to that because it felt like that was just such a big moment of that game that that's pretty much the only thing that I really asked him.
Yeah, because I'm curious if he plays similar. That was weird, to be honest. Like sometimes you have like a game where like you're completely off. He lost his Reaper to a Queen on the other side of the map. Like that's never supposed to happen in a game of this caliber.
That is true, but I don't think that he really thinks he won or lost the game there. Like, obviously, the BC jump was by far and away the biggest.
That was a start.
And I also don't really like to go... Like, I like to go in depth with players if they won a match, but I don't really like to break down every point of a losing match, right? Like, I think asking, like, one key question is all right, but...
You were getting signals that he didn't really want to talk? Or?
No, he was very polite. I mean, Marino is always nice, and I think he handles losses pretty well, even though he can be, like, frustrated on Twitter or maybe even on Battle.net, but in real life, he always... deals with that kind of stuff very well. He's obviously disappointed, but it is what it is, right? Being angry doesn't really change it.
Gonna force a spore there early on of the natural. Ryu is actually... He just made the fallings here. He's not cancelling the spore. What's up with that?
I think he's worried that it's too low on HP, and if he cancels it right now, then the Reaper could just dive in.
Oh my god, is he gonna finish?
No. Woo. He was just waiting for the Queen, because the Queen will keep the drone safe.
Crouching drone hidden hatchery.
Yeah, that drone has been chilling there for a while in the corner. Maybe there was a moment to actually get it up already. Reaper cannot prevent this drone from morphing into a hatch for now. I was thinking about diving into the main base, but it's actually kind of hard. You know, there's something very weird with the pathing of Reapers, where sometimes it doesn't just take the shortest route, and it's actually very silly. I've had it a couple times already where I got a free Reaper kill because it just suddenly turned around.
It's like that in Warcraft 3 as well. Sometimes you instead just go around. They're like, we know better. And they go to the worst pathway possible.
It's often something happens as well when you start playing on new maps, right? Like, a couple months from now on, you're almost never going to see players make any mistakes with pathing on a map like this. But when the map has only been off or out for like a couple of weeks, then sometimes you just click on the minimap and you think it's fine. I had it on Triton once in a devastating game, like 27 minutes, and then like my army just split up in the middle. I was like, no! Just ran into Liberators and Stim Bio with like only a couple of Archons and 2 Colossus, and I was like, oh my god. That's so sad.
So it's going to be similar to what we saw before here with the fusion core being made. Marine Lord's going to want to go into a battle cruiser.
I think it makes sense as well, right? I think it's a very safe opening traditionally if you don't get Nidus in your main base. And Marine Lord will always look at this game and be like, the longer it goes, the better it is for me. Marine Lord is much higher ranked on the ladder. He's more experienced. He's actually going to get a queen here. Might get the second queen as well.
And
both those queens had a lot of energy.
And the tumor was down there. Right on top of the queens.
Those were the queens with energy, and that means that this queen is now also in a little bit of danger. At least they got the Reaper kill, but yeah, that's not the start that you're hoping for if you're Ryu. Isn't it crazy that someone like Ryu is a very good Zerg player, yet Marine Lord can suddenly just kill 2 queens with a couple of Hellions? Like, it's not supposed to happen. Ryu knows that that's not supposed to happen. But yeah, the level of skill really shows in the little skirmishes in StarCraft.
Look at the depot. I've already been Nidus once, not twice.
Yeah,
to be honest, he was in range before. But...
And don't forget that Ryu also Nidus. I mean, it was a different matchup, but he also Nidus. Same spot, pretty much.
Marine Lord is turning on beast mode for this one. 3rd CC on the way.
He's protecting his record.
You know, by the way, like when he plays Smeg, there is a point where he goes into a lot of Thors. That happened in his game versus Rainer.
They're pretty freaking amazing at this point.
They watched the replay together. It was like, Mamma Mia, so many Thors. And then Rainer was like, you're so stupid.
I mean, Thors are a lot harder to defeat these days than they were in the previous patch. Suddenly they put up a much better fight against Brute Lords. Of course, Lurkers can still be useful. Of course, Vipers are still a threat. But the Thor is finally, I think, the unit that is kind of supposed to be. It never really made sense that a unit of that much supply and that is so expensive just couldn't really get anything done as soon as a couple of Brute Lords were on the field. Uh-oh. No, definitely don't want to lose another queen.
Damn, Hellions are terrible against queens.
Got 2 kills earlier on, so no, that's not too bad. Obviously, Hellions are very cheap. Losing 1 or 2 here is not too bad. Marino just wants to make sure he's not getting all in. Now, don't forget, he already got 2 queen kills. Gets another one with a lot of energy. And the other queens, they feel very vulnerable as well. There is a Roach counterattack happening, though, on the other side of the map.
Marino needs some units. He's getting Hellions 4x4 right now. The barbecue. The French barbecue.
will initiate inside of the main base here, thanks to all of those Hellions. He's gonna get so many drones. They were all lined up here for a second. They're both losing a ton of walkers. The Roaches on the other side are doing a ton, and I think Marinlo didn't react immediately.
Nope, perhaps a little bit sloppy there. I mean, this absolutely keeps Ryu in the game, right? Because he now doesn't have to worry about all these Hellions anymore. That was an excellent Roach counterattack. Very well done. If that doesn't happen, like, sure, maybe he loses a few less drones at home, but that's never going to be a similar trade to what it was right now. That's actually sick. Ryu's up 16 workers. He's getting 5 more. But can he deal with this wave of Hellions?
French barbecue wave number 2. You know we got good French barbecue, by the way.
I have never had it, Todd.
It's just sausages. Merguez, the spicy ones.
Is that what they use in Subway and put on the sandwiches?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Pretty sure they use terrible meat there.
I gotta say,
only you order.
The French Subway is excellent, Todd. It's one of my favorites.
You order spicy Italian, right?
Yep.
So you're in France, not only you eat Subway, but you order the spicy Italian one.
Yeah.
I see how it is.
Every now and then I eat chicken teriyaki. I really feel
if
like...
you want to take a short trip
Yeah.
to Tokyo, you know.
I feel like I want to explore the world a little bit and really take a deep look into that kitchen of the French cuisine.
Remember when Nathaniel tried to order buffalo chicken in Germany?
Yep.
And they were like, buffalo chicken, was ist das?
Wir haben das nicht, eh?
And then he insisted. He was like, yeah, you have it.
He's like, no, it's red sauce chicken. They're like, fine. No teriyaki, bitte.
Okay, Corruptor is actually going to be really scary here against this. Because Marine Lord obviously is not only not adding the armories, obviously he needs to go into Thor's. He needs to have a tactical jump ready, which right now is ready on this one Thor.
Yeah, he just flew it to the other side of the map.
Oh, on this one BC.
So
wait, Yamato's going to be nice.
Yep. Hey, a couple of Swarmers are being added now as well. That's interesting because
With
he's
or
got
without Nidus,
Roaches, Corruptus, and now he's adding a couple of Swarmers too. Yamato is not done yet, but one Corruptor is taking a lot of damage, and the Corruptor will fall. Can Marino get another one? That's the big question here.
I think he belonged to Yamato before, but that first BC will have to jump back before that's available. And the second one as well.
Wow.
Okay, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I guess 15 seconds was hard to survive there. Yeah. Look at Ryu's economy, man. That's something you can absolutely work with. He's close to 80 drones. Maybe get a few more for that sweet 82 drone economy that we so often see. We don't have a Nidus network yet, but yeah, maybe he doesn't want to rely on it. I have the feeling that it's almost going to be like an all-out siege of just Roaches, Corruptus, and Swarmos. And there is some potential in that, Todd. He needs more supply. Like right now, the supplies are too close to really make that kind of stuff work. But hey, imagine if the first wave of Locusts really deals a lot of damage. That would be a massive upset.
That was a nice catch on the Swarmos, really delaying the siege, getting the full information as well. Yeah, with Thor's on the way now. It's going to be somewhat of a mobile army.
Okay.
Here we go, Caustic Spray.
Gonna get some mass repair going. Oh, he's not.
Y'all want some Yamato? Take that.
It was still harassment, right? A lot of lost mining time, a little bit of repair costs as well there.
But to be fair, Marine Lord with the upgrades that he's getting now, like his army is just going to look so much scarier than what Ryu is going to have, and Yamato is going to do a ton as well in these fights in removing a lot of these units.
Well, I think we're getting out. The Tor was stuck. Still a problem of Tors.
Yeah.
They're just a little too big. A few Hellions running into Roaches on the other side of the map. This is a very important wave of Locusts. Yes, a couple of Swarmers are going to go down, but can he get maybe a handful of SCVs here? Can he get a couple Siege Tank? So far the answer is no. I mean, 2 is not a handful. Kind of an underwhelming wave of Locusts, to be completely honest with you guys.
He has tactical jump here, so I kind of like this move out. No Yamato, I believe, though, because he's just already used that on a bunch of the units. Oh my god, he catches the Swarmos. Where are you mushrooms going? Turn around.
Oh, that's an expensive little misclick. A little bit unnecessary as well, right? Wow. Somehow that BC gets out of there too. All BCs will get out of there. That was, of course, an excellent trade. A couple of Roaches actually trying to snipe. Did he get one? A BC there? I see. Can we take a look real quick?
No. That was like he was walking on the wall.
Yeah.
I think they jumped elsewhere. Oh my god, this army. There's so many tanks. There's Thors, there's BCs.
Yeah,
this is the Terran version of the Golden Armada.
We've got Blue Flame already as well, right, in the mix? All of these tanks siege stuff. I'm not gonna do super well. Eventually,
yeah, they were on siege actually, so that was quite perfect for Ryu to get some trades.
A lot of SCVs here. Maybe Corrosive Ball can get something done. It seems like the answer is no. Ryu doesn't really want to stick around too much longer. Drop one more wave. Can he get something? Yeah, gets a tank. And a couple of SCVs.
Hey, he bought some time nicely here and got some cost-effective trades.
He is maxed out though, and I do feel like if you are maxed out and you still have a bunch of swarm modes, and especially you have a lot of roaches, you really want to start dealing damage, right? Because if Marine Lord maxes out as well, his army is simply going to be a lot better than your army. The Locusts are for now going to work on a couple of these add-ons. A depot goes down, but you want more, man. Like you really want to get like 10 plus SCVs, maybe a couple of production facilities, and just an add-on or two is just not going to cut it.
I think Marino's about to move out here in a sec. Ryu's doing a good job buying time here, threatening that fourth base, but eventually it's going to be unavoidable that Marino actually goes for the full move out.
Tactical jump is ready. Yamato will go down on a couple of these.
So cost effective with this.
Yep. Can we take a look at the unit's lost resource step at this point? Oh my goodness, 5.4k against almost 10k at this point. BC doesn't go down, 10 HP. He has still not lost a single battlecruiser in this game. I almost feel right, like if you are Ryu and you open up with Corruptors and you open up with Flyer Carapace as well, then I think he had to be a little more crazy. Maybe make a few more Corruptors, but then just have the ability to right-click on those BCs, chase them down into the Terran base. We do get a Knight of Network now, by the way, Todd, but it's obviously a little bit late, and at this point, I mean, you're not really slowing Marine Lord down anymore because he's got a 192 supply.
I really thought he was going to move out, to be honest. I'm surprised that he's just kind of waiting. Maybe he's waiting for like 2-2 and stuff, and just the way they've been trading has held him back from going for the actual move out. Because usually, he's more the guy that will play, I think, a little bit of the slower mech, like you talked about, than the battle mech, but he definitely goes for attacks when he can.
This is kind of cool, right? He's got 6 BCs, still hasn't lost it. I think all of those battlecruisers were produced from a single starport in this game. Ryu is desperately looking for an opening somewhere, but it just seems like there isn't really an opening to be found.
I think he realized that one of the most cost-effective thing he can do is just harass with the BCs. When the Corruptors come back, he tactical jump back after Yamatoing. And at the same time, he sets up super defensively on his side of the map, because then Roach, Ravager, and Locust cannot do anything as this many tanks and Thors.
Nope, and that is absolutely the case so far. That Nidus could potentially go down here. A lot of drones could start going down. The Corruptors finally show up, but I don't think that's enough Corruptors. The BCs can win this fight, and that is really not supposed to happen if you open up with a Spire. The fact that Marine Lord saved every single BC up to this point, and suddenly the mech army shows up on the other side of the map as well. Marine Lord is putting up a masterclass here of how to play some mech versus Zerg.
Yeah, 2-2 is about to finish. We have Neural Parasite starting on the other side, but Ryu is struggling to even squeeze out proper units to try and deal with this here. Roaches are going to be made, some more Corruptors as well. Those BCs still terrorizing everything that Ryu's got.
16k resources lost against only 7 on the side of Marine Lord. You don't see that very often, guys. I mean, these infestors are hoping for a Neuro, but Neuro is not even done yet. It's still being researched. 34 drones went down, that Nidus went down. And I think soon Ryu is just going to go down in this base, even though those were a couple of good corrosive balls, gets a couple of tanks, and that's nice and all. Do we have the Corruptor count? I still don't think that's enough. BCs can still just stick around. He does finally lose one. Well, the second one I guess he lost, but those BCs thought have been worth their weight in gold, and they weigh a lot.
Yeah, Neural Parasite, it feels like he's just finishing so late there. I think he even has that many infestors, really. It's just the burrowed 5.
And Neuro could be sicker if you take control of the... Maybe you try to get a couple of infestors on the
tanks
left side.
will kill everything super.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, they have to get close enough that if there is a scan...
Yep, they need to be on the other side. He did land a Neuro on a couple of the Thors, at least in the front line. Now he's going to go for the tanks. And he does clean this up, so Ryu finally gets a victory. It took a little while, but hey, he got one. Oh, those 2 tanks. I don't think he realized those 2 tanks were there. They got a couple of very juicy shots up.
It's like nobody can see us. Let's have some fun.
Good job, though, hanging in there. But obviously, it took a massive beating.
Those BCs have so many kills, by the way. 30, 17. They've been on an absolute slaughter of a journey. First Ghost is on the way and 4 more command centers. Are we entering the phase of the mass nuke?
I mean, Marino has to be a little bit careful though, right? Because infestors are out and his army is very expensive and he doesn't really have a massive army at this point. If he ends up losing a few more tanks and a few more Taurus, things could get a little bit dicey. Obviously, he does get a lot of money back right now from cancelling all those command centers. That may very well be a good thing. But he does feel safe, right? It doesn't really feel that Ryu has the option to just do a critical amount of damage somewhere. He needs to win another fight, but that is a lot easier said than done.
Zerg Flare attacks actually more of it on the way there. It's gonna be level 3 Zerg Flare attack. This Corruptor is actually gonna be beast against the BCs.
Yeah.
If he's gonna get 3-1 upgrades.
Do we have a Great Spire? We don't, right? It's just a regular Spire. So
yeah.
He has no option to do more Broodlords.
Yeah, he can't really go for Broodlords. I don't think he has the gas. He's losing one of his important bases earlier. Ray's doing a good job using the mobility of his army here, I think, but Marine Lord's counterattack previously did a ton.
Kind of like that the Locusts are coming in from the south side, but the tanks and the Planetary will take care of this wave of Locusts as well. And I really think it's safe to say that the Swarm host just didn't have the impact that you're hoping for as a Zerg player. They've been annoying, sure, and they helped up cleaning up this army, but throughout the game you just hope for a little more. You really hope to do some serious damage to the economy or to the production facilities. But it also felt that losing a couple of the Swarm most kind of took the angle out of the unit, right?
Yeah.
The numbers just weren't really there.
I wonder actually what's the ideal endgame here for Ryu?
A good question. I think he wants to, first of all, re-establish his own economy, which he's sort of doing, right? He's getting 66 drones, and then he needs to take a fight, but it's a lot harder to get the perfect fight these days.
I was wondering where personal cloaking was, but there it is. And in this matchup, when you have this many ghosts, I don't think you need to go for enhanced shockwave quite yet. It's going to be more about getting in. Snipe might be even better, because the units are like solo on hit points.
Okay, does land a Fungo, and this time I don't think they can jump away, so this is a nice victory. Finally, these BCs do get cut, and finally these BCs do go down. Those Corruptors right before, but now I'd love to see a Great Aspire, right? Otherwise, what are you going to do with your Corruptors?
Yeah.
Drop caustic spray everywhere? Sure, you just get sniped. He has a Spire. He knows that. Ah, okay.
I think, yeah.
He wants
I
to
mean,
get
sometimes it's like a +3 takes forever. And obviously, you don't want to cancel that. I guess he's going to get Carapace plus the Greater Spire at the same time now.
Yeah, he really wants to.
But yeah, Brutal's going to be super important because now that he lost his battle cruisers, you can expect Marine Lord to go into other units instead. He's not going to remake those BCs. And the first nuke is now being made. There's going to be 2 more Ghost Academies. All right, it's going to be this kind of game.
It'll take a little while. Locusts are coming in from the south side. Didn't really get much done. These Swarmers are playing a very dangerous game. Can we take a look, Crow, real quick at the this main base? He kept firing wave after wave of Locusts towards that Planetary. But look at this. There is nothing here.
Yeah.
Like, obviously you can say there's no SCVs to kill, but at least start getting on top of that production, right? 7 or 8 waves of those Locusts would have been very hard to deal with.
Queens.
Oh man, if he doesn't get Broodlords out, he can't fight his army. And I don't think he's going to get
some big snipes there. And the Swarm host, oh my god, they just stepped inside of the Sensor Tower area, so they're going to be revealed for a second. You could actually corner that super easily. Ryu running out of units.
Yep.
Really, you burrow them, that's your option?
Well, more snipes landing. It's so sad because Ryu just wants to get a couple of Broodlords out, but he's still waiting for that Great Aspire. It means the rest of his army is just pretty much useless at this point. The Locusts did finally go for the main base, but maybe at this point it was just a little too late, as there is still a Terran army knocking on his front door. Ryu has lost all of his important bases besides the one in the right bottom side of the map.
And that army is on the warpath. Yep. 120 army supply to 79. Look at it. It's unstoppable. Broodlords are now going to be morphed, but he scans.
Yep.
He sees it. He can just go for the snipes.
A couple of ghosts do go forward. One Broodlord does get cancelled immediately. I don't know if he's going to get all of them. I mean, there's barely any anti-air anymore. Ryu just took devastating losses. Look at that Liberator as well on the left side. Wait, what? It's not in range? What? It's so crazy. What? How is it not killing drone stud? It doesn't matter though. Marine Lord's army is just a little too big and a little too powerful. GG gets skulled. I must say, Ryu made it a game, and maybe with a few minor changes into his game plan, he could have made that even harder for Marine Lord.
And that means that France has 2 players left heading into the all-kill format. They are Clem and Marine Lord. They will decide who they send out first, and for Italy it's going to be Rainer. No matter what, who gets to pick the map against the first one of them, but not against the second one of them.
Nope.
So I think maybe they send Clem out first, because obviously it's going to be a tough map for him since Rainer gets to choose. But then Marine Lord can choose his map to go for mech into, and Eternal Empire, as he called it.
Well, they just played that. Oh no, they played Zen. Yeah, maybe Eternal Empire is an option.
By the way, these are super important. I played before in Nation Wars, and like I think we really underestimated how important it is to calculate everything in terms of maps and like who has the better chance.
Well, to tell you the truth, I was having a little chat with Rainer, and Rainer basically said that there was one potential matchup he really didn't like, and that was Clem on Triton. That is the one that he really didn't want, and that's why they sent Ryosis on Triton. He said, sorry to Ryosis, and Ryosis is standing next to him. He's like, it's kind of a sacrificial lamb at this point. But he's like, it's better for us. As long as I don't get Clem on Triton, he's like, I believe I can all kill. That's what he said. But obviously Marine Lord with a couple of these mech builds have a lot of potential, but I mean, I don't know, maybe M-Lord got a little confident, right? Because he was playing a very clean game. He was kind of dominating. But at one point, things starting to look a little bit grim. And I do think he needs to play an even cleaner game against Raynor if he wants to get the victory there.
We'll find out in just a second who it's going to be first here from Team France, and obviously from Team Italy. It's always going to be Raynor plus the map choice.
What do you think he chooses? Maybe one of the maps. I don't know. Actually, it's very hard to predict.
It's still a pretty new map pool. Like on the older map pool, you're like, oh yeah, well the sleepers. Here we go.
Maybe Nightshade or Simulacrum. Those are decent maps. Maybe he picks Eternal Empire, but what if Marino comes out then? Because I don't know if...
No. The player first is announced from Team France. And then Raynor picks the map.
Yeah, so he could maybe pick Eternal Empire if it's Clem first.
Yeah.
But if it's Marine Lord first, he can pick a different...
Yeah, exactly. So there is that whole dynamic. Because then he denies Eternal Empire from being picked by Marine Lord.
Yeah. But I don't think
you have to calculate everything. It's crazy.
But I don't think that Raynor is truly shaking in his boots about playing Marine Lord on Eternal Empire.
He should be, man.
You know how Raynor is. He's a very confident young individual.
So many toes.
Those two tanks, by the way, they were able to get a couple of very juicy shots off.
Tank plus 3 are pretty good. I love the two tanks that were kind of being left by themselves at some point and just were shooting down stuff.
Makes you wonder how would this game have played out if instead of getting +3 fire attacks, he would have gone for the Greatest Fire quicker.
Yeah.
And after catching those...
But to be honest, he didn't have much gas. But like now, he had already made the Brutal, so that means he would have had them earlier. I think like Marine Lord was in a good enough position in terms of economy to still probably win, but he would have been closer and obviously better for Ryu than it was now.
Well, that means that 3 matches are done. France is now leading 2-1. But of course, the Italian Stallion will make an appearance and probably another appearance if he would somehow end up losing a game. I think this one is far from over, Todd.
What's up with your hair, by the way? Here,
what is up with my hair?
You're a bit weird. No,
that is my style.
It's like bothering me.
I wouldn't do that to your haircut, Todd. I don't know why. For some reason, this thing it grows really fast. And then at one point, I just can't keep it up.
Get a trimmer. All right, guys, make sure to connect your war chest to your Twitch, your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts for the war chest. And then you will be able to level your war chest with some good XP while simply watching the stream. It's great what technology has come here in 2019. We're going to head to a break. It's between Italy and France. We'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time to continue here with Italy versus France. And France is up 2-1. But Terran's going to be revived from them, and then Rainer will take on that one Terran. He has to beat Clem or Marine Lord, and then the other one of those two, and then a revived player to win. Whereas France, they need to beat Rainer now, and probably Rainer again.
I know who it is.
Well, I think it's going to come up with the graphics, so you shouldn't spoil it.
Well, technically, if you look at the screen, look on the right top side of your head. It says Marine Lord. So I don't think we're really...
It says the map.
Well, no, it does.
Don't try and take
On
it
the
off
left-
production. It's too late. We already saw it. All right?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Marine Lord. We can build this up all we want, Todd, but the answers are right
Who is
behind
it
us.
going to be?
No, by the way, I want to share a story with you because we were joking, right, about like which Korean would stay on to play against Drogo at first.
Yeah.
And you know, you giggled a little bit at my theory, right? So I asked Hajin, I was like, Hajin, can you please ask Koreans why was it Su came out? And all three of them were standing there. And Stas looks at me with a big smile. And Hajin's like, oh, they want to hear what you think the reasoning was. I was like, I think the reasoning is that you guys are lazy, and because Su was already set up, you guys just let him sit there. And Stats just burst out laughing. He's like, yes, yes, yes. And was just kind of grinning in the back. So yeah, that was literally all the thought process they put into it.
They love to jab one another, these guys.
Yeah.
And yeah, Marine Lord here is going to be the player coming back out immediately to try and maybe use some mech here against Rainer.
Nightshade,
like historically, had a little bit of a hard time versus mech. Yep. And by that, I mean, he lost to Maru a bunch of games.
Yeah, not just Maru, right? A couple of times Gabe, I think, busted out some mech. Don't forget Juanito at GSL versus the World, 2 games in a row. Gumio knocked him out of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Actually, that's a long list now.
Yeah. No, that was a real thing.
But recently he looked better against
Absolutely,
right?
100%.
Against who?
Let me think. Well, also against Special.
Yeah.
Also against Hero Marine. I don't think he really... Cure, right? Cure played some mech as well at Home Story Cup.
Yeah.
So I think he's been working on it and he feels better. And obviously patches change things a little bit. But overall, Rainer is... I think this is one of his greatest qualities, man. He doesn't have a big ego. He will even listen to things that I tell him. And he's a million times better at the game than I am. But if I still tell him that, he's like, yeah, you're right. I need to work on that. And he does work on these things.
You're like an old wise man. You always have some good advice hidden somewhere.
Like the hands just don't work like they used to, but the brain is still sharp, okay?
Starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the blue Terran, representing France, it's Marine Lord.
Was obviously already set up as well. Maybe didn't feel like switching out, switching back in. Felt if I can get a certain map, then it just... Ooh, okay.
I was like, what's going on the minimap?
Yeah.
This is some stuff.
All right, in the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the man that's been carrying Italy this entire season of Nation Wars. He had a fantastic 2019. It's Rainer.
And there is no gas, right? Although there is, it's Stas now.
This is a late pull, Todd.
Oh,
God. Marino used to do this all the time.
Yeah.
And lately, every time I thought about it, he didn't do it.
Yeah, and now Rainer probably thought, okay, he's not going to go for a proxy because people keep on checking and he doesn't... Actually, it's going in the right direction. Yeah. But I mean, he's going to see it late regardless. He's already picked his build order.
What do you do at this point? Oh, no. Okay, he's gonna see it.
He's gonna see it.
That is the first barracks that will get scouted, and the second one...
I always like to look at the player scan, by the way, when they see this kind of stuff, to see like they shake a little bit extra.
So you get a couple of drones immediately on the low ground, maybe build a spine crawler in the back of the natural.
And Marinlord doesn't know that Rainer knows, by the way, I believe.
You gotta be very careful here, man. This is dangerous for Rainer. Don't forget, it's very, very important, of course, for Rainer to win this one. Otherwise, he needs to do it all of just one life. He builds the spine immediately. I like that bunker positioning, though, Todd. That SCV could get hard to target at certain
Ooh, but Rhino is not, and he's gonna be super exposed. I mean, he's got some backup SCVs here to try and go for more. He needs to kite against these drones. Rainer knows it. He's trying to stay outside of the range, but that spine crawler is completing in the meantime. Lings are not going to join the fight. Quinn is going to be there so late.
Can he get one more SCV kill? That would be very big. The Marine count is already quite high. The bunker does finish up. There's quite a few Lings out. That spine is almost done, but it's not completely done yet. Is he going to try to cut off reinforcements with this?
Yeah, I think so. The spine is being targeted right now. Lings are going to come in. They fall super fast to those Marines here. And the spine was moved away, but it's still in range.
This is not going very good for Rainer. He's trying to pick off a Marine, does finally get one. But don't forget, this is not even an all-out, all-in, right, for Marine Lord. He is transitioning at home. He is building a factory at home. But obviously, you want to do more than you've done so far. But with this bunker and with all these Marines, I think there is potential to do a little bit more. That spine is so low, but it still survives.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost count it out of the fight entirely there from this one onwards, unless he could save enough energy here to go for a transfusion, which I think he might be trying to do.
Yep. Well, it's gonna...
Sending it back in.
And he does land it. That's a lot of Lings. That's a lot of drones. I do like this engagement a lot by Rainer. This could very well be exactly what he needed. He is going to get the kill on this bunker at the final moment. And two of those Marines were super low on HP. So they will fall immediately as well. Wow.
So we get the defense, but at what cost? 23 SCVs against 16 drones, but there are Queens for injects.
Yeah, I think at the cost of being ahead. Like, sure, it wasn't easy, but I'm very, very impressed with how Rainer handled that in the end, because it didn't start off all that well, right?
You know, Marinlord messed up, by the way, the transfusion. Like, he could have killed the spine crawler before that. Like, I mean, the spine wasn't key, but it was an extra threat to come in there and, like, actually help.
No, it was in range. You're spot on. I think he probably clicked it right when that transfuse went off. That was a dangerous game that Rainer was playing, but maybe he would have gotten it anyway. I mean, sure, Marinlord is up 5 workers, but I feel like at this point, he can do nothing for quite some time. So Rainer should be able to create a worker advantage for himself. And don't forget that that command center is on the high ground at this point.
Yeah. Actually, even that Ling here will be kind of annoying up until the point those barracks land inside of his base. Actually, wait, he sent only one back? Yeah, he blocked the third. So he falls the hatchery elsewhere, but I don't think you care too much if you're Rainer.
Do you think he follows this up with a weird 2-base push now?
I think he might play mech, by the way. No? Why would he keep one of the barracks away if you wanted to play bio? Like, you need that at home.
Absolutely. Armory, I think, goes down fusion core it is.
Maybe advanced ballistics on this map? Or
no. I love how
I'm going to keep saying it until somebody does it, all right? Like, I'm going to be right eventually.
Yeah.
Even if I'm wrong all the time.
Eventually you'll be right, but I don't think this is going to be an advanced ballistics opener. Even though you could say that maybe the timings are off a little bit, but...
Technically, it's even better now, right? Because you can go for it while pumping out 2 Liberators by 2 with a reactor.
The downside is, though, -1 range, so Queen should pretty much always be able to hit them. Like, I don't think...
That's a fantastic point. You know what? It's BC.
Yes. I'm glad I got you on board, Todd.
Still being very active here with the Hellions. Not much they can do out of that hatchery, though. But he's trying to keep the Queens away from the proper location to defend.
It's not a kill, but that's a lot of damage immediately.
Oh, those trees are beautiful, by the way. All purple.
You want to Instagram it, Todd?
Yeah, maybe I do.
Local.
Which location do I tag? Is there a Nightshade?
Nightshade. Somewhere in South America, in the Amazon.
Oh my god, he's got... Woo!
It's a lot of
Rainer's counting on that.
Yep.
He hit the Zerglings perfectly. He's going to try to go for a full surround. And he's going to get it on the... Mostly all of this Hellions.
Yeah, no. The second movement there on the Lynx was absolutely perfect. Like, it's just picture perfect movement there. Because he was very close to actually losing a lot of them. But then he moved a couple of them just towards the right side. So he get another perfect wraparound. And that's painful, man. Because ideally what Marinlord hopes to do is maybe soften up those Queens a little bit. Does he even have any DPS right now at home? Liberator. Great.
He's got the best DPS.
But like now you can't soften up the queens either. So how likely is it that the battle cruiser will start dealing a lot of damage? In my opinion, not very likely.
Yeah. I think if Marilord knew...
Should connect the bases with creep though. It's very
what
important.
Is where, he might just tactical jump inside of that third base, the middle line, because then he would kill a lot of drones instantly. And the queens are not there either, but... will he know to do that? Wait, what?
I think he probably left-click it and then right-click it back. It's something that I do sometimes with the wipers. It's like I send it away and then I immediately send it back because I don't have the APM to actually do it. But
I'm a multitask god.
Yeah. It looks like, wow, just when the bio is out of position, the prism comes back. I was like, I shift queued that 25 seconds ago, but don't tell anybody.
All right, the first BC's out. Where does that go? He might... Okay, I think he's bringing the queens in that location here, thanks to this. Oh, he actually went for the main base as well.
Yeah.
He wants to take the fight against the queens. With the Liberator as well.
Good luck with that. He does get one, gets the second one, and if he gets out of that, then it's not that bad. A couple of drones are going down as well. This was a pretty successful BC, man. 2 queens, 4 drones, not bad.
You want to fight against the queens, they want to fight with you as well. They're going to chase away that battle cruiser there.
Finds an Overlord. That's nice. Imagine if those Hellions didn't go down for nothing,
that would have been
basically.
sick. If you could attack in like 3 locations at once. I actually think that if Marilord tactical jumped into the third base, he would kill so many drones because all the queens were in the main base. That might have been the superior move, but
yeah.
I mean, obviously, he couldn't have guessed that there were going to be this many queens inside of the main. If he does that move in the main base and there's only 2 or 3 queens, then he kills them, then kills a ton of drones there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, in a game of Fog of War, you need to just take a chance sometimes, and sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get a little more unlucky, but I think Marilord made the best of it there. Sure, he lost the Liberator, but got some guaranteed damage, and that's always nice. Reina is creating more and more freedom for himself, though. The queen count is going up, and that's the infestation pit finishing up, and I don't think that's for infestors, guys. That's for some very quick swarmals. And don't forget that a lot of Hellions have gone down already. And obviously, because they started off with that proxy 2-Rex opening as well, I think it's going to take a little while before the tank count really gets up to a decent number. This is going to be interesting, but I have the feeling Reynor is going to play a dangerous game as well, Todd, because he's going to march his queens to the other side of the map. I mean, they're almost already there, so it's not the bravest call by me. But imagine if you lose, somehow if you lose the queen count, I mean, then he's in trouble, man, because then he basically is running out of steam.
Oh my god, those BCs are going to go to work here. Hellions have to be forced back. Keep in mind, we're pre-Yamato. It's on the way, 14 seconds away. It's going to clean up so many of these queens in the first place.
Yep, 4 queens have gone down already. Sure, more queens are on the way, but this is really going to slow Reina's push a lot. Can he get a Yamato off?
Wait, the hatchery?
Wait, what? What just happened there? What just happened there?
It looked like there was a neural.
Yes, but there is no neural because there's no infestor out.
Oh, and he loses it.
What just happened there?
Something bugged. I don't know.
Maybe
it looked like maybe Yamato'd something he couldn't see. That was so weird.
I have never seen that before. Please clip that, guys. I mean, obviously the camera was a little bit off as well. So, Crow, this one is on you. Just kidding, Crow. You're awesome. But I have no idea what just happened there. It stopped firing.
Yeah, but we know what's about to happen, though. A massive siege here by Reynor. If he could kill all the queens, that'd be insane here.
Well, I mean, so many queens went down already there. Like, whatever happened. A lot of
he
queens
needs to
went down.
manually target the queens, Yamato the rest.
Yep. Oh, the tank count is suddenly looking quite juicy as well. The Locust is going to try to get on top of the tank. 2 tanks will fall immediately, but can he get more? The answer is yes. 4, maybe 5 tanks. 5 tanks go down with the first wave of Locust, Todd. That is massive.
3 queens are left over. He needs to repair that BC, but there is so much army on the ground helping out as well here. Oh my god. The battlecruiser is repairing it with everything.
Yeah, I don't know if these BCs are going to go down, man. I actually think the BCs are going to win the fight.
Yeah, but so many SCVs are supposed to die here. Yep. Reynor so far ahead in supplies, going for it.
I wouldn't mind a Spire at this point from Reynor. I really wouldn't. Because if
you don't have the gas.
Yeah. Well, there you go. He didn't have the gas because he already queued it up. No, I think he's done the damage, but at one point you have to accept that you're not going to kill the BCs anymore with 3 or 4 queens. So you're going to have to build a Spire. Obviously, he wants to still get a little bit more, but I think he's going to get a little more with a few Locusts in the main base as well.
Does he jump on top of this? Yeah, this is super
Maybe
annoying.
one more add-on.
He needs to be producing army right now as well.
Yep. That's going to slow down the BCs.
He's going to get every single add-on. This is terrible for Marine Lord.
Maybe gets the barracks too. That'd be annoying.
Ooh, that means he can't remake a factory.
Exactly. I gotta say, I'm impressed that Marine Lord still has 66 SCVs, right? That's kind of impressive. But can he be safe against the next wave of Locusts or the next 2 waves of Locusts? I am afraid that the answer is gonna be no, and I think he'll take more and more damage. Spire almost done already.
Yeah, Rainer's actually built up so much gas. I think he was on 6 gases. He had spent all of it, but now he's built up quite the bank on this.
I love the spores here as well. You know, those are real safety spores. There aren't that many Hellbats here in the mix, so that means that these tanks are in a lot of trouble. 1 tank goes down. The tank's on siege now. The roaches show up. This is beautiful play by Raynor. He's going to be able to pick up these Hellbats, and now he's going to get a few more SCVs as well. And he also forces the BCs to come back home, which gives him the time to get all of these Corruptors out. I mean, this is awesome play by Raynor.
Yeah, he's so far ahead in supply now. 13 Corruptors are being made. And on the other side of the map, because of all the pressure he's under, Marilord doesn't really have turrets. He's not even thinking about Thors right now. He's going to be so caught off guard. And with that, Raynor might just find himself in a position where he would get the equalizer here.
And the Locals are looking for a few more tanks, maybe a couple of SCVs now as well. They can get a couple of very juicy shots off there immediately. Obviously, Marine Lord knows that this game is pretty much over. GG gets called. Raynor will get the 2nd point on the board for Italy after taking out the meching Marine Lord on Nightshade. And he shows us once again that he has absolutely improved against the mech.
That was almost like, you know, the Italian thing with the fingers in the hands. From Rios.
Rios is like, yeah, that's what I wanted to do as well. I almost had him.
That game is like, I don't know why you're playing mech, man. Rios the way.
I thought it was a very interesting game though, because even the 2-Rex opening got very... I almost feel like if this was a 3-Rex, with how well it started for Marine Lord, maybe he can get the victory, man, because then he has way more DPS.
Even if you finish that spine at like 1 HP, just put sacrifice 1 Marine, and that Marine might not even die, but if it dies and gets the spine, it's worth it.
Let's go in there, mate. Like, close your eyes, run forward, and hope you can fire that gun twice. So Clem is going to be the next player, as he's the last remaining winning player, so to speak, from Team France.
And it's still pre-revive, of course. If you were to lose there, then France would be forced into picking a player to revive.
Pretty awesome.
That would be interesting, actually, who they go for as well. Obviously, we're not there yet, but yeah, Raynor. That damn smile. He's always got it on, and he's also always playing some great games.
I knew he had me at that damn smile. See that spine putting in some work. This was beautiful. Take a look, guys, on the Zerglings soon on the right bottom side. Like, he's like, plop. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Gets a really good double surround. First the initial one on the left, then he moves them towards the right. Traps them. At this point, I actually thought that maybe Raynor was going to be in a little bit of trouble, because the Lings here, they all get fried, and that allowed the Hellions to come back and help these BCs even more. And if you want to make a push like this, the Queens are supposed to take care of the battle cruisers, but the Queen count suddenly wasn't there anymore, because 7 or 8 Queens went down. Funka, did you see this game, by the way?
Yeah.
What happened over here? There was something so weird. Like, it stops firing. You see that?
Yeah, that's weird. It looks like he was about to channel Yamato or something, or maybe held position, but that shouldn't even stop the
that
firing.
should still fire.
Yeah.
I'm so confused, because now when I look at it again, I was like, maybe I get it the second time.
No, but it really didn't make that much sense. I agree with you. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
He lost the BC.
And he did lose the BC. Okay, regame, guys.
I mean, to be honest, like, I laugh about it, but maybe that's not something to laugh about at all. Obviously, maybe it's like a command that he queued up wrong or something, and it's actually a player fault.
The thing is, like, I guess the only thing you could do that would stop a battlecruiser from firing is just spamming stop. Is that the only thing that would do it?
And maybe he shift stopped or something?
Yeah,
like
that's just a little
I mean,
little
sometimes I do weird things as well, right? My hands like get stuck over the keyboard.
You slip up a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm queuing up 7 commands I don't want to queue up.
Yeah.
But that's really bizarre, guys. I've rarely seen that.
Yeah, kudos to Raynor. I mean, like, Marine Lord definitely played exactly the kind of game plan that he wants to go for in ZVT. He was not pressured into doing something different. Like, he was playing exactly what he had in mind. We talked about it numerous times about the strategy he wanted to employ in ZVT.
What if he thought he selected his command centers and wanted to build SCVs, but then actually had the battle cruisers still, and then he just hit stop over and over again?
You know why? You know what? Like, that. Those things are the reasons you've casted so many StarCraft.
I mean, I don't know.
Because you're a freaking god. That's the only reason that I see that would actually make sense. Is that he goes for his hotkey on the battle cruisers. He doesn't play in the greed mode or whatever it's called. So spams S, making SCVs, and stops his battle cruisers.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise,
That makes sense.
yeah, that's like the only thing I can come up with, guys. So.
But you came up with something.
yeah,
And that mesmerizes me, man. Like, it's like how does he do it? Roddy, what is your secret?
I mean, I just don't really very often see battle cruisers not firing. So I'm like,
So then you ask yourself some questions.
and I mean, a lot of these pro gamers, they have these insane repeat rates, right? It's actually kind of funny because I played on this PC here for a while, and I think Yogo has corrupted his PC.
Of course.
And I'm kind of used to it now, so it's really nice when I like lose a bunch of probes, but I got 4 nexus. I press E and it's like, like everything fills up. I'm
I
like,
don't have any money
nice.
left.
Like I just spend my money very quickly, and then I come at home and I'm like. Like an old man, you know, because I have changed nothing on my computer. I play with like 110% standard hotkeys and I've never changed anything. No macros, no repeat rate. And at home, I'm like, man, this is a lot of effort. It's like, no wonder I get so tired after playing 3 games.
So you think you're gonna do the changes? At home?
No.
I don't like the repeat fire.
I am pure.
Yeah.
I save
purest way, you know.
I save myself for the next RTS. I'm staying pure. I don't know how many years more I have to wait, but you know what? I'm patient.
No, you are a patient person. That's for sure.
What map do you think we're gonna get? Because Clem has the map choice.
Yeah, that's the thing with the new map pool. I'm not really sure what you would go for. I guess Clem is not the kind of guy that wants to play mech, so that should be a bio positive kind of map. And I'm not exactly sure what's the best one that's remaining in the pool at the moment.
Obviously, Triton has already been played, and I think that would have
one.
been the pick otherwise. And Reina literally told me, it's like, I just don't want Clem on Triton. Everything else is fine with me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe...
What else is there?
A Simulacrum is there. And we should have one more of the old one. No, actually.
Because it actually says Simulacrum.
Oh, that's...
to
yes.
your left.
Man, we did this before as well.
Yeah.
But there is obviously 2 more maps available. World of Sleepers.
Yeah.
Still there.
Do you really want to go and play?
I don't
World
know.
of Sleepers?
We haven't seen it once this
We haven't seen it because we haven't seen any 4 and 3.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Actually.
Yeah.
And
Is
I
it-
guess
is it-
Eternal Empire as well.
Yeah.
Cloud Kingdom 2. Or 3.
Eternal Empire is a really great map for mech, I think. Really one of the greatest ones that you could get as Terran if you want to play TVZ playing mech. So I'm guessing maybe if that's the one. So both maps available is Eternal Empire and then World of Sleepers.
And this one.
Maybe you go Marine Lord again. You have to revive.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
What about Drogo?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. So the thing is, as I said before, I think all of those 3s can go into the ace match. But I know that like a lot of the discussions that happen between those 3 guys are really important to those guys. Like they're not playing. What you want to say? Sorry.
Nothing important. I just get a smile on my face when I see Clem versus Rainer because I'm like, yes, like it's not Rainer. Yeah, it's not Rainer Cero, but these 2 also. They're tied up with each other, whether they like it or not, right? Because they came up around the same time. They were allowed to play WCS around the same time. Clem was like 1 event ahead of Rainer. And obviously, of course, Rainer's achievements are monstrous, and it's not fair to really compare anyone to Rainer. But yeah, when I look at this matchup, Rainer Clem, I'm like, yes, this is the next generation of StarCraft 2. Even though Rainer is already here, you can say Clem is almost there. I just think it's fantastic to see these 2 guys play. But
It
sorry,
is.
Funker.
Yeah, 2019, man. Like, imagine StarCraft 2 actually came out. Those guys were 8. Could you believe that? Like, that's so sick. I can't even believe. But the thing is, I really think that this team, the French team, is actually like puts a lot of emphasis on thinking out every single strategy, single map that they want to play, and they actually put they put a lot of emphasis on it. So I'm really guessing that at the moment Marine Lord is the one that has the better understanding on how is supposed to play ZVT in this meta, in this patch. So in this way, considering there is a really great mech map going at the end of it, like I don't really know about ZVP, so maybe this is a decent map for ZVP, and then there's an argument for Protoss, and then for Drogo to come out.
Like, I think if Drogo was a little more comfortable, just building a million Phoenixes and then going into carriers, and I know that he's not going to agree with me, but that's fine. I have my own beliefs. I also know that Reina, for instance, like doesn't like playing against that stuff. Sure, he can beat it, but he's like, I think that's the superior style, Roddy. I was like, well, I'm
Tell
with you,
me
mate.
about
Like, there's a lot of people you may need to convince of that, but not me. Like, I'm not one of them. And whenever Rainer plays Protoss, he always also does that kind of stuff. And he's like, man, it's so good, so good. Anyways, we'll theory craft about that when the time is right, because we can never count out this man. He has beaten some of the very best players in the world in the past, and perhaps he can do it here again. We're all tied up between France and Italy, but on the left top side, looking at the main base of the French youngster, it is Clem. Had a fantastic showing so far in Nationwide 2019.
In the bottom right-hand side, another 17-year-old, but you can argue that he's already there yet with an amazing 2019 under his belt. He is Rainer, and he's been carrying Team Italy quite hard. Can he do 3 all kills in a row against France? That would be so sick.
Really? 3?
Yeah.
He did it
killed us in
before.
the
Yeah.
qualifiers of Nation Wars 5.
Yep, and then in the round of 24?
Round of 24, and that would be the third one. I told him I'm gonna mess him up if he does that, but he doesn't mind. And he also knows that I'm kidding quite heavily. Obviously, if you guys are afraid of the well-being of Rainer.
No. We had a little chitty as he's like, Roddy, if I all kill friends, will you protect me?
The studio will be filled with French people.
I was like, yeah, I can be the bodyguard there. There's no problem. And I was like, you know what? I think they'll forgive you, man.
Yeah.
I was like, if you
They'll ask you for autographs.
Yeah, I was
they'll be mad, but they'll be asking for autographs.
You throw up those Rainer guns, you bring a smile to your face. I was like, I'm pretty sure that they can't stay mad at you. He's like, nice.
Nice.
But hey, man, I really don't want to count out Clem because Clem is fantastic in his own way. He has played some absolutely phenomenal StarCraft 2. And Clem has obviously defeated Rainer in the past, so... And this is a better patch. We'll see how it plays out. I do expect him to play Bio, though. Like, Clem's mech is, I don't want to say bad, but it's just... He shines more with Bio. It's just the way it is.
That's his thing. Ever since he started playing StarCraft, like he's always been the Bio player, a really micro-oriented and multitask-oriented player. That's just his style, and that's how he feels comfortable playing StarCraft, and that brings joy to me because I love me some Bio. But I do believe that it might not be the greatest style ever here in this matchup. But the thing is, and I'm 100% agreeing with the fact that if you were to go for Bio, I would understand that because you don't want to throw out like a strategy that you don't feel comfortable in such an important match. Like you just want to go and play your A game, right?
Yep. And even if like everybody tells you that mech is better than Bio, if you're way better with Bio than you are with mech, you gotta play Bio, mate. Like it's better to be the best at something that you're doing than be mediocre at what everybody else is doing. So it makes sense, and we're obviously expecting that here. This Reaper is finally getting a kill. It worked so hard for it. Already picked up a couple of Zergling kills as well.
That's 3 Zerglings and a drone, which is really nice. So obviously this is not the double creep tumor drone, 3 Zerglings and like 150 damage on a queen that he had against Ryosis earlier.
The door is wide open. Zergling speed is not done yet. Rainer, his queen's a bit out of position. I love that he's going for the main because now the queens need to go off creep. Focus fire of the queen is good, obviously. 1 Hellion goes down. Reaper will finally go down. Where are those Zerglings that Rainer so desperately needs?
Yeah, they're about to hatch. Like 8 more are going to be hatching in just a few seconds, and they might be able to get the surround here on the ramp, and they will. So in the end, it's 4 Hellions and a Reaper for... What? Okay, for just a couple of drones.
I thought he was going to get a little more there. I actually really thought he was going to get a little bit more. I would have loved to see him just go for the drones, try to get a couple shots off. Obviously, the drone movement by Rainer was really good. Like, he already moved them to safety before the Hellions were even close. But and the Liberator is going to show up. Queen is going to eat a couple of shots. Good job there by Rainer not being stubborn and trying to go through the Liberation Circle because there's a chance he ends up losing his Queen, and that would be disastrous.
Okay, that was important that the wall was up here. Obviously, the third CC placement has been figured out by those Terran players here on Simulacrum. Double eBay will be fired up as well as Tim, so obviously it will be Bio as we expected. And I guess, like, I don't want to go into memeing and everything, but it's not the longest of maps, right, to cross.
No, absolutely not.
I'm so afraid every time you say something with you, it's like, oh my God.
I feel like I have scarred you for life.
Yeah, for life, mate. Now, this is not the longest
wide open. It's super wide open.
But that's the thing, right? Like, so you could get fully surrounded by like Zerglings, Banelings, 360, MLG style, but
no scope.
No scope, obviously. The Liberator is going to get a few kills. That's nice.
No.
But at the same time, if you were to play, let's say, like Innovations kind of, Bio all-in with like 3 bases, mass Marines tanks, if you were to cross the map and get a proper position, then it's Rally Point Fiesta.
No, I'm absolutely with you. It doesn't take super long to make your way to the other side of the map, but it's kind of hard to get there because you do really expose yourself. It's kind of like one of those movies where you're like in an open field, you know, it's like, you know, there's snipers out there, but they're like, run to the other side. You're like, oh,
You sure?
Are you sure, Captain?
Is that the only possibility?
It's like, yes, I'm in charge. Go scout. It's like, all right. Close your eyes, helmet down, and you run.
So he's going for the triangle setup because the third base on the south side is so far away, right? But everything is so wide open that playing long game on this one can be so frustrating because counterattacks by Zerg are going to be so freaking effective.
Clem is super annoying with his Liberators, man. Like, actually, you can really see that he has improved tremendously as a player already.
Yeah.
Because the way that he babysits his drops, and if he can get a cancel on the fourth base, that'd be massive. That obviously shouldn't be easy. But don't forget, bailing speed is not done yet. And Clem said it in the question drop. He prefers focus fire over splitting.
Okay.
So don't expect this man to split here. Oh, the counterattack, though.
Yeah, the counterattack is obviously a really, really smart idea here on the side of Reynor, because obviously Clem needs to figure out and needs to be looking at this army. Oh, the Medivac actually gonna go on the right, on the wrong side, and that 6 SCV that just went down here. The Liberator may have been, or might have killed the Queen. Yeah, he did. Thank you, Crow, with sieging on the, on the edge here. But Liberator will fall. 6 SCVs going down is not too good. Obviously, Clem gonna be playing the Widowmine style that he enjoys the most.
Yep, and I love that as well. And that's gonna make it hard for Reynor. He's gonna make sure that he always has an overseer. See the focused fire there. A couple Banes get sniped, but Clem is not getting too much done yet. I think the first moment to go for that first link counter in the game by Reynor is just absolutely perfect, because it's like you said, Clem needs to be looking at that army to really get value out of his like 14 Marines with Stim there, and if he is babysitting that army properly, he can get a lot done. But you cannot do it properly if you also have to pull SCVs away from home, you have to unsiege a tank, you have to send a couple of reinforcements to deal with these Zerglings. The timing there by Reynor is just impeccable.
Yeah, one thing that I want to, mention here is the creep not being that far spread out. So I'm liking this for Clem, who's right now once again sniping some Banelings with proper target fire. Yeah, the Banelings are actually going to get used to kill some Widowmines, but they're still there. So kudos to Clem once again. He might be able to take out some creep tumors. The double drop on the south side is still being active. Clem is playing a beautiful game for now.
Absolutely, saving all 3 mines as well. That's big, right? Like, you don't really want to be bleeding out those mines immediately. He's going to be able to cancel a lot of these Banelings as well. And Reynor's economy is good, but it's not even like that good at this point. Clem is actually out-mining Reynor while also working with a bigger army.
Yep. Oh, okay. He wanted to load up the right side Medivac, which was not the greatest of idea, but here... Ooh, all right. Oof, that last split was pretty sick, to be honest.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Clem, you're so annoying.
You have to be a 17-year-old to be able to pull that up. It is. Oh my God.
Oh, and he just finally got a massive shot there in the end as well. I mean, sure, it took a lot of effort, but in the end, he did get a good shot off there. Well done.
And so Clem not going for a 3-base all-in a way. He's actually dropping down a 4th CC as we speak. It's about to finish in just a few seconds. He keeps on pressuring towards the north side as he pressures the southern side with a lot of Widowmines, with Drilling Claws, with +2 attack.
Exactly, this is the moment as well, right? +2 is done. +2 is nowhere near done for Reynor. These Widowmines are going to be very annoying. Will there be Trader Mines or not? So far, the answer is no. Reynor has a lot of links, but where are they? Reynor really needs to get a victory now, otherwise the Italian is in trouble, man.
Okay, for now the Banelings getting the proper connections here, but still a couple of Marines still alive here, a couple of Widowmines as well, dropping on the north side, but not getting any drones at the moment. But that was not a cost-effective trade here for Reynor. Reynor is actually 122 supply at the moment, where the Terran player from France is actually on 161. Reynor is actually crumbling under the pressure and the multitasking here from Clem.
Clem is sick. Clem is playing absolutely fantastic. He's just everywhere at once, playing once again at an incredibly high pace. And it doesn't happen often that Reynor can keep up, but he was just out of position a couple of times there. And Clem just, the move with the mice is all these little things, right? It's the amount of value he gets out of every single unit he made so far. What is the unit's lost resources telling us in this game? Because I have the feeling that Clem has played phenomenal.
5k against 9k, mate. Yep. There is actually as many Banelings as there are Widowmines for Clem. That's going to be so hard for Reynor to actually hold on. He goes for the counter-attack and will force the 4th CC to be lifted up. What happens if he actually loses the game on the opposite side? Clem is pushing through. Here the Widowmine connects with with an overlord. That was not the greatest shot of all time. But there are so many Marines here for the French youngster here from France. He's actually splitting up now. An Ultralist will show up.
No
but those
kindness.
two Marines, they should be enough.
No kindness yet. A couple of Banelings will save the Ultra for now. Raider hangs in there. Did re-spend on the left top side. Oh, the Widowmine's actually firing at these medevacs a little bit.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ooh, that was so close. 150 supply against 117. The only thing that keeps Raynor alive at the moment is this lonesome Ultralisk and the couple of Banelings that he managed to get out here on the map against those massive amounts of Marines, of Banelings here. Widowmine gets skewed into that fourth base in the north side, killing 9 drones.
Where the Overseers, Raynor? This is really starting to hurt, man. All game long, the Widowmines have just not been cleaned up properly.
All right, even in that situation, he manages to split. I don't even know how he does it, but look at this. Raynor is supply block 113 against the 174 here from Clem, who keeps on harassing that top right-hand side base. 3 drones will fall. He needs to repair those medivacs if he can, or actually gather with the entire army, because he's got 116 supply, but we can't really see it right now.
I think Clem is in the main base as well, but this base is so important for Raynor. If he just wants to keep his dreams alive, he needs to do it here, but he doesn't have an answer against the Liberators. The Queen count is very low. The Marauder count is getting healthy now as well. And I actually think that Clem is starting to do this, man, for Team France. It's an amazing performance from Clem. He showed us before he can hang out with these dudes. He can take down the biggest players in this tournament, and this was another fantastic game by Clem.
90 supply up here in this game on Simulacrum, and Clem is trying to, force his opponent to tap out. More drones are falling, and Raynor is holding on like a champ, but the numbers, they don't lie here in this game. Yes, Ultralisk are good, but you can still kite those. The Widowmines, they actually don't care about your upgrades. They will deal the damage no matter what.
Clem is so sick.
Yeah, this is an amazing game, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, but he's shown more of this lately, man. It's just like, it really does feel that this patch has been giving him wings. He was already very good, but obviously felt a little bit hopeless in certain phases of the game. Then again, who didn't? But it really does feel that Clem is like, all right, you're giving me a fighting chance. I'll show you that I have what it takes to push the very best to the limit. And this game, it doesn't happen often, but he just looked faster than Raynor.
That should be now. That should be the end, I think. Those Ultralisks, they're not going to be enough. The splits from Clem are still beautiful, but here the Ultralisks are falling and GG gets called. Clem gets the victory here against Raynor and puts France in the lead 3-2, Roddy.
Yep, I do think it's safe to say that we're going to see a rematch here. France is not done yet. Clem is definitely not done yet, but just an amazing game. The way that he babysitted every single unit, the Liberator that he unsieged and sieged like 17 times, that stupid dance with the Widowmine, like it looks like, what a triad. Well, in the end, it does all add up because it does get a big shot off. And it just felt that Raynor wasn't able to properly clean up the mines a couple of times when, technically the fight was over. Like, it started off with those first 3 mines. I said it, right? Like, the fact that he didn't get those first 3 mines, I was like, that's big because it all starts piling up.
Yeah, the Banelings actually connected towards that third mine, but they didn't kill it in the end. So that meant that he could burrow them and use them in a few, further down the line. And you said it, like the difference between like doing that little dance with the Widowmines and then getting nothing, or doing this and actually being rewarded for the effort that you put into it, it makes so much of a difference. Obviously, the outcome is better for the Terran player if the Widowmine eventually does get a proper connection. But also it makes a tremendous amount of difference in just your mental state in general.
I think this fight was already very big, right? It's like, are we going to get trader mines or not? Because if a couple of Banelings and some friendly fire from a mine, that could be the end of almost all of these Marines. But there were very few trader mines, and Raynor couldn't deal with this with his first wave, not even his second wave. Then at the same time, more units start showing up at the right top side. And obviously the queen count was already low as well, because a couple of queens got sniped. And it just wasn't enough for Raynor. And that fourth base going down at the final second. Yeah. Sure, that hurt, but I think Clem was already in a magnificent position.
Nah, he was. And yeah, I think that was, it's interesting. It reminds me a little bit of a couple of the games that we've seen Clem playing since the beginning of the tournaments in ZVT, which is him playing that super aggressive kind of style. And it didn't start that well. I mean, those aliens running by but not getting that much value. But then the Liberator babysitting was really important. Got some amazing damage, killing the Queen, killing a couple of extra drones as well. And then our Zerg player in this case was not going hydraulic bailing. He was rushing towards high, but that game was so action-packed that we didn't really mention it. And he just died in the process of doing so, because what you want to do if you're a Zerg player playing that style, you want to crush one time the army, right? And he never was able to do that. You mentioned the previous fight was the most important. You should be able to clean up, because you're using so much gas from getting all those banelings. If you don't clear up and you don't get a proper transition into Ultralist, you're gonna bleed units left and right until you have to tap out.
Yeah, just an awesome performance by Clem from start to finish. And the numbers don't lie, as they always say. And at one point he lost 5.3k. Reina losing close to 10k already. Like a 2-to-1 ratio.
Right now it's 17k to 10k at this moment in the game.
It's massive.
Yeah, it is massive.
And at this point, like, even if he's getting a little more reckless with a couple of units, it doesn't matter, because he already won. He managed to knock Rainer back all the way to 3 bases. So it's great for France. It's great for a lot of the Frenchies here in the studio. Perhaps great for all of us neutrals as well, because that means we'll get more Rainer. And even if he gets the job done by himself, he is being pushed to the limit. And that's what the stuff we want to see.
Yeah, I'm really interested in knowing the next map that will be selected by Clem. So if he wants to play Bio,
Clem?
go.
It must be Reina. No, Reina lost.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm so stupid. Sorry. Yeah, we'll know what the map will be, but not before going into a quick commercial break, apparently, so we can get everything set up, the map selected, and maybe the victory of France in that 3rd place finisher, or our first 7th game of the night. Will Reiner tie it up or Clem finish the job? We will know just after this.
Practice of Satanism. Secret meetings are being held by people calling themselves Satanists, people who worship the devil. Most often found, the inverted five-pointed satanic pentagram, the upside-down cross, the evil eye, references to Babylon, and the devil's number, 666.
Welcome back to Nation Wars, guys, and we are about to play our 6th game here between France and Italy. Clem is getting ready to probably play another game against Rainer. We don't want to spoil any of this, but you can still see Rainer. You can still see Rainer in the back, and obviously he's going to be the revived player. So 2 games in a row, Clem was able to defeat the Italian youngster just before with an amazing multitasking and bio-oriented play. You do it a 2nd time.
It's always really fun to talk to the players a little bit. First thing is like, Rainer's like, don't worry, it's totally fine. He's like, yeah, that map, He's like, I hate that map. Terrible map. Can't do anything. He's like, also, my mouse didn't work. I have a bungee now. With the bungee, I'll be fine. So, I don't know. Let's see if the magic of the bungee is real. I do believe it. We'll see. Also, I had a little chat with the other players about the BC that we saw. Because, like, we're obviously kind of laughing about it because I'm like, what? And, like, obviously, if it's human error, like, these kind of things are funny. Drogo's like, it must be a bug. I was like, what? I was like, he's like, no. I was like, maybe you, like, press stop. I was like, no. I was like, maybe you shift Q. I was like, do you use rapid fire? He's like, no, not with BCs. But I was like, you have a super low repeat rate, you know? He's like, yeah, I do have that. So I don't know. Maybe like accidentally shifted something up. You know, there used to be a weird bug where if you press shift like 5 times in a row, then like you would get this Windows sound.
Oh yeah.
I think they removed that, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like I still have the feeling. Because, like, shouldn't we have seen any other bug then by then? So maybe he shift Q'd Yamato or something on units that went down. It was really odd. I have not seen it before.
Yeah, the first thing I thought was like Yamato being like channeled before being sent out, but that's like no Yamato actually came out, so that wasn't it.
We should see that.
Right, and then
I honestly think it's shift Q commands of something, or either like he did press stop a million times.
I will go into the replay and try to figure it out.
Yeah.
Maybe you can see it, like you can see the keys being pressed, right? So we
I
might.
mean, obviously it was a crisis moment as well, so like it's
Yeah.
very hard to calmly analyze afterwards that you didn't do anything wrong because at that point you're pressing a million buttons at once. But that BC could have potentially had a big impact on that game because the 2 BCs that were remaining already put up a pretty damn good fight. So imagine if he had 3. But that doesn't matter anymore. What does matter is that Clem has now taken the 3-2 lead for Team France over Italy in this 3rd place decider match. We're not done yet.
We're not done yet, indeed. Game number 6 is about to start, and it looks like it will be World of Sleepers, selected by Rainer. I'm sorry,
First
I said
time
the other
today.
thing. Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that. We'll see that map today.
I feel like everybody hates it now. Like before, like just Terrans and Protoss hated it, and now Zergs are like, yeah, we hate it too. And I'm like, it's not that bad, guys. I actually think it's a pretty cool map. The one thing that I think is a bit odd is that we replaced the rich Vespian guys with like natural ones, but now you only have 1 gas there. But there is still an argument to take it sometimes if you want to go up to 3 bases, but you also want to push quickly afterwards. Like then you are at least expanding towards your opponent. So I mean, it creates a dynamic that I don't think was the idea behind the map in the first place. But we ended up with it, so we may as well roll with it, guys.
In the bottom left-hand side, there is a guy that just spawned. He plays Terran. He's rather good at StarCraft, and he got himself a victory before. Can he do it again? And his name is Clem.
These two are also very good friends. They spend a lot of time with each other, hang out after tournament days as well. Make it rather late. You might not believe it. They look so sweet and innocent. But these guys, they can stay up till the early hours. I've seen it a couple of times myself already. In the right top side, the man who is the last hope of Italy in Nation Wars 2019. Can he turn it around? It is Rainer. Needs to do it all by himself at this point. No more Ryu, no more Ryelses.
Nope.
But of course, Rainer kind of knew that already going into this Nation War. It would have been a minor miracle if one of the other 2 Italians was able to defeat one of these top French players. And the sick thing is about Team France is that you could replace 2 of your players or even 3 with your players and field another super strong team that would also just make it hard on Rainer most likely, because with all due respect, I don't see Stefano losing against the other 2 Italians.
Yeah.
I don't see Denver losing, and I'm sure that there's a couple
DNS or like
DNS.
there's so many players that are really, really great. It's like that's one thing. Like sometimes we're like, it's been a long time since we won Nation War. Should we change the format to a 5-man team, and then we're
Only
basically sure that it would be France, Korea every time, or maybe
Well,
Germany,
Poland is
Netherlands,
sick.
and Poland. Poland would be
Yeah.
good as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Now Poland, actually, I was just looking at one of the qualifiers they had, and then like people often think Poland, you think like Nurcho, Elaser, Sol, and Mana, but the other dudes are really good too. Like Ziggy, for instance, an outsider, but he's good. I think Art is very good. I think Geralt is very good. Then you still have Guru, the odd man out there. Like that is a very, very competitive
it's a stacked
nation.
country, definitely. But our story with Poland in Nation Wars is pretty decent, I think, at least for France. We were actually able to defeat them back then in Nation Wars 2 in the 3rd place finisher as well. That was the last match for France in Nation Wars 2 after getting ult killed by a guy named Juanito, if you guys know about him. He was called Major back then. But he's still an amazing player. For now, Clem opening with a Reaper, with the SCV Scout as well, so well, actually avoiding our Zerg player from taking the right-hand side base. So usually you would try, like before, you would have tried to avoid the Zerg player from taking the middle base. This time you want him to take the middle base because we mentioned it, the extractors are normal ones now.
I have a question, by the way.
Yes, tell me.
Is there like a physical prize for third place? Did they get like a medal?
Yes, there is.
They have a little trophy or something?
Yeah, we got medals for everybody.
Oh, that's awesome. So that's really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, you'll see those.
Do you guys get one as well as bias casters?
I would love it.
Just you and Todd get a bronze medal.
I would love it.
Because friends took top 3. It's like, thanks for the support, guys.
It will be for the actual French casters.
All right.
They will get it. They're firing it up here in the French studio next to us. Hellions and Reaper getting a cheeky creep tumor. That's always good. And the stim will be fired up once again. So same opening here. And second creep tumor does get taken out.
These are big changes. A lot of people read patch notes and they're like, creep tumors can no longer be cancelled. Boo-hoo, you know, the entire map is still going to be covered in creep. And that's going to be the case if a very good Zerg goes up against a much lesser Terran or Protoss. But you can see how big of an impact these things do truly have if you put two evenly matched players. Or maybe Reynor is still the slightly superior player, but Clem is coming, man. And 2020, keep an eye on this, man. I don't think I need to tell anyone that's a diehard StarCraft fan, because I don't want to go that far, but I think that he is absolutely going to at least increase all of his personal records when it comes to going to big international events.
Yeah, you're right. I can get behind that.
Finally a semi-final for Clem, maybe a final, or maybe he can be that one Terran that the world has been screaming for. A foreign Terran victory.
Since, what was it?
Uthermal.
2016?
Yep.
Uthermal?
Uthermal win.
IEM Shanghai.
That was the year of the Netherlands, man.
Yep.
Marston won in Shanghai, Uthermal won in Shanghai. That was our year. We took over China.
Okay, the Overlord will get taken out here in the main base, but after confirming everything they needed to know. And this is a really cool pickup here from Reynor. Let's see if he can do it without losing that many Zerglings. That is good. That is really, really good for it. Like, it doesn't look like much, but it is really, really massive. Losing those 6 Hellions and Reaper, that means no more map control and no more, double-pronged attack with the Liberator and Hellions at the same time that will push Reynor into making potential mistakes.
A much better work lead already this game as well than Reynor ever had in the previous game. And look at the upgrades. This time he's not falling behind in the upgrades either. Reynor indeed does have a very clean start this game, despite the fact that he lost a couple of creep tumors. Maybe the Mouse Bungee story.
Yeah, it was real.
Obviously, I think it's going to be important that he gets Bailing speed immediately, right? Like he starts the Lair now. Is the Lair a little late? I guess that's kind of what's always going to happen if you go for 1-1 upgrades before the Lair.
Yeah, it should be lining up with a 1-1 finishing up.
This is very old school Reynor, by the way. This is kind of like what he used to do. Obviously, this is awesome when it comes to the upgrades. The one downside is that Bailing speed is going to be quite late. Clem's micro is very good, but Lynx with upgrades on creep can absolutely put up a good fight against Tim Marines.
Yeah, definitely. Being equal on the upgrades is actually going to be quite important here for Reynor, and that's something he's going to capitalize on, considering he did go for the early evos and those early upgrades. So it should be 1-1 against 1-1 in every single fight. And then, yeah, the 2-2 timing is going to be quite crucial. We can already see the armory on the side of Clem, so not missing a beat there. Not drop any timing whatsoever. Once again, counter-attack right as the 2 medivacs will fly out. We've got a 20 Zerglings, 25 Zerglings harassing that third base and getting some decent damage done.
Yeah, this time these Marines are not going to be able to accomplish too much. I like the defensive Liberator there. You're going to keep the SCV safe, make it a little bit harder for these Zerglings to really be very effective. 4-5 more barracks?
That's the Eno thing I was mentioning earlier, I think. How much barracks are we looking at right now?
I guess 3 plus 5?
Should be, it's 8. So it should be, it will be 8 barracks with reactor. Lots of Marines, just cross the map and try to kill with this.
Is lots of Marines an understatement there? Like, that's going to be a
massive amount of Marines.
Yeah. Ludicrous.
Ludicrous amount. I love this word. It sounds pretty cool.
Great artist as well. Just kidding. I saw you look.
I was like, what? Really?
Oh, he is an artist.
He is. I was more, on the verge of the other one.
The great.
The great. The great one.
Well, 2 upgrades are on their way, and Bailing speed is more than halfway done. It's obviously... Does Rain have like an overseer on the other side of the map? I think just getting a little sneak peek into the main base would be massive. Because I have the feeling that Raynor is now playing like, oh, I'm going to get lurkers and get all the lurker upgrades. And that's really cool and all. But maybe if he knows that he's not playing against a Clem that's going to try to have 4 bases, he will just make a few more Lings and Banes, because being safe is the most important thing at this point. Of course, Raynor has some vision. There is a 4th command center, by the way, going down. I mean, obviously, it's quite late.
Yeah, you will have to drop it down eventually, but like the bigger timing you're gonna hit is not gonna be with like the 75 SCVs economy that we've seen earlier. Like it's more, I'm gonna get an extra orbital and I'll be able to transfer some SCVs from the main base, but we'll never see the massive economy that is shown before. See, the amount of Marines is already quite ludicrous indeed.
Yep. It's going to be tough to engage. Obviously,
10 Banelings. This is not enough.
No, 10 Banes is hard, but there's a lot of Zerglings though in there. Even in upgrades, Banelings do not connect at all. But now the real amount of Zerglings show up so far. The control is excellent by Clem. Jeez Louise, Clem. That looked good, but is it going to be enough? He does get pushed all the way up creep. Hydra don't have 6 upgrades, by the way.
Yeah, the fact that I think he kept 2 tanks alive, right? Okay, 3 tanks actually. Now gets queens in the middle. Oh my god, those transfusers, they were so key. Like, just killing those queens, that means no damage done to your medivacs. That means no extra Crypt tumor.
Creep is gonna go away as well, yeah.
Yep.
It's obviously gonna make it a little more
44
doable.
SCVs on the production, 44 SCVs on the units tab.
5 lurkers. Lurker range is being researched at this point, but that's still gonna take a little while. There's a Viper on the way. The 2-2 upgrades are gonna finish up on both sides, of course. What's the Baneling count right now? Because I don't see a lot of them.
4 Banelings, but I don't know if he can fight against that high amount of lurkers at the moment. He needs to scan. And he needs to see it now. Does he go for it? He's actually getting pressured at the opposite side of the map, which means that his micro is not going to be that great. But he does get a couple of lurkers out here. 65 army supply against 63. This game is so tense.
Yeah, but he pushed all the Marines back. Look at these lurker shots. They're massive. Landing in the middle of the Marine pack. I believe there are Lings in the 3rd base as well, doing quite a bit of damage. And lurker range is about to finish up, and that's going to make it even harder for Clem to push into Arena. Clem maybe losing his cool there a little bit, pushing the issue a little too hard.
Okay, the tanks are not sieged up, and a lot of Banelings and lurkers are actually going to make their way close to the tank line. Nice target fire on the last remaining Baneling, but Clem is being pushed back, and he knows that most of his timing is actually expired a little bit.
Sorry, did he lose his 4th base? Did he not lift it?
Yeah, I think he did.
He lost it to Zergling
instead.
Oh.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. So now it is, can you do it? Can you re-grab all of your army and go for it right now? That seems so hard against lurkers right there with the massive upgrades that they do have and the extended range. He does have a scan. Like, losing that 4th base means also like less orbitals available, which means less scans. So sometimes you will get to be into a fight against lurkers, but we'll not have any way of detecting them.
I really wonder how this game plays out if he does have just a planetary fortress right now at that fort. Because then suddenly I'm like, I think we still got a game on our hand. Because obviously lurkers, moving them around is going to be a little bit difficult, especially without adaptive talents, even though they are being researched at this point. So then those lurkers will be a little more mobile, they'll be a little quicker. And losing that 4th base is just devastating for Clem.
Yeah, it is. It is. And the Vipers are actually going to work here. Grabbing that tank, dealing some damage to it, killing it instantly, and Clem is getting pushed back. And his timing just, well, is not there yet. It's not there anymore. So he will try to go for a transition, but I mentioned this being not an all-in maybe, but more of a really, really massive pressure that needs to deal more damage than it did in this case. And now, well, Raynor will have the opportunity to cross the map for the first time. Go for a double drop on the opposite side with the Vipers. So I see how he plans it ahead. Like, he puts the Vipers close to the Hydra pack, then gets the double abduct, gets the 2 medivacs. Here, counter-attack with a lot of Marines. I'm liking this. Couple of drones could die, but the Zerglings are already there to save the day.
Yep, that's a lot of Lings as well. And don't forget about these lurkers that are now going to siege the 3rd base of Clem. There's still a couple of Vipers in the mix as well. And with just Marines, this is an almost impossible fight, man. Like, how do you engage that? There is a tank that I believe is in range, gets a couple of good shots off there. But adaptive talents have finished up. And that means that these lurkers are going to be even more devastating to deal with.
Yeah, and the planetary fortress is not done around the 4th base, so I feel like that attack is going to be so freaking hard to hold. All the lurkers will land here. Well, actually burrow and force a liftoff here of that 4th base of Clem. And the drop on the right side, okay. He goes for the target fire onto the hatchery.
No transfuse available, but plenty of Lings, Hydras, and Banes to push this away for now. And you can see it there in the player cam. Clem knows that he is running out of options. He needs a 4th base to even have a fighting chance in this game. And it just doesn't really seem realistic that he's going to be able to establish one anytime soon. Desperately trying to make something happen with his last Marines. He does almost have +3. Strike.
Yeah. And I could see it coming from miles away. Like, he's not looking at this one, and those Banelings, they have a mission, and they're gonna do it, man. They're gonna do it. The Liberators will try to push the Lurkers away, but Clem is bleeding out units after units onto the west side, the east side, and Clem, he knows he's dead.
Parasitic Bomb. I find Parasitic Bomb very satisfied on a bunch of Liberators that are on top of each other. What?
That
don't
makes
like
me
it?
so sad that you say that.
Just because you play Terran.
Vikings and Liberators are the worst target ever. Don't do that to them.
Oh, love this as well. A couple of lurkers on the high ground, just demolishing that SCV line. Now, a lot of Hydras do go down here, but obviously Raynor is a very rich boy. He can afford to lose a couple of units because he has consumed his entire side of the map. He's had money in the bank for quite some time. He's been maxed out for quite some time, and he's going to take out the 4th base. And with that, I think the hopes and dreams of Clem winning this game, and that means that we are getting ready for our first Game 7 of the day.
GG.
Between Italy and France.
Yeah, sick play by Raynor. That was a close one, man. That was a really close one. I think Raynor knows that there was, a couple of opportunities for Clem to really nail down this 6th game, but he was really good at holding on to that massive amount of bio units. Obviously, the counterattacks were quite pristine. Yeah, just in general, a really sick TVZ. Lots of action, lots of aggression on both sides, but losing that 4CC was a lot to end.
Yeah, against Zerglings, I mean, we missed it, but that obviously was super important because that really put him even more on the clock than he already was, working with just mostly Marines. I thought at one point, it was actually a really cool move. Like, we're basically at the hatchery of Raynor, the one that he had in the low ground, part of the triangle, his 3rd base. He had the tanks, and he was almost getting in range of the lurkers with the Marines, but then a bunch of Lings and Banes showed up, and even though they didn't really connect, they pushed the bio units away and then allowed the lurker shots to fire more, and then you can't really re-engage into the lurkers anymore because you have to close all that distance. I find this one of the most interesting picks we've had all tournament long, by the way, about when it comes to who do you revive, because I can make an argument for all 3 of them.
Yeah. No, I really agree with what you said right there. Like, we knew that the ace position was not set in stone within the French team, and we've seen different options being used, right? Like, we've seen Drogo a couple of times, we've seen Clem. We haven't seen Marine Lord yet, but there is, I really do believe that there is an argument to be made for Marine Lord here, because the last map is Eternal Empire, and it's probably the best map that you could play mech on, I think, right now in ZVT. So yeah, they're discussing it right now. I mean, Drogo has shown in the past that he's got amazing PvZ, but at the same time, Raynor, just a beast in the matchup. They already played a game, and I mean,
yeah, that wasn't the greatest.
That wasn't the greatest, obviously. Clem is on a roll, but he's also about to play. Not
I think
the
you go
greatest
M-Lord.
by him.
Like, if everything you guys say is true about that map and mech, I mean, Todd keeps talking about the latter game that M-Lord won against Raynor. I don't think Raynor is going to be too terrified about the idea of playing M-Lord on Eternal Empire, but I probably think you go M-Lord here. That was a rare.
Agree.
We'll see what actually happens. Team Friends has a couple of minutes. Normally we get some feisty highlights. Did we already have the highlights?
I don't think we did. I think production is really...
I think Clem stays.
I think production is really interested in knowing what's happening. And yes, Clem will be staying here. The highlights are coming.
Oh, that's going to be fun. I mean, obviously, the start was very clean by Raynor. In
That's
this
the
game
thing.
as well, right?
Like, considering how close this game was in the end, like, imagine if those Hellions and Reapers, they stay alive for a little bit longer. That would have been... Like, usually you want to set yourself up for an amazing timing attack with Marines and techs like this. And usually your early Hellions and Reapers are really all about that. Okay, let's see. That was the most important moment. The army control from Clem during this entire fight was really, really cool. I mean, he handled that like a champ, and then suddenly there's an argument to be made, like 67 army supply against 66. Clem was pulling ahead a little bit.
Yeah, one of Clem's biggest strengths is how aggressive he plays, right? He gets in your face, he does this first big push, and then he keeps up, but he kind of feels like he can't stop himself after that, right? Like, when he starts on falling behind, instead of saying, all right, I need to slow things down for a little bit, take it easy, just try to macro and maybe re-attack whenever he's not ready, he just keeps on, butting his heads. I was going to say Zidane style, but...
You can say.
Yeah.
I mean,
in a not-so-good way, with multiple really bad attacks.
It wasn't really good back then when Zidane did what he did to me.
I don't know that he lost the game, but...
It lost the game. It lost.
You're one of those guys.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely there.
He would have scored a penalty.
Yeah. Nah. We would have never lost if Zidane was not taken out at this moment. So kudos to Materazzi, obviously. And kudos to Reiner. I was able to...
Well, Reiner for being good at the game. Materazzi for being a piece of garbage.
I knew we would go there and people would get, feelings would be hurt. Anyways. That was a nice showing by Reiner, showing his favorite style here of lurkers, hydras, and banelings in ZVT.
That blending cloud was really sick at the end too. Not that it mattered. And now France has to decide who is it going to be.
Yeah, it will be Clem. It will be Clem. I think he's staying here, or is it? Yeah, he grabs his earbuds. So that will be Clem.
So best of 3 between the young talents,
the two youngsters. Yeah. So, is it now that Clem actually shows his dominance over Reiner in the 17-year-old competition of StarCraft 2? Which sounds like it's bad, but it's actually like top level.
Yeah.
Like those guys are 17-year-old, but yeah.
Win or lose, I think he will have been Team France's MVP this tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah.
A lot of very important victories, and looking for yet another one here. And maybe, perhaps, a bronze medal. Definitely would be a nice consolation after not making it to the grand finals, but all like it would be for Italy.
I can't remember exactly if it was a 4-3 or 4-2 against Poland back then in Nation Wars 2 in the bronze match, because we had a bronze match back then as well.
Yeah.
And we eventually won. It was Daishi versus Nurcho last game, but I can't remember if it was game 6 or game 7. But that would be our third place finish in Nation Wars. But either of those teams obviously deserve it. And it will all be decided in another action-packed TVZ.
Yeah.
And before it's a 4X.
Love those. Nah, that'd be a sick mind game. Clem doesn't need to do that, I think. Just his normal style is good enough. Just do it a little bit more refined, more controlled, and might be able to do it there. I mean, that first game that he had versus Reiner was extremely convincing, I thought. It's very rare to see Reiner struggle so much.
Yeah, but sadly, like the layout of Eternal Empire is just Eternal Empire. It's just not the same, right, as Simulacrum, where he was able to get himself the victory. We're already in game, guys, and this is not a 2Rax. I can guarantee that with this gas being planted down. Gas first from this little guy here from France in the bottom left-hand side. His name is Clément Desplanches, and his nickname is Clem. And he's tied up 1-1 against Reiner in this case.
Starting in the top right-hand side, playing as the Green Zerg, representing Italy. It is Reiner.
Yeah, the new generation of StarCraft here playing for a chance to be third here in Nation Wars 2019. It's beautiful to see. Although, there's a couple of guys like this that are slowly rising up to the top level.
Yeah.
Could also argue that Goblin belongs there. He was playing super well himself, and he's also a 17-year-old. So we've got like the trinity of all three races and all three 17-year-olds being represented at the highest level.
I was surprised that Rainer picked Bolognese over carbonara, by the way.
Are you a carbonara guy?
Yeah, I like both, to be honest.
I love both, but if I had to pick, I would say carbonara as well.
Yeah, I think so.
But the thing is, there's a way to mess up carbonara, and I don't think you can really mess up a bolognese. It's like it's easier to make.
Yeah.
Like carbonara is a little bit
We're
harder.
talking about the good ones. you know?
Yeah, we're
It's
not
like
talking about the French carbonara.
Yeah. Let's say we're talking about Caesar salad. You know, there's some pretty terrible ones out there, but the good ones are really good. Little bit of a hidden drone, actually, in that corner.
Yeah, and Clem is not going to scout it. That third base will go up. Actually, the CV is just there, so it's interesting that he goes for the hidden drone. Didn't move. Oh, you seen it? Well, all right. Oh, yeah. It appeared on his minimap, but he didn't see it.
Yeah.
This is so sick. The drone is moving slowly to the left side. It's like
slowly snaking his way to the third base.
Where's the cardboard box?
Oh my god! He almost took it out. Oh my god! It worked.
Now he gets it.
It worked.
It worked.
That was sick.
Yeah, that was cool. Well done by Rainer. He's actually going to be able to grab himself the third base. And yeah, I think like we should be seeing the same opening from Clem game after game. And as I said, it's not even the Liberator. It's going to be a Viking.
No, why did you stop? Oh my god, he just...
If he makes
he's
it out,
regenerating hit points.
Oh,
what a
queen's
hero.
there. Oh, two queens.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Recall. No, wait.
Can I recall? Can I make that jump? No, you cannot make that jump.
To be honest, the queens danced around for so long here. That was so annoying for Rainer to deal with.
Yeah.
That stayed alive for way longer than it should have, perhaps.
So I expected a
Ooh, can I get
Liberator
it to
once
her?
again, but it is a Viking this time.
And he goes for the armory. I mean, Clem loves his Hellbats whenever he's doing these kind of big pushes.
Please get that Overlord out of here. Where's the armory? Okay.
It's not
Shouldn't get scouted too early. But already, like, seeing a Viking instead of a Liberator, I feel is a really big tell. And you can see, like, the Baning Nest is being thrown down
It is
super
Overlord,
early.
man. Really wanted to take a dive, fake an injury, Italian style. Get a free kick into the armory so he can spot that. I don't think so. These referees can be bought.
Okay, let's see. Can he get the tumor on the right side? He should be, but that means also taking a lot of damage onto those Vikings. Medivac just came out. We'll load up with a couple of more greens, I guess.
A scan would be well worth, I think, to remove the crypt tumors.
So that's going to be Hellbats on the right side and Hellbat drop in the main.
We heard you like Hellbats, so we put some Hellbats in your Hellbats.
Yeah. And Banshee.
This is super scary, actually. Like, because Rainer is mostly... He's got 19 links. He's going to have to deal with 10 Hellbats, plus one potential landed Viking.
Yep. Oh, that Viking is going to land, I think.
That Viking wants a piece of the action.
Okay.
He sends everything towards
Does
maybe
he
his Hellbats are
transform?
there as well.
Okay, he needs to pick up the two bottom side Hellbats to avoid for them to be killed. This is amazing
Oh
for
my
Clan
God.
here. He roasted all of those Zerglings for nothing. The Banelings will connect in the end. Nice timing here from Rainer. But now the Hellbats, they've got free reign in the main base. The nice micro on the Queen. But finally, the Hellbats were weak. And
God.
that's a lot of drones that should be dying in just a few seconds.
It's a French barbecue. Where are those merguez drones? Bring them here.
Show me the merguez! Okay, can you get it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, show me some chipolatas! This is so sick! 6 drones, 7 drones, okay.
To be honest, I feel like it should have been way more. Rainer's kind of salvaging the situation. He's losing a lot of mining time, though, both inside the main base and in the third base right now.
All right, the Viking will get taken out eventually, but at 7 drones, a lot of queens. Ooh, and some more mining time being...
Oh my god, he's gonna play mech, by the way.
And that's it. So, we mentioned with, oh my god, no detection, a Banshee that showed up unannounced, and hello, I'm cloaked, what are you gonna do?
Rotors on the way.
Yeah. So, we mentioned we had the discussion that was really important, is who do you send in as an ace, right? And I said, I'm guessing I'm leaning towards Marine Lord because he loves that map. He beat him on Interland Empire. He beats Rainer on ladder just a few days ago, and it's also the greatest mech map that you can have in ZVT. But at the same time, and I said like, yeah, this is important because the team respects like the the brain aspect of the game and how you need to realize which are the best maps. But in this case, we believing in the skills of Clem and the strategical knowledge of Marine Lord. So we're sending Clem playing Marine Lord style.
That's sick, actually.
I like it. I love it. I adore it.
Crane's gonna redrop a lot of these creep tumors. I'm surprised the Banshee pulled back this quickly there. I guess, I don't know, maybe he saw an Overseer morphing or something, or he wanted to make sure he kept that alive. Feels like he could have done more damage. But we found ourselves at 67 drones against 60 SCVs now, and has Rainer scouted anything here up to this point? Like, it does feel like...
He knows. He's
yeah,
scouted.
okay.
He's scouted. He's going into Infestors, he's going into range and a lot of roaches.
He cancelled the Bailing Nest just now. I was like, oh no. Just finished? Okay.
I think that's the early Bailing Nest that he got. You remember he had Bailings.
But he was making one more then, because I just saw one in production for a little bit, so I think he must have cancelled that. But
maybe he cancelled that.
Bailings against Mech, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you do have the structure. Getting the Bailing speed might open up some paths for counter pressure. Also, it feels like he's playing against battle mech. It's not like the new school, which is the old school of mech that's going back. Because as you can see, we've got mech field accelerators, we've got cyclones, and Lings and Banelings are actually really, really great against battle mech.
He's trying to fry some more of these drones here. Actually, he lost one of his Banshees before Hyperflight Rotors completed, which is kind of sad because they become so much faster. If you thought Void Rays were fast with Flux Veins, wait until you see these babies right there.
Yeah, 3 Banshees gathering up here. Infernal Pre-Igniter is finishing up in just a few seconds, and the Cyclones getting some decent trades with the Queens, but obviously Transfuses are going to help out. Now Banshees are going to make their way towards the natural. Okay, the Spore is doing a really, really massive job here. Supply-wise, both players really, really close here. But every time they trade, like if they keep playing the same way that they are doing right now, I'm liking this for Clem because it's exactly what he wants.
He's sending the Banshees around that area. Oh, Baning's coming from behind. That's why he went for Banings.
Exactly. Banings are really good. Again,
the Banshees cleared a lot of the creep on the other side.
Can he go there? Can he join up with the army? Because as you mentioned, there is no Spore.
And there's a Nidus on the way. Rainer might be losing patience a little bit here. He wants to go for his own siege.
Okay, the game's super tough, super close right now. A little bit of a bank here on the side of Rainer with over 1,000 minerals. Same goes for Clem. Both players trying to macro up as much as they can. In terms of upgrades, we're looking at a +2 that should be finishing in about a minute and a few seconds. +1 melee is also there.
Wow,
few Swarmos, which is kind of weird. Okay, now way more, because to me Swarmos doesn't really make sense. But then 8, obviously a stronger number. Yeah, that 5th base could be cancelled maybe.
He wants to siege. He wants to apply some pressure himself here instead of just sitting on his side of the map and be making anything happen on the other side.
That's actually a defensive Nidus that he's using to just move around a little bit more with these units.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if eventually
gets an aggressive
one. Aggressive one as well. Maybe he wants to react quickly to the Banshees as well. Transfer his Queens around.
And the Reachcast Geysers didn't get moved away in this map because it's a new one, so maybe we'll have to wait for a patch for this to go away. The scan actually missed it
Actually, that one's scary because by the time they land inside of the natural, there'll still be a bunch of time for them to do a ton of damage.
Don't tell me the armor is out there.
Oh my god, if he can kill the Nidus and trap these guys.
No reaction.
Okay, well, good thing the load time is like a millisecond. Banelings are gonna roll in there. I mean, is this really cost effective?
This is not a great fight for Rainer. Definitely. I mean, he wants to trade, and every time he kills a Terran unit now, those make a little... Those units, they make obviously they cost a lot of money, but like in this case, he lost way more than he killed to his opponents. So definitely not a cost-effective trade here. As you can see, 9,000 resources lost against 5.5K on the side of Clem. 45 units against 178. So obviously Zerg being swarmy and everything, that does make sense. The Nidus has been scouted. Does Clem realize? Scans into the main base.
Transformation service on the way as well. Ooh, some of these units from Clem are going to get caught in the middle of the map. We see him getting a little bit flustered here on the player camera for a second. But he's already up to 4 bases. Actually, 5 bases.
Yeah, he's going to grab himself his 5th right now. Okay, Benchy's doing a lot of work here. Does he realize that there is a corrosive ball landing? No. We'll lose one of them. Should be producing a couple of extra Benchies. I would love that. Like, defending against Niduses with speed Benchies is just the most amazing thing. Okay, Rainer has got an opportunity here for a nice round of Locust. Oh, this army is a little bit trapped. The Locust, they might go down, but he actually goes for the orbital right away, or the tanks, I don't know. Let's see the target fire onto the Banelings. And once again, nice defense. The CC might get cancelled. Not even.
No. And this army is going to get chased down a bunch.
Nice.
Hellbats on the other side of the map are finding damage inside of one of those middle lines. It's very hard for Rainer to be losing drones right now because he needs to replace his army. He can't do both at the same time. It's so hard in lava, and he doesn't have the economy. He spent his entire bank and he's not maxed out. On the other side, Clem's economy is really, really good.
Okay, can he get a couple of Swarmers? The answer is no, but he will get the Nidus in the middle of the map, and those are not free anymore, or they're at least a little bit more expensive, so this hurts a little bit. Another Nidus will be used for Rainer to get a little bit more movement going. Liberators being produced, I'm not exactly sure if that's the right call. I love those Banshees earlier.
It might not be to fight, but just to go for mineral lines and kill a bunch of drones.
In that case, I don't...
Like, if I look at the banks, I think Clem is still in a pretty good spot, as long as he doesn't take any, like, really badly cost-effective fights.
Right, let's see.
The Rainer's trying to force with all of those Banelings.
Yeah, he is.
But he evacuated the base, only lost 9 SCVs.
And we're losing a couple of drones at the same time. Hellion run by with blue flame.
So we want to kill walkers.
Okay, so we mentioned merguez, we mentioned the chipolatas. It's time for some brochettes, I guess. The Hellions dealing a lot of damage here. 14 drones just went down. The Queens using all of their transfuse energy.
The Swamos, they look like they were trapped for a second. As well, he can't chase. Ooh, there's going to be some Lucas in a sec.
Okay, he needs to get out of here. Actually, the tank is blocking.
Oh, move.
Okay, now it's good. Whew. Nice reaction time by Clem. Okay, does he have enough Hellions? He does. 19 drones is a lot, man.
The 1 HP Banshee is like, I'll help, guys.
I can do it. He's going to siege the Liberators. Corrosive Bite is going to be used on the right side Liberator, but he actually missed by just a slight margin, and Clem is pushing onto the creep. And with Rainer, with Swarmers that are not useful at the moment because he doesn't have the Locust available, this is looking really good for our French Terran at the moment.
Is Clem doing this? He's pressing forward. Rainer's buying some time. This Swamos
on the right
Locust
side.
back. Oh my god, the Banshees found a spot where there was no spore here at 12 o'clock. They're going to kill a ton of drones.
Okay, what does he do here? Because the Locusts are actually going to go from the back, and this is a massive sandwich here from Rainer, dealing so much damage. Clem just lost a tremendous amount of units here.
He's trying to target the Swamos, but he lost so much army super fast. The Banshee is going to town here on that 5th base. So he's still on 5 bases against 4, but this counter-attack from Rainer is going to look super scary here. Yeah. 114 army supply to 72.
Okay, the orbital might fall, the building orbital, and will fall. And right now, Clem is in a little bit of a pickle, if I could say, because yes, he has the economy, he has the higher number of bases, but he doesn't have that much army at the moment. 80 against 125, and a lot of those are Hellbats, or Hellions rather. And those Roaches and Ravagers, Zerglings, they will make their way into that 5th base, and Clem, he needs to pull back. He doesn't have the army at the moment. That wave of Locusts turned this entire game around.
Yeah, and now Rainer is feeling the momentum, is getting on top of this army. Clem struggling to even remake any sort of army there, as Rainer's retaking the 5th base that he had earlier.
Yeah, the Banshees could be useful here in the defense, but they were taken out during that last sequence. Yeah, they died there. There's none in the units tab at the moment. They eventually
didn't even kill that base.
Yeah, they didn't kill the base. And now the other wave of Locusts with +3 attack is about to show up. And he's putting a lot of pressure here. Rainer for the 3rd place here in Nation Wars 2019 might be able to do it. 2 tanks will fall. Hellions and Cyclones are not a match here for the Ravagers, Roaches and Locusts of Rainer. Clem, he stays in the game, he wants to do it, but he doesn't have the units, and you can see it in the camera. He knows the player cam is not lying at the moment. Those Roaches and Ravagers and Swarmos, they're doing the trick.
The soup isn't lying, and neither is the player cam indeed. Rainer just has so much. He's going to corrosive bite on top of his planetary fortress. He's got so much army left over, 123 to 65. And now for the longest time, he's going to be on his side of the map, mining as much as he wants, expanding further, spreading the creep. But this army, can it be stopped here? Clem
He's gonna try to fight back, but Locust are gonna come back in and seal the deal.
This is so crazy. Reiner was able to turn the tides in this game with a massive wave of Locust blocking the army. GG gets called, and Italy will be the third place finisher here in Nation Wars 2019, defeating France 4-3 in a nail biter of a Game 7.
A third time was not the charm for France. Even though this time there was no all kill, they'll find solace in knowing that they pushed Reiner to the limit.
And Clem was winning this game, mate. He was in the lead. He was putting on so much pressure. And then those Swamos, they were just on the verge of being scouted by the army of Clem. But a wave of Locusts coming from the back, locking out all of those Cyclones and Hellions and Thors. And suddenly you're looking at like 40 or 50 supply that just evaporated in just a few seconds. Really well played. Really, really well played by Reiner.
I love the contrast as well, you know, like you just look at these tournaments, team games, like, you know, MOBA shooters. They finish the match, they shake each other's hands. Now it's like, hey, nice baboon build, bro. Like, they're not gonna go over nothing. There's no congrats in there.
I guess like if you're Clem right now, you might feel a little crushed, right? Like you played an amazing, really amazing first game. Then you got the rematch in a nail biter as well. He had opportunities to finish game 2, and then they go into game 3. He plays maybe a style that he's not that comfortable in under the orders of General Marine Lord, and I think that was a really great idea. And he held his own so convincingly for the longest time. Finally, the handshake will happen. Clem should do it as well, but it's rough. It's rough. Like you were on the verge of getting third place, getting a little bit more money also in the bank. Like, let's be honest, there's a little bit of money on the line here in Nation Wars, a little bit of pride, third place finisher, medals and everything. But
I feel this could have done so much more, by the way. Like, it's always so close, right? Because it's kind of like Baneling fights. You just picture them blowing up like everything, but then sometimes they just barely get defended. That was the same thing here. Reiner kept evacuating everything just on time. I mean, he got dicey in the main base in particular here for a second, as those drones were like super clumped up, but Hellbat's not exactly the fastest unit in the game.
Yeah. I mean, Hellbats are amazing because they have this ability to fight straight up, head on against your opponents. But then suddenly, with a proper micro and a proper APM on the side of Zerg, you can always pretty much avoid getting too much damage dealt to yourself. So
these Locusts did so much every time that they landed.
The Swamos are MVPs of this game. I mean, Roaches and Ravagers will basically... Well, Ravagers were useful. Roaches were basically meat for the grinder. And yeah, those Locusts, they didn't pay off for the longest time. But then suddenly, they like honestly, like most of this game was Clem winning up till the point he got surrounded by the Swamos on the right side. And that was, at the moment, I felt Reiner was about to be crushed. He was about to be defeated. We'll see that move again, but you can see like the army supply and the supply in general just dropping tremendously. And when you're losing that much units as a mech player, even if you're playing Cybermech, or Battle Mech, sorry, that goes a little bit faster to reproduce. Look at this, it's 177.
Like, that wasn't even a trade, he just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And after that, when you see the Zerg having this much left over, even Bile himself actually.
Yeah. As he's reproducing units, he's down to 146. And he started with 190. So obviously, it's a rough defeat here for Clem, but he was the MVP of Team France throughout this entire season. He played like a champ. He pushed Reiner towards the limits. As you said, like that last game was so close. He was on the verge of beating him. But in the end, Reiner just confirmed his amazing year, confirmed his amazing performance in Nation Wars. He was able to grab the victory.
And yeah, speaking of Reiner and Team Italy, let's go and hear from them. They are ready for an interview with Hajin.
Thank you, Todd. I'm here with Team Italy. Congratulations on securing your third place. Well, Reiner, I think I've never seen you like that. I mean, for the last game, you removed your hat. You were so shaky. Did you feel any pressure during that last game?
No, not really. I'm not sure why I was shaking. Doesn't happen. Like, it didn't happen for the BlizzCon finals. I wouldn't see why it would happen here. But I'm not sure. I was just shaky, so not a fan of my games.
Oh, well, you were still able to take the game. And let's talk with your teammates. You had a really long game against Marine Lord. You were winning. There was a lot of back and forth. Are you satisfied with the performance against Marine Lord?
Yes, it was a really good game, I think. At least I showed it. it was good, I think.
So as I said before, it was the first time that Italy makes it to the offline stage. So Riosis, tell us, how did you experience the whole tournament? How did you enjoy Paris Gaming?
The tournament itself was really great. I think Gaming did a great job in making us really enjoy this tournament. In every aspect, it was just great. And we didn't really see much of Paris actually, because we were busy with shootings and playing the actual tournament. But yeah, and it was just a great time, and I'm glad that we were able to get here, and we'll do it again next year.
Was it your first time in Paris?
Yeah, it was for me.
Oh, I see. So tell us, Rainer, during this whole Nation Wars, is there like one game that you really regret or that you will remember again and again?
For the offline finals, most of them. Especially the one versus Iona. I feel like I'm going to have nightmares now about that game. I'm pretty sure I should have won that one. And also versus Clem, I played like an absolute monkey. Managed to make it in the end, even though I think Clem should have won, to be honest. He played better than me, that's for sure. But yeah.
Okay, well, in the end, you still won and you secured the third place. Do you have any last words to say to your Italian fans?
In Italian?
As you want.
Okay, not in Italian, I suck. Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure to show that we're not bad. Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys.
And same with you and you first.
Thanks to everyone for watching.
Thanks everyone.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Guy. It was really impressive, and I was really glad to have you here with us, and congratulations again. So that was Italy who secures the third place, and after a short break, we'll be back with the grand finals between Finland and South Korea.
People who worship the devil. Most often found, the inverted five-pointed satanic pentagram, the upside-down cross, the evil eye. References to Babylon and the devil's number, 666.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is time. The last match of the day, the last match of the tournament to finally decide who is the best StarCraft nation in the world. On my right-hand side, they're from Finland, Dimasero, Saral, and their captain, Juguliang. And they will have to face the defending champions who are from Korea, Innovation, Sue, and their captain, Stats. Last time, Korea was able to all-kill by actually Sue all-kill Finland in the semifinals. Will Finland be able to do better this time? Let's have a little talk with their captains. Okay, Juguliang. First of all, in the semifinals, both of you won really convincingly with a 4-1 score. And now you will have to face Korea. Are you confident that you can win this time?
We're really confident. We got some really good strategies planned, so I think we can take it.
So what's the thing that changed the most compared to last year? Because you have the same team, but you seem so much more confident. What's the biggest difference?
I think at first the Pro League format felt that it would be bad for us, but actually it turned out to be very good because we can always have Serral on a good map that so we can win. Yeah.
So Korea actually has a really, let's see, balanced team because Italy was led by Rainer, who was their ace player. But in Korea, they seem really good. Is there like one player that you're really wary of and why?
Maybe Innovation, but they're going to play in the first match, so that's going to dictate the pace of the match.
So why did you decide to send Serral in the first game?
You'll see, you'll see.
Okay, I can't wait to see. Maybe it's a well-kept secret. So Stats, you seemed really nervous actually. You were jumping around. And how do you feel against Finland this time? 아까 경기 시작 전에 보니까 되게 약간 긴장한 모습을 보여주셨는데 지금 약간 심정이 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단 결승다운 이런 팀을 만나게 돼가지고 조금 떨리고요. 근데 빨리 경기하고 싶을 정도로 경기가 많이 기대됩니다.
So that's true. I'm a little bit nervous because we face a team who deserves to be in the finals. But you know what? I'm really looking forward to play that game. And of course, we all know that Serral is the ace of Finland. So what will be the main focus for Team Korea to be able to take down Serral? 이제 핀란드 세랄이랑 경기를 해야 되는데 어느 곳에 중점을 둬야 될까요? 세랄을 이기려면?
일단 1세트부터 신영이가 좀 강한 상대를 만나는데 사실 기대 안 하고 있고 그 다음에 그 매치가 다 끝난 이후에 이제 다시 팀 배틀 형식으로 경기가 시작되잖아요. 거기서 윤수도 솔직히 좀 별로 못 믿었고 네, 제가 이기겠습니다.
So you know, our first game is Innovation against Serral, but you know what? Honestly, I'm not expecting much from this game. And then you know, after the 3 first games, there will be a new format as a team league, and for Sue, it's pretty much the same. So I will have to come and win to be able to take down Finland. Well, I mean. What's going on here with Team Korea? Okay, can you say something really motivational for your team to cheer for your team? 정말 팀워크가 되게 독특하네요. 한국은 그래도 이제 팀원들을 위해 좀 이렇게 응원 한마디 부탁드립니다.
지금까지 했던 말들은 다 농담이고 신영이가 이길 것도 다 알고 있고 그리고 다 같이 으쌰으쌰 해가지고 트로피 같이 올렸으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, you know, of course I'm joking, and I know that Innovation we will, so I hope we'll put up a good fight all together and be able to leave that trophy in the end. So do you have any final words for Juguliang and Team Finland?
Be careful.
Okay, I mean, you better be careful because he really likes to warn people. So do you have anything to answer that?
Actually have a bit of a longer segment. I've been a long-time fan of the game as well. So I just wanted to say, like, back then, Innovation against Soulkey, that finals, I was really sad for Innovation after he lost. And then this year, I was really happy for Sue when he won IEM. Like, after he started crying, I started crying a little bit as well. And I'm very happy that Stats won in Assembly because obviously it was very poetic because Finland went to Korea and beat Stats in GSL versus the world. So maybe this time they can let us win because last time he won in Finland.
Okay, thank you so much. It was really touching. Yeah, that's true. Well, you can shake hands, and I wish you best of luck. And I'm really looking forward to see a good match and best of 9 in this last game in the finals. And Funka, Todd, are you excited?
Yes, we are, Ajin. We are really excited as we've got the crane going up. What
our notes.
No. Don't look at our notes. Please. No, they're gonna leak every single information about the WCS 2020 system that are right there on our table. Make some screenshot, guys. No, obviously we're kidding. We are super excited about that grand final.
I just got a great idea for Nation Wars 6. A T-shirt. Picture this. A T-shirt.
You mean Nation Wars 7 then?
Oh yeah, Nation Wars 7.
Yeah.
Picture this.
Yes.
A T-shirt with Stats' face.
Okay.
Be careful.
Just be careful.
Because that's what he says to every team.
Yeah.
Apparently, before he has to play them. Be careful.
Be careful, guys. No, but you have to be careful when you're playing against South Korea. But maybe he thinks that's more intimidating than it is, actually. Because be careful doesn't sound like, especially if you say it with Stats' voice and with his smile, suddenly it's not that intimidating. But then you think about his results and you think about his skills.
Then you get a wrecked in game and you're like,
oh,
you mean
is
I'm
that
gonna
what he
demolish
meant?
you?
Like, I'm gonna wreck you, mate. Now, the Finland against South Korea obviously will be a hood. That's a rematch of last year's final between semi-final. Sorry, they played in the semi-final in Nation Wars 5, and in this occurrence, it was a 4-0 for South Korea. So Zhuge was super close from getting a victory against Su, but the rest of them I can't really picture. Like we talked about a lot of
Su all killed, yeah.
Su all killed.
That's what we remember.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
And interestingly enough, it feels like the closest game, even though I'm guessing like Serral versus Su was obviously a little bit difficult for Su. The closest game in the end was Zhuge versus Su, which is really cool.
But now, different formats.
Yeah.
Every player will get to play here in the first place. And in this case, it's going to be Cell going up against Innovation. That's a pretty good match.
I'm loving
Not too
this.
shabby to start with.
Not too shabby.
Cyril just nodded, looking at me.
He's like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, I'm liking this game. Yeah, he keeps on nodding. It's like, yeah, I think it's going to be a
So
great
these two
start.
faced twice recently at Home Story Cup as well. And in the upper bracket semi-finals, it was Innovation that was able to take the win. But in the rematch, Cheryl was extremely successful and looked very convincing. So
was it a 3-0 into 0-3? I think it was, right?
Something
or
like
maybe
that.
3-1 into 0-3. But yeah, it was a complete change of pace, which is kind of interesting to think about because those two players, well, they faced each other quite a bit. Like even Home Story Cup 18, I think it was. I mean, even Home Story Cup 19, they played in the finals twice, right? Like Innovation won the first one, and then Serral won the one after that. Or maybe I'm confusing, but they played each
two
other.
of the best players that go deep in tournament.
Yeah, that's what happens. Like they usually play each other in later rounds of those tournaments, like Home Story Cup. So those guys have a pretty massive history between the two. ZVT is a matchup that did change quite a bit with the new patch. We've seen occurrences of that with Rainer versus Clem. I'm wondering what's going to happen between the Machine and the Perfect Zerg.
Yeah, Cell actually currently, I believe, has the best record of all time here in Nation Wars in terms of win rates. It's extremely high going into today at 78%, but then he won the 2 games that he played against Rainer earlier. So, whereas Innovation, 38 wins, 12 losses. I guess we had one more win that he got earlier. So, pretty good records from the two, like two of the best players of all time, I think, here in Nation Wars.
Yeah.
And they go up against one another here for our pleasure and joy. Are you not entertained? Isn't this why you're here?
Yeah, they are here for
Is
that.
there anyone else? No.
All right, we do have a video, an interview made for Team South Korea here going into those finals, so we can take a look at it right now.
옛날부터 프랑스가 굉장히 멋진 나라라고 생각이 들어서 항상 오고 싶어 했던 나라였거든요. 그래서 일단 이 나라에 온다는 것 자체도 기분이 좋고
일단은 네이션스월을 지금까지 이제 계속 나왔었는데 그동안 최근에는 우승을 많이 했었기 때문에 그런 부분에서는 좀 자신 있는 상태고 근데 이번 대회에서는 좀 팀원들 상태가 별로 좋지 않아가지고 일단은 저 자신만 믿고 있고
어떻게 보면은 이번에 우승을 하기가 굉장히 좀 힘든 시기인 것 같아요. 지금 저는 좀 되게 지금 이 2019년 네이션 워즈를 팀 우승을 시켜야 된다는 이런 마음가짐이 되게 크기 때문에
이제 어제 오늘 이제 연습을 하는 과정에서 김민혁 선수가 굉장히 연습 때 많이 지더라고요. 레더에서. 특히 그 요고라는 프랑스 캐스터가 있는데 캐스터한테도 지더라고요.
누굴 만나도 질 수 있을 것 같은 느낌이라 좀 불안한 면이 있고요.
그래도 뭐 저랑 신영이가 잘해서 우승하도록 해야 될 것 같아요.
3번 연속 우승을 하면 뭐 아무래도 그래도 한국인이 아직까지는 그래도 좀 뭉치면 세다라는 거를 보여줄 수 있을 것 같고 뭐 팀리그 하면 그래도 이노베이션이라는 게 또 증명이 될 것 같기도 하고 뭐 여러모로 좋을 것 같아요.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. At the moment they mentioned Stats losing to Yogo, one of our fellow casters here. I'm saying Yogo and I can hear them laugh. Please show me a shot of the Koreans. They're having a blast right there. I'm saying Yogo, they're all like laughing like crazy. This is so sick. So obviously this team is just, and that's what I like about it. Like obviously Korea is a deep pool of talent in the StarCraft scene, whether it was StarCraft 1 or even StarCraft 2. So they've got an amazing field of players that he can send out to Nation Wars, but they're also like feeling it together, you know, like they're having a lot of fun, they're giggling, they're having the greatest time, and they are also enjoying visiting Paris and stuff. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, that video was proper comedy for sure. Like Sue is like, oh, I've always wanted to visit Paris, and it's like they're in some dirty street with some graffitis. He's in a cafe recording this. You hear the bikes
for Rotterdam.
You hear the bikes in the background driving by. It's like, what is going on here? And after that, Stats and Sue, they have the weirdest dynamic. They just keep teasing one another. Innovation is like, actually, guys, I'm the best team player. And that's it. Like,
I'm just, the only person I trust is myself. Basically, is what he
that was
said.
a sick line.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna save that one for when I play some team games.
The only player I believe in is myself. Isn't that amazing? But obviously, he's got the results to back it up. All right, we do have a question drop with innovation, so we can go into that because those are always a little bit spicy, but with innovation, it could be quite cool. Let's see.
저그, 오피, 스탯, 군단의 심장, 바이오, 오게이밍, 이태리, 4대0, 상계, 파리, 소불고기, 팀이랑 승리, 트와이스, 로봇, 스투, 드라마 보는 거.
Okay, we need to keep sending out interviews because I'm getting the most amazing time just looking at the reaction of our Korean players. It's like, okay, drama, interesting. And they're all laughing like crazy.
I guess they didn't see this before as well.
Yeah.
These were done individually.
Yeah. Exactly. And they also didn't know about the questions that were asked in the longer interview.
Yeah.
They didn't know about that because I took them separately and then I asked questions one after the other. So they might have talked about it, but I'm not even sure. So that's the reason I think they burst out laughing because he actually dissed him about losing to Yogo. You guys can vote in the chat. FIN for Finland or KOR for South Korea.
It's really close so far.
Well, it is a 50-50. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
51.
We can only hope the matchup is going to be that close and we get a map 7. That'd be amazing.
Map 9.
Oh yeah, map 9. Oh yeah.
Best of 9, mate.
I'm glad you remind us.
Yeah, of course, no problem, mate.
So explain
So
the difference with the usual match.
We will go into a normal Pro League format as we did during the entire tournament since the round of 40. Think about it. 40 teams to start things off, and now only down to 2. And I'm hitting the table, and I know it's triggering you.
It is.
So, look at this. The Revive format is actually so long, mate. This might be 9 games. So, the only thing you need to understand is that as a player gets eliminated in the Revive format, they will be able to get revived instantly, right? So let's say it's 2-1, Cyril won, and then the Mo 0 and Zhuge lost their games, and it's stats versus
Unlikely,
Cyril.
but okay.
So the thing is, you will get to revive 1 player, and then you will get an ace player. So 2 revives.
So there is an instant revive and a regular revive.
Exactly. But the thing is, you can't
be the same.
revive the same player.
Yeah. So you have to be very calculated with who you revive and at what time. And the maps come into play as well for that choice. It's very interesting. I remember that actually from the previous Nation Wars as well. And that could change the whole dynamic. So there's not going to be Cyril having 3 lives or something.
No,
it's going to be 2 at
it's just
most.
not going to happen.
Yeah.
All right.
And the rest of the team comes into play a lot more.
Of course. Because
maybe for next Nation Wars, we do these kind of revives for the group games. And for the finals, we get 1 more revive. There is an instant revive, a normal revive, and then the ultra revive.
And then it's a best of 11.
Never mind, actually. That's a stupid idea.
No, but we're just like, to be honest, we're thinking about the format of the tournament every single year. Like that's something that comes in, and we know that we can't satisfy everyone. We're happy with what we got this year, with like having a little bit of both worlds. But we're always thinking about this when we go into making another season of Nation Wars.
Ooh, they updated stats.
They did.
39 and 12. Not bad. Considering the competition is gone up against. Considering Marine Lord was unstoppable in Nation Wars 3. Innovation's definitely been the biggest and best scary of all time for Team South Korea.
Yeah, he is. And if they were to win it tonight, that would be 3 victories in a row. 4 finals in a row, that's something that they'd already have. That would be 3 victories in a row after being defeated by France in Nation War 3. They were able to win Nation Wars 4, 5, and they're now in the finals of Nation Wars 20.
But this man stands in their way. Winter is coming and the Night King. He wants...
Cyril's the Night King, like definitely.
Yeah?
He's Finlander.
Don't encourage Zhuge with his theories.
He's gonna go into a massive one. He needs to do it on Reddit. I would read it. I would read it. Like he was talking to us about the 7 and how we would translate to StarCraft, and obviously this guy in the top left, in the blue, representing Finland. Why am I making this voice? His name is Cyril. The Grohl.
Because it's the grand finals.
Yeah, it is the grand finals of Nation Wars. Get hyped! In your home, you're gonna see some amazing StarCraft right there.
His opponent in the reds, representing Team South Korea, playing Terran, it's Innovation. A very important first match here. We talked about the instant revive and the additional revive. That means that it's not just Cyril getting 2 lives. 1 more player from Team Finland will get 2 as well. So it's, he needs to make sure he does the job even more himself during those 2 lives that are going to be also important of his. And starting with a win here, super important, I think, for Team Finland.
Definitely. So, just to be clear, I would need some clarifications on that. But because of the new format and the fact that, like, let's say if it's 2-1 and Cyril is the only one remaining, they might have to instant revive him before going into another revive after that. I need to get the confirmation. Or maybe it doesn't have to be instant, and then maybe you can revive somebody else and then Cyril.
Yeah.
But so it has to be instant, as production is telling me. So if Cyril were to win, like let's say the scenario that I mentioned earlier, which is 2-1 in favor of Korea with Cyril still standing, that means that the moment he loses, he will have to play the second game right away. Which is not that great. I mean, like sometimes you would rather like keep that for later, In this case, they would have to revive him first. So So that's interesting.
I think there's a fair chance they just save him for last no matter what, and they use the instant revive on somebody else. Probably Zhuge Liang, I'd have to guess.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he's the only one remaining after the Pro League formats, it will have to be him to start the all-kill format and then getting instant revives, right?
Yeah.
So
But I
they
think
wouldn't
they
be
just-
able to use him as last. See what I mean, or no?
No, with the traditional revive, because then, I
You know
see.
what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, that's really bad then for them.
Yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't help Finland. If it is the way it's been done and has been confirmed by production that it would be that, I'm
that's the great
guessing
thing
that
about Nation
Aeromi
Wars.
right now is.
We learn about it with you guys.
Yeah, yeah. We always,
We're all one
like-
big family.
Wow.
Leventai Scarpe is actually being researched early here from Cyril. He wants to stay on top of his scouting. I mean, again, these two have played quite a few games very recently at the Home Story Cup. One of those times in the semifinals on the winner's bracket, and then in the lower bracket finals. And in the first series, Innovation was extremely successful, but in the rematch, Cheryl took the massive upper hand. So there's a lot of, what we call meta game and history between the two. And I think it makes sense for Cyril to try and play with the extra information, seeing as just how good he is in general, if he's able to get the right amount of drones that he wants to get to then propel himself into the mid-game.
You know what, Johan? Innovation is being a greedy boy. Already has a third CC on the way, and seeing that second extractor around the natural does tell me that either he wants to go for some kind of mech or wants to go for battle cruisers. That's what he does. Look at the positioning of this fusion core. This is the sickest because this Overlord with speed actually went right to the right, but
he's gonna see it anyway.
Cyril is gonna go back, and the Viking didn't do its job.
We've seen him against this kind of build start a lair, go quickly into a Nidus, and then just kill his opponent. Because this is so greedy. Like, you don't have any units for such a long time. So we'll see here. He didn't start a lair immediately. He might just play really greedy and then defend appropriately against the BCs.
Yeah,
Triple Overlord on the way, by the way. He's getting supply block here.
Okay, the lair is getting fired up. Okay, let's hear about that micro. Can Innovation make something happen?
Oh my god, these aliens. Football players right there.
Yeah.
Foosball players.
Yeah. Or even, do you mean American football?
Oh, no, I meant futsal.
Ah, futsal. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, foosball didn't make sense.
Hey,
These
it
guys
looked like
to
a quarterback to me, like dodging the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
charge, you know? Like, you know what? You know
doing
where
the
I'm going?
spin on one side, flip above another player.
Exactly. Hey,
Is he gonna go for it? No.
Go for it.
Whoa, my
Innovation
God.
doesn't mind, man. Like,
He
you
has
know
no
what?
emotions. He feels nothing right now.
Where are your units? Oh my god, drones lighting up!
Oh my god, that queen.
Hero Queen.
The queen blocked the ramp by itself.
Oh, Queen.
That was sick.
Yep. And that's
So only four drones, and he kills so many Hellions.
That was 8, I believe. Yep. 8 aliens for 4 drones. I can guarantee you that's not the kind of damage that Innovation hoped for, and is also going to lose that
Oh my
Viking from
god.
the looks of it.
Cells on top of everything. I can see the memes, by the way, already. Your queen's so fat she can block the ramp by herself.
Yeah, quite fat. But also have some massive range as well. And they were able
just
to
got
deal
big
with the
bones.
Vikings. Yeah, I'm not fat, I'm just big bones. Anyways.
2 additional factories here from Innovation. Clearly wants to try and make it happen. But yeah, with that quick spire on the way on the other side, I feel like Cell's reading the game perfectly. He's going to go into a ton of Roche on the ground. Corruptors to punish the BCs. And he might just get a super one-sided win like here. I don't know, I'm starting to... Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, But I'm looking at the supply, trying to predict the weather, some astrology in there. We all have our own ways, and I just see Corruptors shutting down these BCs hard. Behind this, there are not being enough turrets. Caustic spray to kill buildings, roaches to kill everything else. And a disaster on the Innovation side of the map.
It's interesting that Innovation goes for that greedy of a build and a battle cruiser one that is going into mech on a map that you can argue is a pretty decent one to play bio on. So it's interesting that Innovation does believe that it is the greatest strategy that he could use, whether it is in the matchup or just against Cyril. And that tells a lot to me. The thing is, we've seen a super greedy battle cruiser opening into mech during this tournament. It was Marine Lord against Cyril. Marine Lord went to 4 bases, had a lot of battle cruisers. He actually went like for nothing but battle cruisers. And in the end, just got crushed by, as you said, roaches and corruptors just crossing the map, trading constantly and destroying important buildings.
And that's the game that's making me believe that this is going to be really tough for innovation as well. Already having seen that. And obviously he's going for Yamato. He's going to have that ready here momentarily. Nice wall, by the way.
Yeah,
he's walled off both on the natural and third base very nicely now.
Okay, 4th CC is being built at the moment. 2 extra factories as well. We got
He's not pressing with BCs.
I think he scouted the Spire, or he knows that there might be an opportunity for our Zerg player to just shut down the battle cruiser opening. So he's like, okay, you know what? How about you come to me and my battle cruiser are tucked in next to SCV so I can repair those.
Is
with
he
a couple
gonna
of
nade
tanks
us?
though.
That's what I'm really curious about. That would be the one way he has to somehow get in. I mean, obviously, on the other side of the map, you got a Terran kind of camping. He's got 3 BCs with Yamato on his side of the map. Ooh, could have gone for the command center there.
They should have. So it's interesting because Innovation throughout his career was a guy that had no problem whatsoever camping like crazy playing mech. Back in the good old days of Ravens being super overpowered in the late game, he would go for, and that was Heart of the Swarm days, as we get a massive attack with Roaches and Ravagers, and Innovation was not ready there. Like even the tanks being ratted in, that's a lot of damage that could be dealt at the opposite side of the map. We've got a lot of Hellbats about to burn some drones, but those Roaches and Ravagers, how are you supposed to hold on? I don't even know, mate.
It's so hard. It is to move everything back. Battle cruisers are coming back. They're going to use Yamato on the Corruptors, but I think there's going to be enough left over to really give some big problems to those BCs.
Okay, he had to TP those away so that he can repair and get close to some SCVs, but it looks like Cyril, just like that, is going to take out Innovation with a massive Roach,
Look
Ravager,
at the supply.
and
He's just got so
Corruptor
much.
composition. Look at the soup, Todd.
Innovation won't make it past the 10th minute here, it looks like. And I called it. He went for BCs. Cyril scouted it immediately. Pneumatized Carapace. Some Zergs, they're reluctant to scout, but not Cyril. He's willing to go for that Pneumatized Carapace, scout what the opponent's doing, and then he knows exactly what he needs to go into to go for a killing attack like this one here.
And that should be GG momentarily as Innovation realizes that no matter how good his micro is or even his programming, beep boop, zeros and ones on his computer at the moment, but he's just gonna have to tap out because that army is not gonna go away. Innovation does have a base on the top right hand side, but if he can come back from such a massive supply difference.
No, don't even. Unless he had the bets that he was going to make it past the 10th minute mark, I don't understand why he's staying in the game.
I'm gonna say it and you're gonna hate it. He wants to tire Cyril down.
Oh yeah,
I told you would hate it.
Cyril's getting so tired right now. Wow.
He's also going through a meat grinder at the moment, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Those 5 tanks that he was able to gather are not going to be enough for the swarm here of Cyril. GG gets cold, and Finland will take the lead.
And Innovation just looked at his teammates in shame immediately after the game and started smiling. He knows they're going to be teasing him for this one, but guess what, guys? Don't tease him too hard, because you're going to have to play this guy yourself after.
Yeah. Nice victory here from Cyril. Didn't have to push the boundaries of ZVT on this one. He was like, okay, you know what? Like battle cruiser into mech, I know that. I know how it works. I know you're going to be a greedy boy and I'm going to be playing super aggressive and beat out, flat out, your strategy with Roaches, Ravagers, and battle cruisers. Maybe Innovation would have done a little bit better if he had these tanks sieged around the turret that he has his rally points on, but yeah, that was just not enough. As we have stats about to gear up to go into that game number 2.
Yo, that Quinn was sick. The bouncer at the club. Not tonight, boys. You're gonna have to come dressed differently than this. This car. Those cheap Hellions? I don't think so. You're not parking at the front of the club. And yeah, Cyril just had so much there. Oh, goodness gracious. Probably missed no inject the entire game. Roach, Ravager, Corruptor. Absolutely smashed through after pulling Innovation out of position here. Attacking him where the tanks just weren't quite ready yet. And before Innovation reached the critical mass he needed to defend this kind of attack. Were you impressed, Roddy?
I was impressed with the fact that this game went on for a little while. I was like, man, look at those boys go.
I like that you shut down Funka. Funka's like, maybe. You're like, no! Get out of my desk, Funka. I'm all for bringing
Be
some
quite fantasy.
Yeah. I'm all for bringing some hype Funky, but not if he's 120 supply down and he's in his main base, okay? Well, no. Obviously, a really good start by Cero. I gotta say, I don't know how much you guys really spoke about, like, the initial lineups and stuff like that. I was surprised to see Cero come out on this map, man. If I think of TVZ, and I agree with Funka, by the way, and I think of Bio TVZ, I think Innovation has the skills to defeat Cero with Bio on this map. I think that's one of the best chances he has. So to see him go mech is surprising. To see Cero come out on Triton, I find it a little bit surprising. But it did shape up for some very feisty lineups besides Cero. Because I know that you said, you know, the other guys shouldn't laugh because they're going to have to go up against Cero. Well, the Maz0 against Statstud. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
But I will.
What can I say? You said it before. Crouching probe, hidden cannon, bam!
That's all it takes.
Mate, these guys are some sick cannon rushes. In PvP, that's the best thing I think he could ever hope for. Like, imagine if it got some weird one-base scenario and there's like void rays and shield batteries.
Yeah.
These guys micro them like no other.
All right, we saw a video earlier with Team Korea. It was some
so
pretty
short?
good. It was some pretty good comedy. Let's go and check out the video of Team Finland now.
I'm considered being one of the best esports players. My biggest step probably was finishing school actually, because for a long time, first 5 years pretty much of my professional career, I was still doing school while playing. I mean, I tried very hard to actually get some success, but it kind of still had to mix them both up, and it took a lot of concentration off, so I couldn't really pull it off. My results got a lot better when I just got my focus on the right things, and yeah, I think that was the biggest step for me.
We had a long history. We've met each other back in 2011 when he was a little kid. Back then I thought he was going to be good, but maybe not this good, so it's a real honor to play with him, and yeah, we're going to have a good result.
It just kind of felt insane to start beating people I had struggled with before, and a lot of foreigners had struggled with before, and kind of just felt unreal, honestly. Nation Part is a very fun event for me. It's a bit different from the usual events. It's more of we have this group and we go in with friends.
Thanks to O Gaming for organizing this great tournament. Not just as a player, but I also really enjoy watching a lot of my friends over from Europe who normally don't get to be on the big stage or on the mainstream, but then they get to play in Nation Wars. So it's really fun to watch as a fan.
All the titles mean a lot to me. So we really want to win this one. I think both Teemu0 and Zugeliang are both very capable of winning games. They have shown it before, but playing-wise, I think they both can steal maps, and I think that's their main focus.
I've prepared my strategy well, and I'm quite confident against him.
I'm here to snipe the guy who snipes Cero. I have very specific strategies prepared, and it's going to be very entertaining.
Really confident, honestly. It's going to be a bit of a more one-sided.
Good bunch of characters in this team. The Maz0 chilling like this, you know, entering the open doors of Paris.
This is how they get you, Todd. You see a man laying on the stairs and he's all innocent, and then suddenly there's a couple cannons in natural, and you don't know what hit him.
You hear the sound, suddenly you see something on the minimap, you're like, oh god, no, and then you look, and there it is.
And you look across this PC and you're like, is he doing it? And then he's laying behind his PC as well. It's just playing mouse only, building cannon after cannon. I can totally see it happen.
And speaking of the Maz0, we got a video from him with the question drop. Let's go and check it out.
South Korea. Never expand again. Stats. Sleep for 12 hours. Terran has Blinkstalker. Roti. Disruptor. Represent Finland. Cero. Croissant.
What's so funny, Kev?
It's a man of very few words. You guys may have missed it.
He let the game speak for him.
Yeah. After the quarterfinal, there was a beautiful post-match interview, obviously led by Fonka, as he led the majority of the interviews this season.
More like a rant.
Yeah, and at one point, Fonka went indeed on a little bit of a rant. I was like, where is he going with it? He's like, the Moz Zero. He's like, you know, you're cool, and I think you bring unique strategies, but you gotta give me more, man. Like, you know, last year we tried to make videos, and, you know, like, and I was like, where is he going? And basically, after Fonka was done for a minute and a half, he's like, so, are you gonna give me more? His answer was, all right.
And then it was instantaneous one-word answers to everything, which, to be fair, is a question drop, so it's a little bit different.
I know, but I think even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be much different. I feel like he loved this interview as well. You can see he's like, I'm in my element over here. One question answers, like this is what I'm best at. This is gonna be fun, man. I obviously love the smile as well when he's like, never expand again. I was like, well, that was an obvious one.
Well, they should have adapted the questions, to be honest. It was like sleep 12 hours or practice 12 hours. You should have said cannon 12 hours or sleep 12 hours.
Well, the thing is as well,
cannons.
these guys, they don't need to practice 12 hours. And that's not because cannon rushing is easy, okay? But I'm a big fan of Turkey Dano. And I watch his streams every now and then. And thought he may do a 2.5 hour stream. You're like, is it like the Muslim where he wins 4 games and analyzes the replays? No. When Turkey Dano doesn't do an 2.5 hour stream, he actually plays 57 games, all right? Because the average game time is roughly 4 minutes.
And also, cannon rushing is easy, yeah.
I don't think it's easy. I've tried it myself and I'm horrible at it. It's a unique skill. Not everybody has it, but this man does. We have loaded into Ephemeron.
It's actually him this time.
Yep. The score is 1-0 in favor of Finland. And in the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the man who will not open up with a gateway. It is the Moz Zero.
His opponent in the red, representing South Korea. It is Stats. Does he even know who the Moz Zero is? Because he's about to find out.
Well, I am starting to feel that
oh my
he
God,
does.
he's not scouting anything.
Well, he didn't go wall off, Todd. He didn't wall off. So I have the feeling that this is on purpose.
Yeah, actually.
But now he's also maybe making things a little more awkward. He's going to get 1 probe on the low ground, but I can speak from experience that 1 probe will not necessarily keep you safe. Okay, now he's going to send a few more. So far, Stats is indeed blind countering the Moz Zero a little bit, but now the Moz Zero is going to start building cannons in the main base as well. And Stats, I hope you're paying attention to that other pylon as well, or that other probe rather. Is it behind the mineral line? This is a decoy. I feel like the real power here is in this probe. Pop. Oh,
it's stuck. Ooh, that's bad. You don't want to take that much damage here.
Oh, he lost the probe already.
Oh, he put 4 probes on the cannon here. That's perfect to get a cancel on that.
Absolutely.
It looks like a defense already.
Yep, so far.
He's going to kill maybe 1 or 2 probes, but then the cannon will die.
Okay, now he's going to try to wall himself in on the high ground. Does he have time to do it? The answer... Oh, the Zealot is already out. Well, that's very bad.
It's a disaster.
Okay.
Ooh, you walled that in, actually.
Yes, he did wall that
but, I mean,
in.
with the Zealot here, he's going to start a Stalker momentarily. I don't see this working anymore.
I refuse to count these boys out, but I'm with you. This is not the start that he was hoping for. Cannon on the low ground as well. Not a probe is going to show up in the main base, but that cannon is very exposed. He's going to warp in 1 more cannon. Stats is going to pull a few more probes, but you're right. That Stalker is on the way. And the moment the Stalker is out and the cannons are not up yet, things will get very, very bad. No cancel, by the way, on that cannon on the right side. And that probe is going to go down as well.
Where's the Zealot?
Stats knew, Todd.
Yeah.
Who the Moz Zero was.
That Zealot, by the way. He clicked on the middle with all the probes and it went there. But yeah, now it's going to be an easy defense from there. And good luck transitioning out of this one. Stats, 7 walkers ahead. That was some easy math, actually, on this one. And already he's got his Cybercore, he's got some tech. He can decide what he wants to go into from there. Any kind of 3 gates, he's just so deadly from there.
An expand would be fine. A Stargate is fine. A Robo is fine. You could probably do both, Stargate and Robo. Stargate for the quick scout, Robo for the detection.
Oh, yeah, sure. What does he need to take to carriers while you at it?
Probably has time for that, Todd, because the gateway is not even done yet, and he has an economic lead. So I know you're joking, but I wouldn't mind the quick carrier.
Rush mothership.
Why not? Recall into the main base of the Moz Zero.
That's gonna supply block imps.
Yep.
Well, to be honest, no, yes, it will supply.
You saw it as well in the reaction of the Moz Zero. He knew that this was just a disaster. It did not work out
He has
at
no
all.
cannon. No cannon, no wall off.
Is he working on it? Nope, he's not working on it yet. I think he's probably going to leave if the 2 Stalkers show up and he can't deal with it. And that is going to be the case. Because he has no wall off, he has no cannon at home. Maybe he's hoping Stats keeps his units on his side of the map, but Stats, look at Stats. He's I feel like Stats is just having a good time right now. It's like, does he have
It's
a
like,
cannon?
did this guy just try and cannon rush the Shield of Fire?
Yeah.
Is this a joke?
He's like, oh, there's nothing.
Am I a joke to you?
Stats is gonna smile, for sure. Because he always smiles anyway. Happy kiting for these Stalkers. There is absolutely nothing that the Maz0 can do about this. He's gonna end up losing quite a few probes. Obviously, a magical surround could get the job done, but one Zealot is just simply not enough. There's no micro potential in the army of the Maz0, and there is all the micro potential in these two Stalkers of Stats. Ah, cannon. Okay, Stalker is about to pop. Obviously, still a pretty big advantage for Stats. 3 Stalkers against 1, and that means that now this cannon is going to be quite explosive. It's a battery, actually, sorry. Sorry, Crow. I mean, battery is very good.
Crow is like tilting over there.
Gonna run out of energy though.
He's pulling the probes to try and get a full surround.
Oh, the Maz0, can he get a Stalker? The answer is no. And now he's out of energy, Todd. The Zealot is gonna tank.
I feel like the only thing that's epic about this game right now is the guitar music.
Oh no, it's definitely not those 3 Stalkers showing up on the left
And a
side.
prism. I'm pretty sure he has a prism right behind.
Yep.
Yeah, I see the
That's
shadow.
the shadow. And that's gonna be it, guys. That is all she wrote for this game. GG gets skulled, and Stats will get the first point on the board for South Korea. Like, what just happened? They told me he would cannon rush, and he actually
Look at
did it.
Sui, he can stop laughing.
They're like high five. You know, it's like, yeah, very fair, man. This is like the questions that Roddy got instead of the questions that I got in the Bailing quiz. They feed me zero and you get them a zero. Yeah.
That's the perfect analogy for these questions as well. So now that means that we're gonna have Su versus Zhuge Liang coming up next in
The
the season
rematch.
for the ages.
The rematch.
Yeah.
Back then, Nation Wars Season 4, they had a truly epic game on Apotheosis. A game that Zhuge Liang really should have won. Was up in Workers, was up in Army, because it was a pretty epic throw. But now it's time for revenge. He's been dreaming of this thought for a year and a half. Because that finals back then took place in March, I believe it was, like February, March 2018.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, is what they say. And guess what?
Well, after
it's winter here, and we microwave our food here at O-Gaming.
That too. And after a year and a half, it's probably pretty cold. If he started making it back then, Todd, if that is the moment that he started cooking the revenge, it's really cold right now. Might be a little dirty too. Might be a few bacteria swimming around in that revenge, but there is a chance. It's a shame. I wish this was closer. Because I honestly, I thought it would have been amazing if the Maz0 would have been somehow able to get a victory here. And I thought his best shot was obviously...
I don't know. I think he's a massive underdog against somebody like Stats.
Oh, of course he is.
Especially because Stats is known for the... I feel like his only chance was if Stats somehow completely didn't know about the Maz0, didn't scout anything, and then got surprised.
Yeah, but I think even if you scout, there's no guarantee that you hold it.
If your name is the Shield of Fire, I hope that after scouting it, you have some sort of plan to hold it, yeah.
And he obviously had the plan, but it's still a little dense, right? Like, it may not be a dance of like 200 supply armies and very complicated with spellcasters, but if you slip up, if you lose track of one probe, or if suddenly you're a little too focused on what's happening on one part of the cannon rush, but suddenly the cannons get tucked in behind your mineral line, there are moments where you can mess up, even if you scout it. We've seen it before in Korean StarCraft, even in the GSO. When things got scouted, it could still work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the case this time for the Maz0. Stats just defended it perfectly.
Yeah. Got the Zealots. The fact that he didn't go for the wall, I think, was pretty smart as well.
Yep.
And made himself safe against this.
I would have even thought that maybe if you get the gateway a little bit closer, that's actually better, because then when the Zealot spawns, it will participate in the fight immediately.
Yeah.
But at least when you build it this deep into your main, it's always going to be rather safe. Like the first cannon, if it would magically go up, it's not going to start firing at your gate.
Zhuge Liang is one of the most interesting characters that we have in Nation Wars, so let's go and hear from him here with this video.
Star Trek, Protoss OP, Zero, France, Clem, Pro Gaming, 12 Pool Limit, Vacation, Zerglings, Ultra Late Game, Dark.
Dark?
I said, ooh, yes, Todd.
How dare he?
Yeah, and normally the Europeans are fans of the fellow Europeans, but maybe Zhuge is such a big Serral fan that it's like Reiner is kind of like the immediate competition of Serral. And of course, Dark is competition to Serral as well, but maybe it's that he has to cheer against Serral or against Reiner a couple of times, that maybe he's just a bigger fan of Dark. And maybe a little bit of the way that he plays as well. Even though if I think of Zhuge Liang's playstyle, I don't see much of Dark in Zhuge Liang. I mean, I know
Sounds like a safe bet, yeah.
No, but it's not like he really mimics his own style after Dark.
Yeah.
So, but I guess that's kind of hard as well.
How would you describe Zhuge Liang's style in StarCraft?
Compared to another player, or just like describe it?
Like, if you want to compare it to like a movie or a character in anything.
Overly complicated.
What does that mean?
That he makes the game even harder than it already is.
Like trying to do fancy things, or
it's kind of like a football team that is doing all the tricks while the game is tied 0-0. You know? Where it's like, maybe you should keep the game simple right now. Just try to get in front of the goal.
Just pass it and score.
Yeah, and if you're up 3-0, then you can start doing like, you know, little tricks with the ball. But I feel Zhuge Liang is already doing tricks when the game is completely even.
Yeah, I played football actually with people that play like that. They were like trying to be like, I don't know,
give you a little
like
nutmeg.
Ronaldo like doing like the juggling thing in the middle. It's like, bro, like.
You're at the halfway point of the field. Get close to the goal and then do it, you know. Nah, Zhuge is obviously it's a great character to have in the scene. He's been a lot of fun. It's really awesome to see how much he is enjoying this tournament as well. And I like what Serral said in his video, man. Like, of course, this is a tournament for him where he wants to shine in his own way, and it's safe to say he's doing that. He's 21-1 so far, if I didn't mess up any of the games.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that is an unreal record, but he's also like, you know, like it gives a chance. And Zhuge Liang said this too, that like some of his other guys, and even friends from different nations, they get to play on a broadcasted tournament, you know, casted by Funka, by you know, a lot of people are watching. That doesn't happen.
By you? The favorite caster of everybody. I don't even know why that's in there, me or you. Like you hang out with everyone after the show. I'm just in my room playing some War 3 and streaming.
That's how I do it, Todd. That's how they keep hiring.
Found them all.
Like if I'm just everybody's friend, it will work.
Getting all the subs and all the likes.
Yeah, guilt trip all the pro gamers. Like, hey, come on. Another 10K in the bank. What about a cheeky Roddy sub?
I'm a measly caster.
They're like, well, Roddy, I'm not sure if that's true. I was like, don't you always get paid? I was like, well. Don't get ahead of yourself. No, guys. Like, you know, 2008, 2009, that wasn't necessarily the case. Got paid in passion and exposure like everybody else back then.
A couple sneakers here and there, you know, can keep a man alive for so long.
I mean, most of the time I even had to buy my own Snickers at the events, but Warcraft 3 casting was really sick. They're like, hey, Roddy, you want to cast? And I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, all right, we won't pay you, but we can pay you trip. I was like, awesome. Do I get picked up? They're like, no. I was like, do I get food? They're like, no. I was like, is there anybody guiding me at the trip? They're like, no. I was like, all right, I'm in. I just really enjoyed it.
You got the hotel as well, I guess.
Yeah, you know, a hotel was covered. I mean, I didn't have
without breakfast, of course.
Yeah, I didn't have money to cover my own hotel, so don't get too carried away. But Warcraft Roddy, I wasn't exactly like you. I know you went around winning tournaments. I went around complaining about where it went wrong and how I could have done better.
The ones that didn't forfeit, yeah. Cap. All right, Sue, looking focused as ever. I think he, at this point, I don't know if he's fighting for Korea as much as he's fighting not to try and be made fun of any more than he has been already.
Of course. I mean, obviously he knows Zhuge Liang as well, since they have gone up against each other at the offline finals of Nation War Season 4. And I think he also knows, like, I know lately it's not been the case. Lately Serral has kind of been dominating Sue. But don't forget that Sue did defeat Serral at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. He did defeat him twice last year at Nation War as well, when Sue was on an absolute rampage. So I'm sure that he would love to have at least a crack at the GOAT. But before he can do that, he needs to take care of this man. Spawning in the right top side of Zen. As we're all tied up, it is the captain of Team Finland. It is Zhuge Liang.
His opponent in the reds, representing South Korea, it is Sue. Gunning for that first place, yet again.
Zhuge Liang said he's here to snipe the guys that are supposed to snipe Serral. I kind of like that.
Yeah. It's like in hockey, the enforcer, right? You know that the enforcer is going to be Or like, you know, I guess the brute on the team is going to be attacking the best player of the other team, right?
Since when are you into hockey?
I got a couple of secrets here.
Oh my goodness.
I watched a couple of silly movie like Goon. Have you seen Goon?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a movie about that kind of.
Have you seen
So anyway-
Miracle on Ice?
No.
Okay, that's Mr. Bitter's favorite movie.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure not to watch it.
No, it's a great movie. Come on.
Yeah, anyway, the enforcer wants to protect the best player on their own team while attacking the one on the other team. Some cheeky fighting, trading fists.
Hockey is crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think would win in a hockey match between Team South Korea and Team Finland if these three were on the ice?
I thought you were asking about the actual team. I'm like, isn't Finland really sick?
Yeah, I know. The Finland would win that.
If these guys were on ice, I think it'd be a pathetic match. There barely would be any score.
Who would be the best skater out of the six?
Cyril?
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Yeah, maybe he got some advice from the ice skater that he met at the president's reception.
He said he didn't talk to her. I was
Really?
Yeah, I was very disappointed.
I saw the photo and I was like, okay, they're already getting married for sure.
He's like...
Two top athletes from the country.
No, the answer was very subtle. Like, he's like, I did not know there was somebody next to me. I was like, what? There is a gorgeous figure skater standing next to you and you don't notice? It's like, how is your mini-map awareness so good, but your real-life awareness so bad?
What do you need, a sensor tower in real life or what? God.
It's like, he needs an overseer or two, Todd. It's like, it wasn't even a high ground vision issue because he was taller than the woman.
He can hear us, by the way.
He doesn't mind. All right, we have a couple of Zerglings of Su making their way to the other side of the map. Two Overlords at once being produced with Zhuge Liang. Don't know if that was a supply block or if he is getting into one of his very feisty builds. He's skipping the Baneling Nest.
Yeah.
Now, the last man I saw skip the Baneling Nest against Su ended up losing his third base immediately. Now, the good news
I thought you were going to say he's not alive anymore to tell the story.
No, it's not. Su is pretty fierce in-game, but I think Su...
We never heard from him ever again.
Su is a sweetheart in real life. He'd never heard... Ooh, that's a quick lair as well. Now, earlier today, we saw Reina go for a similar opening, and Reina went with the Spire. I am not sure if Zhuge Liang will do the same thing.
At Zhuge Liang, I feel like he's capable of playing like somewhat well in a regular game, but he won't necessarily want to go into a super late game, right? Like where it's like, it's crappy, there is hive, it's like about multitask, about mechanics and all that. I feel like the mid game would be more the time where it can properly make something happen with somewhat being able to surprise Su, maybe.
In the question drop, he did say ultra late game.
Yeah, I mean, come
It
on.
wasn't even an option. It was like all in or late game, and he's like ultra late game. I was like, wow, how cool.
That's like if people ask me what I'm looking at during the game and I say the minimap. It's like, come on, like nobody would believe that for 1 second. Or the actual screen, or the game at all.
We all know the memes, what Todd actually sees. It's like Crow's highlighting it as well for us. I was like, you see that 66 Todd? I was like, don't worry, Crow, Todd already saw it. All right, that's a lot of roaches on the way. But is he going to create like a creep overlord? Do we have like overlords in the middle of the map that could create maybe...
Zhuge Liang is getting a ton of overlords right now.
Yeah? But isn't he supposed to expand?
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I think I am, babe. But okay, now he's starting to drop creep, so I think he is going to create a little bit of creep. Oh, highway. That Queen does get surrounded, but I think...
Oh, he's going to die.
Oh, man, that's bad. Because that's the one with all the energy as well. That was the Queen that was supposed to drop the creep to my thought. That would allow these roaches to make it a lot quicker to the other side of the map.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yep, because now Su is already aware of what's happening as well, and he's building a spine crawler.
You are supposed to be the one to spread the creep in all the map.
I think...
Not die to fallings.
Yeah, I think what Zhuge Liang is doing here is very smart. He realizes that the initial plan is most likely not going to work out. Then you may as well go up to 3 bases. Su did react to this very quickly. He took it very serious. So it's not like Su has a massive worker lead. Now, obviously, the one big advantage that Su does have is that it's 3 hatcheries against 2. So he's going to have quite a bit more production. But I like that Zhuge Liang is not stubborn and he didn't stick to his initial plan when it already started to fall apart.
Yeah. Artosis once said, a captain goes down with his ship. You gotta stay the course. But while in some cases that's true, I like when players actually transition out of these failed plans and all-ins that they were gonna go for.
Well, these
And
links
those links
somehow get in.
A bunch of ninjas.
Don't forget, there is a Baning Nest as well, so it's important to keep an eye on it. A couple of Ravages. Now, Zhugliang is still going to try to make some magic happen. He gets the Spine Crawler almost immediately. There's barely any Ravages on the side of Su. Su might be forced to pull the drones, and he will do that for a split second. Wow, this is a very bloody fight. Where's Pig? Well, we need
somewhere with a box of tissues watching this game. Zhugliang will be forced back. Actually, Burrow will have some insane value here because he's got so many injured roaches.
Not bad that though, Todd. Plus 7 drones.
Yeah.
Or like 7 drones going down.
And he's hiding walkers.
Yep. And he still has a couple of Ravages as well. He survived with the most important units, so maybe Zhugliang can snipe a couple of Overlords.
12 links?
That's
he wants
weird.
to run by. I think he realized there was a hole in like where the minerals are.
But that's weird. I totally agree with you. That's super odd. Overlord goes down as well. Zhugliang actually is really making this
He's ahead
like
in soup.
Yeah, and he's way ahead in upgrades. Don't forget about that. Because +1 was done quicker and his +2 is already halfway done. Is slightly exaggerated.
Oh my god, he's supply blocking him.
Yeah, because all of the Ravages survived. So he's just creating happy Overlord hunting.
Okay, those
seasons.
links, what can they make happen there?
Morph into Banelings? Or no, just go for a little run by. Try to get a couple of drones here, even up the score. Good reaction though by Zhugliang. Only a single drone went down there, I believe. Man, Zhuge is up in the workers, he's up in supply, and his upgrade is further ahead as well. I don't know how he does it, Todd. It always looks so complicated. It's like, is he committing? Is he not committing? What is he doing? Well, and he has road speed already.
We've seen him in a good position in the past and not been able to keep it quite that well. Actually finding those links here on the map. Can you remember exactly what happened in that one game that he played against Su last time?
Yeah, absolutely. It was Apotheosis. He was, I believe, on the bottom. Su was at the top. And he was basically at one point ahead. But he waited so long that Su was actually able to max out as well.
Yeah.
Su had way less workers. This is something you often mention for all the right reasons. Which obviously meant that Su's army got bigger. And even though Zhugliang had a bigger bank because he was maxed out for quite some time. He just walked into the worst concave ever. But he basically had like 5 minutes to maybe finish the game.
Yeah, I think I remember that game actually.
And he waited until Su was actually maxed out as well. And then he didn't just take a bad fight, but he took the absolute worst fight.
Okay, so Zhugliang is going to be one upgrade ahead here momentarily, and he's got way more army supply.
Way more Ravages as well, doesn't
What's
he?
the roach counts?
Su is now trying to catch up in workers. It's 11 Ravages against 3, Todd.
11 plus 41. And then 45 plus 3.
26 supply advantage for Zhugliang. Can he do it here? Can he get a very important victory for Finland and make things so much easier for them? He really wants to go for it. He's not making the same mistake as he did before. The DPS of all these Ravages is crazy. Obviously, he was forced to walk into the concave. But Todd, he's got the upgrade advantage and he's got a better army here as well.
Yeah, and Su's just not ready for this. He's trying to reinforce into that location, but with this many Ravagers, Zhugliang is breaking through. Su's gonna start losing so many roaches. His supply is plummeting. Zhugliang is about to put Finland in the lead here.
He is about to be so freaking happy. As you guys can see, he gets his revenge. He had to wait for it for more than a year. Where last time he got close and he didn't do it. This time he gets the job done.
Su is not even there to look at them right
Sorry, guys. It's like if you look at
like,
stats,
oh my god.
Stats is just...
You guys are unbelievable.
Oh, it's super sad for Su, but it's like, what is wrong with you?
Finally realized you had to look at that.
Stats is... Oh my god, Stats has no mercy at all. Wow. Johan, if you talk about upsets, I think this is one that I will put way up there when it comes to the upsets we've had so far in Nation Wars 2019. I mean, the spirit still seems to be quite high in Team South Korea, but they know that things are going to be very tough now. The next match is going to be Stats against either Zhugliang or Serral. And then, of course, there is still a revive possible as well.
And so the dynamic is completely changed, by the way. If let's say Stats loses, they have to revive him instantly if he wants to be the revive player, because we're in the revive phase. That's a very big deal here.
Oh,
I feel
absolutely.
like Zhugliang just gave a massive advantage to Team Finland now.
Yep. I love how he was popping off as well, right off the chair. I really love the move out, right? Because he made it seem like he wasn't committing anymore, and he wasn't totally committed because he was expanding, but then he still got those 7 drones, and he escaped with all of his Ravagers, and he didn't make the same mistake as he did last time.
You see, he was talking to himself, by the way.
Yeah, this
Like
time
you're
when he
doing
was
this, bro.
ahead, he's like, do it, do it. Don't be afraid. You remember what happened last time. Don't let it happen again.
Just do it.
Look at all these Ravages in the backline, man. They have an insane amount of DPS. And I loved it. Even though he was forced to walk into a concave, he was up 26 supply, and he was up an upgrade. And we all know that being
Look
up
at
an
that
upgrade...
smile. Even before Su left. Oh God, we get a slow motion of this. Sue's slow turn and smile.
Stats is so mean. Even though he's adorable and sweet.
Stats is my spirit animal, man. I couldn't help myself, I think, if I was him either.
You know, I am familiar with the walk of shame. But like apparently now we have the turn of shame as well. It really felt that Sue just didn't want to do it. He's like,
yeah, he was delaying it. It's like, maybe I should just take off my headset and just leave right now.
I'm glad he didn't, because at least now it made it seem all a little bit more lighthearted. Man, that is quite the upset and amazing news for Team Finland that now just need 2 more map wins to be crowned champions of Nation Wars 2019.
3 more map wins.
2 more? They're up 2-1 if they win 2. Oh, it's a best of 9 in the grand final?
Yeah.
So
that's why I talked about the revive. There is an
double
instant
revive?
No, there is an instant revive.
Okay.
So that's why. Because Team Korea, they only have stats left. Let's say he loses next map. They have to revive him immediately, because if they don't, then he cannot be revived anymore, because then he wouldn't be the next player playing.
The insta-revive cannot be the same player as the ace player, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well,
I'm just glad we were given the rules before this started. We don't know about it on the fly. We talked about it as well with Funka, but yeah.
It's still big, though.
The whole dynamic has changed, because initially we predicted that South Korea was going to go up to 1. And so that if Cyril was the last player and he lost, he would have to be revived immediately, which is kind of annoying for him, because then you can't pick the map. He can't be the last revived player. But now, so with that win, it's even more consequential now for Team Finland.
Well, it ain't over yet, but things are starting to look mighty fine for Finland. And obviously this is great for the overall team spirit, I think, in the team as well, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, where it's not just a one-man show. And I think it's extra nice because of that storyline we already had from Nation Wars 2018, where South Korea was able to defeat Finland, but where Zhuge Liang was so close to getting an important victory. And back then, Su all killed Finland. He killed Cyril twice. So the fact that Zhuge Liang takes him out here is massive.
Yeah. Guys, make sure to connect your Battle.net account with Twitch so that you can level your war chest while watching this very tournament, if you haven't done it yet. And yeah, actually we got a couple good amount of games to go as well, so there will still be time for that, so make sure you do that. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be the next map between Team Finland and Team South Korea. Team Finland is currently up to 1. We'll see you guys right after this.
All right, guys, we're having a real grand finals on our hands now, because with this victory from Zhuge, man, now Finland is actually in the lead after 3 games against South Korea. Who would have thought?
And Cyril still has all of his lives as well.
Yes.
Obviously, a very important little fact.
Oh, they started with
now
it.
we are playing a best of 9. So
Yeah.
obviously, it's far from over at this point. But with Cyril sitting here, there is a good chance that he just keeps sitting there, Funka.
That's the thing, right? So, interestingly enough, they will start with Cyril to face against Stats, who's the only one that grabbed himself a victory.
And if you guys wonder, should I be excited for this, guys? A casual WCS Global Finals 2018 Grand Final.
What about it, you know? Yeah. We've seen those guys play a couple of games in the past, right, Rowdy?
And GSL versus the World Final of 2018 as well. Obviously, at Aces ROG, this man was able to defeat Cyril in Finland. That came as quite a surprise. I think especially because Cyril was up 2-0 in that series.
Yeah.
And we all thought, Cyril in Finland, he's not going to mess around. And Sets is like, well, that's nice and all, but I don't mess around either. And he did get 3 victories in a row back then. Ended up winning the entire tournament. But that, in my opinion, that was the last great showing that Stats had this year. After that, he cooled down a little bit.
Yeah, he did, but he's still the beast that we know him to be, right? Like he's a guy that you can never count out of any game. And even though we talked about the fact that his form wasn't the greatest recently, then when everything was on the line, he was the one to beat out Scarlet in the round of 8. Because remember, I mean, you guys, it was 4-3 victory against Canada in the round of 8. We might have not seen South Korea in the round of 4 of Nation Wars. That would have been crazy. But the guy that made it okay for South Korea until the very last hour of the night was Stats. But he is going against one of the greatest players that StarCraft 2 has ever seen in the top left-hand side. In the blue, representing Finland in the lead right now, 2-1. His name is Cyril, the perfect Zerg.
As we have loaded into Nightshade, a new beautiful map. In the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the man who was the runner-up of so many tournaments in 2018. This is Stats. Man, like, it was impossible not to laugh. Like, looking at him, like, just seeing the clip on Twitter of what just happened after Sue lost. And, like, obviously, I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I am not laughing at the fact that Sue lost. I'm laughing at Stats. Like, he's just sitting there. He's, like, almost in tears. And then he's just like, he can't wait to hold it in. And he can't wait until Sue looks at him, just so he can laugh even harder. And, like, obviously, like, losing in video games is always sad. But it's also good to see that these guys are still having a ball. Because at the end of the day, they travel to the other side of the world. They're here as a team. And of course they take it serious. And of course they want to win. But it's really good to see that they're here to have fun as well. And even if the result wasn't, well, at least in that game, what they were hoping for, they're still having fun with it. And I think that's very important.
No, it is. It is. And, you know, I mean, we're doing a team-based tournament for a reason as well. Because we want those guys to actually share a connection together. And yes, in numerous occasions, you know, teams that are carried by one player actually did well. But even Finland in the grand finals, they get a game from Zhuge Liang. He was able to beat Su. So even that, like that, you know, really top-heavy kind of team actually went to an end a little bit with this victory from Zhuge Liang. That's a really important one. And on the other side, yes, Su just lost. And obviously it's making their life harder in the, you know, in the process of winning Nation Wars, or actually trying to. But they can still laugh about it. They can still reset mentally. This game is not over. That grand finals is not over. We mentioned it, it's the best of 9, and all of those that are involved in this grand finals are actually having a great time, and that makes me super happy inside.
Obviously, the fact that Su lost means we're not going to see Su anymore unless they would revive him as the ace player. But yeah.
So let me actually correct myself from earlier. There was a little bit of a shade around the ruling of the thing, because we've changed the format, so it's not an instant revive anymore. You can still not revive the same player twice, but you can wait. Like, for instance, if Cyril were to lose, he could be revived, and then there could be another revive. But at the end of it, you know, you can still keep Cyril for the rest, for the ace. Like, that's something you can do.
Of course.
You don't have to force the instant revive right now of Cyril.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's why you have 2 different ways to revive, right? You can either go for the insta revive, But I guess because they didn't use a revive yet, you mean? And all
Yeah,
three
that's what I
players have
mean.
played.
Like it's like basically
Yeah.
you can wait till the end to get your 2 revives out.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense, of course.
Yeah, but
All right.
it was a little bit of shady. I wanted to make it a little bit clearer for you guys.
The TLDR is players can play twice, guys. And we'll let you guys know who comes out. But what I said, I think I still stand by. I don't think we're going to see Sue anymore. Because I do believe that there is a chance that you insta-revive stats. And I believe there is a chance you keep innovation as your ace. And maybe they will switch the way or the order. But I don't really see that happening. Because I think these guys in general, once they are set up, they like to keep playing as well. So I think if stats would end up losing this match, I think we're just going to see him again immediately. Whoa, okay. No, never mind. That's a robo as well. I was kind of hoping, I mean, you know me, and this will not come as a surprise, but I was really hoping to see some double Stargate play, man. When Home Story Cup was announced and you know, everybody was like playing the new patch, they were all like, double Stargate is all the rage. And, you know, the boys are just building Phoenixes and carriers and shield batteries. And I was like, yes. And they're like, man, this patch is perfect for stats. But they stopped doing it very quickly. And maybe they've died to a couple of Queen Roach attacks. Maybe they've died to Nidus a couple of times. I don't know what it is. But I would have loved to see some double Stargate play out of stats.
Yeah.
Maybe if he doesn't do it this game, he does it in the next. Who knows?
Do you think that Nightshade would have been a great map to do it on?
Maybe not the greatest, but definitely a decent one. I guess Eternal Empire is better.
Yeah, so that was my next point, which is, like, I feel like Nightshade is a decent one, especially if you want to play Bio in ZVT, but then they went with stats on this one, and he's also not using a strategy that could have been cool on this one. So I'm just like wondering what went through the Korean lineup. It's kind of hard to tell at the moment, but I feel like that's a decent map because you know that most of it is going to be, well, it will be ZVT because Zhuge and Serral are both Zergs. They are the only ones that are remaining. Should be instant revive on Zhuge and a potential ace for Serral. So both of them would be Zerg players, and I would have liked like innovation on this map for TVZ.
You know what I also think, even though that is obviously an option, I actually think there is a chance, let's say Serral loses this map, that they will insta-revive him. And I know that like you'll think that that's weird because that means that Zhuge will be left in the end. But if I know Serral doesn't like losing. That's pretty obvious. Like you see that as his face. So I think he will always want immediate revenge because I also think he generally believes he's capable of beating everyone for all the right reasons. And I think on top of that, why would you go through the hustle of unplugging your keyboard, letting Zhuge set up? With all the respect, Zhuge will most likely not beat stats or innovation, and then you have to set up all over again. Why would you do that? So I do think that if Serral loses,
you want to keep it in, you know, keep it
keep him comfortable. Why go through a hustle if you don't have to go through a hustle?
Yeah, you're making a lot of right points here, Robbie. We'll see what happens because this game is not played by any means. I mean, looking at it right now, we've got a pretty decent setup for a macro game coming in. We've got an infestation pit coming on the side of the side of Zerg, which interests me a little bit because we've seen melee, we've seen Banelings. I expected maybe a Hydra den, something along those lines of Link Baneling Hydra, but we do have the infestation pit.
I think it's gonna be some good old
Swarmos, but like no Nidus to connect with.
No, but it doesn't have to be Nidus, right? I mean, obviously it's
we've seen it earlier.
Yep.
With Drogo against Raynor.
So 3 more drones do go down. Can we take a look at the amount of drones that have gone down in this game? Because we were chit-chatting away a little too much. It's 8. Now 8 is obviously a decent number, but I don't think that's something that Serral is really going to lose sleep over. All right, I did not expect that. That's a very quick hive. That's a very quick spire. So obviously this is kind of smelling like Brood Lords at this point.
Of course.
But that's funny, because normally if Serral wants to go Brood Lords, he would open up with a couple of Mutas, right? And maybe keep the Protoss busy, and then like followed up with a big wave of Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane, and then he goes into Brood Lords. I don't often see him just go straight into Broods without really applying any pressure.
So do you think he does max? Because I felt like it could have been the case, like he goes and max out on Ling, Baneling, Roach, Ravager as he's trying to get towards Brood Lords, but at the moment he's just playing super passive.
At the moment he's in trouble. Let me put it like that, because 62. These force fields go down, these 2 queens go down. Serral really doesn't have a lot at all. He's got a lot of drones, but I don't think he was expecting this move out. 3 Immortals. Oh, Stats.
Come on, Stats.
Yeah, Stats doesn't know what we know. Like, it's very easy for us to be like, Stats, get in there, matey. But he doesn't know that.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things, right? Like, as you're stepping on creep, like, how much minutes does he have?
Yeah, like, you don't know, because you're surrounded by creep. And you're like, if 24 Banelings roll in from every angle, we are sitting here and be like, oh, no, Stats, you can't do that. You can't be that deep on creep. without knowing what's there.
Yeah.
Oh boy, if Stats could resume this game from replay and he 8 clicks there, I think Sero is in all the trouble.
Yeah, we've got a 4th base coming up, so Stats, not knowing what we know, he's actually going to go for a fake pressure in a way, right? Like he wants to put his opponent into building units, but he already has the number of drones he wants, 82 here on the side of Sero, as we get some really important upgrades coming on the side of Sero with the Greater Spire, Crackling upgrade, +2 attack as well.
Mate, these brutes are going to be so quick, and like even though we have that initial Stargate, obviously we don't have a fleet beacon yet. I do kind of expecting the moment that Fort Base finishes up and you kind of start mining of it, that's often a moment where they're like, hey, wait a minute, like if I'm surviving and nothing bad is happening, I should get ready for something that's bad. And with the army that Stats has, there is only one thing that's really bad. That's Broodlords. So you got to start dropping that fleet beacon, and it hurts me to say it, but probably get a couple Tempest.
No, really? Are you sick, Ratty? Nah,
I'm not sick, but in this situation,
it might
makes
actually
sense.
be the actual case. So right now, Sero going for an attack and trying to grab himself a couple of units away. Now the force fields did happen a little bit too late, so those units will escape safely.
Oh,
do we have any corruptors on the map? I don't think we do, right?
There's our fleet beacon, by the way.
Okay, fleet beacon coming in, but no corruptors. So the Broodlords could already be morphing, but Cyril did max on that Roachling, Baneling, Ravager kind of composition, so doesn't have the opportunity to fill up all of this with corruptors.
Run by, actually gets a couple of probes there. Obviously, +2 is done. They will one-shot those workers. 17 more Banes. By the way, Nightshade is a very tricky map. Like, it may not look like much, but all this low-grade high ground in the middle of the map is very deceiving. And often units can just suddenly roll down a ramp, and if you're not ready for it, Banelings connecting with your High Templars, that could be devastating. So it's really important to have an Observer or a Prism with your army.
How can this fight go well for Stats? He will have to have the most amazing storms. He will react a little bit to that Baneling run by here. Only 9 probes.
This is nice.
Quote unquote. Samzel is going to go for a counter attack on the right side. And Stats is setting himself for a strong attack. He does have the vision over this ledge here. So he knows that a lot of units out there. So he's going to preemptively storm here.
Gotta be very careful. There were 3 Ravages, by the way, in range of that Warp Prism. I'm a little bit surprised to see Cyril didn't try to go for it, but maybe he was looking elsewhere.
Mothership coming in the production tab as well as +3 attack. Still no Broodlords in the production tab. Cyril wants to win. Cyril wants to live that attack, but now Banelings coming from every single side of the Templars. Can you pick it up in the Warp Prism? The answer is no. And all those Banelings getting so much AoE damage onto those Archons and Immortals. But still, Stats with a decent army here, trying to take the fight against those lonely Roaches and Ravagers.
A lot of those units are very low on HP, though. I must say, I'm very surprised to see a couple of those Immortals truly living up to their name and being immortal. I think it's awesome that Cero had a couple of extra Banelings there in the end. Otherwise, 6 Zealots suddenly could have really messed him up. I thought that was going to be a lot worse for Stats than how it turned out, but I also refuse to call it a victory.
Yeah, no, of course. Like, this game is still in a pretty rough spot for our Protoss from Korea here. You will have to face eventually against Broodlords, but that Greater Spire has been done for like 2-3 minutes and nothing has came out of it.
Yep, obviously that was a very expensive fight for Cero because he used an insane amount of Banelings. You know, Mothership is going to come out. Now, obviously, if the corrupt account is very low, then maybe the Mothership can make an impact in this game. But if the game is going to slow down, I mean, I hope Lambo's not listening, but he knows how I think about it. Lambo's listening, he's always listening.
He is always listening, he's always in the chat.
Shaking his head right now, he's like, oh, Roddy, stuff.
Okay, let's see. The Mothership is about to come out as we have +2 attacks. Still working on those air upgrades, which is obviously super important as we're getting into ultra late game. Got also the Pathogen Glands for the Infestors. Grabbing those with 75 energy means that you will have some fungal ready as soon as they pop out.
Cyril's economy is mental, man. 87 drones. Yep. That was a very expensive fight for him before because he used an insane amount of Banelings, but he got away with it. He's surviving and now he's getting 5 more Corruptors. I'm not sure if Cyril already knows about the Mothership being out or not. And even though I'm not a fan of the Mothership, if there are no Vipers on the map, if the Corrupt count is low, then suddenly the Mothership can actually be a very positive impact here because it can make it a little bit harder for Cyril to figure out where the High Templars are and how many High Templars there are underneath this Mothership.
Yeah, of course, that's going to make a lot of difference here. A couple of Stalkers have been whopped in. Super offensive Blink used here as we have a massive Zealot run by on the south side. Stats is playing it pretty well at the moment. He's pulling the army away from his main army. He's got the mothership, he's got Templars on the right side. Here, some Banelings are rolling in towards those Zealots. But for now, Cyril, she's gonna wait for a little bit as he's got his first Broodlords about to pop out. The first one gets sniped in the top side. Nice storms. So many Banelings and Zerglings just died to those two storms.
Yeah, those storms were massive. The mothership is tanking quite a bit of damage as well. The Queens are still in the backline. More Banelings are rolling forward. It's a really good fight for Stats so far, but is it going to be good enough? Does he still have a prism here? Is there a prism nearby?
Yeah,
yes, there
is.
is.
No prism. That's so sad actually because it
no,
doesn't...
there is a prism.
Yeah, there is. Okay, sorry about that. But lots of Stalkers are actually being whopped in, but the Remax here on Zerglings is actually working wonders. 6-7 Stalkers are still there and GG gets cold. Stats gets the win against Cyril and ties it up 2-2 against Finland. What a victory from Stats. That was beautifully done.
And what a game by Stats just from start to finish, because we saw that he actually had the opportunity to do a lot more damage early on because Cyril was playing an incredibly greedy game, but Stats just handled the fight incredibly well. The Baneling count was overwhelming on the side of Cyril, yet Stats made sure that he got good trades out of it and even get out of a couple of those fights with a couple of low HP Immortals, with a couple of low HP Archons, and then the moment he had his mothership, he didn't skip a beat. He's like, all right, I'm going for it round 2, and we kind of missed it, but in the beginning of the fight, there were a couple of Broodlords, and if those Broodlords are able to get a bunch of Broodlings on the ground and stuff like that, they can have a very big impact, but now they kind of went down to a couple of Stalkers. It really did not feel that Cyril expected those attacks, right? I really feel like Cyril was thinking 2 steps ahead of the game, where he's like, this game is going to slow down.
This fight was actually, like, as you said, so much better than anticipated, even with those Templars actually dying towards the end of it, but they did get to morph into an Archon and, soak up some more damage. And the fact that Stats was able, like, to control those 2 armies, those 2 attacks, like this one, until the one that actually won him the game, is... Well, obviously one of the greatest suits here of Stats is his army control, but those storms on the top side, mate.
No, everything there. The
so
storms are massive.
The blinks on the north side towards those Stalkers.
The storms were massive, but the Stalk is sniping those Broodlords before the battle even starts. Like, we do have 2 Broods remaining, and this time, Lambo is going to be very proud of this one, but the Mothership was actually excellent in this game. It soaked up a lot of damage, it cloaked the High Templars. I mean, obviously it has so much HP. It was perfect in this situation because there were no Vipers yet. There were no Spore Crawlers there, and that just makes it a lot harder for the Zerg to get an excellent engagement. I really did not think that Cyril expected Stats to be that aggressive. He's like, it's going to slow down. We just had a big fight, we pretty much traded armies. Now I'm going to do my thing, you're going to do your thing, and then eventually you're going to end up with like Tempest and a Mothership, and then we'll fight again. Because he was getting all the additional upgrades, like Infestus, Pathogen Glands, and stuff like that.
To attack for her.
Yeah, he was just getting everything. He was not thinking about the game potentially ending there.
You're right. Like, I mean, this entire game, I feel, it was played on some kind of weird rhythm, right? Like, they felt, as we have Zhuge actually gearing up to play that next game. The whole rhythm of the game felt a little bit weird. Like, both of them weren't quite greedy. You could argue that Cyril was the really, really greedy one in this one, but then that weird attack from Stats that could have done a lot of damage, but didn't really feel like he could have done a lot with it, so I had to pull back, and then...
it makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But then Cyril, I feel like at the same time you said it, didn't really anticipated the movement from the Protoss army as well, because he's been sitting on that Broodlord technology for so long, didn't use it, then didn't really see the attack happening and investing in a lot of upgrades that obviously he didn't need, considering he was on the verge of being defeated. So all of that just tells me that those 2 players, they were like trying to feel out each other a lot, and they just didn't know where to stand. It was like, okay, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing. This map being quote-unquote small as it is means that, like, sometimes those move-outs are going to be so freaking fast. Like, oh, you do have that kind of army. You do have that amount of potential. You have a Mothership. That's something that we always praise Cyril for his scouting. In this game, I wouldn't say it was lackluster, but he didn't see exactly what was happening.
I missed a lot of things in this game when it comes from Cyril, not just the scouting, but I just missed a little bit of magic and looking for opportunities. Because if anything, I feel like he dodged the bullet already very early on by, in my opinion, being too greedy.
Oh, yeah.
But he got away with it because Stats didn't know what we knew. But then on top of that, yes, the engagement was beautiful if you just focus on the fact like units came in from every angle. Of course, it's Cyril. He's a previous world champion. He's one of the greatest players we've ever had. yes, his engagements are going to be good, but where was the opportunity to maybe snipe a War Prism? I feel like there were a couple of moments to snipe a Prism. Just like a couple of little things that normally set Serral apart from every other player out there. Like this game, he was just playing a very strong macro-oriented style with a good engagement, and then in the end, it didn't really work out. But missed a little bit of the magic.
No, you're right. You're right. And Stats felt comfortable in this game, and he just showed why he is such an amazing player. Right?
That was one of the best games I've seen Stats play in quite some time.
Yeah,
I'm totally honest with you.
Yeah, that's just the thing. Like, obviously, that he is one of my favorite Protoss of all time.
Same.
And just Stats when he plays and when he's in the zone, right? Like, he's that kind of guy that will make magic. You mentioned magic, and I mentioned him being magical in the way he takes fights, the way he's microing his army and managing those late game armies as well as the early game armies. Like, he's just freaking good at this, right? Like in most of this situation. And in this game, going against Serral, feeling that he's probably not favored to take it, but still being able to showcase such an amazing level is why he is, a championship caliber Protoss. That's what he does. Like,
oh, absolutely. It's one of why he's arguably the greatest Protoss of Legacy of the Void.
He is.
I mean, like, I know Classic is sick, and I think Trap has had a fantastic year, and this may not have totally been the year of Stats, but he still won Aces ROG. He still had a couple of deep runs here and there. It definitely wasn't a horrible year, but maybe not as good as his 2018. But if you just take a look at Legacy of the Void, ever since the game came out, I think you're gonna give the award to Stats for the greatest Protoss of this era.
Yeah, you're right.
But just because he's the greatest Protoss doesn't mean he doesn't have his dips. And it felt like he had a little bit of a dip lately, a couple of tournaments where we just kind of hoped for more. He wasn't able to bring it. But here, when South Korea needed it the most, he gets a big victory over Serral.
Yeah.
And that really spices up this final, man. All right, Funka. What if? You know what I'm gonna say.
What if Zhuge Liang takes this one?
Yeah, you know.
That would be so sick, man. Like, we mentioned, like, Zhuge Liang is an interesting character, right? Like, he's shown us numerous times during the past that he enjoys this tournament and he wants to be, like, the funny guy, and he memes a lot. But last year, it was on the verge of being sued. This year, he does it. He changes the whole momentum of the best of 9 by getting that victory. Now he goes into it right now. He's got a lot of momentum, as we can see that Serral is a little bit, frustrated with that loss, obviously. There is a chance, there is a universe where Zhuge Liang takes this win. There is.
Is it our universe?
Is it our universe is the question we're trying to answer.
Stats' answer is most likely not. And of course, we gotta mention that in the quarterfinals, Stats did have a very surprising defeat against No Regret.
He did.
But I also want to mention the other side of that story, and I want to take nothing away from Jake's victory. That was played obviously online, but also in the middle of the night. Of course, No Regret is under the same circumstances, but that's different, right? Like, I think mentally, Stats will prepare himself very differently for a match against Serral than he would for a match against No Regret. And I think now, after flying all the way from South Korea to Paris, I don't think you're here and you're just going to play like a robot and suddenly get caught off guard by a weird attack of Zhuge Liang. Like, I think that Stats is going to be on the money. Because even in that previous game, he could have YOLO'd it with his first push. And actually, I think he would have won the game with it. But he didn't. He played it safe. He's like, no, I'm going to do what I think is right and what I believe in, what my true skills are when it comes to playing Protoss. It's amazing that he's like having so much fun when he's not playing, but the moment he is playing, he's delivering.
Yeah, you're right. Like, that's how good he is. I mean, I said like championship caliber, and you mentioned like him being probably the best Protoss of the Legacy of the Void era, and that's where it shows, right? Like, he can have a lot of fun playing that tournament, but the moment he steps in and he plays his actual game where everything is on the line, and obviously, honestly, if I go about that 7th game that he played against Scarlet, I didn't think he would win. Like, on paper, I was like, Scarlet has it. Canada is going to the finals. Like, they will be in the round of 4. And then Stats, obviously playing from super late, not having the greatest results recently. Scarlet showing some great things in ZVP. I was like, okay, like, I'm really positive that Scarlet has 65-70% chance maybe to win this game. And then Stat delivers. So
the way he microed his army on the top side of Eternal Empire when he was pushing, I was like, all right, he means business at this
stats.
point, you know.
That is stats, right?
Every now and then you'll see these guys, even though they are world-class players, you see them make a couple of attacks, and it lackluster is maybe a bit rough, but there's no other way to put it, right? That is attack, and they hope for the best, but it does feel when things get very serious, when there is a lot on the line, then suddenly every Archon gets picked up, every Immortal gets dropped in the front, Barrier gets activated, soaks up some damage, and he picks it up again. Anyways, can the magical story for this man continue after he already had one big victory over Su? If he does it again, that'd be absolutely nuts. It is Zhuge.
His opponent in the top right-hand side. He did get an amazing victory here against Cyril. Can he do it against Zhuge? His name is Stats, the Shield of Ire.
So, what do you think that Zhuge his game plan is here? Because I don't think just sitting back forever is going to be the right way to play it.
Nope.
We just saw how Stats can play if he's really feeling it. Now, I don't want to be that guy and be like, oh, just link float and hope for the best, because that's obviously kind of silly, because then if he scouts it and he fully walls, then you kind of look like a baboon, and you're like, well, that was a missed opportunity. But it's hard, right? I think whatever you do, as Zhuge, you got to be incredibly clutch and decisive. I think there is no second guessing yourself. There is no, maybe I'll play macro and then maybe I'll make a bunch of units and test the waters. No, I think once you start making units, you really got to commit to the cause. And that's unlike where he played against Su, where things obviously started to go wrong and he had no choice and he couldn't really commit to it. Or it was a massive fake all along. I don't know. Can't look into his brain. But whatever it is, he's got to stick to the course. In this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the preparation from Team Finland went as deep as, the second layer of matches. I know they did their homework for the first 3 matches, but now we're getting into unknown territory, right? Did you expect really that you would play against Stats on Internal Empire? I don't think they really went that far, but maybe they had a couple of seconds to think about it. You mentioned the Scarlet versus Stats game happening on the same map. Scarlet went for Swamos with Nidus, which is obviously a really great strategy on this one, but they have a lot to figure out. Is this an interesting strategy to go for against Stats in this one? I don't know. Zhuge needs to be cool as a cucumber. He needs to do what he thinks is the best right there, and just, as you said, stick to the course and go for it. Everything to win, nothing to lose here. Well, a couple of dollars.
Not just a couple of dollars, right? We saw how happy he was with that win over Su, but he popped off.
Yeah.
But I think if he beats Stats here, he's gonna jump through the ceiling, man. There will be no stopping him. It's gonna be a Phoenix first for Stats. I wonder if this could potentially be a map where after he snipes an Overlord, he might go for a second target. I really wouldn't hate it. I think this is an excellent map for it. But then, of course, you could maybe be a little afraid of a Queen Nidus all-in, something along those lines. So maybe this is going to go back to what he does best. And then let's fly around with Oracles. Scout, Revelate, and pick off a couple drones here and there.
Yeah, it might be the infamous triple Oracle, where you can pressure all 3 bases at the same time with a couple of stasis traps. We could be seeing that, as we do have double assimilator getting taken from our Protoss player trying to work on his gas economy. Does Zhuge has the info with the Phoenix being out? Yeah, all the overalls are actually being pushed back, so no infos on this one. Doesn't really know at the moment. He does have a Zergling next to the 3rd base, so we will know about the timing in which Stats will take this one. We have the spores in a proper timing for Zhuge.
Very standard game so far.
It is.
By Finnish Zerg.
As standard as it would get.
Yep, absolutely. Nothing out of the ordinary at this point. Spore crawlers are on time. It's just nothing but queens. But what's gonna happen once he starts dropping tech buildings? Is it going to be an infestation pit? Will there be a Nidus network? That queen gets picked up. The spore crawler is a little bit late in the main base. And this is already a lot of damage. That's a lot of lost mining time. Jeez Louise. Hey, that's not nice production. The game is not over yet.
Guys.
They're playing the music like
hello,
it's
mon ami.
over.
Yeah, now it's done.
It's I know that was bad for Zhuge, but jeez Louise. Production. Chill out.
Chill out, guys.
Uh-oh, 3 queens in the main. That means that he's missing a queen somewhere, mate.
Yeah. Honestly, that's the saddest thing about it, is that it feels like it's the tiniest of mistakes, but at the same time, it already dealt so much damage. You remember, like, you asked Crow to show us the number of drones that died after the Stargate opening in that previous game. It was 8, and it's already 11, right? Or even more.
Well, it's about to be way more.
11.
It's a flawless game so far, by the way, by Stats, who has not lost a single unit yet, but he is just picking Zhuge Liang apart. And I know that Zhuge Liang is still up 8 workers, but his stack is incredibly late. He has taken a tremendous amount of damage at this point, and he's got no units. What?
Yeah, once again, Zhuge Liang is trying to he's going for the double Evo, super greedy, and he's just like, he's basically losing infinity drones to 2 oracles and 6 adepts.
This could actually be a perfect game.
I don't think that Zhuge Liang is going to tap out, but like, considering the position he's in, well, I'm thinking about this. It's 53 probes against 51 drones.
Oh no, it's really bad, man.
It is really, really bad, but he does still have an economy to work with.
Yeah, but the upgrades are... Like, by the time that the upgrades are ready, it's like, it's going to be 1-1 links, and then you have to fight 3 Archons and a Prism.
Yeah.
Like, all right, mate.
Yeah, not the greatest of fights.
I mean, 1-1 is nice and all, but I don't know if this is really where the Zerglings shine. 1 more unit goes down. I really hope that Stats is aware of the fact that he hasn't lost a unit yet. And he's like, he's got to turn around and look at Soon, and he's like, this is how you do it. Kills like 97 units, loses 0.
He usually picks up on the fact that weird stuff happens. I think it was in Home Story Cup back then where you played a game against Scarlet with, like, on the weirdest map possible, like the smallest one with the adept map. With the adept like getting like 18 kills after the link drone aggression from Scarlet. That was the sickest game.
Lurker then now going down as well, and a Bingling nest. I mean, Zhuge Liang with 67 drones at this point. He's getting 69. Obviously, the Prism is out. I mean, if he can somehow defend the push, I have no idea if that's realistic or not. But, I mean, defending the fort base, I think that's out of the question. That's just simply not going to happen. His queen was a little lost. Happens to all of us, you know.
Yeah.
It's
sometimes you don't know. And it's still a perfect game, by the way.
Yeah, no. He's having a field day. Now, this is not unheard of, by the way, for the people that may not watch StarCraft all the time. Often, Protoss does have a very clean start with Stargates against Zerg, and it's mostly Zerglings that have gone down, but the amount of drones that have gone down is very high. Will there finally go a unit going down? The answer is no. Like I said, this fort base, in my opinion, no way, Jose. Give it up. You gotta cancel that. But I wonder if Stats wants more. Oh, that's a kill.
Yeah, he's going into Storms after that, going for 5 Zealots as we have the early Lurkers.
Attack the Hydra, so he knows that the Lurkers are morphing, and it should mean that he knows he can jump on top of that as well, because there's really nothing that you have to be very afraid of. But for now, Stats is going to let these Lurkers finish. Obviously, he's already working on his double robo, so he's okay with all of this.
So I'm telling you guys, this is not going to stay a perfect game, but still, like, going into the 9th minute, it's still 0 minerals lost against 2,000.
Well, that's about to change.
Zealot! No!
Probe goes
not
down,
you!
Zealot goes down. This is actually an excellent counter with all these links. Maybe this botted Stats a little bit, but he waited until these Lurkers are done. And don't forget that even though like the double Evo thing is like, well, whatever. Hey, if 2-2 links do finish up and the Banelings start getting 2-2 as well, well, suddenly, I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna hype up a story that I like a 3-base Zerg against a 3-base Protoss, guys. I don't want to lie to y'all, but maybe a bet for no cancel again. That's the 2nd hatchery kill.
Okay, and here, oh my God, those storms
were those
were
slow Banelings? They look slow.
Yeah, those are slow Banelings indeed. The Oracles might turning their pulsar beams to get a couple of Zerglings out of the way. But still no 4th base here for Protoss, for Zerg, as Protoss is trying to take his 4th base Stats here. In a tremendous position. It's also a rich Vespin geyser. It's a really important one too. This time the cancel does get thrown down here from Stats. And we do have, after the Infestation Pit, a Spire, as well as Tier 3 here with the Hive being starting.
I mean, Zhuge Liang is making some good plays with the links, right? Like he is. I don't want to say he's making a lot of very little, but he's getting a little something here and there, and he's dragging the game out. And considering the way that this game started, that's not all that bad. Obviously, I still think he's in a pretty awful spot because I don't really know how he's keeping this fort base alive.
Yeah.
Is he gonna try this time with his lurkers?
Even with 10 lurkers, that seems really, really hard to hold on to this base. But I think he's gonna make it. He's gonna try at least.
I think he can just put Immortals on the right side, and the lurkers won't be in range of the Immortals.
Oh yeah.
So I think if Stats wants to play this very safe, he doesn't
even have to fight.
Yeah, this is exactly
what
I meant. Gets a lurker there as well. He's like, all right, that's cool.
Lurker and a hatchery. I'm liking this.
Stats is maxed out, by the way, and Zhuge is hovering around 140 supply.
So if he could, like, let's say get a couple of brutals out, maybe there's something happening there. But as you
slow
said,
Banes, man.
Slow Banes. Storm is gonna land on those lurkers. Still, the fourth base not getting cancelled. So it's another kill. That's 900 minerals and 3 drones that actually went down for a fourth base that never existed.
Couple Zealots are going to try to pull the army out of position. 2 Archons are in the mix there as well. That's a lot of Banelings, but they are still slow Banelings. Couple Storms will connect. Look at these Immortals. They're just taking everything. More Storms will land. The Banes will be, well, connecting with a couple of Archons and Immortals, but I think this Protoss army, Funka, is simply not going to be stopped.
Nope. GG gets called. Zhuge Liang has to tap out after a flawless game from Stats. Zhuge Liang wanted to go for something rather greedy with the double Evo thing, and we can see that the Korean lineup is actually quite happy about this one. We can even hear the clap here, even with our headsets. Now, that was a strong one between Innovation and Stats here, as we have a Finnish lineup that's not having the greatest of times. So we should be seeing a revive here from Zhuge.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think that really makes sense. As right when we said, I think maybe Sarah's gonna give him a little bit of coaching, maybe go over the replay. But a lot of games of StarCraft 2 are not lost in the end. You know, like sometimes people are like, "Oh, lurkers suck," or "slow Banelings." It's like that's not where the game was lost. The game was lost when Zhuge Liang lost like 25 drones and could never go up to 4 bases. Stats had a impeccable early game.
Yeah,
was just on the money with pretty much everything he did. And this is kind of the Stats I meant as well. Like every now and then, Stats just has these games where he doesn't mess around. Well, this was a Stats that meant business. And I think this was as perfect as you possibly could be. If you are Stats going up against the Zhuge Liang, I don't think you can really wish for more than you delivered in this game.
No, you're right. Like, it was just basically a perfect game from the Korean Protoss here. Just feeling super comfortable with the strategy, with the pace of the game, with where he wanted to attack. Everything about it screamed, you know, like perfection. And that's what Stats can show, especially if he's playing against the lesser Zerg.
I saw in the end, by the way, I think it was 3.4k against 12 something. Like, that's almost a 4-to-1 ratio. In PvZ, not even a double Stargate game or something weird where you kill overlords and queens. No.
Yeah.
Just a
single Stargate.
I mean, that was perfection from Stats. There is no other way to put it. We'll see what happens next. We kind of expect just a standard rematch, right, between Stats and Zhuge Liang. But we'll have the confirmation for you guys after a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with the remaining games between Finland and South Korea.
Welcome back, everyone, to Nation Wars 2019. This is the grand finals, and I've been joined by my good friend Johan Todd Merlot. How are you doing?
It's great to be here.
It is great to be here.
It's a high grand finals.
It is.
Finland is putting up a fight, but Stats is trying to shut that down, and so far he's done pretty well in the last 2 games.
Well, I mean, like, sometimes you're just blessed by seeing a top player just, you know, going and playing at the best level as he can perform, and that's what's happening right now.
I thought you were going to say sometimes you just blaze by genetics.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say that here, but
a super soldier was assembled in Portland, Finland.
Oh, you're right, man. I mean, if South Korea were to win 3 times in a row, then suddenly, I mean, that would make a little bit of sense. But yeah, the South Korean scene for the longest time in the RTS genre has been, you know, quite the powerhouse. And they're now leading 3-2, and Cyril is the player that's getting revived right now. So I'm wondering what happened in their mind right now, because they could have gone for an insta revive of Zhuge, but now they're actually going for a revive of Cyril, which means the last player remaining for Team Finland can either be Zhuge or the Moss Zero. But what's sure is that if Cyril doesn't do the all kill right now, or actually gets all the remaining games, well, the last players remaining will not be Cyril. Cyril will not seal the deal, is what I mean, you know? So that's an interesting pick, I feel, from Finland. I'm really wondering what it has to do.
This is like a really difficult thing to put in a sentence.
Yeah.
It's like if Cyril won't seal the deal,
he won't seal the deal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, which basically what you mean is if he doesn't win on his own here, it's going to be for somebody else to try and finish things up from Team Finland, aka Dima Zero or Zhuge Liang here.
Merci, Todd.
We got there.
Yeah, we got there.
It was hard, you know, we've been live for a while now, but we got there.
We got there. You want to do this one? You want to do Meteors?
Yeah. Starting at the bottom left-hand side of the map, representing Finland from Portland, playing Zerg, it's Cyril.
In the top right-hand side here of World of Sleepers. The guy has been on a roll. He is the Shield of Fire. Stats. Kim Day-Up.
And Stats, he looked really good those last 2 maps. I think he needs to keep that up here if he wants to be able to do well against a Cyril who will be looking for revenge. That's a scary thought, you know, like Cyril is he's not necessarily the most of emotional players. Obviously, kind of talks to himself after every map lost and everything, but he's not the guy that, is going to tilt hardcore, like start posting crazy stuff on social media. But at the same time, it does feel like when he loses, he's affected by it and he wants to come back with a revenge. So now he gets a shot at it pretty quickly after that previous map happened here from him versus Stats.
Yeah, we were talking about it with Roddy. Like, we expected maybe Cyril to be like revived earlier in this match, but the fact that they went for Cyril loses into Zhuge into Cyril again, that's, that is kind of weird, because if you wanted instant revenge, he could have got it, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, he left a little bit of time. He had to, we talked about, like, even though it's like the setup is actually made for that, he does have to, replug everything, keyboard, mouse, and stuff like that, swap the SSDs. So it does take a little bit of time. Maybe it throws you off of your momentum or your groove. But yeah, Cyril does decide to go for it, and he will have an opportunity for a revenge here against Stats. Question is, can he do it? Because Stats looked amazing in his first game, even though it was a weird game. Like I mentioned, the tempo of it were being super weird, and both players don't really know what's happening at the opposite side of the map, and went for, like, interesting timing attacks, to say the least. In the end, it was quite a weird game. Now Cyril and Stats will face off on World of Sleepers, the new version. No geysers, no super geysers here around this position, as Crow's showing us, but also a couple other ones, which are these ones. So the bases, basically the bases that only have one extractor, used to be rich gas geysers. So I'm wondering, what does Cyril wants to go for here? Because Stats looks like he wants to go for Stargate every game.
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be Cyril's map pick, right? Like, obviously, he's going to be comfortable on like one of those bigger maps, long rush distance, and a lot of room for him to make stuff happen. And by that, I really mean Ling run-bys. If he's able to find a weakness in the defense of Stats, which in the previous map that they played against one another, like, Stats was very sound defensively, and that was really the key to his success, I think, making sure that Ling run-bys get shut down, bailing attacks, any sort of attack that set it his way. And he also had an absolute masterclass of a game against Zhuge just after that, only losing his first unit, like, 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah, the kind of games that dreams are made of. If you're a Protoss player, definitely not losing anything and dealing a tremendous amount of damage to the economy of the Zerg players, Zhuge back then. Let's see what he can achieve here. With a couple of oracles, so Phoenix into Oracle, into second Oracle with a Robo to follow it up. And let's see what Stats can achieve. Earlier, when they played, it was 8 drones after the initial harass. Against Zhuge it was way more, but the timing...
Let's look at the Queens in the main base. Look, he's so masterful with the moving shots. It's like, your Oracle loses half its hit points before it can even get close to the creep. It's actually absurd how good Cyril is with the Queens, by the way. Like, the difference, even as a spectator, can be felt compared to any other Zerg.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Nib. He was one of the first guys who, in my opinion, in PvP, when you played Phoenixes, was so good with the stalker movements. Like, you would just fly in and he would just like start tagging you from like really far away. And you were just like, all right, against this guy, I just can't fly in and kill probes, because otherwise I lose Phoenixes instantly.
Yeah, that messes up the matchup a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, like, I can't use my Phoenixes to deal damage. Like, is it allowed?
Whoa!
Okay, interesting shade in here from Stats. The Oracle should show up, right?
Interesting is the word for bad, usually, with forecasters. But
well,
so
I mean,
far,
in the end, he only lost 1 Adept. But I expected Oracles to join up with the Adepts, right? Like, to kill a little bit extra Zerglings.
Hey, if they want to die, it's a great idea.
In the end, it was 13 Zerglings. A little bit more now. He actually cancels the shades. Look at this micro.
And I want to dead with the low hit points.
Look at it! Not look at his supply, but look at the micro. Ah, that was so sick.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How much?
78 to 78, my friend. Here they come.
The Oracles are now going to show up, and there's only 1 Queen anymore. So 5 drones and 2 Oracles that still are alive with a lot of energy. Liking this here for our good friend Stats, as Cyril is transferring a couple of drones to the right side, maybe to grab himself a 4th base. That's what he does.
Yeah, the creep spread's not really been denied in the midst of all this. So even though there was some nice drone kill there, Cyril just droned up like a madman behind this, and now he's going to Roaches, he's going to pneumatize Carapace. He's going to want to make sure he gets on top of his scouting. Like, you want to know what it is exactly here behind this, even though you just kind of expect the Immortals +1 and charge to be on the way. And from there, Cyril can choose what he goes into. We saw a lot of Nidus and Swamos play, but it feels like Stats, his nickname's the Shield of Fire. Yes. He's like one of the best out there at the defense. This is the build that he would expect. So maybe you need to play different here if you're Cyril, especially on a big map like this, I think.
So it does look a little bit like what he tried to do in the previous encounter, which is like +2 melee to get those banelings to one-shot probes, Roaches and Ravagers, and might go for the Hive and Spire that he did in the previous game, but he needs to be more decisive. Like, what was weird to me in that game is that Cyril seemed undecisive, right? Like, that's not what he does usually. Like, he will not question himself. He will go into something with ease and will never question his decision. In this game, in that previous game, it looked like he didn't really know what to expect. In this one, for now, he's just gearing up on 4 bases, but no extra technology on top of those Roaches, Banelings, and Ravagers.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, you would think for sure he's going to start some sort of Hydra Den here momentarily. Yeah. It's going to be an Infestation
Speed, okay.
And, I mean, Ravager Baneling can be really dangerous against a lot of Protoss armies, but I don't see Stats necessarily taking a really bad fight that early. But then again, as I say that, he's actually moving out, and with the creep being pushed so far out, it's going to be extremely scary to step very deep inside of where the creep is spread out.
Honestly, it looks like the fake attack that he tried to do in the previous one, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he actually shows up on creep, forces Cyril into unit production, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. 5 Banelings, a lot more Zerglings, and he actually pulls back.
Yeah, Storm now starts as well, which is the ideal addition to his army here against this kind of army where there's going to be a ton of Banelings. He needs to be careful. Like, you go a little bit too deep here on the creep, you're going to get engaged into very, very fast. Actually, Cyril looks like he's preparing for a flank here if Stats was to move in that position again.
Yeah, but I don't.
He might actually go around. Oh my god.
Stats,
he corners him.
Ooh, he sees the army, just a glimpse of it. Okay, now he pulls back. Some Zealots are going to... Oh, actually,
I mean, he sees that a lot of the armies down there. Storm's not finished!
Yeah, Storm's
Those High Templars, they don't know where to go.
Oh, yeah, nice Baneling connection here onto those Whopping in Zealots here. Nice splits from Stats, but there's just too many Banelings. You're going to lose a lot of probes there. That's 20 in the end. 51 probes to the 77 probes. To the 77 drones, though, sorry. As the Overlord is trying to make its way with Banelings here.
And Stats doesn't know what hit him here. He just invested in the wrong crypto. That was terrible. His economy just crumbled super fast. It's funny, actually. He killed probes in the 3rd base. Here did Cyril. And now he's like, I'm going to drop the main base. But the probes in the main base were just transferred to the 3rd base now. Yeah. So there's not going to be too many of them left over there.
There's also a Phoenix as well as a couple of cannons. Stats will eventually react to this. But that's still 7 probes. And usually, and that's what he, back then when they played on Nightshade, that's the kind of damage that those Banelings run by did. Yeah. 7 is decent, but 7 on top of the 20 that he just lost, then suddenly it's a little bit different. And now even a random sentry, a random couple of sentries is actually going to get picked off in the middle of the map. And we can see a little bit of frustration here on the player cam of Stats.
And this is like an impossible situation for Stats, by the way, because, oh my god, he's using the Lynx as a decoy to come in from behind with the Banelings. Okay, reconsidered. I think he's going to wait for the army to have left that area. Somehow these Banelings are like hidden next to that location. But yeah, it's a very difficult situation for Stats because if he sits back, this is going to keep on happening and then he's going to die to Broodlords. If he attacks, then he steps on creep against Mass Road, Ravager and Banes and he's going to die anyway. He's losing units all over the place. Banelings are going to roll in from the other side.
Okay.
I mean, it's immortal, so they barely take any damage, but probes are going to get blown up again.
Yeah, this is not a great situation for Stats whatsoever.
How many probes have that? Let's play the guessing game.
I want to say 50.
55.
44.
Roddy would have gone it right.
GG.
Just saying.
GG, mon ami. But yeah, so the thing is, you said it perfectly, I think. Like, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Like, he can't really go on creep, but if he keeps on just defending on the opposite side of the map, he's just gonna die to Banelings, and then more Broodlords will be on the map. So once again, I'm going back to that Nightshade game, but it looks exactly the same, to the difference that Cyril is getting the trades and he's getting the economical damage that he needs, when Stats can really not invest into anything. Like back then, we had a mothership, we had like proper tier 3 Protoss, right? And that's just not happening in this game because he keeps on being hit by Banelings on left and right.
17 Banes. Like, this is just so cost effective for Cyril. I think that's on the left hand side. He's gonna roll into that base on the right hand side, coming on the left hand side as well, and everything's getting blown up. There's no discrimination for Cyril. He's out for blood. He wants to kill every single unit of Stats.
Oh my god. Yeah, those kind of situations where Zerg is dictating the pace of the game is so hard for Protoss. I mean, he could be walling like crazy and avoid those Banelings run by to happen, but well, Cyril would make a little bit more Banelings, would blow up the wall and still get those kind of damage, and Stats would be down a couple extra 100 minerals because of the pylons that he would have whopped in. So this is just like a clinic. We mentioned the fact that Stats pulled up a clinic against Zhuge and also got a really solid victory against Cyril, but this time it is the Finnish Zerg that's giving us all of the quality games. Yes, he did lose way more, but now it's 81 workers that went down in his game.
I feel like
Stats is just broke.
If we could read Cyril's mind right now, he'd be saying, just use this instant revive already, will you?
Yeah.
Like, this is over. He's gonna roll in there with more Banelings, Roach Ravager as well. Stats is losing his last few forces. There's just so many Banelings here, a lot more than he can deal with. And the Nexus gets sniped. He was already taking another one, but the soup will not be lying in this one here. Look at it. It just keeps on plummeting here for Stats all the time. So many probes have died.
Yeah, we probably reached 100 right now. 14 on top of those. 96, really close.
They're an endangered species here in this game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've been
There's only 52 of them left.
Yeah. They need to procreate fast so they don't lose the entire thing. Do your thing, probes, before he has to tap out, because this game, well, the thing is, it's happening with Roaches, Ravagers, and Banelings, right? And
yeah.
There's Broodlord technology that's available.
Maybe Stats storms everything perfectly. Then he's gonna tap out 20 seconds later than usual.
Yes.
I mean, oh my god, the Banelings.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Hey, it's time. It's time. It's time for a revive. Cyril is out for blood. He gets his revenge against Stats, and now it's tied up. 3-2-3. Cyril does it in the most cleanest way possible.
Oh, come on, don't leave him hanging like this.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Wow. Now, Cyril played an amazing game here. There's not that much to be said here. It's interesting that they
Who's laughing now, noobs?
Yeah. It's interesting that those two games played quite similarly, and the result, the outcome was just so much different. I mean, Stats still enjoying himself with his team and his teammates, but did get beat quite hard in this one. So you will have to switch it up a little, I feel. Maybe the doubles target play. This micro sequence was nothing short but beautiful. I love
from
Stats
both
in the early
players.
game.
I think from both players, like Cyril made the most of just a few links against the depths. I think a lot of players, they just would have lost everything here without being able to achieve much. But then it's really, as soon as he, like that was even pre +2. I mean, he just kind of made up for that by having a ton of Banelings. And once Cyril starts to kick into full, like this only has to happen once. Yeah. It happens once and it's like, all right, well, I guess it's happening 8 more times and then you're just dead.
Yeah, no, but you're right. I mean, that first attack that we've seen in the replay here, those 20 probes going down, is just basically where everything went south for Stats. After that, it was just like run by after run by after run by, and the initial damage that you're taking from those is just a little bit too much to ever stabilize.
It's a Baneling fest.
Yeah, it is.
A Baneling fiesta.
I'm sorry, guys. If you're Protoss,
that was not a
close your eyes, guys. If you're a pro, close your eyes. Like, you don't want to see that. You hate to see that. And yeah, we'll see a couple extra Banelings rolling in, killing Immortals. I think he ends up killing the Nexus here.
Sure. Killed everything.
Easy. Yeah, like, you know what? Like,
the Immortals were like,
let's kill that big pyramid.
But we're immortal.
I don't know. We're not supposed to die. Yeah, well, in the kind of situation you actually do. And that's 15 extra probes, and it's been a bailing fiesta, bailing run by fiesta here. And the highlights of Stats versus Serral Game 2. And most likely we should be seeing a rematch right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Team South Korea just used their instant revive on Stats and then kept the other revive for either Su or Innovation, depending on like the map and where they're at in the match.
So as we're seeing, a little bit of a gear change next to your left shoulder. It's actually Innovation that will get revived right now. And then they will still have the opportunity to go for either Stats or Su in a potential second revive. Yes?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's like we say instant
so
revive.
basically,
we say instant revive because that was the rule last year, but it's just like basically it's no instant revive. You can revive two persons, and it's just like it cannot be the same one. Like that's basically.
We try to make it an instant revive, then we realize if they don't use the instant revive, then it's a normal revive.
Yeah, it's a normal revive. But it made sense in our minds that it would be an instant revive because you would be sending out Stats right now. But I feel like Innovation is liking similar Crumb here being our 7th map? Yes, it's 3 and 3.
How about TVZ on this map?
We'll see. We've seen it.
Is it a big map?
It's a rather small map, quote unquote, compared to the other ones.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, it's an aggressive one for sure. And if you do want to play Bio, that's the map that we've seen Clem beat Rainer on. So that's a good tell.
Do you think that Innovation's thinking Bio here?
I mean, so the build that Clem went for in the second game that he played against Rainer, which is like basically that kind of 3 base all in with 8 Raxes with reactors, 7 reactors, 1 tech lab, with like a couple of tanks, but basically lots of bio, late 4th CC, not that many SCVs, and a huge ton of Marines is an Innovation build. That's something that he used, and if you remember correctly, during Home Story Cup, that's something he used against Serral in their opposition when he won 3-0.
Finland's actually leading the poll right now.
It is 52%.
Ooh,
you guys can still vote.
Dicey.
It's never over until it's over. You can still vote. You can make a difference. You can make a blue bar be bigger or smaller if you vote for Korea.
I'm actually surprised Finland's ahead. I guess a lot of people want to support Serral. I have full faith in him. I mean, obviously, supposedly South Korea is always the favorite here at Nation Wars, but
that would be 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And it's not done. And Innovation, the machine, is gonna get revived here. Revived.
How do you revive a machine? I guess you replace some hardware.
Yeah, you replace the. I want to say battery, but it's not battery, right? Like it's the power
CPU,
aspect, like power or something, or the CPU. Yeah. But if you change the CPU, you change the machine, right? Like it would not be Innovation if the CPU is different.
I guess you can update it technically.
Yeah, maybe you gotta.
He's got a 2080.
Flash the BIOS or whatever it's called. You know, like I don't even.
I hope
know.
they didn't forget to save the settings before they.
Somebody is actually going to MS-DOS right now and it's typing like reinstall like // reinstall Innovation. Boom. And there it is, the machine.
The next version.
Yeah, it's been updating like in the Matrix. Now you can multiply Kagebunshi no Jutsu style, you know, like multiply everywhere.
What was that? What?
Kagebunshi no Jutsu? That's the my pronunciation.
Is that anime or?
Yeah, it's anime. It's the multiple cloning thing from Naruto.
Ah.
Kagebunshi no Jutsu? Whatever. But yeah, it's been updated like Agent Smith.
I didn't take you for a Naruto guy.
That's probably the last anime that I've like read a little bit.
The only one I watched is Attack on Titan.
I haven't seen it though.
What?
Like I've seen the first one, and I was like, no, that's not for me. But I'm not an anime guy by any means. Like the only thing I watched though is, you know, Akira and like Dragon Ball.
Say something else.
Dragon Ball and
yeah.
What did you expect me to say?
Nothing.
And basically Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, Akira. That's the only 3 that I kind of read a little bit. And, well, I did see everything from Akira. It's just beautiful. You should read it if you can. Even watch the movie. It's amazing. But speaking of
I
this,
always see the memes. Top 10 anime betrayals. Or anime crossover or whatever.
yeah, but look at this guy. He could be a sick ninja from the Naruto universe.
He puts the glasses on and then you know you're
Yeah,
like
it's
big
oh
trouble.
snap! Puts it back, and on top of his nose.
His mechanics are unlike
His mechanics
any
is too fast. I can't follow it with my eyes. This guy's too fast, and I can't read his emotions because he has none.
A great poker player, actually, if he were to play.
Yeah.
His face
Yeah,
basically
you're right.
never changes.
You're right. So it's game number 6 here, and I'm really, really happy that we get to see innovation in Serral because I expected myself to be, replaced by Rotterdam by the time this game would happen, and I love me some TVZs. All right. And obviously, innovation versus Serral is a really important one because if innovation were to win this one, then suddenly, Team Finland would be on the verge of defeat, but they would have to revive another player. There's no 3 lives for Serral. That's just not happening. It would have to be either the Must-Zero or Zhuge and whoever gets revived, if they were to take the victory, I would lose my stuff. I would lose.
Imagine if the Must-Zero wins game 9.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
I think you have to get a tattoo of him.
If this entire thing, no, you're not gonna get me on this one. Imagine if game 9 of Nation Wars is innovation versus the Must-Zero, and then the Must-Zero comes in. It's like, oh, I make cannons, and then he freaking wins. That would be the sickest story of all time. But that's not happening yet. We do have 2 amazing players about to battle it out here in a rematch in this TVZ matchup in the bottom right-hand side. He is the king of the foreign region. He is the perfect Zerg, Jura Sottala Serral.
His opponent in the reds. He updated his CPU. He's back with a revenge. The machine. Innovation. Representing South Korea, of course. Trying to be the carry of this team.
He's out for blood, mate. He's out for blood.
Revenge here. He lost the previous game versus Serral. He lost the lower bracket finals at Home Story Cup to Serral.
Yeah.
He's had enough.
Like, it's a bug he has to fix, right?
Yeah.
It's to hotfix this bug. Like, I don't know, every time I have to work with that Serral.exe program, I don't know, my entire system crashes. I need to fix this.
He gets a blue screen.
Hey, he gets a blue screen of this.
And it's a bug, literally. He's making roaches.
Yeah, he is a bug. Literally a bug. So we're seeing a Reaper expand here. No 2-racks or 3-rack shenanigans. And I have to admit, it has to be one of the seasons of Nation Wars where we've seen the lowest amount of 2-racks and 3-racks. Terrans have been doing pretty well during this tournament. Obviously, we've got a lot of really strong ones in Nation Wars with Special, with Marine Lord, Clam, Euthermal, all those guys, innovation, obviously. But usually we see a lot of 2 or 3 racks, but we haven't seen any today, right? Oh, we've seen 1. Well, Marine Lord did go for 1. But that's basically it. I can't remember the last time.
And he lost that game too.
Yeah, he did. But it's interesting that most of those games you can basically do a slow intro because no risks of 2-racks or 3-racks. This time, innovation, I called the 8-racks reactor thing, but the thing is, I feel like Serral has to know it's coming, right? There's a slight chance that Serral really does know about this. So does he really go for this? Or does he go for something more mechanical heavy or mech heavy?
And again, Serral with a very quick pneumatized carapace here wants to stay on top of his scouting. It worked out pretty well for him last time. He saw the 3rd command center, he saw the fusion core, and he was like, well, you're gonna go battle cruiser. I'm gonna kill you with Corruptor, Roach, and Ravager. And that worked out so well. The first big attack that he went for, he killed Innovation with, basically. And Innovation was even getting ready for it. Oh my god, he's gonna get the mule.
Yeah, that's good. A fresh mule too. So now, really, really great play here from Serral with the early speed in this game. We didn't really talk about it, but that was a pretty fast timing because the Hellions are not out yet. Usually speed it's a little bit later, and he's going for battle cruiser again. And this is something that kind of worries me, and he's actually gonna go get a second fresh mule. This is so sick. Like, remember, I don't know about the new numbers, but it used to be around 250 minerals, 280 minerals, right? This is a massive pickoff here from Cero.
It's going to put a huge dent in Innovation's economy here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage on one of these helmets. He's going to lose it, Innovation. Oh my God, there's a malware in that software update he went for.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's rough. That is
and
rough.
the fusion core was scouted as well, right?
With pneumatized carapace, like usually you do get to see stuff.
So I was probably thinking, all right, well, I mean,
okay,
you want to die again?
It's Nidus time, man.
I'll kill you again.
I really do think it's Nidus time.
There was no third CC though.
So no third CC. So does he really want to go for it?
Well, he lost all the minerals from losing also the 2 mules, so
that's
he
the
can't
thing.
really afford it.
Exactly.
Oh, there it is. He still goes for it. Oh my God! If Cyril goes for Nidus, I don't know how Innovation's supposed to hold there, because there would just be so much.
So it's either Nidus or he goes for something along the lines of Corruptor Roaches that he did earlier. But yeah, like you need to think about it. Like how long it will take Innovation to grab those 400 minerals to get that third CC. You slowed him down so much already. Killed one of the 4 Hellions. Which is like, yeah, it puts a dent on the ability you have to burn out some Zerglings, burn out some drones. Like, this game is just already going so well for Cero.
And he sees the third CC here. He's heading on spores. Additional extractors are going to be taken. He was on 2 this whole time. Actually, he was on 1. Wow. Very low on gas.
Okay, so that could be... Like, it's interesting because he went for that super early lair, but now he doesn't really have the means to do anything with it. He has to add on a lot of extractors before. And even that lonesome battle cruiser could do damage in the main. Is actually going for the queens, which is something I don't really understand at the moment. He could have gone a couple of drones. But he's also busy microing these Hellions on the right side. And Innovation will go for factories and mech once again.
I really wonder what Cyril's plan is here. Does he actually want a Nidus? Clear reconstitution is on the way now. He's got 60 walkers to 50. And Yamato's now on the way as well for Innovation.
I mean, we mentioned the fact that the start of the game was just so bad for Innovation. But now he's making stuff happen with those Hellions and battlecruisers. He shouldn't be losing this one. We've got a super early lair that for now is just being used for glial reconstitution. No Nidus, no Spire. So I really wonder what went through Cyril's mind, because going for that Nidus to only get glial doesn't really make sense to me. So it's interesting because Innovation is getting a lot more mileage out of those Hellions and battlecruiser than I anticipated.
What attire does he have to actually remove that overload there? Okay, well, a BC.
Yeah, battlecruiser is pretty decent. It only costs 400 minerals, 300 gas, you know. Can kill overloads. He also had 2 Marines. But Cero
actually, he got supply blocked here and he's behind in supply.
Ooh.
5 overloads on the way now for the Finnish Zerg.
The Infestation Pit does come in. Are we seeing the... it could be... Like, let's... okay. Infestors, why not?
Bro, why do you keep using mules? Let's just stop.
Yeah, just scan, man. Like, use your extra depots from the sky. Because,
that would be more useful.
Yeah, mules are not good in this game. Like, they're just getting demolished every time. You don't want to get into that.
Those lings are like wolves. They just smell the mules from afar.
Yeah. So it's interesting that Cero goes for infestors when... Like, obviously, infestors are amazing at dealing with battlecruisers, but this is not battlecruiser... Well, mass battlecruiser. Like, how many do we have on the map?
Maybe he realized there was going to be Yamato, so he's just going to neural 2 of them, Yamato one another, and then tactical jump on top of like a bunch of queen and spores.
How many infestors does he have? It's 3 infestors against 3 battlecruisers. I guess that does
fair
make sense.
fight.
Yeah, it's a fair fight.
And by that, I mean, the infestors are going to win pretty easily.
And Neural is a pretty good spell. Okay, let's see. Double-pronged harassment here from Innovation. Yeah, even triple-pronged harassment as he gets the cancel or even gets the kill on the hatchery. As Crow is showing us, obviously massive shout out to Crow. He's been observing by himself this entire day and he's not missing a beat, so kudos to him. Really good working with you guys. It's amazing. You're gonna be fine. over hashtag? No. That's a hard. We love you. Okay. 12 Hydralisk in the production tab, and yeah, he TP's back those battle cruisers back to the safety of his home.
I like that Cyrill's getting burrow, because with these infestors, he's going to be that much scarier as well. Tank production is now on the way on the other side. We're going to have a lurker den here from Cyril. Looking to try and abuse, I guess, the sieging potential of those.
Okay.
Actually, this is not your typical ZVT here. It feels like Cyril tech to layer super fast.
It
not
is.
to do much with it.
Yeah. It is interesting because, like, when you see Cyril play, usually you see flawless StarCraft, right? Like, everything makes sense to the point that you actually believe that Cyril sees the entire map, right? Because usually you think, yeah, I wish Cyril would do this or that, or he should react to this or that this way, and then he does it. But whether it is game one against Stats and this one, I feel like Cyril is just like, you know, not comfortable with every decision that he makes. Like that early round, not going into anything. Then now, like having this map presence and pretty decent economy, but not doing that much with it, and allowing innovation to go for late game and lots of SCVs and, you know, macro stuff doesn't really feel like Cyril to me. It's interesting fact right there. Lots of drones actually getting burnt here. That's good. 10.
This is such a huge and important map, by the way. Whoever wins here will be on match point.
And I think you're right to remember that because, well, to remind people of that, in the fact that I think maybe nerves are coming into this a little bit because Cyril is not playing, an easy game where he feels super comfortable. He looks like he's questioning himself a little.
You think he's nervous?
I think he's questioning himself a little bit, so it might have to do with him being nervous a little bit, which is not something that I see from him that much. So that actually like surprises me a little bit, but I don't see any explanation for the way a couple of stuff happened in this game.
Oh my god, he's going fishing! And they're gonna Yamato one another, and then he can't... Where did he send them?
Yeah, the same place.
Back there.
You know?
Wait, one of them escaped?
No, the first one actually died to Idolist, but it was so fast you didn't see it.
Yeah. Wow.
Idolist are good units. Oh, okay. Fusion Core comes in, 2 starports.
It escaped.
Extra.
It went straight to hell. Blinding clouds are available. Oh, he's trying to siege from afar with the lurkers.
Yeah. 10 ranges. 10 range on those ones, right? I think it's 10 after the upgrade, so...
Oh my god, even everything's dying! This is absurd!
All the Thors have been grabbed here by the Vipers, and Cyril is gonna show his crazy late game army control once again. And that's where he usually shines. Let's see if the Vipers does have enough energy to do so. Now 3 tanks are actually gonna be in range, but nice! Nice Lightning Cloud here.
You guys are blind.
Ooh, even 2 tanks are in range. And those lurkers, they're dealing a lot of damage. Actually, that tank's actually going to survive through it and get a couple lurkers for his troubles while surviving with only 1 or 2 hit points. That's really good. But as you can see, the bank is getting bigger and bigger for Cyril, so thankfully
and
enough.
Not just in real life.
Yeah. Also in the game. Oh, he's actually going to lose that CC.
Wow, he's going to have so many lurkers. These abducts.
How many are we seeing on the
This is so worth it. Look at the supply. Like army-wise, Cyril is just doing so much better.
Yeah.
13 tanks, 7 Hellions. That's about it for the army of innovation now. I think he's tempted to go in, but it's so much better to just keep on abducting everything.
Yeah. Yeah, he can take it slow. He's got a lot of Vipers, 7 on the map. And every time he's got energy, he can pull units, like very valuable units too, into those lurkers and smash them to pieces.
Isn't there like a famous Meg player who tried to warn us about mass Vipers?
Yeah, I remember that. Vroom vroom. That's what I remember of it.
Oh my god, the barbecue! There's flames everywhere! I was like, what's going on?
22 drones just went down there. So, can innovation get a proper army to combat infestors and broodlords? Because what we've been seeing is that army clashing against each other, or clashing, it might be, an overstatement, but Cyril pushing towards the army of innovation, using Vipers and Infestors, getting the most amazing trades, and in the answer, the only thing that happens is Hellions burning drones.
Civil war on the other side of the map as Innovation's tanks are killing his own right now. He uses Blinding Cloud so he can make sure he can snipe them before even thinking about engaging there. Hellions on the other side of the map are trying to go for another barbecue.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like, you know, like Infestors and Vipers dealing so much damage to the army of even Innovation, and then Innovation is like, you know what? Screw this. I'm gonna go to the counter-attack. Hellions are good. I'm gonna roast some drones, and at least I'm doing something on the map. And he is achieving a lot. He's now down to 66 drones.
Who's winning, do you think?
So, but the thing is, like, Innovation needs to figure out an army that has the potential to keep, like, to actually push those Vipers away.
Yeah.
He needs to push those Vipers.
Oh, that's only
Ghosts away.
which
he
is
needs
not getting.
Ghost, he needs Vikings, a little bit of them, at least, to pressure those. And those stores, as they get out, they need to be safe. But the thing is, like, they get abducted and they get smashed instantly, so...
Oh my god.
So this is really rough. This is really rough. And for the first time in a long time now, there is no Hellions on the opposite side of the map that are actually dealing damage.
Ooh, these guys try to be a little sneaky. A scan will push them away. Oh my god, these abductions have been absolutely insane. The entire game, he's cornered those SCVs. All he has to do is finish them now. Innovation's economy is in the toilet.
With 80 SCV, which is the sickest thing, right? Like, he can't grab that 5th base.
Actually, he escaped with some of them.
Yeah. So he lost 14 in the end, but he's still on 68, which is nothing to be, you know, scoffed at. But he needs to grab a 5th base.
These Vipers are
Vipers are the king of the game. Okay, now, Cyril messed up a little bit. He did lose a lot of units.
That was more than a warning shot here.
Yeah. Okay.
That Zerg army can get decimated really quick if he's not careful. Oh my god, he's abducting everything on top of this. Actually, that's not even physically possible. They're going through buildings right now. What is this? Fast and Furious?
Okay, 12 extra Hydralisks as well as 3 Vipers. I believe that Cyril did lose a couple of them. So he's now replenishing the amount of Vipers that he needs. He lost 4 since the beginning of the game. And Innovation just holds on as much as he can. He needs turrets. It is tough to avoid those Vipers from using abducts on all of his valuable units. This is what he needs. He also needs to find a little bit of room to go for some counterattacks with some Hellions. It's been a long time since he was able to do so. And the creep is now everywhere.
He still has nothing to deal with these Vipers.
Yeah.
Too many abductions, too many useful one of them. Where's Liam Neeson when you need it? Taken 5.
All right, Vipers and Hydralisk and Lurkers are actually going to make their way up the ramp for the first time here. Those tanks getting abducted. They don't even have time to siege. And Hellbats, well, they can only see the catastrophe that's happening before their eyes.
He's still getting his Blinding Clouds as well. So many abductions are killing so much of this mech army. Innovation's running out of minerals and gas. Cyril has a massive mech. He's basically going to be maxed out for the rest of the game. And he's still looking to try and trade energy for units this whole time. Remorphing a bunch of Lurkers, remaxing out extremely fast. Whereas Innovation is just for now hanging on, but he's going to run out of minerals in so many of his bases now.
Yeah, 3 Aliens, 3 Liberators, and a couple of tanks are actually being built, but they need to be there. They need to be there right now, and Lurker's actually going to try to siege from the right side. He actually runs out of scans, and Vipers are actually going to do the job here. Cyril getting closer and closer to match point for Finland to avoid South Korea from making it the 3-peat here for a triple victory in a row. Even the Lurker micro on the right side is just beautiful, with those Lurkers being able to burrow and unburrow so fast. There's so much you can do with proper APM.
You know, we've heard Rainer talk a lot about the Lurker, but I feel like Cyril's the one that's saying right now, oh yeah, great idea about the Lurkers. Yeah, I'll use that myself. And he's making them look incredible all over the place, in synergy with the Vipers, with all of the upgrades that you can get. Double Spire is on the way. I mean, he's got such a massive economy that why the hell not? Whereas Innovation, he doesn't even have enough supply depot to even max out here anymore. He's struggling to stay in this. Viper still helping out a ton with his army, and I think that Planetary Fortress may be about to go down. He's going to try and save it.
Nice Blinding Clouds, nice abducts on those Liberators. They have to re-siege again, but once again, the amount of energy that he has available with all of those Vipers is just amazing. And yes, Innovation is just holding on, but the thing is, he doesn't have a win condition in this game. You mentioned it earlier, like, how is he supposed to win?
Yeah.
And as long as he was running by with Hellions and stuff like that and keeping Cyril, you know, a little bit honest in terms of the economy, then maybe there was a way. But
I think he has a win condition. If Cyril just move commands into everything, but that's not going to happen. Still, with a very convincing win here over Innovation Smack.
Are they going to be loved? There will be stats loves.
He puts Finland on match points.
Guys!
And that means...
It's a rough time, guys.
That means who can be revived, Funka? Tell the good people.
Stats or Sue?
Yeah.
That's the only player.
As the absolute last player here from Team South Korea.
I'm thinking Stats. I'm thinking Stats. But those are the only players that can be revived because the revive has already been used on Innovation. He tried the battle cruiser into mech option and he was forced into defending for 20 minutes and none of them wants to go. They're like, no, I don't want to go. You sure? Keep in mind.
They're like, all right, Sue, you go. He's like, come on, you know how many second places I got?
Yeah, but that thing actually ended with Nation Wars 5. And then he went on to win
I don't know. I don't know that you would still want to send him out. I feel like it's got to be Stats, yeah.
I think it will be. Guys. But we'll have to wait because they do have a little bit of time to figure it out. Second revive and the last opportunity for Team South Korea to grab themselves a third victory in a row. That looks a little bit dicey right now because Cyril is on a roll. And definitely in the ZVT matchup, he seems unbreakable. Second game between him and Stats, so much better as well for the finisher.
Yeah.
So they're back into a corner.
You know, Cyril, he had a little bit of a tougher year this year than the previous one, obviously, right? Like whether it was in the WCS circuit or the global finals. So we all kind of like started doubting, don't want to call any names, but I think all of us were like, okay, maybe he's not doing as well. Maybe he's past his prime. We're never going to see him necessarily at the top. But there he is now.
He is.
Wins Home Story Cup, beating a lot of these players, beating Raynor in the finals, beating Innovation before that. And now might very well be about to win the entirety of Nation Wars pretty much single-handedly. Other than that one map that Zhuge won, which Cyril would have won anyway.
Yeah. What? I wouldn't be as hard on this one. I think the victory from Zhuge actually makes this job that Cyril is trying to do right now so much easier.
It's nice, a little support, like
it is good. It is good. But yeah, I can't argue with the fact that Cyril is carrying really hard. I don't want to be lying to you guys. We actually did the interview knowing that and talking a little bit more to Cyril and Raynor and the fact that they were like heavy favorite and heavy carries.
Speaking of interviews, did the Must-Zero give you more stuff after your epic rants? Like when you saw him there?
So you know what? That's the only interview that I didn't take care of. Because I did all three of them the day before. And I was like, you know what, Ponf? You gotta wake up and you're gonna do it on Saturday morning because I've got the Bailing quiz during the evening. So I dodged this one. But I would have loved to be, face to face with the Must-Zero and shake up his,
that makes the
shoulders, and tell me stuff. But
because he wasn't that talkative, I think, in the interview.
Yeah, but we also just.
So I think your rant was really for nothing.
Yeah, it's okay. It was still good for me. It was still good to vent a little bit. So it's now game 8 in this best of 9. 4-3 in favor of Finland.
That is crazy. Like if at the start of this tournament you would have told me that South Korea, they might not be able to do it. To be honest, I guess it's not that unlikely, but then you see it happen and you see the way it's happening with Cyril just playing these incredible games and it's like, God, really? South Korea is really France beating South Korea, that was surprising. To be honest, that was maybe more surprising than Finland maybe winning here. But
yeah, back then, yeah.
It just feels like when South Korea loses in a national championship like this, in a Nation Wars, it's just almost wrong in a way, right? They're not supposed to. They're just not supposed to.
Of course. There is no offline this time, offline, online kind of thing. No. It's not Nation Wars 3 anymore. And yes, during Nation Wars 4 and 5, we did have the teams in the studio and they were able to do so. But this time, they are on the verge of being second place here in Nation Wars 2019. Finland is leading 4-3. We will go into game number 8 in just a few seconds. But before that, quick commercial break. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. And we're about to have the conclusion of the grand finals. Finland versus Team South Korea take place. Finland is in the lead. How surprised are you, Kev? Are you surprised at all?
No, I'm not very surprised. It's Serral. I'm surprised Serral lost against Stats. That actually surprised me. I thought Stats played incredibly good. Yes, I mean, I call him the GOAT for a reason. Actually, like, I have to admit that I kind of had the feeling today that I thought Reynor might be able to do it. I thought Reynor has been doing so well this year. They've been so back and forth. And for the first time in like 2 years, I actually predicted against Serral. Because my logic for the last 2 years was just predict him to win everything. I actually started doing this in 2017 already, but then I was wrong more often than not.
Yeah.
But started in Barcelona back then. And it never really stopped in 2018, 2019. Today, I thought maybe Reynor can do it. But I think in general, a safe prediction is predict Serral to win. Because the kid is absolutely amazing. And he's showing it again. But, I mean, Stats had an absolutely epic, freaking, almost perfect game. I don't believe in perfect games in StarCraft 2 because they don't exist. But that was pretty damn close to against Serral on Nightshade. So maybe he can do something similar.
It looked like Stats is going back out, right?
Yeah, I mean, it must be. Unless it's Sue. But if you lose against Zhuge, do you really come out and then be like, I'll play you, Serral? Like, it is going to be Stats, and it seems like the map is going to be Ephemeron. For the people who wonder, how did you guys get to this map? Because we obviously played all 7 maps already.
Yeah.
They just did a brand new veto process, and both players had 3 vetoes. And they ended up with Ephemeron.
Tell me, Roddy, you're a little bit of a PvZ expert yourself. You stream the game every day. You know, you're known for your Protoss mech, your Phoenixes. How does PvZ shape up on Ephemeron?
Well, most professional Protoss players are not a very big fan because the map is very long, and that means that even if you get like a little advantage, it's hard to really capitalize on it, right? Like Nightshade is a little bit smaller, so when Stats got a little advantage, got a good fight, he was willing to cross the map again immediately. On Ephemeron, that's a lot harder because you're going to be a lot more vulnerable for counterattacks and stuff like that. I think when it comes to going up to 3 bases, it's not obviously super hard because the map is very long, but it is one of these maps where Niduses are very strong and Swarmos obviously can be very strong as well, as we saw in the game with Drogo. I think overall Serral's very good on this map, man. Like a couple times I was super pumped up for a Serral versus Neep, Ephemeron, I was like, here we go. And then it's just like a solid Roach opener into like some Oracle defense, into maybe 7 or 8 Mutas to harass a little bit, and then you blink twice and then it's 200 supply of Ling, Roach, Ravager, Bane. And he does that so quick, and it's very hard to deal with if you're Protoss.
Look at Sue in the back, he's so intense. Look at his Sue.
Despite all the banter, they're being pretty serious right now.
Is that giving him a bit of advice?
Good luck.
Stats turns around, he puts back his earphones on, he's like, I'm just gonna ignore him.
Nah, I think he appreciates it. Here with Zhuge and the Mazero. The Mazero is like, Scout, you're natural, be careful of cannons. I was like, what? It's like, maybe it's a good point, you never know. He might just pull at the Mazero over here. But
Zhuge actually looks in good spirits, but if I was him, I would be so nervous. Imagine if Cyril loses there and you have to be the last player to try and take out Stats.
Yep, and we saw that previous game. I think it's safe to say that that's going to be a tall order. However, it's possible. Yeah, it's kind of a unique, awkward situation, right? Because I'm going to be honest with people at home, I kind of see this as the grand final. Of course, there is always the chance, the one-off opportunity that Zhuge Liang does defeat his Stats. But there is a massive chance that if South Korea wins this match, that they will actually end up winning the tournament. They'll become the overwhelming favorites immediately. But right now, I'm still leaning towards Finland.
I love how we just like basically bank everything on it being Zhuge Liang as the last player. You know, the Mazero's been hiding strategies the whole tournament. He's been throwing games left and right.
Imagine that.
Never really played for real.
He's got.
And then he goes for the real cannon rush versus Stats.
No,
try and stop this one.
He goes for the Goblin, the Void Ray Adept all in. Stats has never seen that stuff before. So bad it might just work. No, I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to think about that. What I do want to think about, Todd, is this PvZ between these two all-time greats. I think it's going to be an epic match, and this could very well be the last match of Nation Wars 2019. If this man gets the job done himself. He is the world champion of StarCraft 2 of 2018. He still had a pretty damn successful 2019. Can he do it? Can he win Nation Wars? Pretty much single-handedly. Saddle.
His opponent in the reds, playing Protoss and representing Team South Korea, the last player to try and get the victory for them. It's Stats.
lot of pressure on his shoulders, of course, as well. Innovation was kind of the MVP of Team South Korea when it came to the online matches. Often didn't even show up for the interview. He let Stats and Su do the interviews while he just won most of the games. Unfortunately for Ino, he wasn't able to get the job done today against Serral. He did get a victory over Serral, of course, at Home Story Cup. And then Serral got his revenge. You know, if you ask me in a couple of years, like what was the most memorable thing about StarCraft 2 in 2019? Like obviously there's a few things that stand out gameplay-wise, but I think if there's one thing is like after Serral lost to Innovation and when he had to get back up stage at Home Story Cup 19 and he had to start his run to the lower bracket, like he looked like it was war Serral, man. He looked so determined and I was like, oh my goodness, like this Jonas Satala, I think he's unstoppable. And then he just went 9-0 through 3 of the very best Korean players in the world, Trap, Cess and Inno. I was like, oh my goodness, like if he has that look on his face, he's just a monster.
You know, one of my other passion, other than the soup, is the prize money. And Serral is in second place in all-time rankings on StarCraft 2 at slightly less than 800k, which is actually already kind of absurd. Maru is around $9,000 ahead. If Team Finland was to win here, he wouldn't overtake Maru, but he would get pretty close.
Why? If he's $9,000 ahead, he would.
Yeah, but like the prize is split in 3.
Yeah, but 40,000 split by 3 is always more than 9,000.
40,000 is the overall prize pool, not the first place, I believe.
Oh, you are right, Todd. I apologize.
I'm always right.
You are very smart. Talks in numbers.
But actually, that was boosted up, by the way, thanks to the
Matcherino.
Absolutely, yeah. So initially, the first place was going to take 16,000. Second place, 8,000. With the current number on Matcherino, first place will be 18,555. So per player, that's 6,185. Second place, instead of 8,000, 9,277. So
I thought
you guys' contribution, they've helped a lot. And you can still keep them going if you want to buy some more Christmas gifts with the Nation Wars. A baseball hat, a mug, a t-shirt, a hoodie. We were not even supposed to plug it anymore, but I just felt like it.
I thought I've got some insider information. Before this tournament started and Zhuge Liang was ready to sign up Finland, Serral said, I'll play if I get 85% of the prize money. They all signed contracts.
No, they didn't.
No, I know. But I think that would be very realistic.
Top 10 anime betrayal.
You won't believe what Serral did to his teammates. Like, there you go, Loco. That's a new YouTube hit right there.
That's amazing. Stats going for Stargates, not too surprising considering how insanely... By the way, like that's... Oracle control earlier
that's good.
Is immaculate. I'm like, all right. It's like watching Lomachenko box. I'm like, I don't even want to box ever. Like, this guy is just a goat and I just want to watch him. It's the same thing here. I'm like, I don't even want to make oracles. Like, I could never even live up to like 5% of what this guy is able to do with them.
I think Trap is also absolutely amazing, to give some credit to another Korean Protoss.
Absolutely.
And of course, you can't really sleep on Zest either, but yeah, these guys, they are out of this world.
They really pushed the micro to its full potential.
I never really got it because I feel like the micro of Oracles is so odd, and perhaps it's even more odd right now, since obviously the Oracle went through a couple of changes in the most recent patch. That's not the way you want to start off your Oracle harass, my friend, as it flies straight into 2 queens and takes quite a bit of damage.
First Overlord's gonna get sniped here. And Tell did a good job of not getting supply blocked here. He made a bunch in advance. We got the Robo on the way now for stats.
Only has 2 on gas. Do you think he's aware of that? In the natural?
Probably not, actually, because he's got 17 on minerals. So you're gonna want to fix that quickly. Nice eagle, hi Kev. Wow. How many hours into the broadcast are we?
What can I say, Todd? I'm a man who has a slight obsession with gas. Ever since Andre, Greatorp left us, I feel somebody has to be talking about the gas all the time. So I took Andre's role. These adepts are gonna shade in. Obviously, there are no roaches yet. There are quite a few Zerglings, though. Does he let it finish up? He does. Perhaps a somewhat questionable decision, as one adept does get surrounded immediately. Now all of them get surrounded. One more is absolutely going to fall, and that's gonna be it. But this is pretty picture-perfect defense so far. The Oracle still...
Oh, he messed up! Oh my God.
Goodness. You praised him, Todd.
So he not only did not get the drone, but I almost died as well. And now it's gonna be very low on hit points. If he flies back in, that might very well just die if targeted properly. Double leave on the way now for Cyril, who's got a pretty good momentum here, I think. Oh, he saves the Overlord as well.
Pretty good, Todd. He's already 7 workers up. He's getting 5 more drones, double Evo as well.
Get your goat gif ready on Twitter.
Oh,
it's going to be another one of those.
My most recent juice gif as well, don't worry. That goat is still chewing, and Sarah is still chewing. I don't know what happened. I mean, we're not there yet, but obviously a very clean start for Serral. Like, if I go back, I thought a lot about that first game that these two had. And it's not that Serral played bad, because I think Stats just played amazing. But I did feel that there was a little bit of a lack of effort almost from Serral, that he didn't try to make plays happen. And if you want to beat one of the best protesters in the world, you gotta make stuff happen. On World of Sleepers, he really did make stuff happen. This game's over. The Queen is gonna drop and it's gonna kill the Oracle, or maybe the Spore Crawler killed it. I don't know what happened. Meanwhile, our game sounds disappeared.
Yeah,
but
hopefully it'll be back. I think it's just very quiet. Okay, dropped a bunch. But yeah, Bailing Nest on the way. But this time, playing with the double Evo, we're seeing the +1 missile and +1 melee like Serral. He was confident to get the double upgrade as opposed to the just one that we saw previously.
Drop a Lord as well, by the way.
Yeah, 5 Overlords just finished. So it's going to go into heavy unit production here. Already being on 74 drones is obviously very ideal. The crease spread is progressing forward, and Serral, I'm liking his position here in this game.
I'm loving his position. That fort base is incredibly quick. Now we're going to get the Infestation Pit as well. A double hallucinated Phoenix Scout is going to try to give Stats the information that he needs. It's obviously going to be a little bit harder to scout with only a single Oracle. I don't know if he's going to go for that similar move that he did before. Like I mentioned in the pre-game chat, this map is a lot longer than Nightshade, so moving out is a bit risky. And don't forget, he already used Recall. Now I know that the cooldown is not super long, but it's not ready yet. I guess by the time... Oh, there we go. Thanks, Crow. I was like, I'm going to make Roddy look stupid. Man, here we are praising this guy.
You did that on your own.
You know what? Bring Mapu back. I'm done with Crow. He's too handsome anyway. Get this man out of here.
Yeah. I'm always like, come on, like, can these guys really do it all? Ooh!
Oh, this is
nice.
nice.
Sneaks in.
Yep. That's so frustrating, because now you need to go for a defensive warp in, which you really don't want to do. You can't ignore 3 links either.
You had one job, Adept. Can you get some probes? Nope. Alright, not bad. And Hive's now is going to start for Serral at just before the 8-minute mark. He starts the Spire at the exact same time.
A lot of links. I think the links will win the initial fight, but obviously will not be able to deal with all those additional Zealots. These should be Banelings, and they are Banelings, and all of these probes are so clumped up.
Oh my god.
How does he get 16, man?
He was keeping him busy elsewhere. The links, they were designed for that. They were designed for Stats to be looking in that location. And then what usually happens when you're looking at units for a little bit here in StarCraft is that you, right after that, your priority is to go back home and macro. So he went back home, probably started a bunch of buildings, started a new base.
This is the stuff that I kind of missed, right, on Nightshade, where Serral was just sitting back, was just stacking up, and sure, he was going for a good engagement, but he wasn't really making any real damage happening. Now he is relentless. He's going for the Baneling drop, and immediately he queues up the Link drop as well. At the same time, Serral is hitting on the south side. There is a War Prism, though, and a War Prism with 2 Archons can do a lot against Links and Banes, but these Archons are so low in HP, Todd.
Oh my god.
Oh my...
They're surviving?
What? He had no shields left. What is that? That's like 4 HP.
15 kills, and the other one very, very low as well. Now going into Storm.
That was really
still
good.
killed a lot of probes, but they're still 60, to be honest. Stats not out of it.
Imagine if he doesn't have the Prism there, then he loses those Archons too, and then it's just a disaster.
That would be a disaster.
Bloodbath.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Serral is just casually going up to 5 bases. Great Aspire is on the way, but this time Serral is just not skipping a beat. He's going to need a few more Overlords though, and he will be getting that. Don't forget that the Baneling drops have been good already, but soon +2 melee will be done, and that is a key upgrade, because then every Baneling will be able to kill workers.
Here's the thing for Stats. If he steps on creep, then he's stepping into Baneling territory. It's just so much harder for him to actually properly engage. And the moment he does that, he's exposing himself to Zergling run-bys, Zergling counterattack, Baneling drops, Baneling run-bys. So he has to play kind of scared. He has to stay on his side of the map, but then he's just suffering damage all the time whenever he does that.
I think Serral is going to try to maybe go for a run-by there, right? Try to bust open the wall. I think there's probably only a single unit.
He's going to kick the door down.
Obviously, there's the stasis trap, and the army is over here on the left side as well. Serral's going to test the water, see where that army is, or maybe he just wants to wrap around this army. There's a stasis trap, though. Serral's been good at seeing those as well.
I think he was thinking about maybe going for a sandwich here for a second on the army, but then reconsidered.
83 probes though for Stats. Imagine if Stats takes a phenomenal fight, and all the good that Serral did suddenly doesn't matter anymore.
I think he just counters attack, especially with the Prism he can reinforce. I love that Prism blood base.
No, that's so smart. This is actually the way you should be playing. Very well done by Stats.
And Serral's doing a good job of not getting impatient, by the way, because he dealt a ton of damage. It would be so tempting to actually go for a really bad fight. He's baiting some storms. I'm surprised he stopped dropping Baneling.
Look at the minimap. He could actually surround his army, Todd. There are links coming in from the left side now as well. The force fields don't cover everything on the right side. The storms are sick, but all of these Immortals are still going to fall. And that is obviously bad news bear for Team South Korea. That last Archon will go down as well. Stats is forced to bring a couple of other units. Now that wasn't cheap for Serral, but that's still nice because basically all of the Immortals are gone.
And now Mothership starts for Stats. He wants to get the cloaking device here for his army, be able to defend better against all of these attacks. Stats hasn't really been able to be aggressive himself. There hasn't been a prism headed across the map here. He's had to keep that defensively. Oh my god, the storms are going to be massive!
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
These were very good storms indeed. Serral bleeding out a lot of Zerglings and Banes. A couple of Corruptors will be added to the mix. Obviously, Serral's economy is insane, but don't ignore the economy of Stats. It's also pretty damn sick, and now Stats is going to try to go up to 5 bases as well.
Oh my god, he's cornered!
On creep is hard though. It's so almost impossible to split your Zealots. I think Stats agrees with us. The creep is kind of disgusting this game.
Yeah. It's so pushed so far out, it does recede very quickly. So if he was to try and clean that up, it would disappear very quickly, but then he has to basically take on an infinite Baneling army. Then again, he has Storm. That last fight was pretty convincing. He's been getting some cost-effective trade. What's resources lost at?
Serral probably lost a bit more.
A bit more, yeah.
4K. But he's been mining a lot more as well.
Yeah.
So I think in situations like that, it's somewhat acceptable.
So I think Serral's setting up another attack here. Or he might just go for the wall at the natural eventually, but I think Stats is waiting for that. Stats is waiting for Serral to overextend, and then he could counterattack. Serral's gonna start morphing Broodlords.
These links, by the way, are very feisty. They have +2 in Adrenal. They will soon have +3 in Adrenal. And that means that just cannons and batteries will no longer keep you safe. This is a very well-protected base, though. This is a good scout, actually, because now at least Serral knows that the Mothership is out. And he should probably get a few more... Oh, can they get in? Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. These links are so freaking strong. They've got +3 and Adrenal glands. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, my god. They're going to kill so much.
Yes. And go for the pylon there.
What, Zealots, you want some too?
Well, these Zealots should win the fight, right? Come on.
Yeah, he's got +2.
God, what? What? How good are they? That is insane. They could have killed that Adept too. And these links, obviously...
Yeah, they're merciful.
Yep. There are no Tempest yet, Todd. There isn't really a good answer now. There is Storms and there are Archons. But how do you get those Archons underneath those Broodlords? That is the big question now.
Oh my god, there's so many Broodlords. Queens are there for transfusions as well. Storm is going to land on top of some of these Broodlords. There is so many of them. Stats might have to evacuate this base.
And a Baneling run by Habit at the fort base during all of this. As Crow showing us as well. 17 more probes went down. Serral is not messing around, but Stats is still maxed out. Maybe you fly the Mothership in and you try to recall the army underneath Serral's army. I think that's the only play. No, he's going to go for the Time Warp instead.
I don't think that's a good idea. That's really not going to do that much here. Broodlords flying back to safety. Serral's going to re-engage. He doesn't pull back with the Baneling, so a lot of those are going to get stormed and killed very quickly, but there's no transition into Tempest available. He's just going for Stalkers, so he's going to hope for Serral to run out of Grand Army, and then he's going to go for the Blink. No! He goes for the Blink first and foremost. Those Stalkers are going to get killed so quickly.
Yep, there isn't that much anti-air left in his army anymore. He's going to blink forward one more time. Can the Ravages and Roaches keep these Broodlords safe? A few Broodlords did go down, but now the Lynx will start reinforcing as well. 70 additional Zerglings on the way. I gotta say, I think Stats did a really good job there and just not completely losing everything. But it's hard to really call that a victory as well with the amount of damage he did. But he somehow kept his 5th base alive.
He's chasing.
Yeah, that's maybe a little too much, man. I don't know if I would recommend that move.
Okay, so almost moved too far away from his Broodlords to be able to help them. Actually, he might have here for a second. 2 of those are going to die before the engagement takes place.
The links around on creep. That means that all of these units are going to disappear so quickly. And Stats, you overextended here, my friend. You're going to lose pretty much absolutely everything other than the Mothership. That was expensive.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Yeah, just the Mothership dies. Gets abducted and it's minus 400, 400. Now it's like...
Yeah,
400, 400 escapes. Everything else died.
Yeah, Lambo's gonna be like, Mothership was really good there. I was like, Lambo, stop it, Lambo.
And Stats economy, he's just in shambles at this point. I mean, he's had to spend everything that he had. He just wasn't cost effective for the longest time now. Serral looking to try and close things out. He's got all the economy in the world being on 6 bases.
The sickest thing there is that it wasn't just a link surround, but it was a link surround on individual units, right? They didn't surround the army. No, they slipped through the cracks and then they surrounded everything as well. I mean, then the DPS of all those links is just absolutely insane. Of course, supported by Broodlings as well. Stat, you did such a good job in defending that 5th base, but maybe he thought that Cero committed a little more than he actually did there. These links can just attack the Cybercore, by the way. They would kill it.
They can attack
quickly.
everything.
Yeah.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Now they're gonna kill all the stalkers.
Adrenaline Zerglings.
These links are so good. In the end, a couple of Zealots and Archons will show up to save the day.
Yeah, resources loss is actually pretty even, but again, Cyril has been mining so much more.
Yep. Did a good job in killing workers as well. You want to play the guessing game, Todd? How many probes did Cyril kill this game?
56.
That's a really good guess, I think. But I'm gonna go with 67. Only 38. We suck. It's a long day.
A great guess indeed.
It's because you went so high. I didn't want to be too low. Damn it.
It's my fault.
Man, it felt like he killed more, no?
Yeah.
Because he got like...
I think it was the game before, actually. They killed
Oh, he killed over 100 that game.
Yeah.
That was absolutely ridiculous. But
I'm
with
surprised he stopped dropping Banelings. I guess he realized that's going to be ready at this point.
Yeah, that Phoenix was on patrol duty, and yeah, he's still on patrol duty.
I got these guys.
Yep. And I think there was a cannon as well in the back of that natural, so maybe, yep. So I think maybe that's why he gave up.
I mean, what's the Phoenix going to do against an Overlord? He'll do nothing.
I don't know, nah. What are Stalkers going to do against Broodlord Infested, Todd? Only 5 Stalkers at this point as well. I think you got to send the Mothership in, Todd, and go for the absolute YOLO recall. Try to recall...
Yeah, but he can get neuraled. There is neural, right?
Yes, there is. It just finished up. I don't know. I really don't know what you do here. You need Carriers or Tempest, and I don't see either of those 2 units on the battlefield.
I love how he time warps. Call that a warning. Do not go forward.
No, this time Stat sees no choice but to evacuate this 5th base. He does have a new 5th base in the left bottom side of the map. He could maybe transfer a couple of these workers there. The Oracle gets neuraled.
And he tags the Protoss army. That's amazing. That's Cyril's vision.
Yeah, so like,
how does it feel?
Makes the Mothership useless as well.
Oh my god, he blinks forward. Here we go. Fungal's gonna land. Time Warp gets used. Cyril's gonna camp on creep with the Spores, and I mean, he's killed a key base of Stats. He's got all the economy in the world behind this. More Infestors gonna be added on. Stats running out of options. He's getting desperate. He's gonna blink forward again, but he gets Fungal one more time.
Yep, starting to really run out of storms at this point as well. Yes, there are still plenty of Archons in the mix, but these Archons, they will just not get in range. Cero is still maxed out. Cero still has money in the bank, and I don't think it's going to be back-to-back for South Korea. I think Finland is going to be the champion of Nation Wars 2019.
Yeah, these Broodlords are being left uncontested for the most part. They're being escorted around by Banelings. Infestors are gonna neural a lot of the Protoss units here. Some Archons being controlled. Broodlords being left untouched for the longest time, and there's just not the Tempest to deal with them. It's just a full ground army, which is not enough. They can just turn around and kill everything. The Mothership's gonna be left on his own. The Prism Micro! Oh my god, he's baiting so many of his brooding shots.
Yeah, but he's still gonna end up losing the Archon. I think Stats knows it as well. GG gets gold, and Finland will be your champion of Nation Wars 2019. Of course, mostly due to this man right here, Cyril, getting an absolutely insane amount of victories in this season. I think he completed this season of Nation Wars 23 wins and 2 losses. Johan, I think that's GOAT worthy.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful performance from them, for Cyril in particular. They scored themselves well over $18,000 for that first place here, as Team South Korea will go home with over $9,000. And Finland is your Nation Wars 2019 champion.
Zhugliang lifting the trophy, the Mazero lifting the trophy as well, and now they hand it over to Cyril. I was like, I guess you deserve to lift it as well. Cyril doing.
This looks familiar.
Yeah, Cyril's like, I've been here before. It's nice. I like this spot. Of course, big shout out to Team South Korea as well for another phenomenal season of Nation Wars. They did not get the 3P done, but winning 2 seasons in a row, Season 4 and Season 5. Now, unfortunately, in 2019, they will be the runners-up. But still, big shout out to those guys, and it's fantastic to have them here in Paris and see them participate in this tournament.
It's been a great tournament. That's it for us here at the casting desk. Thank you guys for tuning in. Before we head out here, we're going to hear from our victors who are with Ajin here next to the trophy. Ajin, take it away.
Thank you guys. And Finland is the greatest StarCraft nation. You are the victor of Nation Wars 2019. Congratulations again, guys. Well, let's start with the team captain. You are the leader. You led Finland until the end. And you were actually able to take a game. How did it feel like? Because last year, when Sue all-killed you, you were actually about to win, Sue. And this year, you managed to win. So how does it feel?
Actually, there's a bit of a longer story with Sue. I played him in DreamHack Stockholm 2015, and I was also in a really, really big lead back then. And then, of course, last year in Nation Wars. So this feels extra sweet because I got to contribute and take down the guy who beat us last time.
All right. I do want to talk to the man of the hour. We'll get a couple of questions with the Maz0 at some point, but I want to talk to you, man. Like, Cyril, you've done it all now. Like, I mean, maybe you could argue IEM Katowice could like still be around, you know, but now you've done it. You've got WCS, you've got GSL versus the world, you've got the world champion. You were world champion of WCS, but now you also get Nation Wars, and obviously you were a pretty major part of Finland winning this time. Like, what is going through your mind right now?
Feels great. I don't quite have it all yet. Like you said, I am Katowice, I still have WESG, so there's a bunch of tournaments that I'm still looking for. But this one feels very good. I think we were pretty confident coming into this one, and I was very confident with my personal level, so I know it just feels great.
How much do you think it made an impact that Zuge right there was able? And it's so good to see you win, man. Like, obviously, I've thought about it in the broadcast numerous times. Zuge Liang is just the guy that wants Nation Wars to happen every year, and he's really, really hyped up about the tournament in general. But today, he was able to get that victory against Sue. Does that like relieve a lot of the pressure from you to actually don't have to play any games against Sue today?
Yeah, playing against Sue is always a bit tricky. I think Suge is a very good CVC sniper. He can win in Ultra matchups as well, but he has done a lot of CVC work and he can win a lot of maps from good players. So that really took a lot of pressure away from me, since Sue is always someone I have to look a bit up for, since he can play some kind of two-base stuff, and then it's a bit hard for me. Like Rainer, for example, did against me before. It's always a bit hard to play against that kind of styles, and he's a fan of those. So it can always be a bit of problematic, but luckily Suge was able to pull it off.
All right. I think one of the questions I do want to ask to the Maz0 is that we didn't know if Zuge was to be revived, right? Like, it was not 100% sure. How great would it have been? Maybe you would have been the revived player to go for a counter rush against Stats in the last game. How would it have felt? What do you think about that?
That would have definitely felt amazing, and we didn't actually decide yet who would have been the revive, so that might have been actually possible, and that would definitely have been one of the greatest highlights of my life.
But you're champions of Nation Wars with those guys. I mean, it is a team effort. We can get closer to the trophy right now. Cyril, can you talk to us a little bit about the games you played against Stats? Because obviously that was the highlight of this finals. You played numerous games. First was a little bit rough, right? Like, it was a weird game that happened. I felt like you were out of your groove. Can you talk to us a little bit about the entire story of you playing against Stats this time?
Well, I'm not sure about the first game, because I felt like I was doing a pretty good job with everything, but then I felt like I should have already died to the first move I did in, which is like a creep deny move out. And I don't know, I did one good engagement there, but otherwise I'm not sure how that. I felt like the game was going way better than it actually went. And this is the second game, so I maybe stopped trolling a bit earlier, went for a bit later hive, since I knew he was going to play like a longer mid game. He wasn't really rushing for any carriers, any Tempest, so I wasn't really too worried about going too fast into Brew Lords and just playing Ravager Limpe mid game, and it worked out pretty nice.
All right. What do I want to add? I don't think I want to add that much to it. You guys, you're the champions of Nation Wars 2019. Congratulations. You can hold on to the trophy once again. And for me, it's just time to say goodbye, and say goodbye for next year, because we want to see you guys following Nation Wars in 2020 as well. It is a great tournament to be a part of, and I want to thank, obviously, Blizzard and Maturino for making it possible. I want to thank everybody that's involved in the tournament and that made it it possible, from the production crew to all the casters of every language, whether it's French or Spanish or Korean, everybody that was involved in the tournament. It made it an amazing feeling for all of us to actually be able to produce once again an amazing tournament in 2019 for StarCraft 2, which is a game that we know and we love. So obviously, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next year.